Good morning. It's verdict time. You're watching News9 Mediaverse and it's time for Mandate 2023. Is it a semi-final? Is it like a mini referendum? Are states going to buck the trend of exit polls? Are all exit polls going to somehow come near their own reality? That, it will all become clear after 10 a.m. But before that, all eyes are on how the voting will begin, how fast the ballots will open. But let me tell you, there is a state which will not be counted today because the counting will take place on Monday. So all eyes are on the counting of votes polled in the crucial 4 states of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Telangana and Chhattisgarh. Together these 4 states sent 82 members to the Lok Sabha. Counting of votes in Mizoram, as I told you, will be done tomorrow. This mandate will reflect the mood in these states ahead of 2024 parliamentary polls. But sometimes prime ministers get it wrong. In 2003, the polls were preponed and BJP lost power. So let's get straight to what's happening right now. Counting of votes will begin at 8 a.m. So preparations are underway at the counting centers. But before that, let me take you through some data. These offices will be bustling with activity. Most of these offices will be filled with spokesperson. Counting centers will be filled with the representatives of the political party. And in the studio, I'm joined by Brijesh Pandey, Ashok Bagaria, Ajit Vijay Kumar, my colleague. I'll be also joined by my friend Gulam Jilani. I'll be joined by Rajesh Kasera, Deshdeep Saxena, and K.S. Prasad, political analyst, journalist of long standing, all of them. But before that, let me go to this big screen, this master screen which we have, and let me play out some graphics for you. Let me just set the tone of the debate. What are we talking about? What are the parameters and what is making our mandate 2023 different from rest of the channels? So if you look at the 5 states, 9 factors, you have women voter turnout, you have women candidates, women star campaigners, soft for women and women vulnerability. And you must be thinking, what is this? Why are we talking about it? We are talking about it because women as a category has come up in last 25 years. Nitish Kumar's cycle, Jayalalitha, sanitation program run by Prime Minister Modi. So gender, which was a weak political category, became a strong political category because somehow schemes directly related to women kick-started a consciousness. It's like, Ajit, isn't it like Ujjwala?
Of course. Yeah.
Ujjwala, Brijesh, isn't it like toilets at home? Or something which directly affects women, or Nitish Kumar, those cycle programs, so the girls could immediately leave their home, go to the school and come back. You know, that Tring Tring campaign which they launched, I think 10 years ago. So women are a constituency. Their turnout is the complexity of this election. And it will break myth. We will have a special session on that myth. A lot of people say that there are no women of right. I think they get the elections wrong. There are women of right, and they have heavily influenced the mobilization and organization of women. And the women candidates, that's the big problem. You have a lot of women in election. In terms of voters, in Telangana, you have more women voters than men voters, but very few representative in legislature. Isn't it, Brijesh?
Well, it is. And I think, as anything which happens big in the society, the tectonic shift takes time. I think as the realization has started dawning on political parties as to how important the women voters are to their scheme of things, I think slowly and slowly more and more representation will come. But yes, I think it is onus is on the political parties to skip this
I don't
change.
disagree with you. Yes, Ajit, tell me.
No, he's right, but the fact of the matter is that even in this elections, only 10 to 15% seats are given to women.
Exactly.
When you know that they are coming, out in strength to vote, but you are giving them only 15% votes.
This is the reason why we decided to open our election bulletin with women voters. They will be the decisive factor. They will be the most vocal factor. They will make a difference in election, and they will make a difference to the future of this country called India. That is Bharat. Now, higher women voters turnout in Madhya Pradesh, 32 assembly segments. That's what me and Brijesh were talking about. Boss, kisko vote jayega, BJP ko vote jayega, Congress ko vote jayega. Then we went home. because there was no conclusion. More women voters than men in Telangana, as I said. Higher women voter turnout in 32 assembly segments. That's number one. Let's play the number two. Women voters turnout higher than men in Rajasthan and Mizoram. Ashok, your state.
I said the W factor is going to play a really important part in the outcome of this elections. And in Rajasthan, there are almost 87 constituencies where the women voter turnout was more than the men voter turnout. And more importantly, as far as the woman factor is concerned, the political parties from here on will have to decide on policies which impact women more, because once you have women turning out in more and more numbers, there has to be a shift from the way in which you decide policies and the way in which you address the voters. At the point in time, you know, in the last 70-75 years, most of the policies have centered around men and youth.
You know, when we talk about women as a voter, and I would like to stay on this graphic for a little more time, because unlike Anglo-Saxon democracies, where gender is a category, where gender is a force, like for example, you know, pro-abortion politics, anti-abortion politics in America, gender has not been a category. Gender, the category which has been in operation since 1952 has been religion, region, language, caste, urban, rural, hill, plain, plateau, river valley, but not women. Women has been a subsumed category, and the politics of Mandal reinforced that category. I'm joined by Rajesh Kasera, Deshdeep Saxena, and K.S. Prasad, political. Is Mr. Prasad through?
Yeah.
Mr. Prasad, am I audible to you? Okay.
Yeah, good morning.
Mr. Prasad, the emergence of women as a category, do you think is it only a result of a SOP, or is it a result of more education, more mobility, more ability to mobilize other people? Why has that happened?
Actually, the predictions and the exit polls have come mostly for Congress. And if you really look into it, in the grassroots, what exactly is taking place is totally different. And it is, as usual, beyond the expectations. In 2019, all the exit polls, what have been given, the result has come in favor of BRS. The same is going to repeat. It's just like West Bengal election.
Do you think that women voters are making a substantial difference, Mr. Prasad? My question was, are women voters making a difference in Telangana election?
You can repeat it because your voice is very low.
Are women voters making a difference in Telangana election?
How many voters? Yeah. Actually, the segment, the rural and urban is concerned. Urban voting percentage is very less and rural is, as usual, very high. And coming into this, the rural beneficiaries are very, number of beneficiaries as far as government policies are concerned are very high. And particularly the Raitu Bandhu and Kalyan Lakshmi and all is affecting more in rural. And we have taken some analysis, and out of which the percentage of vote in favor of BRS is quite higher than Congress. And compared to this thing, the total consistency of BRS performance is 43 to 45% consistently they are maintaining. So grabbing votes from the respective people is going to a decision for going to get a decision in favor of BRS. That's what our analysis is.
Okay, ठीक है. Kasera ji, am I audible to you?
जी बिल्कुल. Yes.
कसेरा जी, मुझे एक चीज बताइए, राजस्थान में ऐसा हो सकता है कि एक घर में 4 लोग ले रहे हैं, औरतों का वोट एक तरफ जाए, आदमी का वोट दूसरी तरफ जाए? इज इट पॉसिबल?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल पॉसिबल है.
क्यों?
क्योंकि देखिए, वो इसलिए कि अब जिस तरह से हम देख रहे हैं कि इस इलेक्शन के अंदर या इससे पिछले इलेक्शन के अंदर जिस तरह से हम देख रहे हैं कि सोशल मीडिया का इम्पैक्ट जो है वो अब गांव-गांव तक पहुंच गया है, और लोगों को लगता है कि अब उनको चीजों को जानने की आदत है, सवाल पूछने की आदत है. तो जब वो सारी चीजों को अपने आसपास घटते हुए देखते हैं या उसकी जानकारी प्राप्त करते हैं, तो नेचुरली है कि वो उस चीज को जरूर आइडेंटिफाई करते होंगे कि क्या हमारे बेटर में और क्या नहीं है. तो ये पॉसिबल है बिल्कुल कि एक घर के अंदर अगर एक फैमिली के 4 मेंबर है तो ऑल आर डिफरेंट फ्रॉम ईच अदर.
ओके, हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. अजीत, प्लीज आस्क अ क्वेश्चन.
मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है कि अब जब हम कह रहे हैं कि वुमेन आर ए सेपरेट वोट बैंक,
So has that led to a point where now caste is not a factor for them? If you were to take them as a separate vote bank, और आप खुद कह रहे हैं कि वहाँ पे आपके स्टेट में भी लोग और मतलब पीपल योर एंड वुमेन आर वोटिंग सेपरेटली फ्रॉम द फैमिली, तो आदमी जो है घर का वो जो कह रहा है उससे अलावा उनका अपना एक थॉट प्रोसेस है।
एब्सोल्युटली गुड पॉइंट। कसेरा जी, कास्ट कोई फैक्टर नहीं है क्या?
कास्ट फैक्टर देखिए बिल्कुल डिफर करता है कास्ट फैक्टर यहाँ पर, क्योंकि अलग अलग कम्युनिटी, ये सब कुछ अगर विधानसभा के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है कि उस विधानसभा की परिस्थितियां क्या है। इस बार क्या है कि बहुत सारी चीजें एक साथ मल्टीपल यहाँ पर हुई है। अगर हमने बहुत नजदीकी से चुनाव को देखा,
ये महिलाओं को लेके पूछ रहे हैं, क्या महिलाएं कास्ट ड्रिवन है? मतलब कहने का मतलब जो महिला वोट बैंक है, क्या वो अपने परिवार का हित पहले देखती हैं? जो लाभार्थी, जो असिस्टेंस सरकार की तरफ से स्कीम आती है, तो क्या वो मतलब उस स्कीम को लेके अपने परिवार को लेके ज्यादा सोचती हैं और उसी हिसाब से वोट करती हैं, या महिलाएं भी जातिगत उससे इन्फ्लुएंस होकर वोट करती हैं? अजीत जी का सवाल ये था।
जी दोनों फैक्टर है। देखिए, जो हम रूरल बेल्ट की बात करें तो चूंकि वहां पर जिस तरह की प्रोजेक्शन लोगों तक पहुंचता है, गवर्नमेंट स्कीम का ऐसा है कि शहरी क्षेत्रों में और वहां पर साउंड ज्यादा जाता है, और ग्रामीण जो बहुत इंटीरियर एरिया, क्योंकि राजस्थान में दक्षिण और पूर्वी ये दो क्षेत्र ऐसे हैं जो अगर हम बहुत इंटीरियर बेल्ट तक जाए तो वहां पर तो कास्ट फैक्टर बहुत ज्यादा मायने रखता है, क्योंकि वहां पर जैसे ट्राइबल एरिया साउदर्न राजस्थान की बात करें तो वहां पर घर भी बहुत स्केटर्ड एरिया में है, एरिया भी लार्ज नंबर ऑफ डेंसिटी में है, तो वहां पर जरूर ये कास्ट का फैक्टर काम करता है। लेकिन अगर हम शहरी क्षेत्र की बात करें तो यहाँ पर देखिए दो तरह की फिनोमिना हमें इस बार देखने को मिला है यहाँ पे। एक तो जाति का तो ठीक है, राजपूत है, गुर्जर है, कम्युनिटी एक बल्क में वोटिंग करती है, एक दूसरे की बात को वो बिल्कुल स्वीकारते हैं। लेकिन जो शहरी अर्बन जो वोटर हैं, उन्होंने कहीं ना कहीं एक बार मतलब पूरा कैलकुलेशन किया है, उन्होंने सोचा है, पिछले 5 साल के अंदर कामकाज देखा। अगर हम कोविड की बात करें ब्रजेश जी, तो 2.5 साल अगर स्टेट के अंदर गहलोत सरकार ने अच्छा काम किया, लेकिन जो प्रोजेक्शन गया वो कहीं ना कहीं केंद्र सरकार का गया, मोदी जी का गया, कि लोगों की जुबान पे बात को पहुंचाने में कामयाब रहे कि हाँ भाई वैक्सीनेशन के अंदर हमारा देश दुनिया में टॉप पे रहा। इसके बाद जिस तरह से
Mr. Kasera, I think our focus becomes caste centric. The fact is that we do not account for the fact that as men had the power to influence the household, now women have the power to influence the household. I think the dynamics are reversed. It's like father said this, the entire household falls into place. Today, a woman of the house says something, the house falls into the place. Yes,
I would say that there are two politicians who have understood it before any other politicians did, and they have utilized it to T. First was Nitish Kumar, coming from a massive caste-based voting pattern which we see in Bihar. He cultivated this women constituency for himself. And he was very, very pragmatic when it came to giving them 33% in reservation or anything which relates to their sons and daughters' education. The entire department was manned by women. And the second was Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao was one of the clarion call. How much it got implemented is another thing. But it was a clarion call by Prime Minister from 2014 onwards. And it has been a reinforced, every now and then to send a message that, the BJP stands for the women.
Kartikeya, two things. As long as we are on the issue of women and Rajasthan, Kasera ji say, I'll ask him a question subsequently after I have made my point, is that ever since Rajasthan has been formed, this is probably the first election where water, drinking water or irrigation water has not been raised as an issue by either the Congress or the BJP, although there are local candidates who have addressed this issue. But it will be very interesting to see, at least in the rural areas.
You are telling me that there will be a day in the history of Uttar Pradesh during election where sugarcane prices will not be an issue.
Of course. See, water is such a bad issue in Rajasthan. Even in Rajasthan, even in urban centers, water supply, drinking water supply is either 3 days, after 3 days or 5 days. Okay.
I'll just come to you. We have some bites which have just come now. People are making guesses. I would not say wild, but strong guesses about their own prospects. Let's play them out. Couple of them.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जिन मुद्दों पे मतदान हो रहा है, गिनती हो रही है, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की घोषणा पत्र सबसे महत्वपूर्ण, किसानों के लिए जो हमने बात की, किसानों के हित में जो बात की, महिलाओं के लिए जो कहा, और उसके साथ ही साथ सबसे बड़ी बात कि जो घोषणा पत्र में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने समाज के सभी वर्ग को जोड़ा है उसका भी असर दिखेगा। और भूपेश के 5 साल की असफलता और भूपेश ने 5 साल में छत्तीसगढ़ के शोषण किया है, जो भ्रष्टाचार किया है, ये सारे मुद्दे इस चुनाव में दिखेंगे। राजनांदगांव बहुत अच्छा रहेगा। पिछले 3 चुनाव से बेहतर रिजल्ट इस बार राजनांदगांव में मतदाता का आशीर्वाद मिलने वाला है। निश्चित रूप से छत्तीसगढ़ में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के स्पष्ट बहुमत के साथ सरकार बनने जा रही है और इसमें कहीं कोई शंका नहीं। सीट जाके 46 और 48 की बात मैं नहीं करता, 42 से 55 सीट तक जाएगी।
राजस्थान के जागरूक मतदाताओं ने पूरा समर्थन और आशीर्वाद कांग्रेस के कैंडिडेट्स को दिया है, क्योंकि जो कांग्रेस की गुड गवर्नेंस 5 साल में रही, जो योजनाएं रही, जो गारंटी 10 महंगाई राहत कैंप में रही और फिर 7 गारंटी हमने जो आगे दी है, हमारा जन घोषणा पत्र है, 4 लाख युवाओं को सरकारी नौकरियां देने का हमने वादा किया है, किसानों से एमएसपी का वादा हमने किया है, 2000 पेंशन का वादा हमने किया है, कोरोना काल में बेहतर जो मैनेजमेंट हमने किया, लोगों की जानें बचाई, किसी को भूखा नहीं सोने दिया, और जो राइट टू हेल्थ और मिनिमम इनकम गारंटी एक्ट जैसे एक्ट ला करके लोगों को एक सामाजिक सुरक्षा भी दी है और लोगों में एक पूरा विश्वास जगा है कि 5 साल जो कांग्रेस की सरकार ने काम किया है, सबको साथ लेकर के किया है, तो निश्चित रूप से दोबारा यही सरकार बननी चाहिए। क्योंकि 8 से 13 में अच्छी योजनाएं थी, लेकिन सरकार नहीं बनी तो वो रुक गई थी। इसलिए अब की बार राजस्थान के जागरूक मतदाताओं ने कहा कि हम सरकार रिपीट करेंगे, हम रिवाज को तोड़ेंगे और सरकार दोबारा से कंटिन्यू कांग्रेस की बनाएंगे।
Today we are hoping that Congress party, the people of Telangana, have decided for a change. I am in a very positive mood and we will give a government with a good governance. Some of our candidates have informed us that whomever he has spoken, whomever this party people are speaking, they all have spoken to us. They have informed. We have made elaborate arrangements for all our candidates. All our party cadres will be with them. Our leaders will be with them. They are safe. We will see that they are protected. At no point of time, not even a single candidate or MLA will break. They have already informed. Whomever they have spoken, they all have communicated to us. So we know their political strategy. We are well aware. So we are in a tightrope with everyone. Congress party will elect a leader. The collective leadership will be there. We will come back to you. Why are you worrying on this? There is no individual. We have fought the election on a collective leadership. We will remain on the same agenda.
शायद उन लोगों ने चैम्बर में बैठ के सर्वे किया होगा। जिसने मैदान में सर्वे किया वो कहेगा कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बन रही है। वो सिर्फ मध्य प्रदेश में नहीं बन रही है, राजस्थान में बन रही है और छत्तीसगढ़ में भी सरकार बनेगी। कोई मास्टर प्लान नहीं, हमारा बहुमत आ रहा है और हम बहुमत के आधार पर सरकार, हमारा मुख्यमंत्री शपथ लेगा। कांग्रेस पूरे प्रदेश में अपना बहुमत खो चुकी है और मुझे लगता है कि 75 सीट कांग्रेस अगर क्रॉस कर गई तो मुझे आश्चर्य होगा। मध्य प्रदेश राजधानी है या भ्रष्टाचार वाली है? हमने विकास किया है और जनता इसीलिए हमको प्यार करे और फिर से हमको सरकार में इसीलिए ला रही है। जब भी कांग्रेस हारती है तो वह आरोप बेचारे ईवीएम पर नहीं लगाती है और इसका मतलब है कि वो कांग्रेस चुनाव हार चुकी है और कोई बचता नहीं, बेचारा ईवीएम ही बचता है तो उसको गाली देंगे वो। ये नहीं कि कांग्रेस अपने बारे में आत्मविश्लेषण करे कि उनका नेता कौन है, उनकी नीति क्या है। वो कांग्रेस जो पूरे देश के अंदर एक समय राज करती थी, वो कांग्रेस आज सिमटती क्यों जा रही है? उसका कारण है कि ना नेता हैं, ना नेतृत्व है, ना नीति है कांग्रेस की। और इसलिए हार के लिए पहले से ही माहौल बनाना कि हम हार किसके माथे मंडे, तो ईवीएम के माथे मंड रहे हैं वो अभी से।
प्रसव पीड़ा समाप्ति की ओर है। थोड़ी देर बाद काउंटडाउन प्रारंभ हो जाएगा। मत की पेटी से नई सरकार पैदा होना प्रारंभ हो जाएगी। मेरा दावा बरकरार है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रचंड बहुमत से अभी कुछ ही घंटों के बाद प्रचंड बहुमत से सरकार मत की पेटी उगल देगी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी। हमारे दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता की कल्याणकारी नीतियों पर राजस्थान का आवाम मोहर लगाएगा, ये थोड़ी देर बाद सामने आ जाएगा।
आज मतगणना है और हम सब लोगों को पूरा विश्वास है कि ईश्वर की कृपा और जनता का आशीर्वाद छत्तीसगढ़ प्रदेश में और इस क्षेत्र में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को प्राप्त होगा और भाजपा की सरकार स्पष्ट बहुमत के साथ में छत्तीसगढ़ में बनेगी, कमल खिलेगा।
And now straight away we'll go to Rajasthan where our reporter Dhwaj is there. Dhwaj, मेरी आवाज सुनाई दे रही है आपको?
हाँ
ध्वज, आपके साथ एमएलए भी खड़े हुए हैं और उनसे जरा बात कीजिए, बताइए मूड कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी का क्या है और राजस्थान में क्या है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, मेरे साथ इंद्राज गुर्जर जी हैं, विराटनगर से एमएलए हैं कांग्रेस से। सर क्या लगता है, क्योंकि ये जो एग्जिट पोल आए हैं उसके बाद में जो है दोनों पार्टियों में काफ़ी टेंशन बढ़ गई है।
देखिए, जिस तरीके से 5 साल हम सब लोगों ने मिलकर के, हमारी सरकार ने, सभी विधायकों ने, सभी कार्यकर्ताओं ने मिलकर के जनता के लिए अच्छा काम किया, बेहतर काम किया है, मुझे उम्मीद है कि राजस्थान में दोबारा कांग्रेस की सरकार बनेगी।
आज काउंटिंग है, आप मंदिर आए हैं, तो क्या आशीर्वाद लेकर ही जाएंगे आप?
हाँ बिल्कुल, निश्चित रूप से। मैं पिछली बार भी 2018 में जब मैंने चुनाव लड़ा, काउंटिंग से पहले भगवान गणेश जी के दर्शन करने आया था और मुझे विजय श्री का आशीर्वाद यहाँ से मिला, मैं चुनाव जीता और आज फिर भगवान जी के चरणों में आया हूँ। निश्चित रूप से मुझे आशीर्वाद इनका मिलेगा।
एक मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत ने सभी विधायकों को कह दिया है कि जीतने के बाद तुरंत ही जयपुर आए, उसके बाद विधायक दल की बैठक बुलाई जाए। क्या बाड़ेबंदी की संभावना लग रही है?
ये एक रूटीन की प्रक्रिया है, पिछली बार भी ऐसा ही हुआ था। पिछली बार भी जीतने के तुरंत बाद हम लोगों को जयपुर बुलाया, दूसरे दिन विधायक दल की मीटिंग हुई। वो एक रूटीन की प्रक्रिया जो हमेशा होती है।
लेकिन इस बार राजस्थान का चुनाव कुछ अलग है। राजस्थान का चुनाव जो है फंसा हुआ है, वोटर का जो मूड है वो समझ में नहीं आ रहा किसी के।
देखिए, साइलेंट वोटर जब भी होता है वो हमेशा सरकार के पक्ष में होता है और इस बार वोटर साइलेंट है, तो निश्चित रूप से उसका फायदा हम लोगों को मिलेगा।
तो आपके हिसाब से जो अभी योजनाएं हैं मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत ने, चाहे ओपीएस की बात की जाए या फिर जो है चिरंजीवी योजना और तमाम जो योजना है, क्या इनके दम पर ही सरकार बनाएंगे?
देखिए, सब लोगों ने मिलकर के, सारी लीडरशिप ने मिलकर के काम किया, अच्छी योजनाएं सरकार ने दी, अच्छा काम हम सब लोगों ने, कैंडिडेट्स ने मिलकर के, कार्यकर्ताओं ने मेहनत की, उस सब के बदौलत हम राजस्थान में दोबारा सरकार बनाएंगे।
लेकिन फॉर्च्यूनर में कम की बात भी कह रहे थे बीजेपी के नेता कि फॉर्च्यूनर से कम जो है सीटें आएंगी इस बार।
ये तो आपको पता चल जाएगा, 11-12 बजे तक पता चल जाएगा किसकी फॉर्च्यूनर में आती है, किसकी बस में जाती है, किसकी ट्रेन में जाती है, पता चल जाएगा।
आपके हिसाब से क्या कारण रहे होंगे अगर बीजेपी हारती है तो क्या कारण होंगे सबसे बड़े उसके?
देखो, बीजेपी राजस्थान में, मैं सत्ता में विधायक रहा, बीजेपी विधानसभा में मेरा पहला अनुभव था, लेकिन बीजेपी कभी भी राजस्थान में अपोजिशन की भूमिका नहीं निभा पाई, कभी जनता के मुद्दे नहीं उठा पाई। जनता के आपस में लोग लड़ते रहे, इनके मुख्यमंत्री के 10-10 चेहरे बनते रहे, आपस में लड़ते रहे और कभी भी इन लोगों ने मिलकर के काम नहीं किया। 10 साल तक केंद्र में इनकी सरकार रही। हमारी ARCP जैसी महत्वपूर्ण जो परियोजना थी, जो 13 जिलों को पूरी प्रभावित करती थी, इसको इन्होंने जानबूझ के रोक के रखा और उसकी दुष्परिणाम इनको झेलने पड़ेंगे कि जनता का जो हाई इनको लगेगी कि इन्होंने 13 जिलों के पानी की इतनी महत्वपूर्ण परियोजना को रोक के रखा और इसका बड़ा आक्रोश हमारे 13 जिलों में है पूरी राजस्थान।
लेकिन कांग्रेस अगर जीतती है तो 2020 का जो घटनाक्रम हुआ, पायलट साहब जब यहाँ से चले गए थे मानेसर, तो ये जो घटनाक्रम हुआ उसके बाद में मान मनोबल हुई और उसके बाद अचानक से जो है सब एक हो गए। इसका श्रेय किसको देते हैं? राहुल गांधी को देते हैं, आला कमान को देते हैं, मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत को देते हैं?
देखिए, हमारे कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट आदरणीय खड़गे साहब और राहुल गांधी जी ने मिलकर के दोनों नेताओं से बात की और बात करके हमारे परिवार के छोटे मोटे झगड़े दोनों के आपस में बैठ के सुलझा लिए गए और सुलझा करके दोनों ने एक होकर के इस बार चुनाव लड़ा।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका। तो ये थे हमारे साथ इंद्राज गुर्जर जी और आप देख सकते हैं ये मंदिर का नज़ारा। एक बार ये मंदिर का नज़ारा दिखाना चाहूँगा। सतीश पूनिया यहाँ पहुँच चुके हैं जो कि उप नेता प्रतिपक्ष हैं, आमेर से चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, मंदिर में आए हैं, आशीर्वाद लेने आए हैं, भगवान का आशीर्वाद लेने आए हैं। पूनिया साहब, क्या कहना है पूनिया साहब? जीत का दावा बड़ा दावा
आगे करेंगे, अच्छा दावा करेंगे।
तो पूनिया जी, अभी ये आप देख सकते हैं सतीश पूनिया है जो कि आमेर जा रहे हैं और यहाँ से जो है गणेश जी का मंदिर
एक चीज बताइए,
आए हैं आशीर्वाद लेने।
एक चीज बताइए,
उसके बाद में आमेर जाएंगे। आमेर से चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, उपनेता प्रतिपक्ष हैं।
ध्वज, मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
जी
ध्वज, एक चीज बताइए, हम लोग सब लोग चर्चा कर रहे थे, उसके बाद मैं आपको जाने दूंगा। महिला वोटर्स के बारे में चर्चा कर रहे थे कि राजस्थान में जो महिला वोटर टर्नआउट है, कुछ लोग कह रहे थे कि महिला वोटर टर्नआउट प्रो कांग्रेस रहता है, कुछ लोग कह रहे थे महिला वोटर टर्नआउट प्रो बीजेपी रहेगा। आप ग्राउंड पे हैं, मुझे बताइए महिला वोटर टर्नआउट का ज्यादा होना राजस्थान में मतलब क्या है?
देखिए, निश्चित तौर पर ये जो चुनाव की बात हम जो कह रहे हैं कि चुनाव ये फंसा हुआ है, ये इसलिए फंसा हुआ है कि जो वोटर है, वोटर का मूड अभी तक समझ में नहीं आ रहा। साइलेंट वोटर जो है इस चुनाव में सबसे ज़्यादा अहम भूमिका निभाएगा। उसके साथ साथ महिला वोटर की जो आप बात कर रहे हैं, महिला वोटर हैं जो आरोप लगा रही है, बीजेपी लगातार कह रही है कि जो महिलाओं की सुरक्षा नहीं दे पाई ये सरकार, उसके साथ साथ में लेकिन अशोक गहलोत ने जो महिलाओं को दिया, यानी कि जो है सिलेंडर की बात की जाए, 500 रुपये में सिलेंडर दिया, उसके साथ साथ में कई योजनाएं कि उनका जो है फ्री मोबाइल दिया अशोक गहलोत ने, उसके साथ साथ में बच्चियां थी उनको पढ़ाने के लिए उन्होंने अलग से पैसा दिया और जो है लैपटॉप की घोषणा की, स्कूटी बांटी। तो ये कहीं ना कहीं जो महिलाओं, क्योंकि महिला जो होती है परिवार का मुखिया होती है और उसका जो वोट होता है एक तरह से पूरे परिवार का वोट माना जाता है। तो महिला वोटरों ने ही ये जो राजस्थान में जो रिवाज बदलने की जो शुरुआत की है, कहीं ना कहीं ये माना जा रहा है कि राजस्थान में रिवाज बदल सकता है। तो ये जो अभी चल रहा है, इस वक्त जो चल रहा है, तो कहीं ना कहीं राजस्थान में जो ये चुनाव फंसा हुआ है उसका सबसे बड़ा कारण है महिला वोटर। तो महिला वोटरों ने जो साइलेंट वोट दिया है, यानी कि सरकार को उन्होंने रिपीट करने का जो है ये मन बना लिया है। और ये तमाम जो बड़े एनालिसिस भी इस बात को मान रहे हैं कि महिला वोटरों ने जो इस बार जो सरकार बदलने का मन बनाया, तो ये सबसे बड़ा जो है ये जो वोटर का जो ये पूरा तबका है।
चाहता हूं आपको रोकना पड़ेगा क्योंकि कुछ और विषय भी है। बहुत बढ़िया रिपोर्टिंग की आपने, जबरदस्त आपने विजुअल्स दिखाए, आपने तमाम लोगों से बात की। मैं दिन भर आपके पास आऊंगा, बट कमिंग बैक टू दिस वुमेन फैक्टर बिकॉज आई नीड टू मूव ऑन टू द सॉफ्ट फैक्टर. Ajit, you will have the last word. Tell me.
So the point here is that, you know, when we talk of the women vote, the key word here is empowerment.
Correct.
And that is not just education, it is also food on the plate, right? So when we talk of giving them soaps,
okay,
then you are also ensuring that the family eats well, and that's why it's important for women.
Okay, wonderful. Now Shalini, can you play the other soft factor? Can we remove this? Can we play the soft factor, Shalini? Let's go to the soft factor. What are we talking about when we talk about the soft? The welfare factor. This is the most important thing, the welfare factor. Is this election welfare versus welfare? Is it welfare versus welfare politics? Is it Labharti versus Revidi politics? Is it, as I said, SOP the new vote winner? Is SOP the new vote winner? Is it the new category? Seen as a key factor influencing the voters, party use SOP to garner support. And most important of all, populist policies, they get traction in all states. They got traction in all states. Seen as key factor influencing the voters. So SOP is very, very important. Party use SOP to garner support. They make your life easy. A lot of people say, Brijesh, SOP is like a bribe.
Well, it does come at a cost of economic ruin. There is no denying the fact. But then, there are certain realities you can't wish away.
Okay.
And the fact of the matter is that, the OPS factor, the old pension scheme in Himachal was a key turning point. So much so that the BJP was rattled to parade all the economic data to convince that, what Congress is doing is Congress is indulging in ruinous economic political policies. The fact is that all political parties are aware of the fact, and when it comes to election, they know that it's a sure shot clincher as far as whether it's an assembly election or whether it is assembly elections. The fact is, Karthikeya, the parties have gone to a level where now forget the SOPs that that you will get cylinders at a subsidized rate, which I can still understand. It keeps people fed. But the fact is now parties have gone to a level where they are promising now that if we get elected, we will take you to Ayodhya and get you
I'll just come to you. I'll just come to you. Deshdeep Saxena is also waiting very patiently. Mr. Saxena, are SOP bribe or is SOP necessary to the poor of this country? But how come SOP has become so important? Indra ji ka bhi 20 Sutri program hota tha, but suddenly SOP has acquired a new life. Mr. Saxena.
SOP has become very important for them because they have not been able to showcase their achievements. Like, if we talk about Madhya Pradesh, BJP has been in power in Madhya Pradesh for last how many years? 18 and a half years, except 1.5 year of Kamal Nath government. I would have been very happy if Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, he was telling us about what all he has achieved. He has been there as Chief Minister for last 16 and a half years. So what are his achievements? Why SOP has become important? Why Ladli Behna has become important? Because of this. Because what I think it is a shortcut to success. rightly, you started this program talking about how important this women factor has become. Then Mr. Ajit and Brijesh ji, they use the right word, vote bank. Women is the latest vote bank in India. I think after Indian politics reached a saturation point in case of scheduled caste, appeasing scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, Hindu-Muslim, though it is still going on, but minority. Now women is the latest vote bank. Everybody is trying to appease women. And see the irony. All these sections, they are one of the most vulnerable sections of the society, including women. And then you start appeasing them. We'll do this, we'll do that. Now in Madhya Pradesh again, Ladli Behna Yojana, 1,000 rupees in cash. Then it was increased to 1,250, then 1,500. He wants to take it up to 3,000 rupees per month. And then looking back to Madhya Pradesh economy, Madhya Pradesh budget is 3,14,000 crore. And the debt on Madhya Pradesh is 3,60,000 crore. Every 3 months, they are taking 10,000 crore loan from the market. I hope, this the process of this appeasing women or making them the latest vote bank, it would not end up like, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and this minority thing. See the condition of scheduled caste. After spending so much, scheduled tribe, after spending so much, so many constitutional provisions for them, what are their conditions? I suppose they continue to live in the same, almost in the same state, whether it is Bastar in Chhattisgarh or Dhar, Jhabua and the Shiopur
There's
region
also a
in
counterpoint.
Madhya Pradesh.
A lot of people say that, SOPs let people stay in poverty. That was the biggest critique of Narega. Even Prime Minister Narendra Modi, when he was the PM candidate, criticized Narega. Though it's a different story, Bharatiya Janata Party adopted it. But nonetheless, we have kept it. These are the 5 points we kept it purposely. That is SOP pro-poor or is it pro-poverty in the sense that, you can continue in that stupor, you get that money, you don't, it's not, you don't end up creating capital, you don't end up creating infrastructure, you don't end up being mobile, which is essential in any capitalist enterprise. And moral hazard, it's like even if you don't work, you'll be taken care of, though it's pretty debatable. Labharti versus Revdi, because it's a political language. SOP, physical impact of it, boss, who pays for it in this country? Only 6 crore people are paying taxes. And well, a lot of other people can say everyone is paying taxes because you have indirect taxes, but there are some people who pay both indirect and direct taxes. Someone needs to account for that and seen as responsible for high expenditure. So that's the physical. There's a financial imperative, increased financial burden on the state. And more than that, state already weak when it comes to physical health. You look at states like West Bengal, you look at states like Rajasthan, you look at the economy of Northeast. Unless and until they have the financial pipeline on from the center and with the GST architecture in place, the finance ministry at the level of the state have no power anymore. In fact, their urban development ministry has more resources and power than the Ministry of Finance. So welfareism is an issue. And then let me come back to Labharti versus Revdi. Labharti versus Revdi. Prime Minister Modi often targets opposition over poll SOPs. Funds spent on freebies can be used to create jobs. Aim should be to help most vulnerable section. But the issue is, lot of people say, आप देंगे तो वो है लाभार्थी, हम देंगे तो आप कहते हो रेवड़ी, और जो पिछली प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई कैबिनेट की, that was dole. Ajit.
Right. So the thing that PM Modi has done with this Labharti versus Revdi is that he has turned the whole thing from the Indira Gandhi 10-point program to making it a right. So now people are feeling that we are entitled to get this from being giving out as a dole, right? So that is that fundamental thought process.
Entitleism?
Yes, that's
entitleism.
Exactly, and that's why everyone is latching on to it.
Okay, another thing. See, I disagree with this whole language which is being used, calling it SOPs, calling it bribes. I believe
no one called it a bribe. I said people
bribe in not in exact
people say you are trying to bribe a voter. It's one of the narratives, competing narratives.
It is one of the narratives. I completely disagree with it.
Fair enough.
Politics is about trying to get support for yourself. trying to influence people, trying to influence the voters to vote in your favor or the favor of the party. Now coming to this Labharti versus Revdi language which is being used. Now who is a Labharti? Somebody who is a beneficiary. Who is a beneficiary of a policy which is framed by the government in power or the political party which promises to come to power. Whereas Revdi is something called a free sop. Suppose a political party says that you vote for us, we are going to give you color TVs, we are going to give you pressure cookers.
But hasn't that happened in Tamil Nadu?
Of course, it's happened. It's happening everywhere.
It's a staple diet of election, boss.
It is happening everywhere. Now, that doesn't mean you can stop political parties from doing that. How do you fight elections? It's very easy for us to sit in the studio and say that, oh, we should be fighting on how to, promote the policies we are talking about. See, it's got to be an emotional connect.
Don't hate me for this, Ashok. Again, we have got some fresh bites. Let them play out.
राजस्थान में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को यहाँ की जनता पूरा आशीर्वाद देने वाली है। इस तरह के समाचार हमें पूरे राजस्थान से प्राप्त हुए हैं और भारी प्रचंड बहुमत से भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतने वाली है। आज की तैयारी ये है कि हमारे सभी कार्यकर्ता आज आने वाले हैं, हजारों कार्यकर्ता, और अब कुछ ही समय रह गया है कांग्रेस को यहाँ से वापस जाने का। कांग्रेस अपनी जाने की तैयारी कर रही है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी जश्न का माहौल है, एक आश्वस्त है पूरी तरह से, कार्यकर्ता भी पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त है। जिस तरह का वातावरण देखा है उससे लगता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पूरा प्रचंड बहुमत मिले।
मैं अच्छा देखता हूँ, ये लोकतंत्र का महापर्व है और इस पर्व में जनता ने इस बार भागीदारी भी बहुत बढ़ चढ़ के ली। माता बहनों ने भागीदारी बहुत बढ़ के ली, ये हमारे लिए प्रसन्नता की बात है। और हम मानते हैं कि मतदान ज़्यादा हुआ है और अकेले हम नहीं मानते, अब तो एग्जिट पोल मानता है, आप मानते हो, मीडिया जगत मानता है, जनता भी मानती है कि सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बनने जा रही है। चंद घंटों की बात है, ये सिर्फ मनोबल बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और कुछ नहीं है। जब समय रहते उन पर विधायक थी तब तो संभाल नहीं पाए, निर्धारित है वही है, कोई बदलाव नहीं।
देखिए, लगभग सभी बड़े एग्जिट पोलों ने राजस्थान में कांग्रेस की सरकार बनाई है और मैं आज आपको पूरे जिम्मेदारी और विश्वास से कह रहा हूं कि कुछ ही घंटों बाद एग्जैक्ट पोलों में एग्जिट पोलों से बड़े बहुमत से कांग्रेस की सरकार यहां पर बनने जा रही है, क्योंकि लोगों ने इस बार पॉजिटिव एजेंडा पर वोट दिया है। लोगों ने वोट दिया 50 लाख के हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पर, लोगों ने, राजस्थान के वासियों ने वोट दिया 400 रुपये के सिलेंडर पर, राजस्थान की महिलाओं ने वोट दिया 10,000 रुपये सालाना जो घर की हर महिला मुखिया को मिलेंगे उस पर, स्टूडेंट्स ने वोट दिया है फ्री लैपटॉप के लिए, मिडिल क्लास ने वोट दिया है अंग्रेजी माध्यम की बच्चों की मुफ्त शिक्षा के लिए। तो ये एक पॉजिटिव एजेंडा पर जिस तरह से वोटिंग हुई है शहरों में, गांवों में, ढाणियों में, राजस्थान में इस बार रिवाज को बदलते हुए राज वही रहेगा, रिवाज बदलने वाला है। 3-4 घंटे की बात और है।
Interested MLAs, their agents are ready and they are at the counting center. They will be there till the final counting is over and results are announced. As per survey itself, it is up to 75, but we feel it is more than 75, from 75 to 95. BRS party may be having 15 to 20 and BJP may be about 6 to 7.
भगवान श्री महाकाल हमारे पालनहार और हम सबके स्वामी है, प्रभु के श्री चरणों में नमन करके मध्य प्रदेश की खुशहाली के लिए कमलनाथ और कांग्रेस की सरकार बने और मुझे तराना विधानसभा से परिवारजनों और भगवान महाकाल का आशीर्वाद बने और मेरे विधानसभा क्षेत्र तराना और भगवान महाकाल के क्षेत्र का हम सब मिलकर उनके आशीर्वाद से पूरे उज्जैन और पूरे मध्य प्रदेश की सेवा करने का आशीर्वाद भगवान से मांगा है और मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है बाबा महाकाल कृपा से कमलनाथ जी की सरकार बनेगी, कांग्रेस की सरकार बनेगी और मुझे भगवान महाकाल और जनता का आशीर्वाद मिलेगा और मध्य प्रदेश खुशहाली की ओर बढ़ेगा, मध्य प्रदेश की सेवा करेंगे। जय श्री महाकाल।
होगी, चौतरफा कमल खिलेंगे। मोदी जी के प्रति जो अगाध श्रद्धा मध्य प्रदेश की और भरोसा मध्य प्रदेश की जनता जनार्दन का है, और मोदी जी के मन में जो मध्य प्रदेश का डेवलपमेंट है और शिवराज जी का परिश्रम और शिवराज जी का परिश्रम की पराकाष्ठा जिस तरह का शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी ने किया है और लाडली बहना ने जो चमत्कार दिखाया है, कमल ही कमल खिलता नजर आएगा।
जो 5 स्टेट के चुनाव हुए हैं, वो पांचों के स्टेट के चुनाव में आप वहां के लोगों से अगर वार्ता करेंगे, जो वहां के लोगों की बात आ रही है, तो निश्चित तौर से कांग्रेस का हमेशा पलड़ा वहां भारी मजबूती के साथ खड़ा है। और वोटिंग के दिन से लेकर और काउंटिंग तक निश्चित तौर से कांग्रेस मजबूती के साथ 5 की 5 स्टेट जीत रही है। 4 का परिणाम जो कल आएगा दिखेगा, 4-0 रहेगा और अगले दिन भी चीजें मजबूत रहेंगी। और 4-0 से कांग्रेस जो है वहां चुनाव जीत रही है। 0 रहेगी भारतीय जनता पार्टी, 4 पे रहेगी कांग्रेस और थम्पिंग मेजोरिटी से हम रहेंगे, हल्के फुल्के मेजोरिटी नहीं रहेगी। थम्पिंग मेजोरिटी के साथ, चाहे मध्य प्रदेश हो, चाहे तेलंगाना हो, चाहे राजस्थान हो, चाहे छत्तीसगढ़ हो, 4 की 4 हम जीतेंगे। देखिए, मैं आपको बता दूं, भाजपा तो उसी दिन चुनाव हार गई जिस दिन इन्होंने अपने बड़े नेताओं को मध्य प्रदेश में उतार दिया, जिस दिन बड़े नेताओं को राजस्थान में उतार दिया। अब ये बताओ, भारत सरकार के मंत्री, चाहे वो नरेंद्र तोमर हो, चाहे ये इंदौर वाले जो हैं विजय वर्गीय हो, इन सब लोगों को चुनाव में उतारने का क्या मतलब? इसका मतलब है कि आपके पास लोकल लीडरशिप रह नहीं गई, आपके पास लोकल कोई भी मजबूत आदमी आपके पास नहीं रह गया। और वही हाल राजस्थान में है। आपने देखा होगा, कई दिन तो वो राठौड़ जो थे अपनी कंस्टिट्यूंसी में घूम नहीं पाए। मंत्री थे ना पहले, क्या नाम है उनका, मैं नाम भूल रहा हूं, कोई राजवर्धन राठौर, सोचिए नाम नहीं याद है हम लोगों को, तो आप समझ सकते हैं। तो ऐसे लोगों को इन्होंने उतारा, तो जनता ने तो बहुत दिन को घूमने नहीं दिया, काले झंडे दिखाए, इनके लोगों ने काले झंडे दिखाए, तो उसी दिन से चुनाव उनका नहीं खड़ा हो पाया। तो चुनाव जीतने की बात छोड़ दीजिए, चुनाव तो लड़ ही नहीं पा रहे हैं। तो निश्चित तौर से आप देखिएगा कल सुफड़ा साफ हो जाएगा। 11-12 बजे बसते तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी में के जो है लोग घर चले जाएंगे।
So before I go across to Ravi Mishra, our correspondent in Rajasthan, who's standing in front of Mr. Galot's residence, the Chief Minister of the state, let me go across to my colleague Mohammad Jilani. Jilani, stake your bet. Rajasthan,
Sorry?
BJP or Congress?
I think BJP will win the Rajasthan.
Madhya Pradesh?
Madhya Pradesh is BJP.
Chhattisgarh?
Chhattisgarh is Congress and Telangana is Congress.
Telangana is Congress. दो में बांट दिया। Ravi, am I audible to you? मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको रवि?
Yes, of course, Karthik.
So you are standing bang in front
बिल्कुल आ
of
रही
the
है,
ground
please.
zero. So भाई tell me what's happening out there. वहां लोग हैं या मुदनी छाई हुई है अभी?
नहीं, देखिए कार्तिक, स्टिल पीपल आर वेटिंग फॉर द इनिशियल ट्रेंड्स। जो शुरुआती ट्रेंड्स हैं उनका हम इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं। और अभी हम गहलोत यानी मुख्यमंत्री के निवास के बाहर हैं, सिविल लाइंस का इलाका है। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि शुरुआती रुझान के जिसकी बात कर रहे हैं वो पोस्टल बैलेट्स के रुझान होंगे, फिर 8:30 बजे EVM ओपन होगा और उससे एक्चुअल वोट्स के रुझान भी आने शुरू हो जाएंगे। सबसे दिलचस्प बात यह है कि गहलोत बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट रहे। कल की बात की जाए, कल भी जब वॉर रूम में गए तो बड़े ही विश्वास के साथ उन्होंने कहा कि हम वापस आ रहे हैं, जीत रहे हैं। और एक टर्म वो लगातार यूज़ कर रहे हैं कि रिवाज बदलेगा। यहाँ पर रिवाज यानी कि जो एक ट्रेंड रहा है राजस्थान में कि एक बार कांग्रेस, एक बार बीजेपी, एक बार कांग्रेस, एक बार बीजेपी, वो इस बार टूटने वाला है। अब उनके इस विश्वास का आधार क्या है, ये तो 10 बजे 11 बजे के बाद थोड़ा बहुत पता चलने लगेगा। लेकिन हाँ, इतना ज़रूर है कि गहलोत ने कुछ योजनाओं के भरोसे इस चुनाव में बड़ा दांव खेला है। आपको याद होगा कि जो सिलेंडर को लेकर या बिजली को लेकर जो नीतियां रही हैं सरकार की, लोक लुभावन, पॉपुलिस्ट जो उनकी पॉलिसीज रही हैं, उसके दम पर उनको उम्मीद है कि एक महिलाओं का बड़ा वोट बैंक उन्होंने अपने लिए क्रिएट किया है। अब ये वोट बैंक जो मतदान हुआ उसमें हमने देखा कि महिलाओं ने उनका वोट प्रतिशत ज़्यादा रहा। तो अब ये आज दिख जाएगा कुछ समय बाद, कुछ घंटों बाद, कि वाकई में वो वोट बैंक क्रिएट हुआ और वो गहलोत के साथ गया कि नहीं गया। अब दूसरी तरफ एक चीज़ है जहाँ पे हम देख रहे हैं कि एक तो डिवाइसिव बिल्कुल सिचुएशन है कि डिसाइडिंग सिचुएशन है कि या तो बीजेपी आती है या तो कांग्रेस आती है। एक मिडिल ग्राउंड की भी यहाँ बात हो रही है कि ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि गहलोत को जादूगर कहा जाता है तो उनका जादू न चल पाए और जो 100 का यानी कि 100 का जो मैजिकल आंकड़ा है वो छूने से कांग्रेस कुछ पीछे रह जाए, और यही स्थिति, यही सिचुएशन बीजेपी के भी साथ हो सकती है। तो इन दोनों स्थितियों में यहाँ के जो देखा जाए जो लीडरशिप है, चाहे गहलोत की बात करें या वसुंधरा राजे की, कल से ही थोड़ी एक्सरसाइज बढ़ी है। और वो एक्सरसाइज क्या है, जो निर्दलीय उम्मीदवार हैं उनसे कांटेक्ट करना, उनको साधना, अभी से ही ये तैयारियां शुरू हो गई हैं। अब यहाँ रिजॉर्ट पॉलिटिक्स की भी बात की जा रही है कि उसकी भी तैयारी शुरू हो गई कि अगर कोई सिचुएशन होती है तो कैसे अपने अपने विधायकों को सिक्योर किया जाएगा। वसुंधरा राजे की बात करें तो बीजेपी ने एक तरीके से फ्री हैंड दे रखा है कि आप अपने समर्थक निर्दलीय जो उम्मीदवार मैदान में हैं उनसे सीधे संपर्क करिए। आपको ध्यान होगा कि एक वीडियो भी वायरल हो रहा था जिसमें वो अपने समर्थक उम्मीदवार से सीधे तौर पे बातचीत कर रही थी और वो कह रहे थे कि हम तो सर्टिफिकेट लेकर ही आएंगे आपके पास। तो उन्होंने कहा कि हाँ, मिलके हम काम करेंगे। तो ये दिख रहा है कि अगर ऐसी कोई सिचुएशन होती है कि बीजेपी कुछ शॉर्ट पड़ जाती है, कुछ कम पड़ जाती है, शॉर्ट पड़ती है, तो उस स्थिति में कुछ महत्वपूर्ण नंबर जुटाने का काम वसुंधरा राजे ने शुरू कर दिया है। अभी से ही उसके लिए ग्राउंड तैयार कर रही है। यही सिचुएशन हम गहलोत के भी केस में देख रहे हैं। आपको एक महत्वपूर्ण बयान को ध्यान देना होगा। उनका एक स्टेटमेंट आया था कि उसमें वो साफ तौर पे ये कह रहे थे कि पूरे राजस्थान में मेरे नाम पे चुनाव हो रहा है, जबकि सचिन पायलट ने भी उसका काउंटर देते हुए कह दिया कि नहीं, ये कांग्रेस के नाम पर, कांग्रेस के लिए वोटर है, कांग्रेस की पार्टी की तरफ से हम सब जनता से समर्थन हमने मांगा है। तो एक लकीर यहां पे भी दिख रही है कि गहलोत ये चाह रहे हैं कि जीते तो पूरा क्रेडिट उनको मिले, और सचिन पायलट ने भी एक अंडरलाइन कर दिया है कि अगर जीत मिलती भी है तो ये पार्टी की जीत होगी, किसी चेहरे की जीत नहीं होगी। बहरहाल ये सारी बातें अब तो पहले की है। राइट नाउ अभी सिचुएशन ये है कि गहलोत साहब अंदर हैं और वो भी इंतजार कर रहे हैं शुरुआती ट्रेंड का। मुझे लगता है कि 10 बजे तक का इंतजार करना होगा, तब तक जो पिक्चर है वो बहुत क्लियर होने लगेगी कार्तिक, और ये समझ में आने लगेगा कि जो मतदाता है राजस्थान का, उसने किसके पक्ष में इस बार वोट किया है। कार्तिक,
my colleague Brijesh has a question for you.
Ravi, Brijesh this side. I just wanted to ask you one thing. I mean, you are there in Rajasthan, bang outside Chief Minister's residence. When it comes to BJP, because we have been discussing what you have very explained in great detail about what makes Gehlot tick, or what makes what makes Congress think that they are going to get back in power. What about the Vasundhara Raje factor? Did you had a chance to talk to people about what kind of role is she going to play? If the BJP wins majority, is there a chatter on the ground that this could be end of Vasundhara Raje? Or are we to see that even if BJP wins power or comes back to power in great majority, Vasundhara Raje will be the dominant factor?
Before I allow Ravi to come in, I really want to tell you, come in context of Vasundhara. I think my take is that Vasundhara was not someone who was supposed to be there. The Bharatiya Janata Party's high command or the center could not do away with her. Isn't that, Ashok?
Yeah, actually initially when the ticket distribution and the whole conversation around Rajasthan election started, there was hardly any whisper as to what role Vasundhara Raje is going to play. Now she's been probably the tallest leader after Bhairav Singh Shekhawat in the state, and she was suddenly cut off from the conversation and the discussions on the state. But you see, this woman has such a looming presence, and she's proved herself in the past. She's shown her popularity with women voters, and she's also shown that she can deliver. So the Bharatiya Janata Party probably thought that it would not be a wise move to eliminate her from the conversation around the state, especially when they are fighting a very crucial election in the state, and especially after they learned their lesson from Karnataka elections, where they tried to sideline the senior BJP leaders.
Okay, you know, we had lost that connection with Ravi. Brijesh, you can just ask him that question again. You know, he's back with us.
Ravi, Brijesh this side. I just wanted to ask you about the Vasundhara Raje factor, because you know she was initially sidelined, and then again, you know, the BJP top brass realized, and she was brought in, but not 100%. So, do you see Vasundhara Raje playing spoil sport for the BJP if she is not, you know, accorded the top status? What is chatter on the ground?
Okay. If we draw a line in the context of Vasundhara Raje, we can see it in the context of pre-exit poll trends and after exit poll trends. Pre-exit poll trends, of course.
I think there's a bit of a line problem when it comes to him. So, you know, we were talking about the soft factor. Now I'm going to talk about the caste factor. We will go back to Ravi once we are able to establish a line. So, what is the caste issue? Is it Mandal 2.0 when it comes to caste census? The Rohini Commission of Uttar Pradesh, which Yogi Adityanath had been talking about. Is it Mandal versus Kamandal? Is it going to happen? Is it Mandal inside Kamandal or Kamandal inside Mandal? That's a point of debate. Is it OBC versus rest, in the sense because most of the chief ministers are OBC chief ministers? And end of it, is it going to create a reform roadblock? Most of the years spent under Manmohan Singh and Atal Bihari Vajpayee were reform economies. But those reform economies ended with a new language of welfareism, OBC-led politics started. Ajit.
So, you know, so the context should be given in more in, you know, in the thought process of whether this is about assembly elections or the national elections. So, if you were talking about assembly elections, I think the caste factor is very important, because people want a certain pie, you know, as far as that, you know, their, you know, share in the power sector. But when it comes to center, they think differently, is my thought process. So that's why when we talk about Mandal 2.0, I think this is something which will play out, particularly if the Congress were to do well this time, right? So if they were to do well, I think it will become one of the key talking points in 2024.
Okay, and let me take you through some of the graphic points. Then I'll throw it to Kabir, who is ready with his Twitter deck, social media deck, and subsequently he'll be showing us the maps also. Let us put the talking points on here. Let us put all the talking points on here in the caste factor. So these are the talking points. Let's put the graphics. Bid to reshape political dynamics. Mandal 2.0. What is 2.0? It's the caste census. जिसकी जितनी भागीदारी उसकी उतनी हिस्सेदारी. This is the line which has been used by Rahul Gandhi. That's one. Bid to reshape political dynamics. How? Because this was something which Kanshi Ram used to say, that if pen is the Indian politics, I want to use it like this. I want to make it horizontal. I want to do away with the vertical principle. Or Sasopa politics, which was started by Ram Manohar Lohia. So, bid to reshape our politics. Modi government resists a new caste census. There is a reason. Even the Congress government did it in Karnataka. It's doing so in Karnataka, the commission. So, it's both ways. The pressure is both ways, because there are some communities who do not want to be quote unquote reorganized in terms of number, because you get reorganized. You want to say something?
Yeah, that's true. But at the end of the day, you know, as far as a poll plank, caste census, Mandal 2.0 will make more impact if the Congress were to do well.
Do you think, Jilani, caste census is a counter to Hindutva, or Hindutva is immune to it now?
I think if
there is a subaltern Hindutva.
See, for BJP, opposing caste census is obviously because they don't want to alter their Hindutva dynamics, right? Why we are calling it Mandal 2.0 is what we saw in 90s, what happened after the VP commission, after the Mandal commission was implemented. The entire political landscape was changed, and all the leaders that came up, Lalu Prasad Yadav, Nitish Kumar, they came out of Mandal. You know, if caste census demand is, you know, as you said, Bihar, it started with Bihar, and Rahul Gandhi is talking about a national caste census. So it will obviously have implications in the states as well. You know, Rajasthan, they have promised caste census in Rajasthan also. You know, other states are also talking about it. But again, we come to the same point. Congress had a caste census done it, but they did not implement it.
There's a slight difference, and I would just beg to differ from you. Most of these political leaders were birthed between 1975 to 1977. Most of them became, people actually forget that they became MLAs when Janta government came into power. There were a lot of state governments which came into power. They came on their own or became their own masters after 1989 because Chaudhry Charan Singh had died by then. Ajit Singh was not accepted by then. VP Singh lost his mojo by 1991 because assassination of Rajiv Gandhi and Narasimha Rao government came in. So the satrapization of the so-called Samajwadi politics took place, which used to be subsumed under a word called, which a lot of people would know, Ajgar, which was coined by former Prime Minister Chaudhry Charan Singh. Now let's move to Rohini Commission. So Rohini Commission is about creamy layer. It's about a smaller OBC within the dominant OBC. Brijesh, do you tell me, can implementation of Rohini Commission do something which UPA could not do when they were talking about creamy layer when Arjun Singh had introduced it?
Well, it can, and you know, if
it
you
can?
look at, yes, it can, and then if you look at the politics of BJP also, you know, it has been very meticulous about which OBC to target and which OBC to leave. Their starting point was Yadav minus OBC.
Correct.
So I'm not saying that it's a creamy layer, but they have been very, very methodical in their approach that my OBC is going to be Yadav minus OBC, effectively taking care of the fact that they get a large pie of the entire chunk and doing away with
Apna Tera.
Huh?
Apna Tera.
Apna Tera. And now with this creamy layer thing is because there is a lot of dissent within the OBC and the scheduled caste also, that only like the Yadavs, the Kurmis, they are the one who have taken benefit out of this OBC reservation, but it is not percolated down to the poorest of poor. And there is a massive schism which exists, and BJP would love to take advantage of that. That is why initially it started with resisting this, but now they have embraced it because they have realized there is no doing away with it. So Rohini Commission report is being seen as a counter weapon to the mandalization or the big factor on which the entire opposition politics is banking now.
Okay.
Now there's another thing. As far as the creamy layer idea is concerned, it actually has the backing of the Supreme Court of India. The Supreme Court of India is very clear that if you are going to give reservations to OBCs in government jobs and educational institutions, it better be based on the economic status. There has to be weeding out of the prosperous OBCs. Now this is a perpetual problem which has been not only with the OBCs, even with the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes. Now let's take the example of the Meenas in Rajasthan. They are a scheduled tribe community, but majority of the scheduled tribe seats in government institutions, government jobs or educational institutions are taken away by Meenas. Now there is a time, now it definitely is there is a need to weed out the prosperous of the reserved categories, whether it's the OBCs, the scheduled castes, or the scheduled tribes. I really don't know
whether it's going to be implemented or not. Even Baba Saheb Ambedkar said that the quotas have to be done away after 10 years. I am joined by my colleague Kabir Naqvi. It's 10 minutes of break for me because I've been standing. Kabir I'll be walking across to Brijesh. I'll be sitting there for 10 minutes going through my notes. Kabir, you take us to what is happening on social media. What are people saying?
No, absolutely. A very good morning to you, to all my colleagues here in the studio as well, and to all the viewers that are tuning into News9 Live. Karthik, it's interesting that today we began the broadcast with, the women voter, the women factor. Because if Vasudev Kutumbakam and those ideals are anything to go by, it's not women empowerment, but women-led empowerment as well. But this time around, these 5 states, a lot of young voters out there, a lot of youth out there as well. And how does the youth actually consume news these days? Well, it is going to be social media. Now essentially the thing is that we're going to be looking at various social media platforms as well. This time around, Twitter, X, formerly known as Twitter, and I'm going to take the viewers through Instagram and Facebook over the next couple of segments as well. But it's interesting to note here that, I'll just take you through some of those visuals that are now coming across. It is almost about 8 a.m., still early in the morning, and all those strong rooms, as you can see over here, take a look at that. In Chhattisgarh, strong room in Surguja has been unlocked. Visuals coming across from there. Right up top here, it says Madhya Pradesh strong room in Indore unlocked in the presence of counting officials. And take a look at this. Laddus have been brought into the Congress headquarters in Delhi. So all those things, visuals that you would normally see after the election results are in, all of that is happening before the strong rooms have even opened up. Firecrackers are being burst, and these laddus, really yummy looking laddus over here to the bottom of the screen, they've been brought into the Congress headquarters. Now, if social media banter is anything that people are interested in, Amit Malviya is one handle that one has to look at for sure. And Amit Malviya, late last night, I was reading it out to myself when I was in bed as well. It says, the Congress is reeling under the unexpected projection of the exit polls, facing potential loss in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, with a tenuous showing in Chhattisgarh. Mind you, all of this is happening midnight, 12 a.m. The optimism in Telangana is the only saving grace. So there is some sort of conceding that's happening over here also. However, the party alleges that its MLAs are being lured away. This raises questions about their allegations to the Congress leadership, as some may interpret their vulnerability as lack of commitment or susceptibility to financial inducements. People were already talking about how on the day of election, the narrative is going to be changed. It's going to be spurned by the BJP if things don't essentially go in their favor. Meanwhile, another interesting thing to note about is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's handle as well. Do pay heed to this. The first tweet, which is about 20 minutes ago, is of the Prime Minister, and he's not worried about the elections right now. He's saying Dr. Rajendra Prasad's profound wisdom and steadfast leadership during pivotal moments in our history are a source of great pride. His endeavors as a champion of democracy and unity continue to resonate across generations. Tributes to him on his birth anniversary. So Dr. Rajendra Prasad's birth anniversary today as well, ladies and gentlemen. The Prime Minister remembered it, if in case all of you all did not. Now, it's important to note again, memes. Memes is another way of communicating in 2023, and in the run-up to 2024, it's going to be even important to take a look at how the meme game is changing. Now, Rahul Gandhi's pinned tweet since the 18th of July has been the same. It says, Bharat Jodega, India Jeetega. On the other hand, BJP's main social media and X profile says, the pinned meme is, Inko aata hi nahi hai, इनसे होता ही नहीं है, with a gif of Rahul Gandhi that has been pinned yesterday. Many would say, has it been done strategically or not? That's going to be a big question, because it was pinned yesterday, just a day before the elections. Meanwhile, this is the latest that we're picking up, Kartikeya, on ANI, on X. Next time around, it's going to be Instagram and Facebook, bringing you quirky updates on what's happening on the social media front over there, Karthik.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kabir. But you stay there. You stay there with me for some time. And now, the ballots, it's 8 a.m. 8 a.m. means that the ballots are being opened. I use the word ballot, well, it's EVM. EVMs are being opened. So very soon we're going to show you the photographs of EVMs being opened. And then the counting is going to start. The counting is generally the first half an hour, 45 minutes is of a different nature. But the real picture will start to emerge after some time. And I'll be joined by Sunny Sebastian, I'll be joined by Abhilash Khandekar, I'll be joined by Avdesh Kumar Malik, Sai Shekhar, senior journalist from Telangana. I'll also be joined by Mahima Singh, spokesperson, Congress Party. But before that, let me play out some important bites that have come in morning on the election. Let me play them out for you.
तो मैं तो पहले राजस्थान के बारे में अगर बताऊं तो राजस्थान को मैं पहले ही बताया था। आपका भी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव, एएनआई का जो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव है, उधर भी मेरे मुलाकात बहुत बार हुआ था। एएनआई को भी मैंने बताया था, बाकी सब लोगों को भी बताया था, राजस्थान में हम शानदार जीत हासिल कर रहे हैं। तो अभी तो आपका एग्जिट पोल भी वही दिखा रहे हैं, और मुझे पहले से भी मेरा विश्वास था, आज भी विश्वास है, राजस्थान में हम बहुत बड़ी मार्जिन से जीत रहे हैं। और बाकी मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़ में भी हमारा परफॉर्म, मध्य प्रदेश में तो उधर भी अच्छा, बहुत बढ़िया जीत होगा। छत्तीसगढ़ में ऑफ कोर्स टाइट फाइट है, लेकिन विल फॉर्म द गवर्नमेंट इन छत्तीसगढ़। इससे कोई इशू ही नहीं है जी, ये तो अननेसेसरली, वो तो उन लोगों का प्रॉब्लम है। वो तो जब वो हारने की स्थिति में पहुंच जाते हैं, वो तो ईवीएम को और चुनाव आयोग को ऐसे उनके ऊपर इल्जाम लगाने का उनका एक, और बीजेपी को, रिसोर्ट पॉलिटिक्स को, जब अपने घर आप ठीक नहीं रखते हो तो बाद में बाकी, क्योंकि अपने आप का जो वीकनेस है वो स्वीकारते नहीं है, वो करेक्टिव मेजर्स नहीं करते, बाद में अपने ऊपर बीजेपी के ऊपर आरोप करते हैं।
देखिए, ये टेंटेटिव नतीजे हैं और मैं इस पे बहुत ज्यादा बिलीव नहीं करता। 5-6 सर्वे हुए हैं, सबके नतीजे अलग अलग हैं, आप खुद सोच लिए, ये तो कल सबको मालूम हो जाएगा क्या होना है।
एक बात आखिरी और कि इंडिया कांग्रेस पार्टी कह रही है कि इन नतीजों के बाद विरोधी पार्टियों को, विपक्षी दलों को एक बड़ी मजबूती मिलने वाली है। इंडिया अलायंस स्ट्रांग होगा, हालांकि विधानसभा चुनाव अलग अलग लड़े, लेकिन इंडिया अलायंस एक बहुत स्ट्रांग उभर के आएगा। आप होपफुल हैं?
बिल्कुल, मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि इंडिया अलायंस ही उभर के आएगा। लोग त्रस्त हो चुके हैं, परेशान हो चुके हैं।
कांग्रेस सरकार बनाएगी, एब्सोल्यूट मेजोरिटी के साथ हम सरकार में आ रहे हैं और ये ग्राउंड रियलिटी बोल रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास ना तो कोई टीम वर्क था, ना कोई लीडरशिप थी। जिस तरह से 5 साल विपक्ष का रोल नजर नहीं आया पूरे स्टेट के अंदर और सरकार की गवर्नेंस नजर आ रही थी। हमारी जो फ्लैगशिप योजनाएं थी पूरे देश में चर्चा का विषय थी। कोरोना का मैनेजमेंट सबसे टॉप हमारा रहा। हमने ओपीएस दिया, बीजेपी रूल स्टेट में कहीं ओपीएस नहीं है। हमने महंगाई कम करने के लिए राहत शिविर लगाए और जिस ढंग से हमारे बजट आए, 5 बजट वो पब्लिक वेलफेयर के थे सारे। और राजस्थान में पिछले 5 साल में हर क्षेत्र में डेवलपमेंट हुआ, चाहे पानी, बिजली, सड़क, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, कोई क्षेत्र छूटा नहीं है। फिर बीजेपी को क्यों मिलेगा बहुमत? ये बार बार जो एक ही उम्मीद के साथ बीजेपी बैठी हुई थी कि एक परिपाटी बनी हुई 30 साल से राजस्थान में कि एक बार कांग्रेस और एक बार बीजेपी, अब की बार रिवाज बदलने वाला। बीजेपी में कोई चेहरा है ही नहीं, 8 आदमी अपने आप को मुख्यमंत्री मान के चल रहे हैं और जब उनके पीछे देखो तो एक आदमी का समर्थन नहीं है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी में जितनी अनुशासनहीनता इस चुनाव में हुई है, जितनी बगावत बीजेपी में हुई है, कांग्रेस तो एक अनुशासित पार्टी के रूप में लड़ी है। हमारे दोनों नेता सचिन पायलट साहब और अशोक गहलोत जी, दोनों ने एकजुट होकर चुनाव लड़ा है, रैलियां की है, पब्लिक मीटिंग्स की है और मैसेज हमारा शानदार था कि कांग्रेस एकजुट होकर लड़ रही है, अनुशासन के साथ लड़ रही है। बीजेपी में 8-9 चेहरे हैं, कोई नेता नहीं है, एक दूसरे को मानने को तैयार नहीं है। तो ऐसी परिस्थिति में कैसे आप मानते हो कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को कोई वोट देगा? होना ही चाहिए उनको एक्टिव, क्योंकि ये जो 8-9 लोग हैं इनमें तो कोई दम नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की हाईकमांड ने वसुंधरा राजे को साइडलाइन किया 5 साल और ये जो छुटभैया नेता थे इनको लेके सामने आए।
जुगाड़ का जनघट जो है वो जनादेश के पनघट की सुशासन की संकल्प को, स्थायित्व के संकल्प को और सरकार की जो स्टेबिलिटी है उसको नुकसान पहुंचाता है। इसलिए हमें पूरा विश्वास है कि जो चारों राज्यों के रिजल्ट आएगा, जनादेश आएगा, वो जुगाड़ का जनघट नहीं बल्कि जनादेश का पनघट साबित होगा।
राजस्थान में भारतीय जनता पार्टी चुनाव जीत रही है बहुत बड़े बहुमत से। कोई इसमें किंतु परंतु है ही नहीं जी। मैं तो फील्ड में रहा हूं पूरा, कोई किंतु परंतु नहीं है। आप देखना, कल जब रिजल्ट आएंगे तब हम आपके बीच में रहेंगे, आप हमें बुलाना। अशोक गहलोत साहब के बयान तो अगर मगर में है ना, आप उनके सारे 2 दिन से बयान उठा के देखो, वो खुद ही कॉन्फिडेंट में नहीं बोल रहे हैं।
रिसोर्ट पॉलिटिक्स शुरू हो गई, रिसोर्ट में शिफ्ट करने के लिए कांग्रेस ने अपने
हम इस पॉलिटिक्स में विश्वास नहीं करते हैं जी। जनता के आशीर्वाद में विश्वास करते हैं और उसी दिशा में हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
मेरा पूरा विश्वास है कि राजस्थान में हमारी सरकार बनने वाली है। मैंने खुद वहां पे बहुत समय बिताया है। मैंने खुद देखा है कि जमीनी सच्चाई क्या है और मेरा पूरा विश्वास है कि कल हमारी सरकार राजस्थान के लोगों का पूरा समर्थन मिलेगा, आशीर्वाद मिलेगा। देखिए, भाजपा से हम विभिन्न प्रकार की बातें हम सुन रहे हैं। अगर उनको इतना ही आत्मविश्वास है अपनी जीत पर, तो इस प्रकार की बेबुनियाद बातें रिजॉर्ट पॉलिटिक्स की क्यों कर रहे हैं? क्यों उनके जो विधानसभा के नेता हैं राठौर जी, उनको क्यों चिट्ठी लिखनी पड़ रही है निर्वाचन आयोग को? तो ये पहले से ही एक बहाना बना रहे हैं। उनमें जो उनके चेहरों पे किसी प्रकार की आत्मविश्वास नहीं झलकती, जबकि आपने देखा कि आदरणीय गहलोत साहब जी हो, आदरणीय डोटासरा जी हो, आदरणीय सचिन पायलट जी हो, पहले दिन से बोल रहे हैं कि पूर्ण बहुमत से हमारी सरकार बनने वाली है।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने
चुनाव प्रचार में भी पूरी ताकत झोंकी और मैं कह सकता हूं कि नतीजे भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में आएंगे, क्योंकि जनता चाहती है डबल इंजन की सरकार, जनता चाहती है विकास। और जहां मैं राजस्थान में खड़ा हूं, यहां तो पिछले 5 वर्षों में महिला अपराध, अराजकता और भ्रष्टाचार इसका ही बोलबाला था और जनता एक तरह से इंतजार कर रही थी कि कब अवसर आएगा, कब भ्रष्ट सरकार से मुक्ति मिलेगी। और जब वोट पड़े तो निश्चित तौर पर जनता ने एक सुशासन वाली, विकास वाली भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार चुनने के लिए वोट किया होगा, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। और कल के नतीजे आने के बाद राजस्थान में फिर कमल खिलने की तैयारी है।
राजस्थान को लेकर के जब चुनाव का पूरा कैंपेन चला है,
initial trends have come. I am also joined by Mahima Singh, spokesperson Congress Party, and the initial trends are coming. With the initial trends are very, very clear, but very, very early as well. The initial trends: 10 seats to BJP, 7 to Congress in Rajasthan. Madhya Pradesh, it's 20-20, and in Chhattisgarh, 10 to Congress, 8 to Bharatiya Janata Party. Early trends for Telangana have not come. Mahima, how do you look at this early picture? Morning.
Jai Hind, good morning. I think it is very clear that Congress's fight for the people is going miles, and it's gonna go. It's taking us the victory way, and I think it's very evident because at the very core, it has been the people's issues, the guarantees that we have been bringing about, whether it is the OPS, whether it is the women interests, whether it is the whatever public welfare issues, we have raised them. Madhya Pradesh was ridden with corruption. Telangana, again, the infrastructure challenges were there. Major issues were being faced by various communities, by women. And I think we have successfully acknowledged those issues. And that's how a democracy functions. While the BJP's contest has been an ego-ridden contest where they have taken people's trust for invincibility, I think it was very clear that the Congress's fight for the people's issues will.
I think that's very well put. But then, if I ask you, are you expecting a sort of a bigger victory as everyone has predicted in Telangana?
I think we are very confident that we have rendered our voice. Our tallest leaders and our leaders from the very ground have raised the issues in the strongest manner across the state of Telangana. And I think that was much required. Voter fatigue was there, Karthikeya. It's been 2 terms that the BRS government, the then TRS and now BRS government has actually, tried to ensure whatever they could, but I think now they had nothing new to offer to the people of Telangana, and somewhere ego was setting in with the incumbent regime there, which is why the people wanted a change. And I think when the Congress started its Bharat Jodo Yatra last year, the issues of the people took the center stage with the Congress leadership. And the last 1 year has been a year of raising those issues at the best possible platforms in the best possible manner, working around conversations to really find out solutions with a solution-oriented approach. And so the guarantees that we projected there have absolutely acknowledged the infrastructure challenges, the unemployment challenges, the below average budget allocations in Telangana. We have actually centered the whole campaign around food security. There was huge MG Narega misappropriation in the state. So I think all these issues, also farmer distress, also state economy was toppling. The corruption was overriding people's interests.
Okay.
I think all of this collectively and
you're saying, Mahima, you are saying the corruption was a factor. You are saying corruption was a factor. I'm also joined by Sai Shekhar from Telangana. Good morning, Sai. How are you?
Good morning. Good, good. Tell me.
So, your final take? Because the numbers for Telangana are not out.
Final take is, we have to wait for 2 p.m. because, the contest is a close call, and both the BRS and Congress have put in all their bets on Telangana, and Congress is the real challenger in Telangana, and against the BRS, which is currently the champion. And let us hope the final results will come. The actual results will come only between 2 and 3, because I presume that about 20 to 25 or even 30 constituencies will have at least only 1,500, 2,000 majorities. So we need to wait until 2 o'clock for a final picture to emerge. And Congress is offered a very stiff opposition and a fierce fight. And all the exit polls, most of the exit polls nationally have given the Congress the edge. What edge? Some people predicted it as an edge, and some people predicted it as a clear victory. And the local, at least 3 local agencies which have been very accurately predicting for the last 3-4 elections have given the BRS very big advantage. So we need. For now, I'm keeping my fingers crossed, and we'll see what best the result would be at the end of 3 p.m.
Pandey this side. I just want to ask you one thing. One of the state which was almost like a given was Telangana. 6 months back, or say 3 months, 4 months back, no analyst worth his salt was willing to put or hedge his bet on Congress. What changed for the Congress in the last 4-5 months? From nobody or from nowhere in the picture to capturing power as per exit polls, which are showing it. What exactly changed for Telangana, if you can tell us, as far as Congress is concerned?
Before responding to your question, I would like to submit to you that the exit polls are on most occasions, more often than not, have gone wrong. The latest.
No, that's absolutely all right. I'm just saying I'm not an advocate for exit polls. They're just indicative figures. I'm taking it as an indicative.
You're
figure.
right.
For the Congress to emerge as a solid or giving trouble to BRS, that was unthinkable 2 months back. So what changed?
I will answer to that question. But before that, in West Bengal, all the exit polls went wrong. Okay. So Congress has emerged because the BJP was seemingly the main challenger for KCR in Telangana since 2019. Ever since they won 4 Lok Sabha seats, and then they won 2 by-elections with the candidates fielded. Candidates imported from the TRS were fielded, and then they won. And then the GHMC polls, the BJP has scored an impressive number, about 48 out of 150, though they were trailing by about 8 to 10 seats behind TRS. But then after Karnataka loss, BJP has suddenly given up. Apparently it has given up and its chips are down. So the Congress actually used the vacuum period of at least 2 months, that is May, June, July, whereas TRS was a bit complacent. I wouldn't say they were ignorant, but they were complacent. So the Congress has actually started gaining there. And Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra is ascribed for posturing by the local Congress leaders. But then Mr. Mallu Bhatti Vikramarka has done a 1,300-kilometer Padayatra, and Revanth Reddy has done a Padayatra. And Revanth Reddy, for all the good or bad he has been known for, he actually has shouldered the responsibility of the Congress and has taken it forward. And, he actually toured the state across and shouldered the responsibility. He did the maximum number of public meetings and road shows as compared to anybody, including the national leaders. And he's become a challenger in that sense. And I don't know why TRS should lose, because...
Okay, Sai, I would just like you to hold your thought for a minute. Sai, I'm really sorry, I have to stop you. Please hold your thought for a minute. I'm joined by Shivang Mathur, our colleague from TV9 Bharatvarsh. Shivang, कांग्रेस ऑफिस के सामने खड़े हैं, आज तो मूड अच्छा होगा, कांटे की लड़ाई चल रही है। शिवांग, अगर आप देखिए, राजस्थान में बीजेपी 21, कांग्रेस 22, मध्य प्रदेश में बीजेपी 51, कांग्रेस 43 बराबर है, और छत्तीसगढ़ में 13 बीजेपी 15 कांग्रेस, टक्कर हो रही है और तेलंगाना में 11 कांग्रेस, 0 पे बीजेपी, एंड देन इफ यू लुक एट बीआरएस इट इज एट 9. कांग्रेस इज मोर देन बीआरएस. शिवांग बताइए मूड कैसा है?
देखिए कार्तिकेय, बहुत लंबे अरसे के बाद कांग्रेस पार्टी की, पहले मैं तस्वीर दिखाता हूं आपको, देखिए मूड आपको उससे समझ में आएगा. काफी लंबे समय के बाद कांग्रेस पार्टी के दफ्तर पे इस तरह का माहौल देखने को मिल रहा है, एक तरह की पॉजिटिविटी देखने को मिल रही है. बीते कई चुनावों में हम लोगों ने ऐसा माहौल यहां नहीं देखा है जब सुबह से ही जश्न शुरू हो जाए. लेकिन आज की अगर हम बात करें तो आज की सुबह कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए कुछ अलग तरह की सुबह है. सुबह से ही जो कार्यकर्ता हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी के, वो यहाँ पे आज कांग्रेस पार्टी के कुछ कार्यकर्ताओं ने भगवान श्री राम और हनुमान की भी जो है तस्वीरें यहाँ पे होर्डिंग्स पे लगाई हैं. साथ साथ उस पे राहुल गांधी हैं, मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे, प्रियंका गांधी, ये तमाम बड़े नेता जो हैं वो यहाँ पे नजर आ रहे हैं. कुछ ही देर पहले हम लोगों ने पवन खेरा से बात की, जो कांग्रेस पार्टी के बड़े नेता भी हैं. वो बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट नजर आए. उन्होंने हमसे कहा कि चारों राज्यों के अंदर कांग्रेस पार्टी बड़ी जीत हासिल करेगी, और उन्होंने इसका परिणाम न केवल कांग्रेस का जो प्रचार प्रसार है उसको दिया, बल्कि उन्होंने कहा कि भारत जोड़ो यात्रा से एक पॉजिटिविटी कांग्रेस पार्टी को मिली है. और ये जो सेमीफाइनल है लोकसभा से पहले का, इसको आप सेमीफाइनल मान के चलिए. और यहां से उन्होंने कहा कि जो रिजल्ट्स आएंगे ये लोकसभा की जो दिशा और दशा है उसको तय करने का काम करेंगे.
अभी कोई बड़ा नेता आया है शिवांग? कोई लोग पहुंचे हैं? ऐसे ढोल नगाड़े बज रहे हैं बाहर अभी.
मैं वही कार्तिक आपको बता रहा था कि अभी जो पवन खेड़ा है वो यहाँ पहुंचे हैं, और उनके अलावा अभी फिलहाल कोई बड़ा नेता यहाँ कांग्रेस पार्टी में नजर नहीं आ रहा है. केवल जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वही यहाँ पे ढोल नगाड़े बजा रहे हैं, और यहाँ पे साथ साथ पूजा अर्चना भी हो रही है. यहाँ कुछ लोग हवन भी कर रहे हैं. अलग अलग क्षेत्रों से यहाँ पे लोग आए हुए हैं और बहुत ही उत्साहित नजर आते हैं. हमें लगता है कि जैसे जैसे थोड़ा सा और वक्त बीतेगा, जो बड़े नेता हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी के वो भी धीरे धीरे यहाँ पहुंचना शुरू होंगे. लेकिन पवन खेड़ा सुबह से ही यहाँ आके उन्होंने मोर्चा संभाल लिया है, और वो मीडिया के सवालों का जवाब भी दे रहे हैं. और बातचीत से उनसे जब हम करते हैं तो ऐसा लगता है कि वो काफी कॉन्फिडेंट है कि आज जो है वो कांग्रेस पार्टी काफी अच्छे नतीजे लेके आने वाली है. वो कहते हैं कि जब उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि जो छात्र पेपर देता है उसको पता होता है कि मेरा पेपर किस तरह का हुआ है, तो वो काफी सकारात्मक है, काफी पॉजिटिव है. उनका ये कहना है कि आज के जो नतीजे होंगे दोपहर के बाद स्पष्ट होंगे, उसमें कांग्रेस पार्टी को बड़ी जीत हासिल होने वाली है.
बहुत बढ़िया, थैंक यू वेरी मच. मिस्टर सेबेस्टियन, he also joins me. Mr. Sebastian, look at the screen. 46 to BJP, 39 to Congress. Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, 51. You look at the screen, and then you have got 20 for the Congress, 18 for BRS, and BJP is 0. 51 BJP, 43 Congress in Madhya Pradesh. 56-47, and 16 to BJP and 22 to Congress. Your comments?
So kind of same ding-dong battle between the BJP and Congress in Rajasthan. So very close kind of contest, and it keeps changing also. So no party is going to get a big margin. I think it's all it will depend on the independents and other parties. Maybe they can near 100, the 100 mark. It's difficult to cross that is seemingly the trend. Now 4,60,000 postal votes are being counted. Of course, this is only an indication and too early also. So, but there seems to be kind of the uncertainty continues till the last minute, I suppose. Even though both the parties are making claims.
Okay. Let me take a quick comment. Okay, let me take a quick comment from Desh Kumar Malik. Mr. Malik, your comment on the screen. And you know the tally, we are giving total tallies, 122, 128, and that's the big picture, which is a combined tally. So 46-39 Rajasthan, 56-47 Madhya Pradesh, 20-22 Chhattisgarh, and Congress is 20 in Telangana. 20. Mr. Khandekar?
Yes.
Your comments? I think my voice is not going across to Desh Kumar Malik. Your comments, Mr. Khandekar?
Yes, I can see that it's a very close contest because initially the postal ballots which we were counting, Congress was leading ahead and now BJP is going ahead. So this is just a trend, I believe. But as we have been watching these elections all these days, this is going to be a close contest. It shows 58 for BJP and 48 for Congress. The margin is widening in favor of BJP. But these are just initial trends and we'll have to wait to see what kind of picture emerges. Definitely, it is a fight between Ladli Behna and it is a fight between Badlao, that is the change wave that Congress has been talking about. So let us see whether the voters have really favored Congress or they have still reposed their confidence in Shivraj Singh and Modi, because it was always campaigned that Modi ke man mein Madhya Pradesh ke man mein Modi. So it was all Modi's campaigning which Bharatiya Janata Party was banking upon. So let us wait and see how it is happening, how it is panning out.
Okay, let's wait. Ajit, your comments. Subme, your comments.
Right, so, it is early, but then I think pollsters may have, got it wrong to a certain extent if you were to, if this were to translate into actual numbers at the end of it.
But look at this, this
Brajesh may not agree, but I think...
Very close, 46, 42, 58, 48, 20, 22, this is very close.
It's too early, it's too early.
It's too early.
That's fine.
Please don't get excited. Don't get excited. It's too early.
I just want to run to that screen,
That's why I'm saying hold your horses.
I just want to run to that screen.
Wait for some more time. I think by 9:30 onwards, the leads will start firming up.
Yeah.
So I think by 9:30, 10, we should be in a position to say which way the wind is blowing. But we'll have to hold our horses because these are very, very early trends. Postal ballots are being counted right now as we speak. The figures are there. The figures are kind of indicative of which way it might go, but it's very, very early for you to say for sure that this party is ahead and this party is behind.
Okay, Ajit, please.
No, but then fundamentally, the fundamental point here is that contrary to the general perception that BJP may find it difficult to hold on to, say, for example, MP, but then that's not translating in terms of even when it comes to the initial trends. That is what I think the messaging at the moment is. But then as we all know that this will firm up by 9:30, 10 when we have a better picture in terms of what happens.
Okay. Now before I go back to all my guests, before I go back to all my reporters, before I go back to all the data, let me play out couple of bites that have come in the morning. Let's play them out.
ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट क्या कह रही है? ये 24 अकबर रोड के बाहर दिख रहा है। ये चुनाव 4-0 से कांग्रेस जीत रही है। ये चुनाव था जुमला बनाम विश्वास और विश्वास जीत रहा है। विश्वास कभी कभी धोखे में बदल जाता है, वो 9.5 साल तक रहा, लेकिन विश्वास फिर हासिल जो है वो कांग्रेस के तरफ लोगों का हो रहा है। दोस्तों के साथ दोस्ती करने का रिवाज जो है वो कायम रह रहा है। सच्चाई जो है जनता ने जमीन पे दिखाई। कोई भी रिपोर्टर जो जमीन पर गया है वो अपने सीने पे हाथ रख के कह दे कि ये जो दिख रहा है एग्जिट पोल में वो एग्जैक्ट पोल है या नहीं है। लेकिन खैर अभी ज़्यादा समय बचा नहीं है, किसी के बारे में क्या कहना। अभी जनता ने जो कहा है वो 12 बजे तक साफ हो जाएगा। बैलेट पेपर में रुझान अभी हर जगह रुझान मिलेगा, क्योंकि जिस तरह की वेव जमीन पर थी, जिस तरह का समर्थन राहुल जी के नेतृत्व को भारत जोड़ो के बाद मिलना शुरू हुआ है और जिस तरह से उनके बातों पे लोगों को विश्वास है, एक ईमानदार नेता जो हो सकता है वो कहने वाला नेता, इस पे लोगों का विश्वास है, वो मतों में तब्दील होते हुए जो है ज़मीन पे दिख रहा था। जहाँ तक ओपीएस की बात है वो कर्मचारियों का हक है। एनपीएस को अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने लाया था, वो एक नया विचार था, लेकिन उसमें कर्मचारियों का हित नहीं था। उसके अनुभव के बाद कांग्रेस के ध्यान में ऐसा है, इसमें कर्मचारियों का हित नहीं है और कर्मचारियों का वृद्धावस्था जो है उसका भी हित नहीं है। तो ओपीएस को लाया गया एक सामाजिक न्याय के तौर पर, जिस तरह से गारंटी सामाजिक न्याय के तौर पर दिया है, तो एक सरकार का ये दायित्व है कि अपने कर्मचारियों का वो ध्यान रखे। तो मेरे ख्याल से केवल ओपीएस का बैलेट पेपर ही नहीं, रुझान ऐसे ही आते जाएगा और एग्जिट पोल जो है हारते जाएगा।
प्रदेश में हम लोग 75 पार जाने का नारा लेके काम जो हम लोगों ने किया है वो जाएंगे। सरकार हमारी बनेगी, पूरी मजबूती से बनेगी और मेरे विधानसभा क्षेत्र में भी मतदाताओं का जो स्नेह रहा है, उत्साह जो रहा है, कार्यकर्ताओं में जो उमंग रहा है, उसके बल पे कार्यकर्ताओं ने इस बात को आश्वस्त किया है कि पिछली बार से हम लोग डबल मत से जीतेंगे, तो वो भी यहाँ पर हमारे ग्रामीण में होगा।
नहीं, चुनाव तो जीतेंगे और सरकार भी बनेगी, उसमें कोई शक नहीं। और जो पोल एग्जिट पोल है सरकार के हिसाब से है और एग्जिट पोल का भी जो दिखा रहे हैं वो 42 सीटें तो बता ही रहे हैं, और कांग्रेस कहाँ 75 सीट जीतने वाली थी और वो आ गए हैं 45 सीट पे। तो ये एग्जिट पोल कुछ है नहीं, और पूरे छत्तीसगढ़ में भाजपा का बहुत वातावरण बना हुआ है, लोगों का उत्साह है, तो उसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं। जनता क्यों एक्सेप्ट करी वो तो जनता का विषय है। जनता जो प्रजातंत्र है उसको वोट देने का अधिकार है, अपना प्रतिनिधि चुनने का अधिकार है, सरकार बनाने का अधिकार है। तो कई विषय रहते हैं, वो प्रत्याशी के ऊपर रहता है, सरकार के ऊपर रहता है, और जिन परिस्थितियों को और जो विकास के दृष्टिकोण को देख के जो लोगों ने वोट किया है वो भाजपा के पक्ष में वोट किया है। कांग्रेस की सरकार में कमी ही रही, काम तो कुछ हुआ नहीं। 15 साल भाजपा की सरकार थी। इन 5 वर्षों में जो भूपेश बघेल के समय में जो लोगों की अपेक्षाएं थी, जो घोषणा पत्र थे, उस पर कोई अमल नहीं हुआ। लोग ठगा सा महसूस कर रहे थे, विकास का कुछ काम हुआ नहीं, भ्रष्टाचार इतने चरम पर पहुंच गई। आज जिसको देखिए केवल पैसे कमाने के लिए अधिकारी कर्मचारी लगे हैं। बड़े बड़े अधिकारियों के, जिला के अधिकारियों का पोस्टिंग वगैरह जो हो रही है वो पैसों पे हो रही है। तो ये इतना भ्रष्टाचार चरम सीमा पर है, लोग परेशान हैं उससे।
राजस्थान की जनता के ऊपर जहां 3 राज्यों के अंदर चुनाव हुए हैं, उसको पूरा विश्वास है। और जो ग्राउंड रिपोर्ट भी आ रही है, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी कैडर बेस्ड पार्टी है, और जो बूथ लेवल पे हमारे जो वर्कर है, जो टेबल पे बैठता है, जो अंदर उस बैठता है, तो रिपोर्ट्स आ रही हैं, क्लियरली कहती है कि बीजेपी का मूड बहुत लिफ्ट है। और निश्चित तौर के ऊपर हम तीनों स्टेट्स के अंदर, मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़ और राजस्थान के अंदर हम सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं, और तेलंगाना के अंदर।
एग्जिट पोल तो मैं देखता नहीं हूँ, लेकिन चारों के चारों राज्य हमें मिलने वाले। रिजल्ट्स का मायना स्पष्ट है। भारत जोड़ो यात्रा से जो हमारा सफर शुरू हुआ और उसके बाद जिस तरीके से हमने अपनी बात, अपना संदेश लोगों तक पहुंचाया, लोगों का दर्द जिस तरह से हमने उसको आवाज़ दी, मुझे लगता है ये उसकी जीत होगी। नहीं, हम आश्वस्त हैं। हम आश्वस्त, ऑब्जर्वर्स तो हमने चारों राज्यों में लगाए हैं, लेकिन हम आश्वस्त हैं कि हम चारों राज्य जीतने जा रहे हैं। The results will be better than our hopes and expectations. We are absolutely confident of that. Absolutely, yes. We are retaining power in both Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, and we are reclaiming Madhya Pradesh and claiming Telangana also.
That was Pawan Khera. Now let me go to the big screen and let us talk about the numbers now. Let us talk about the numbers. If we look at numbers, it's 52 to Bharatiya Janata Party, it is 51 to Congress Party, 6 others. Bharatiya Janata Party is 60 in Madhya Pradesh. I know my tally is a bit faster than my
but Congress is
speech.
58.
And Congress is 58. And in Chhattisgarh, it is 25, 29 and 29 to Congress and 18 to BRS.
In Telangana.
Ajit, I'll start with you. On the numbers.
As expected, Telangana is a big story as per the initial trends, because Congress to be at 31 now, 31 as compared to 15 of BRS. Like, they are double of BRS.
More than double.
So one thing that was being talked about, and why does so happen? There is one fundamental thought process here, is that there was not actually a lot of anti-incumbency in Telangana, but I think it was more of a yearning for change that has led to it. That was the whole story. If the numbers as far as MP stands, then Mamaji has done quite well.
Mamaji has done well. So Mamaji has done well. Mamaji has done well. Shalini, can we hear some nag? कुछ अब जो ढोल नगाड़े बज रहे, कुछ आवाज सुन सकते हैं शुरुआती? Can we hear it on a screen?
The BJP started busting the crackers. Within 45 minutes, it was the Congress, the JDU, which was celebrating.
No, before going any further, let me change the screen. Let's go to another graphic. We have done the welfare, we have done the woman factor, we have done the caste factor. Let's go to the fourth point. Fourth factor. So let's play the fourth factor here, please.
Karthik, another thing, as if it's going to take time to upload the fourth factor on the big screen, we have to keep in mind it's just 8:35 at the point in time. So what we are witnessing on our television screen is these are very, very early trends. Okay, And to jump the gun at this point in time will not be a wise thing to do. In fact, I believe both the Congress, the BJP, everybody is holding on to their horses. It's too early to celebrate.
I think, if you go by celebration, I think Congress's belief in exit poll is 100%. They are the
already started
believers.
celebration.
Look at the celebration, because I distinctly remember when we went to cover the Bihar election in 2015, Ajit, it was an unbelievable sight. Like 9:15, we saw Sanjay Mayuk, who is a COP media in charge, busting crackers. They went wild. Only after 1 hour that there was complete desertion at BJP headquarters and jubilation at JDU. So that is the reason why I say hold your horses till 9:30 at least before you start. Start accepting the figures as indicative of which way the wind is blowing.
And we saw the visuals from the Congress headquarters,
absolutely. Right? they seem they have bought it lock, stock and barrel.
Okay. There's one interesting thing which is emerging from Rajasthan. See, Rajasthan, if you were to look at Rajasthan, broadly it's divided into 7 sectors. Also, if you look closely at Jaipur, which has approximately 50 lower assembly seats, there we are witnessing that interestingly, Congress is doing better than the Bharatiya Janata Party.
There is a fight. See, there is a fight. BJP is 55, Congress
is 52.
65,
Congress
60
is 39, BR 40-20 का फर्क है. 40-20 का फर्क है. 65-60. Now let us come to the screen, please. Let's cut to the screen. Now this is the caste factor. This is very important. Now this is the Satrap factor. Satrap factor. Now what is the Satrap factor? Why are we saying it's a Satrap factor? Satrap factor is the most important factor in this election because the state Satraps are important. Who is KCR? He's a Satrap. He represents a government. He built it on his own might. He started Telangana Rashtra Samiti. It became a BRS. And then, what did he want to do? He wanted to create a federal fund. Well, federal fund didn't become a reality. But then, we must understand Indian politics is full of Mamata Banerjee, Naveen Babu, Nitish Kumar, KCR, Stalin. We have people like Jagan Mohan Reddy, Mehbooba Mufti. Who are these? They are powerful Satraps. But then you have Satraps within the Congress and Bharatiya Janata Party. Satraps like Vasundhara Raje Scindia. Satrap like Ashok Gehlot, someone who refused to become the president of the Congress Party, cooked a stook at the Gandhis, last minute, during Bharat Jodo Yatra. He is a Satrap. Then Mamaji is also a Satrap. He is a polite, gentle-natured Satrap, but he is also a Satrap. Raman Singh is a Satrap who is fading out, but then he is also a Satrap. Kamal Nath is a Satrap. Digvijay Singh has become a Satrap. Someone who used to tell that there are 3 groups in Congress Party: core group, buffer group, and duffer group. And he would very proudly say to journalists who would come to meet him over a cup of tea, he said, I'm part of the duffer group. People think I'm part of the core group, I'm part of the buffer group, but these 2 groups don't invite me ever. So coming back to the Satrap, can we have the full graphic first? Can we have the full graphic plate first? The first plate. Can we have the first plate? Okay. Individuals versus institutions. Do Satrap downways party? Do they create dynasties? Is it end of the road for Indian politics or a new beginning? Party primacy and Team India. So individual versus institutions. Ajit, and then to you, Brijesh.
Right. So,
And Jilani, you can come in whenever you want. Okay? I don't think you need a prod from me.
I think that the whole thing about this election is that, the well-entrenched Satraps of Congress, they are facing, a big test. And if they were to win, like for example, Baghel or Gehlot, then there is a complete fundamental change that these Satraps and the people who vote for Congress would expect from the party high command also to actually respect people who have power, on the ground. We need to see whether this actually happens, translates into a change in thought process. But for example, even even that guy from Telangana, Ravindra Reddy, right? If he and the numbers show that he is going to emerge as a new Satrap for the Congress in the south. So this whole fundamental change, and the party like Congress should understand that it can't be individual versus institution, but then you have to have individuals who are part of the party and institution, but are also powerful.
Kartikeya, I'm a firm believer of the fact that this entire individual versus institution debate is not worth getting
Yeah.
into.
Okay.
Why? It is the individuals who make the institution. It is the individuals. You call them satrap because they are at the state level, but at the national level also, it is one individual who drives the party.
When Brijesh is speaking, let us fire those graphics I made.
It
I
is
think,
one
they should
individual.
not go waste.
It
Please
is-
fire those graphics. Keep Brijesh in the frame so that we can have a good discussion. Please fire them. Brijesh, please.
If it is one individual, you look at the BJP, you may talk of collective leadership, you can come up with all those fancy sounding words related to democracy, but it is one individual who has taken or acted as a catalyst for the BJP, that is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. If you talk of Rajasthan, it is only one person who will make or mar for Congress, it is Ashok Gehlot. Same is the case with Chhattisgarh, same is the case with the state of Telangana. I mean, dynasty politics, individual taking over institution, these are debates where you are not sure of where exactly to look at. Individuals are the one who are creating institutions, and that is how it has been ever since we have become independent. From 1952 till this date, it is individuals who have dominated, who have paved the path for institutions to follow.
Now let me come to dynasty politics, because this is something which is very important. Focus on Rahul KCR Scindia pilot. Dynasty politics, key focus of BJP campaign against opposition. Focus on Rahul KCR Scindia. Can we play the other graphic now? So let's play the other graphic. Now let's say end of the road. Fate of Shivraj, Kamalnath, Gehlot tied to poll. Absolutely. Nakulnath, his son's name is Kartikeya, so please don't confuse it with me. Mamaji's son. And then Gehlot's son is already an MLA.
Vaibhav is not contesting election.
Vaibhav is not okay, he's not my bad. To beat the fatigue factor, BJP brought in a lot of people. So that's the bottom line. 76 Kamalnath, if I am not wrong. And I think Shivraj Singh Chauhan is in late 60s.
72.
Gehlot is in 70s.
72.
So most of these people are either 70 or 70 plus. Let me call my colleague Kabir. Kabir is going to take us through this map. And this map is about 2018 and 2013.
Well, I have 2023 as well, Karthik.
Oh, you got 20. Can you show it to me?
Just to let you know.
I think my software is slightly slower.
Yeah, it's okay.
Maybe I'm of a 1975 make.
I just wanted to show the viewers. I just wanted to show
really? You want me out of the studio? These guys want me out, but I'm not going anywhere, boss. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere.
Just to turn your attention to how pink Telangana looks over here. This is 2018, 2014.
You want to come
pretty
here?
Much pink here as well. Yeah, that'll be better for the viewers as well. But in 2023, colors have started to fill up and it's turning blue. The state is again turning blue. Take a look at that. Just again for the viewers. In 2018, you have a pretty much pink Telangana over here. Take a look at that. And then as we're collecting these early trends, and these are yet again, just to let everybody know, these are early trends, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not, jump the gun, get ahead of ourselves. Take a look at this. We have this map completely in blue now. The situation is same for several other states as well. These are the latest trends that have now been trickling in when one is looking at Chhattisgarh, ladies and gentlemen. Just to show you what it was like back in 2018. This is how it looked like. A Congress dominating performance in Chhattisgarh, and this time around, people are hopeful, and the exit polls have also been suggesting that it is going to be not as comfortable of a sail, but it is going to be okay for the Congress's doing. In 2013, lots more in saffron that you can see on the map over here. In 2018, completely blue. This time around, what's going to happen? Little shades of saffron here and there over in the map of Chhattisgarh. If you take a look at Narayanpur, BJP has been in the lead. These are again early trends, and 2018 it was backed by the Indian National Congress. Taking a look very quickly at Rajasthan as well, which of course Brijesh would probably second that. People are saying that it's going to be a super over in Rajasthan, but I do accept that point that there has been no article that was put out for Rajasthan.
Absolutely.
That, in the run-up to these to the counting.
I would say, Kabir, that the two states which I was most fascinated with, and the reason I'm asking as someone who would want to understand, is A, Rajasthan, B, Telangana. 1 month before, not a single piece was written which even suggested that Congress is a contender. Now Congress is, looks like they are far ahead of BRS, and Congress is a player as far as Rajasthan is.
I'll tell you what, Revant Reddy is going to come up with the proper op-ed next. He's going to be the first one to write something on Telangana elections.
And he has to thank the BJP for it.
You can look at. So this is what Rajasthan looks like right now at the moment. Jaisalmer is this big chunk over here is something that has, in terms of the lead right now, has been retained by the Congress. In 2018, this is what Rajasthan essentially looked like. Just a little bit of saffron here and there, Swad Anusar. And in 2013, it was pretty much all saffron. So from 2013, swing state, 2018, is bari riwaz badlega, nahi badlega, we'll have to wait and find out. But again, it's going to go into the super over or not, we'll have to wait and find out. Finally, Madhya Pradesh. In 2018, this is what Madhya Pradesh looked like. And we all know what happened after the 2018 elections as well. In 2023, early trends right now, this is what the map of Madhya Pradesh looks like. Essentially looks like it's going to go into a super over over here.
Can you put it there? Can I join you?
Right, absolutely.
Can I join you, Kabir? Okay. This is something very important. This is the ground zero. If you can focus here.
Right.
This is the ground zero. Let me not touch it. This is the ground zero. Can you focus here? This is the Gwalior, Bhind, Chambal area. The maximum defection of the Congress party took place Bhind, Morena, Sheoghar, Datia, Bhind. This is the area, Shivpuri.
Right.
This is the bastion. This is the bastion of Jyotiraditya Scindia. It is because of Jyotiraditya Scindia the government failed. It is because of Jyotiraditya Scindia that Kamal Nath's tenure came to an end within 1.5 years. And maximum desertion from those who left Congress party.
This is also the area where Narendra Singh Tomar is a very powerful leader.
Precisely.
And this has created further friction.
Absolutely. So this is the area where a lot of people came back to Congress party. So this will be an evaluation of Jyotiraditya Scindia. If Jyotiraditya Scindia is able to retain this place, then the man has arrived.
It's also going to be. It's also an ego war. It's also an ego war. For the Congress party as well.
And if he doesn't deliver, then he's gone. If he is able to deliver, that's important.
Because let's take a look what it was like in 2018 as well.
Second important thing, they have retired Suresh Pachauri, a very powerful minister, and someone who handled Bofors, as powerful as that. Minister in Prime Minister's office, in charge of personnel, handled the Bofors paper. He has been retired from politics. Now this region used to belong to Rahul Singh, Arjun Singh, the erstwhile leader. Now this is called Satna Riva belt. This is adjoining Allahabad, Mirzapur. This belt, Congress has not been able to retain properly.
And Kartika, in terms of the 32 seats where women have voted more than men, they all fall in that belt. Of the Riva belt.
Riva belt. Wonderful. So this is the Riva belt. This is the Chambal belt. If we can I go there? Now this is called North and East Nimar. This is again an important belt. This is Madhya Bharat. Then you have Mahakaushal. This is Jhabua, known for Kadaknath, which is a GI tag burqa. A lot of people would talk about it. But then this is the place where you get that good stuff from. And now let me go to the wall. Kabir, you continue to stay with me.
Right.
Huh? Don't leave. Don't leave the studio for a tea break. Okay, you're not going anywhere. So this is called Vindhya. This is the Bundelkhand. This is Chambal. This is Malwa Nimar, Madhya Bharat, and Mahakaushal. Now, what is important in Madhya Pradesh is, and if you look at the tally, we'll come to Telangana a little later, where 95-92 is happening. It means that the battle is raging equally all across the region. It is not an unequal battle. Last time around, this whole area was like a saffron swipe. It is because of this, Congress party fell short of one seat, Brajesh.
Well, it is there, but I think if I look at Madhya Pradesh, there are several factors at play. One of the key factor which is play is the Bhind Morena factor which you talked about. It is not only the Chambal area. It is not only about Jyotiraditya.
This is Bhind. Bhind. You know one thing very unique about Bhind. The topmost assembly segment is called Ater. The bottommost is Datia, जहाँ बगलामुखी का मंदिर है, पिताम्बरा पीठ बोला जाता है, बगलामुखी माता का मंदिर है. The runs from Ater to Datia is 200 kilometers.
No, what I'm trying to say is
200 kilometers.
That if you look at the fact that it's not only Jyotiraditya Scindia's prestige which is online. What is also important is that it's also the prestige of Narottam Mishra, it's also the prestige of Narendra Singh Tomar at line, and I think in one fell swoop either there's going to be fight as to who takes the credit for the victory? Is it going to be Jyotiraditya? Is it going to be Narendra Singh Tomar? And Narendra Singh Tomar's entire political future is on the line. And if he wins, whether he becomes the next chief minister or, you know, or whether that person would be Prahlad Singh Patel.
Okay, Mr. Khandekar wants to come in. Mr. Khandekar, you want to come in? Mr. Khandekar, you want to come in?
Yes, definitely.
Please,
Are you
please.
able to hear me?
Yes, yes, please go ahead. You know, you have to come in because there are a lot of people who will not let you in because everyone has to say.
So it is a kind of Congress versus BJP. So BJP doesn't want Congress to come up and Congress doesn't want to. Anyway, so the screen shows that again the BJP is 95 and Congress is 92, which is once again is very close tussle. And when we are talking about Bhind and Morena and Chambal Gwalior area, that is quite important as far as Madhya Pradesh because that is being watched. And as you very rightly said, Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia had taken as many as 24 of MLAs, 22 MLAs to BJP. But there were also MLAs and ministers who were from different parts of Madhya Pradesh, not only confined to Chambal and Gwalior. That is a misnomer in a way. There is a minister who is fighting from Indore. There is a minister fighting from Dhar. There is a minister fighting from Sachi. There is a minister fighting from Sagar. They are all from the chunk that came to BJP from Congress with Jyotiraditya Scindia. But definitely whether they are winning because they all won in the elections which took place in September 2020 after defecting to Congress. That is the by-elections. And most of them won. And not many MLAs have actually deserted Jyotiraditya Scindia. That is the ground reality. Yet everyone is trying to find out how much is Jyotiraditya Scindia's gain in this particular elections, because after Shivraj Singh, who addressed rallies and campaigns as many as 165, the second number comes of Jyotiraditya Scindia. As per BJP's data, he went to 85 places in Madhya Pradesh, crisscross Madhya Pradesh for campaigning. So he is naturally the second leader after Shivraj Singh, who is the tallest leader in Madhya Pradesh, that people are watching, and his followers have grown in his young leader. And there are large number of people who are in BJP also trying to see him emerge in party as new alternative to Shivraj Singh Chauhan.
Thank you, Kabir. Kabir, can you take me to the 2023 Telangana? Sai, are you there with me?
Right here, right here.
Okay, so I want this to be broadened a bit. You know, just focus here. Just let's focus here.
There you have it.
Okay, see, it's like a mighty blue wave, and then we will later analyze Greater Hyderabad. So it's telling that the sweep of the Congress is all over Telangana. Now, Kabir, this is the way we are trying to represent the change which is happening. Can you put Chhattisgarh? Let's see what's happening in South Bastar.
There you go.
Okay, this is Chhattisgarh. Okay, so BJP has been able to make some inroads in South Bastar. That is where that fight is coming from.
Leads at the moment. Leading at the moment. Yeah.
But South Bastar was the way Congress party had like swept completely. If there is a fight which is taking place, it means something has happened. Can you take me to Rajasthan? Is that data in?
Go where in, there you have it.
Okay. Now I need to go to my micro expert, Ashok Bakadia.
Yeah. So one interesting thing which is emerging is that more or less Marwar is behaving in the manner in which it was expected. That is the Congress. You see Jaisalmer and parts of Badmer going to Congress, where the Congress party is leading. But interestingly, what you have to see is this region from Alwar down to Sawai Madhopur, coming right up to Jaipur. That is the region that will decide. See, I have been telling you, Karthike, from the beginning, that this is basically the Gujjar-Meena belt. Now, we have spoken about the fact that the differences between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot have been there, but they have been, at the same time, they have been able to bridge their differences and come together and portray to the voters that they are united. It was expected that the Gujjars would be unhappy with the manner in which Sachin Pilot has been treated over the last 5 years by Ashok Gehlot, and there was a apprehension that they would be voting in a different manner. However, it looks that the Gujjars seem to be voting in favor, because this is still an early trend. We'll have to really wait till these trends stabilize by 10:30 or 11, and then possibly
I think we have to break the big news. Big news. Put Telangana on. Please put Telangana. Congress is short of 3 to form government in Telangana. अर्ली लीड्स, 3 सीट पे सरकार बनने वाली है. पहली बार हो रहा है इतने सालों में कि कांग्रेस is doing well in a state. This is a state which was partitioned. When reporters were called to North Block, P. Chidambaram came out. It was an impromptu conference. I cannot forget, I was landing, I had an assignment in Raebareli. I landed, my office called me, said, can you go to North Block? And I went to North Block, and suddenly the Home Minister came out and he announced partition of Telangana. And my God, what a frenzy had let loose in the entire state. And I remember when I was in China subsequently for Prime Minister's trip, I met expat Andhrites there and they were furious. So this is a comeback kit. If they have forgiven Congress party for the sort of partition they have done or did, will Andhrites forgive Congress for that? That's the question. Jilani, you're nodding your head.
I think worry for Jagan Mohan. Maybe, perhaps.
As Brijesh sir was saying, 2 months ago, everybody was saying KCR. Now it's Congress, as we see, as you rightly said, just 3 seats away. Early trends, obviously. But, Congress, people of Telangana forgiving Congress in Telangana, it might as well happen in Andhra where elections are scheduled next year. So, I won't be surprised if Telangana goes to Congress that Andhra will again vote for the Congress, because, Congress doing well in Telangana will have its
impact in the state of Andhra.
Yeah, the point here is that it has been almost 10 years in the partition,
right?
So the sentiment that would have driven the partition time, and where people had that strong feeling that we are being left out, that has been more or less been covered in the last 10 years. Now they have come to the reality of it that okay, theek hai, ho gaya. Now we are on the cusp of taking the state, and Hyderabad particularly, which has emerged as the fastest growing city.
2 more seats. If 2 more seats, 59 to Congress, 33 to BRS, even if these are early leads, Congress would have kissed the halfway mark. Even if it is an early lead, they are kissing the halfway mark. Look at 59, 33. I think 92 to BJP in Rajasthan, 71 Congress. BJP is already very close in Madhya Pradesh to a simple majority mark. I think it's 115. Congress got 114 last time. So I think it's a bad news. But if you look at Chhattisgarh, they are through Chhattisgarh. If you look at the early leads, they have crossed the 45. So Congress has crossed halfway mark in both Chhattisgarh and it's close in Telangana. So if you look at most of the exit poll, they have a government in Chhattisgarh and Telangana. It's just that Madhya Pradesh has come as a surprise. And secondly,
I don't see Madhya Pradesh or Rajasthan coming as a surprise at all. It's very early. These are the, you will in early trends, one party may get ahead and all, but wait for 1 more hour before the number starts forming up. Only then we can say, because these figures can also change dramatically.
But do you remember, do you remember the cliffhanger of 2005 election?
I did. That is why
particular party had won, and then everyone had to rush back, leaving their
I am saying, Karthikeya, it's criminal to get happy before 9:30 or 10 in any election, be it assembly or general election.
And it's also criminal to get sad.
If you're sad, okay, you have never covered elections.
One important point that I want to put here is that if this were to turn out to be true, where the Congress is winning Telangana and Chhattisgarh, there is one crucial difference here, and that crucial difference is that they are in the it's a kind of a pro-incumbency in Chhattisgarh, and it is like they are riding on an anti-TRS vote. So in terms of my assessment, their win in Chhattisgarh is more important than even Telangana, because if it's
to retain a government again.
Correct.
Oh, wonderful point. Yes.
After 2008, this would be the first time ever after Sheila Dikshit won in Delhi.
Yes. That's a damn good point.
First time ever that the Congress, will be able to retain
that's a damn
regional state.
Correct.
Yes, that's a damn good point.
And that's a
this is one point which we have been discussing several times, that Congress has never been able to
That's a damn good point.
That's a very good point.
That's a damn good point.
Absolutely.
I think we have a couple of new bites that have come. Let's play them out, and then we go down to bare bone analysis of this election.
सर शुरुआती रुझान आ रहे, क्या कुछ कहेंगे? शुरुआती रुझान आ रहे जो
मैंने कोई रुझान नहीं देखे।
कैमरे पे आ रहा,
देखने की आवश्यकता नहीं है।
सर कॉन्फिडेंट है?
मैं बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट हूँ। मुझे मध्य प्रदेश के मतदाताओं पर पूरा विश्वास है।
सर कितनी सीटें लाएंगे? सर कितनी सीटें आ रही सर? सर आपको बता दीजिए
कब बिक जाए ये बड़ा मुश्किल है, लेकिन फिर भी अब उस तरह के लोग हमारे पास नहीं हैं।
सर ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया कितना बड़ा फैक्टर होने वाला है, क्योंकि पिछली बार आप लोगों के साथ थे, इस बार दूसरे उसमें
ग्वालियर चंबल संभाग में वो फैक्टर नहीं तो और कहाँ होंगे।
कितनी सीटें सर लग रही हैं कि
मैं तो पहले भी कहता रहा, आज भी कहता हूँ 130 प्लस।
सर निर्दलीय और इन बागियों से बातचीत है आप लोगों की?
ऐसा है, हम तो 130 सीटें लेके आ रहे हैं, बाकी जो होगा सो देखिए।
शिवराज सिंह चौहान की विदाई तय है, क्योंकि वो जीत को लेकर आश्वस्त दिख रहे हैं, लगातार उनके बयान आ रहे हैं।
ना केवल विदाई तय है, लेकिन अब उनके अच्छे दिन समाप्त हो गए।
2000 राज खत्म हो रहा है, आपने ट्वीट किया है आपने सुबह, जंगल राज खत्म हो रहा है, क्या कहना चाहेंगे इसके ऊपर?
जंगल राज में जिस प्रकार से आदिवासियों को प्रताड़ित किया गया है, गरीबों को प्रताड़ित किया गया है, झूठ बोला गया है, धोखा दिया गया है, उसे और क्या कहेंगे।
अधिकारियों पर भी कार्रवाई होगी जिन्होंने एक तरफा
जो करने की बात यह है, जो नियम कानून और भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त का पालन ना करते हुए भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त है, उनके खिलाफ तो कार्रवाई होना ही चाहिए।
पूर्ण बहुमत, स्पष्ट बहुमत, प्रचंड बहुमत, ये जनता ने आशीर्वाद भाजपा को दिया है। देखिए आज कुशासन का अंत हो रहा है, अन्याय की पराजय हो रही है, असत्य हार रहा है और सुशासन आएगा, न्याय की जीत होगी और यही जनता ने जनादेश दिया है।
जिस जनता ने और इस कांग्रेस के कुशासन के दंश को सहा है, आज वो दिन आ गया है। 25 तारीख को जनता ने तो निर्णय कर लिया, लेकिन जैसे ही मत पेटियां खुलेगी, ईवीएम मशीनों से जैसे ही रिजल्ट आएगा, अभी बहुत जल्दी ही मैं आपको कहूंगा कि राजस्थान में सुशासन की स्थापना होगी। राजस्थान से भय भूख भ्रष्टाचार मुक्त राजस्थान आज ही होगा।
एक आंकड़ा आया था एग्जिट पोल का, उसमें जो है दोनों पार्टियों की टेंशन बढ़ गई थी, अब क्या कहना है?
कोई टेंशन नहीं बढ़ी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की 25 तारीख को जनता जनार्दन ने भाग्य में लिख दिया कि भाजपा आने ही वाली है, प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ भाजपा।
सीटें जो आएंगी उसमें क्या बाड़ेबंदी की संभावना है?
इसमें हम विश्वास नहीं करते जी, इसमें हम कतई विश्वास नहीं करते। अरे भैया देखिए, जनता ने जब इतना अपार स्नेह दिया है भाजपा को, इतना अपार स्नेह दिया है भाजपा को कि स्पष्ट दिख रहा है, सामने दिख रहा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का शासन आ ही रहा है।
आंकड़ा बता दीजिए, आंकड़ा।
अरे यार 135 प्लस मैंने शुरू में कहा।
135 प्लस का दावा किया है। नारायण पंचारिया ने चुनाव प्रभारी रहे हैं भाजपा के और मंदिर में दर्शन किए हैं। इन्होंने साफ तौर पर कह दिया है कि भाजपा की बड़ी जीत होगी। खुशी का माहौल लग रहा है।
राजस्थान में सरकार बना रहे हैं और बांसवाड़ा की हम 500 सीटें जीत रहे हैं, सरकार बनेगी।
अरे वो आगे किस तरह से लग रहा है आपको अब की बार परिणाम?
अच्छा लग रहा है हमको। 50,000 अधिक से वोट जीतेंगे। पिछली बार 24,000 से जीते थे, अभी दुगुना वोट लेंगे हम लोग।
हैट्रिक बनाओगे मतलब?
बनाएंगे बिल्कुल।
मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा कौन होगा आपका?
चेहरा भारतीय जनता पार्टी।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी। फिर भी
जो भी संगठन, हम भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हैं और जो आएगा वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी से आएगा।
वसुंधरा जी से कोई बात हुई थी क्या अभी हाल ही?
ना, अभी कोई बात नहीं हुई है।
इस चुनाव को लेकर कोई चर्चा?
नहीं, चुनाव में तो मिले थे, बात हुई थी, जीत के आओ बस।
इस देश के अंदर हमने बार बार देखा है कि एग्जिट पोल कभी सही होते हैं और कभी गलत होते हैं। बंगाल के एग्जिट पोल अगर आप याद करें तो ममता जी आज मुख्यमंत्री नहीं होनी चाहिए थी। कर्नाटक के बहुत सारे एग्जिट पोल याद करें तो सिद्धरमैया जी आज मुख्यमंत्री नहीं होने चाहिए थे। बिहार के एग्जिट पोल याद करें कुछ तो आज नीतीश जी मुख्यमंत्री नहीं होने चाहिए थे। तो आप ये बताइए कि हम कौन से वाले एग्जिट पोल की बात करें। आज जो जनता ने मत दिया है वो आज उसकी गिनती शुरू हो गई है और आप देखेंगे कि कांग्रेस पार्टी चारों राज्यों में सरकार बनाने जा रही है। देखिए, जो शुरू के रुझान होते हैं वो केवल मीडिया जनित होते हैं। आप जानते हैं मैं मीडिया इंडस्ट्री से ही रहा हूँ और इतनी जल्दी ना तो कोई राउंड डिक्लेयर होता है, इतनी जल्दी ना तो कोई मशीन खुली जाती है। केवल कुछ बैलेट जो पोस्टल बैलेट होते हैं उनकी गिनती होती है और उसके बारे में कुछ मीडिया अपनी हवा बनाता है। तो अभी कोई भी आगे उसको कोई मतलब नहीं है। देखिए, पोस्टल बैलेट हमें हिमाचल में भी हमारे फेवर में गए थे और कर्नाटक में भी हमारे फेवर में गए थे और अगर यहाँ हमारे फेवर में जाएंगे तो आप कह सकते हैं कि नतीजे स्पष्ट हो जाएंगे। लेकिन नंबर्स की बात आज नहीं करेंगे, गिनती शुरू हो गई है, लेकिन चारों राज्यों में सरकार हमारी बनेगी, ये बात हम कहेंगे।
मतदान होने के बाद मतगणना अब सभी पूरे राज्य में मतगणना स्थल की तैयारी हो चुकी है और जो काउंटिंग टेबल्स लगनी है करीब 2538 काउंटिंग टेबल लगी हैं 199 विधानसभा में। सेंट्रलाइज्ड जिला हेडक्वार्टर्स पे जो जिला निर्वाचन अधिकारी के हेडक्वार्टर है 33 जिलों के हेडक्वार्टर्स हैं, वहाँ पर ये 199 विधानसभा का मतगणना 3 तारीख को सुबह 8 बजे से शुरू होगी। काउंटिंग जो के पहले स्ट्रांग रूम जो खोला जाएगा 8 बजे, उसमें कैंडिडेट के समक्ष, उनके एजेंट के समक्ष और ऑब्जर्वर के समक्ष आरओ द्वारा काउंटिंग, ये स्ट्रांग रूम खोलकर सबसे पहले पोस्टल बैलेट की काउंटिंग होगी। शुरुआत पोस्टल बैलेट से करेंगे, जो पूरे राज्य में लगभग 5 लाख के करीब है। एक विधानसभा में 2,500 का एवरेज आता है। 5 उसके लिए टेबलें लगाई हैं, AROs लगाए हैं 1121, तो कुल मिलाकर पोस्टल बैलेट की काउंटिंग शुरू होगी पहले। फिर 8:30 बजे से पहला EVM का जो राउंड वाइज काउंटिंग शुरू होगी। इसके लिए मीडिया सेंटर के लिए जो भारत निर्वाचन आयोग द्वारा जो नया प्रयोग किया गया है, वो टीवी रिजल्ट ट्रेंड के लिए टीवी लगाया गया है, जो सीधे ही आरओ के कमरे से जो मीडिया सेंटर में जो रिजल्ट डिस्प्ले होगा राउंड वाइज। साथ में हम लोग आमजन के लिए भी रिजल्ट eci.gov.in पर दिखा रहे हैं, वेबसाइट पर भी, और VHA जो ऐप है हमारा, वोटर हेल्पलाइन ऐप, और हम लोग बाहर स्क्रीन्स भी लगा रहे हैं। तो इस तरह से रिजल्ट्स के को दिखाने के लिए समयबद्ध तरीके से काउंटिंग एजेंट्स भी उनके पासेस जारी हो रहे हैं, कैंडिडेट्स के पासेस, एजेंट के पासेस, और साथ में हमारे काउंटिंग ऑफिशियल्स होंगे, सुपरवाइजर्स होंगे, माइक्रो ऑब्जर्वर्स होंगे, और प्रत्येक विधानसभा में ऑब्जर्वर्स होंगे। उनके ऑब्जर्वेशन में ये मतगणना की जाएगी 3 दिसंबर सुबह 8 बजे से।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने चुनाव प्रचार में भी पूरी ताकत झोंकी, और मैं कह सकता हूं कि नतीजे भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में आएंगे, क्योंकि जनता चाहती है डबल इंजन की सरकार, जनता चाहती है विकास। और जहां मैं राजस्थान में खड़ा हूं, यहाँ तो पिछले 5 वर्षों में महिला अपराध, अराजकता और भ्रष्टाचार।
तो रणनीति मैं आपको नहीं बताऊंगा, ये तो रणनीति हमारी क्या है ये तो कल ही बताएंगे।
भाजपा कह रही है कि 2 रिजॉर्ट बुक हो गए हैं बेंगलुरु में। भाजपा कह रही है
बिल्कुल, उनको जरूरत है भागने की, उनको गुजरात भागने की जरूरत है, हमें बेंगलोर या कहीं और भागने की जरूरत नहीं है। हमारे जो वर्कर हैं, जो MLAs हैं, वो कमिटेड हैं और पार्टी के वफादार हैं।
Okay, now we are back in studio. I'm joined by Ramakrishnan Sridharan, my colleague. I'm also joined by co-host Sudha Sadanand. I'm also joined by Gautam Seth, spokesperson of the Congress Party, Brajesh Pandey, Avdesh Kumar Malik, Rajesh Kasera, KS Prasad. Subsequently, I'll be joined by Ghulam Jilani. But let me go across to Gautam Seth. Good morning, Gautam. Is it good Sunday? Going by the numbers?
It's absolutely a very positive Sunday. We are very happy because we are seeing that the Congress party has taken a massive lead in Telangana. There is a repeat of 2018's massive victory of Chhattisgarh. Bhupesh Baghel seems to have converted the so-called presumed anti-incumbency into a pro-incumbency for the Congress government. I see that Madhya Pradesh is a close contest till now as far as the trends are concerned, but it's very early to comment. And I am very sure that the Congress party is going to massively lead in Madhya Pradesh as well. And in Rajasthan, Gehlot ji ka jadoo chalega aur रिवाज बदलेगा।
सुधा चलेगा, जादू चल गया
कांग्रेस का।
हाँ, 2 जगह तो चल गया,
तेलंगाना और छत्तीसगढ़। बाकी हम एक कांटे की टक्कर है। वी हैव टू सी। लेट मी वेलकम माय गेस्ट एंड माय फ्रेंड मिस्टर प्रसाद. Mr. Prasad, super Sunday, would you say? And not because which party is winning, but it's just the vibrancy of this beautiful democracy of ours. I want to ask you something, which is a question which is going to be asked in other studios this evening, but as always, News9 Live is always #1 to ask. Can we say now that the BJP is no more a party of the South, Mr. Prasad?
You know, Sudha, I think we have lost the line with Mr. Prasad. You know, we just lost the line.
But
with
interestingly,
Mr. Prasad.
Karthikeya, just to add to what you're saying, you know, for the first time in even its very, very early lead, Congress has touched 60 mark.
Oh,
in Telangana.
Yes. Can you take us to the graphic?
So,
Kabir, can you just take us to the graphic?
Maybe we can go to Gautam then, you know, if
yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
There you have it. Right now, at the moment, this is what the map of Telangana looks like. Still early on, but then, like it's being mentioned, the halfway mark, the magical figure, that is something that has been attained by the Congress party at the moment. Now, interesting to note here for all the viewers, in Karthikeya, do pay heed, a little bit of saffron also now showing up on the map. Yeah. If you look at the constituency particularly, this would be Nirmal. that the BRS had in 2018, and now it's the Bharatiya Janata Party that's leading over there. But as of right now, it's 59 still on the numbers that we're tracking over here. 60 seems to be the magical figure, but now Congress Party is right at the forefront. It seems like it's the most probable party to form the government in the state of Telangana. And Sudha, something that we were talking about as well. People down south of the Deccan Plateau, people are ready to give the other party a chance. They're ready to give the other party some sort of say in, and that's what democracy is by the end of it.
That's what I said, that, it's about the vibrancy of our beautiful democracy, but it's more than a chance. It's about taking a stand. Would you agree, Shri, that it's a stand? Because you look at the south, you look at Stalin, you look at Pinarayi, you look at Jagan Mohan Reddy, of course, now in Telangana, and also Karnataka. It seems like the BJP, the headline in the South is that the BJP is not a party for the South, because that's what it looks like right now.
So, Sudha, obviously BJP was not hoping to win Telangana in any case, right? It was not the party which was going to win.
Never say it was not. BJP puts all its might behind whatever
it can put a might,
elections.
But realistically speaking, this is not a state where BJP was.
Both things, right?
So and the way I look at these numbers, it's essentially an overwhelming rejection or the expression of anger against BRS, and not so much a vote for Congress.
Right. But the resurgence of the Congress is also something we can't ignore.
There is also one more thing. When we look at strategies, we directly link them with outcomes. Okay. But when they make a strategy, even before the outcome is important, I think that's where the focus should be. 1.5 years ago, there was a sort of a internal meeting which took place in Congress, and they decided that what should we be doing in Telangana, because at that point of time there was an open rebellion of old leaders against Revanth Reddy, open rebellion, and most of them had come to meet Sonia Gandhi. Sonia had said, and I am not there, and this was post Ahmed Patel, so Ambika Soni and other people were roped in. And imagine, this was the time when even Ghulam Nabi Azad, who used to handle Andhra Pradesh, was out of favor. Mr. Veerappa Moily, who was in charge, had gone back, he lost his election, he was in Karnataka, and most important of all, Digvijay Singh was completely immersed in Madhya Pradesh. So, three important people who handled Andhra and the so-called Telangana were not in the loop. So, only Mr. Chidambaram was in the loop. They decided that they'll go for a Reddy strategy. They felt that somehow the Reddys had gone away, the people who mobilize other segments. It is akin to how Jats behave in Haryana. They mobilize the entire gamut. BJP has reversed it. But then most of the history, if you look at Haryana, they mobilize the politics there. So this shift that Rahul Gandhi initiated has borne fruit. If it had gone wrong, then people would have said that, he has completely messed up the state. But if you look at it, this Reddy strategy, and I recall the couple of debates which you also did. Yes, this point also came up, because I think Prime Minister
of Revanth Reddy.
The Prime Minister was speaking about the backwards and Mallas and all that. So this strategy of Reddy first worked in Telangana. I would like to know from both of you also, how did this work? How did Reddys come around?
Well, Reddys are, in numbers, if you look at it, you're absolutely right, the OBCs are much more, but then the Reddys are very influential, and by that I mean financial influential. Also they have an influence on other communities. It's like almost like hum sargana hai, hum jo kahenge wahi sahi hoga. More than anything else, what Revanth Reddy also did, because there was lot of infighting, it was very difficult to rein in everyone. Ponnala Lakshmaya, after 45 years in the Congress, he was brought in by PV Narasimha Rao, left the party, gave us an interview, and said, I'm a backward.
Correct.
I studied, I was with NASA, so I'm educated, I came up in life, but I'm leaving today because of the infighting. Revanth Reddy is not ready to talk to me at all whenever I go. So anyway, to cut a long story short, Revanth Reddy also evolved. The evolution is that let me now really walk the talk and get all the rebellious netas together so that we can at least have a chat. Correct. The Reddys, of course, influential. Apart from that, most of their tickets in the first list went to the Reddys. Correct. And I did a show that why are you giving it to the Reddys? That's because Reddys are influential. They said we can talk about the OBCs later. Right now, we want to win the assembly elections. We'll talk about general later. BJP did the reverse. BJP said we are signing out of it. We are more interested in 2024.
I think you have brought me to an interesting point. Before I go to Gautam, how many seats has YC's party won, Kabir?
Right now, what I'm calculating is a 4 at the moment. A little bit of a green right here in the center, if the camera person can focus, right here in central Telangana.
This is Greater Hyderabad?
Yes, this is right about there, and which has been an AIM bastion as well, which has been OSC's stronghold. So 4 seats right now, but again, just to draw your attention to that fact that magical figure, we were sitting at 59, that magical figure is 60. We're looking at 61 seats right now in the early trends when Telangana is in focus, and we're talking about the Congress party.
I'll just stop you for a minute. Gautam, if you look at Rajasthan, BJP is 96 and you are 82. And if you look at Madhya Pradesh, BJP has already crossed the half-past mark, which is 115, and you are 110. You can say it's early figures, but there are 2 states BJP is ahead of you, boss. You can say it's 2 plus 2. You are retaining 2, but you are losing Madhya Pradesh.
I think too early to say yet. I think the gap is really, really less. We should wait for another an hour or so, and then let the trends, also stabilize a bit, and then we'll be able to comment on it largely. But since I was myself coordinating the media activities for last 2-3 months for the state of Telangana, for the assembly elections of Telangana, and what I'm seeing there is that, I was largely conveying it in the media again and again, that the people of Telangana have started believing, have started accepting that the Bharatiya Janata Party, the BRS and MIM are one under the same banner. So the MIM coming down to 4 in the same Hyderabad region, where I am told that they are trailing in Nampalli, they are trailing in Malakpet, which were known to be the bastions of MIM, also shows that how people have gone all out to vote against these people who were nothing but Katputlis of Narendra Modi. The KCR to save his daughter. MIM only contesting seats where vote division helps the Bharatiya Janata Party. So their trio and their, hidden agendas were, seen by the people of Telangana. And the way Telangana is voting, I think down south, now there's a clear Congress wave. The Bharatiya Janata Party is totally out. And let's not forget that Narendra Modi ji tried his best, spent so many days in Hyderabad and in areas of Telangana. Amit Shah ji, Yogi ji, everybody was there to make it a triangular contest to help KCR, because they had intelligence inputs that there's a Congress tsunami going on in Telangana. So they came there to help their younger brother, their friend KCR, but see, they have miserably failed. The people of Telangana are giving a thumping majority to the Congress party.
Okay, Kabir, can you take us through all the 4 states?
Right, absolutely. If the camera person can focus right here, let's start with Chhattisgarh. This is the Bastar region, and the BJP has been able to make inroads over here. Again, a very important and crucial point is that more than the fact that Congress is going to make their inroads and rest Telangana, it's going to retain Chhattisgarh, which is going to be of more importance and significance in the run-up to the 2024 parliamentary elections. Just wanted to showcase that right here up on top, which is the seats that went to poll in the second phase of the elections in Chhattisgarh. Away from the Bastar region, it seems like a more saffron tinge over there, right on top in North Chhattisgarh, and overall it seems it's going to be a Congress victory, not as smooth a sail like it was back in 2018 as well. Now taking the viewers through to Rajasthan as well, which I personally feel, in my limited opinion, is going to be a super over towards the end. We still don't know what's happening. If the numbers are anything to go by, they're on the screens for you to take a look at. 98 for the Bharatiya Janata Party, and you of course have the Congress over there as well. 4 with the others, and like Brijesh has been mentioning since morning, the others factor is going to be again very crucial, because these others, backed by Gehlot or not backed by Gehlot, if 2018 is a precedent and is anything to go by, it is going to become very crucial and important to take a look at how the others fare. But in terms of retention, major places where the Congress was fighting, just like Jaisalmer over here, this little big portion, this has again been retained by the Gehlot government. And Gehlot's reaction also, speaking to the media people, he wasn't talking about numbers, he wasn't talking about an analysis. He just simply said that, I've been roaming around towns and kasbahs and villages for the last 6-7 months. And what I'm picking up as, hearsay, as word of mouth, is something that I'm believing right now. And I know that the anti-incumbency factor is not as great. You go and talk to, party workers of the other party and they'll tell you the Mukhyamantri worked. And this time around, hate speeches and, making the atmosphere really tenuous has been the game and narrative that the BJP has tried to set in other states. That did not work in Rajasthan. That is what Ashok Gehlot had to say. Before we go ahead to Telangana, which by the way has the most beautiful of colors because it's pink and blue, let's quickly cut across to Madhya Pradesh as well. Again over here, this is going to be another place where it might just go right down to the wire. I'm going to put this question to the, my colleagues here in the studio and to the panelists that are joining us as well. In terms of what's going to be a more nail-biting affair, is it going to be Rajasthan? Is it going to be Madhya Pradesh? Because again, I think this is going to be
Kabir,
this is going to go right down to the wire.
One question I would like to throw it open to all our panelists is Congress हर जगह लड़ती हुई दिख रही है. ये बहुत सालों बाद हुआ है. सुधा लड़ती हुई दिख रही है. मिजोरम का तो छोड़ दीजिए, मुझे पता नहीं. लेकिन कांग्रेस is, I mean to say, it's not a joke for Congress to be 110 in Madhya Pradesh, even if they are doing, even if they lose the war. To be over 80 in a state, if you recall in 2013 they got 21 seats. लोग कहते थे ना हारती है कांग्रेस की तो पिटाई हो जाती है, पर बीजेपी हारती है तो सम्मानजनक रूप से हारती है. But this time, this party which is getting one beating after another is seem to be fighting in all the states.
Not going down without fight at all.
Yes, absolutely.
Why has that happened at a national level?
I think that it was time anyway. I mean, they had already delayed what is called their their fighting spirit, and I think it is. And also another thing, I know that it's very lazy journalism when one talks about anti-incumbency, but you can't possibly take that away. In Telangana, amongst other reasons, there is anti-incumbency against KCR.
Statistically, if you look at it,
there is. It works. I mean, no, I'm saying that because I hear from all the rest. I mean, they say, oh, anti, but you can't. You have to explain what is anti-incumbency in that case, because I have a theory in Telangana which I will reserve for later. So
but the question is the welfare, politics changing the default mode of our...
I would say that, if we dial back into history a bit, a year before, it all started with Bharat Jodo Yatra. For the first time, there was a sense of purpose in the Congress party. After a long time, they started behaving like a national party, where they did not put a foot wrong. They started behaving as a cohesive unit and not marred by people talking in different voices. And as the cohesion grew, the first result which came out was the state of Himachal and Karnataka.
After Karnataka is probably a larger turning point, a morale booster for Congress.
And also
that is the reason.
Overwhelming
numbers that they got. I think that has played on their psychology as well.
The district, he talked about cohesive.
Telangana was one of the states which they crossed.
Yeah, the district cadre then said, we will all mobilize ourselves, like he said, Mr. Pandey said. It was a cascading, a lovely domino effect.
I agree with you. Avdesh Kumar Malik is waiting, Kingshuk Naik is waiting. Mr. Malik, your thoughts? Sorry, I just couldn't come to you. There are times when you just can't break out of the studio. The conversation gets like that. So sorry for making you wait so much. Mr. Malik, bataiye. Your thoughts?
Exactly, the situation in Chhattisgarh is quite. We are going to see a very close contest here. It is not like the previous elections. The Congress has already swept, because this time, despite on the screen, the people are not fighting within the Congress, but in ground realities, the fighting is still going on. There are the several factions which are fighting, and finally, it is the BJP who started very late campaigning in the areas, even the BJP-dominated areas of Chhattisgarh. This is why BJP has to face a very difficult situation here. Despite of this all, the BJP managed to get its message delivered to its workers, and this is why they are seeing that there is a change in the situation, and BJP and Congress is fighting very close here. And despite all these things, the Congress still has the upper hand here. What the things here matter, even the Chhattisgarh is a tribal-dominated state. OBC has a major chunk of proportion of votes in Chhattisgarh. And when we come to about the OBC, when we go for the division among the votes, we see the Sahu community votes as the major share in Chhattisgarh. So again, it depends. The Sahu community, basically the Sahu community is supporting to which. In general, traditionally it was seen that the Sahu community generally goes to with the BJP. In the last elections,
I really need to stop you here, Mr. Malik. I really need to stop you here. We need to get back to numbers. You know, it's like a sweep for Congress party. Even if people are saying it's early, but I have to say that 67 for the Congress party. BRS is somewhere 39, 38. But if you look at Rajasthan, it's 103. Bharatiya Janata Party early leads, but it has got the majority in Rajasthan. But if you look at the total thing, 275, 296, Congress has not done bad. It has not done bad. If you look at Madhya Pradesh, 12700, BJP lead has increased, as Sri was saying, but in Chhattisgarh, 4638, Brijesh, यहाँ एक चीज बड़ी साफ है, BJP ने जमकर fight दी. Kabir.
Absolutely. You know, what's coming to my mind is that in the run-up to the previous Tamil Nadu elections, Bihar elections, the things that we were talking about was Congress is ousted from Delhi, Congress is infighting in Punjab, Congress can't wrap their head around what's happening in Chhattisgarh with Deo and Bhupesh Baghel. But right now, I think the fulcrum of this change has been the Bharat Jodo Yatra, and after that, we're seeing the numbers that are right out there. सबसे पहले कौन से स्टेट के बारे में आप बात करना?
I think we'll go to Telangana, then
Right. And if one looks at the map of Telangana, and I'm just going to zoom out just a little bit.
Can you keep the map? Can you zoom it in? Can you please zoom it in? Sudha, you tell me. When you look at this map, Sudha, what do you make of it? Tell us, because the maximum debates on Telangana were done by you.
Yeah.
You tell me what you make of this map.
So more blue, very, very less orange and saffron, sorry.
Pink
but then pink, these pink are bastions, I think, where Kabir, if you can tell me exactly where, because I can see saffron just above that pink.
Bhadrachalam is right here. This little portion over here, this right here is Bhadrachalam.
Bhadrachalam, yes. And also Nirmal, I think. Nirmal, saffron has got Nirmal, have they? Medchal, saffron.
Oh God, this is a breaking news. Sorry, guys. This is a breaking news. Sachin Pilot is trailing. Please put it on it. Sachin Pilot trails. Sachin Pilot is trailing. Sri, क्या हो रहा है?
You know, the thing is that I want to ask you something. Yes. They say if you win Tonk, then you win Rajasthan. Is that true even now, or that's just a myth?
Okay, let me answer that question, Sudha, for you. I think more than anything, for Sachin Pilot to trail, it will reinforce one thing, that if wherever Congress has not been able to reconcile powerful feudatories, they have not done well. The power of the Congress High Command was their ability to reconcile competing interests. If you read the biography, you must have, of autobiography of Narasimha Rao, he rised the way he was removed and other faction was brought in. It was Indira Gandhi's style of trying to reconcile that class which he thought he had done away with, because he initiated agrarian reform.
I agree with you. And
Andhra Pradesh. So I think that losing that ability, Sudha, to answer that question, to reconcile various factions, it is like Bansi Lal, Bhajan Lal, the three Lals of Haryana, or for example, if I say Kamal Nath, Digvijay Singh, Arjun Singh, Rahul Singh, Subhash Yadav, Suresh Pachori, these are the leaders yesterday, but Gandhis were able to reconcile them. For example, Vilas Rao Deshmukh or Sushil Kumar Shinde.
Now, closer home in Karnataka now, between D.K. Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah. The most memorable photograph was of Rahul Gandhi going on the election stage and putting both their hands up and making them.
If you look at UPA1, it was full of ministers from Karnataka, from Muniyappa to Mr. Moily to Mallikarjun Kharge. I think this represents inability of Delhi to control and take care of the satraps. And this training.
Well, Kartikeya, I think one of the very normal line would explain to me. It also denotes how powerful the centre is. By centre, I mean the Congress party is. If you're losing power, you don't have the required heft to order all the satraps into line.
I'll answer it also. I'll put another layer to it. It also shows who's controlling the Congress in Rajasthan.
Very clearly.
Kartikeya, I think we'll have to wait 1 hour more for to have a definitive opinion on Sachin Pilot losing trailing.
Like him to trail is a problem.
Yes.
He should not be trailing. I'm saying even if he's leading by 5 votes, he should be leading. It's like if he trails.
For a challenger,
I'm not saying Gehlot is making him trail.
Yes.
But it tells me something more than that.
Yeah, right. So it tells you that, you know, the senior leader, I mean, I know Brijesh Pandey said, listen, hold your horses, don't run away with them.
No,
but the point is, let's wait. But look at Sardarpura. This is what I mean.
Kamal Nath is trailing.
Yeah,
so,
Kamal Nath
so
is
if you
trailing,
are
yes. So those are indications, Brijesh.
I think it's too early an indication to go for. I understand that, you know, when you talk of a tall leader, somebody like Sachin Pilot, they should always be leading.
Yes.
But it was a very closely fought election. There also talk of, you know, how, as Karthikeya was hinting it, that the machinery might be deployed to ensure that, you know, that your arch rival loses or doesn't secure a very big victory. But other than that, I think, you know, I mean, we'll have to wait for some time before we, you know, we say for sure which way
and also
you know, the talk is going to.
This is the bad news. This is really bad news, Sudha. 97 Congress is in double digit in Madhya Pradesh. 132 Bharatiya Janata Party, that's the lead.
Bad news for Congress.
That's bad news for Congress. That's bad news for Congress. 95, because, you know, anything below 70 will be a problem for them, because Madhya Pradesh, if they continue to do like this, can turn into another Gujarat. Though it was the first Hindutva laboratory. But you lose the
original. But would you say then the last kind of a gambit of Ladli Behna, really they ran away with it? Would you say? I mean, I'm asking you turn by turn.
I think yes, looks like that. I mean, if you go by stats right now available, Ladli Behna did provided wind into BJP's campaign, and this is also the reason why in the last 20-25 days, if you see, it also marked the return of Shivraj Singh Chauhan into the bigger scheme of things as far as BJP is concerned. Otherwise, he was completely isolated. He was doing his solo gigs and all, and not seen others. The second part which it says is that the gamble which was taken by BJP, you know, because this state was also manned by Amit Shah and Bhupendra Yadav, you know, and this means that the gambit which has been taken by both of them, which is to get all the cabinet ministers to fight, reading a riot act to both Jyotiraditya as well as Narendra Singh Tomar to mend their fences and make sure that the party wins. Otherwise, the consequences was going to be big. I think all of that looks like, as we speak, you know, going by
another
the figure,
breaking news.
works for that.
Another breaking news. Kamal Nath is trailing.
Again.
Kamal Nath is the
indicator.
guy who bucked the trend. The person who would continue to win. The person who was pro tem speaker in 2014 is trailing. It's not.
He's king of Chhindwara, yaar. More than everything.
This is not a joke.
He has won Chhindwara like so many times.
It's not a joke. Something has turned around. It's really not a joke.
So his soft
So I think the writing is on the wall. Clearly,
I mean, they were just saying that he's changed tax.
So that if you recall the conversation which we had over a cup of tea when we were having that sort of an impromptu conversation in the newsroom, I said the biggest issue in Madhya Pradesh is that it has bypassed the winds of change which touched entire North India. You have no, and it has also bypassed Bharatiya Janata Party. There is no generation shift. That generational shift which is visible in Punjab, generational shift which is visible in, for example, what is JJP in Digvijay Singh?
Right.
Two young boys, you know, the third party, Akhilesh, Tejaswi, Hemant Soren, ठीक है, you can say dynast आ गया, पर कोई तो आ गया. Even Pandyan has come in Odisha. मतलब he has resigned as an IS officer, he's joined the party. There is no change. If you look at Kamal Nath, Nakul Nath has come. If you look at Arjun Singh, Rahul has come. If you look at the PCC chief, the last PCC chief, it was Subhash Yadav's son. And then they have not been able to make that mark. All these Digvijay Singh, all these senior leaders have called the shot. So generational shift has not been affected in Madhya Pradesh the way Rahul Gandhi has been able to affect a lot of generational change in Telangana and other parts. For someone from Kerala to be the organizing general secretary of the Congress
Karthikeya,
party.
it's not good. It was not that easy a task as we think. You know, theoretically, we can say that. But practically, imagine removing Kamal Nath and Digvijay Singh out of the...
That is the power of the leadership. Rahul Gandhi has been able to do something like that in some states. He has not been able to do something like that in some states. Because these leaders precede him, maybe they have more heft. But the fact of the matter is that he has been successful in some states. Gautam, are you there with me?
And there's one more figure I would like to draw your attention, Karthikeya.
Yes,
284, 291.
Gautam, your comments on Sachin Pilot and Kamal Nath trailing and Congress sweeping in Telangana.
You see, very, very early, they are trailing by how many votes, which round is going on. We would need to know the specifics. We should at least wait till 12 noon, 12:30 for the results and these trends to settle down. There is in no scenario that Kamal Nath ji or Sachin Pilot ji would trail in their seats. If it has happened, it would be by very minor votes in certain rounds, and this will suddenly change to a massive lead in the coming rounds. So they are both very popular leaders and they are both set to win.
Okay.
Gautam, I would like to ask you one question. If you go by what is happening in Madhya Pradesh, I agree with you, it's a very early trend and I'm not nowhere suggesting that this is the final figure. But if you go by early trend also, do you think that the gambit played by BJP, which is to get all their cabinet ministers and, powerful MPs and all, powerful factional leaders as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned, it kind of has worked for them, and their Ladli Behna scheme you could not counter enough?
See, the trends, as I see them, are a little disappointing indeed. Because what we saw in Madhya Pradesh was a vote against the, the decision of the Narendra Modi government to move out an electorally elected, democratically elected government of Kamal Nath with the help of their money power, with the help of their muscle power, and establish a BJP government there. So there was that anger amongst the people that, their mandate was stolen by the Bharatiya Janata Party. And what we saw was a massive response to the guarantees of the Congress party. What we saw was a massive response to the leadership of Kamal Nath ji. And I would still want to hold my statements until next 1 hour, until next 2 hours, until unless one is sure which way this way is going, because right now it's only 9:30. And I'm not sure even if 2 rounds have concluded or even the first round is going on. So we'll need to wait. There'll be about 7-8 rounds by the time we get to know actually the votes are going which way.
Yeah, I mean, I would, of course, like to ask you about Telangana once again. And, we were talking about the resurgence of Revant Reddy. But also the point is, Gautam, that, one fact is that there were too many davedars for the chief minister's post. Now, of course, things become very clear. Isn't it a fact that apart from Revant Reddy, there were others, like Uttam Reddy, of course, he said, listen, I'm signing out, I'm really not in the reckoning. But there were at least 6 names, time and again. Komti Reddy's elder brother, Venkata Reddy, not Rajagopal Reddy, who later joined back the Congress, but even his older brother, he went to a rally and he said, Sonia Amma has said that I should become the chief minister. There was a lot of factionalism. So one thing which is very good, I'm not criticizing that, but it still remains a thorn in your flesh that there is too much factionalism in Telangana Congress, Gautam. Would you agree?
In National Congress, that we have so many capable people who are capable administrators, who are talented and who have the merit to lead the state. And the way Telangana has voted for the Congress party, the way Telangana has reinforced their faith in Indira Amma's Rajya, in Sonia Amma's promises, in Rahul Anna and Priyanka Akka's guarantees, in Revant ji, in Bhatti ji, in Uttam ji, in Jana Reddy ji, or in Madhu Yakshi God, our campaign committee chief, Komti Reddy, Venkat Reddy, all of them are the senior leaders of the party, and the Congress party in a very consensus way. We'll create a consensus in a way that everybody is accommodated as per the merit and as per capabilities. Our CLP will sit in consensus with the central leadership. The leader who will lead the state will be announced. And what we all as congressmen are very proud about, that this state, which was a dream of Srimati Sonia Gandhi, is being given back to her. And I'm sure that now on the 9th of December, the birthday of Sonia ji, a Congress chief minister will take oath in Telangana, taking forward the dream for the aspirations, for fulfilling the aspirations of the people of Telangana, taking forward the vision of Dr. Manmohan Singh and Sonia Gandhi ji.
Warm welcome to you. Mr. Nag, I've had several debates with you and you said to me that because there is fatigue, ennui so far as KCR is concerned, so it's natural that the Congress is the other alternative, because you constantly also added that the BJP is not even a footnote so far as Telangana is concerned. But your first thoughts, you see the result right now. We are playing out on our screen. Revant Reddy is leading in Kodangal. We shall wait for Gajwel, of course, and we should also wait for Kama Reddy. Those two are also Huzurabad as well. Very, very crucial. But your first opening statement, sir. Mr. Nag.
Well, the results are in line with the expectations. The Congress has been, the TRS has been in power for 10 years, and now the anti-incumbency effect. I don't want to go into the details of why the anti-incumbency effect took place, and therefore it is likely that the Congress will come to power, because BJP, as I said, is a North Indian party. However, I'd like to say something new here. That the Congress will win became very clear 10 days ago. And that time we are starting getting reports from rural areas that Congress is going to sweep. In fact, a lot of analysts I spoke to, all of them said, and I didn't prompt them, they all said Congress, Congress, Congress. And this includes leaders from TRS also, BJP also, and a lot of journalists also. So at that point, it became clear.
Okay, and I'm sorry, but I'm considering that you are a journalist of repute and have witnessed many elections. Any comments on Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, not Chhattisgarh, but Madhya Pradesh in particular, where we see that Kamal Nath is trailing? I mean, according to you, what is the story in Madhya Pradesh? Is it the resurgence of Shivraj Chauhan, of their welfare policies? The Congress could not read the writing on the wall, as it were.
This question is asked to me or somebody else?
To you, sir, Mr. Nal.
Well, Madhya Pradesh, I think their old guard of Congress has been lingering on for so long. Kamal Nath has been a leader. First won the election in 1977, and Digvijay Singh has also been around so long. You have to have new guys, na? You don't have. And then therefore people are saying that Madhya Pradesh is like Gujarat. Well, it can become. Gujarat became Gujarat because of other reasons, which I don't want to say here because that will take a lot more time. So Madhya Pradesh, you have to change your leadership. Your leadership is very old. They're from previous generation. Right. But you are showing no signs of change because either you're showing Kamal Nath or you're showing Digvijay Singh. So that is one of the reasons, I think. Madhya Pradesh, of course, is not a state in the sense, it's not like Gujarat, which is a Gujarati state. It's not Telangana or Andhra Pradesh. It's, I don't know, Madhya Pradesh's identity is based on what?
The figure of Chhattisgarh.
It's the extension of a Hindi state. So I don't know. So
Mr. Nag, I'll come to you. Mr. Nag, I'll come to you in a bit. I think, I would like to draw the attention of our viewers in the state of Chhattisgarh, where another turnaround is happening, and this is the reason why we should never rush to predict a result. BJP is touched halfway, and BJP is leading Congress after 1.5 hours of voting. So what was a sure shot citadel is witnessing a wind of change.
Okay, sure shot.
Let's get the Congress.
Okay, I think before that, let's go across to Ravi. Ravi is in Rajasthan. He's in front of the BJP office. I think खूब शोरशा बाबा हो रहा है, खूब नाच गाना हो रहा है. BJP is in a victory mode there. Ravi, am I audible to you?
Yes, of course, I can hear you.
भाई हो क्या रहा है बता दो, यहाँ तो पहले
Please repeat your question. अब बिल्कुल बताऊं, इससे पहले मैं तस्वीरें दिखा देता हूं जल्दी से, जरा निशांत आइए, देखिए ये आप देखिए कि कार्तिकेय जैसे जैसे ये ट्रेंड्स बीजेपी के फेवर में आ गए, वैसे वैसे आप देखिए माहौल यहाँ पर क्या होता गया। ऑफिस को सजा दिया गया है, ये पार्टी का कार्यालय है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राजस्थान का, और यहाँ देखिए कार्यकर्ता पूरे जोश में है। मैं जल्दी से एक बाहर की तस्वीर दिखाता हूँ आपको, ये देखिए इमेजेस देखिए जरा, यहाँ देखिए तैयारियां शुरू हो गई हैं, और ये देखिए ये बड़ी संख्या में यहाँ पर लोग जमा होने शुरू हो गए हैं, और ये अपने आप में इंडिकेशन है, ये मैसेज ऐसा लग रहा है कि पार्टी के समर्थकों कार्यकर्ताओं को जा चुका है कि अब बीजेपी इतने बड़े लीड की तरफ बढ़ चुकी है कि अब पार्टी जीतने वाली, कम से कम शुरुआती ट्रेंड्स की अगर बात करें जो हम भी दिखा रहे हैं। सो दिस इज द पिक्चर राइट नाउ एट द बीजेपी स्टेट ऑफिस, एंड how the workers, the karyakartas are gathering here after getting these initial trends of the counting. So here you can see what kind of picture is emerging right now at the BJP state office in Jaipur. Karthikeya.
Ravi, there are reports coming on that Sachin Pilot is trailing, and also Kamal Nath in Chhindwara. What is this indicative of? Are we looking at return of Rivas, which is a different government every 5 years, or is there some semblance of hope as far as Congress is concerned, because it is 103 and 83? So looks like that they might come back to power.
See, there was a claim by Ashok Gehlot that यहाँ पर रिवाज बदलेगा, राज नहीं, बट इट सीम्स दैट द राज जो है वो बदलने जा रहा है रिवाज नहीं. And that rivaj is that after every 5 years there is another party comes in the power. So it's looking like this. And the the antho in the workers, party workers, is like they have already claimed that BJP is coming into the power in Rajasthan. So this is a kind of atmosphere, environment right now. However, the BJP leaders are refraining themselves to speak something like that we are winning in Rajasthan. They are just waiting for a final lead in this trend. Because we have seen in so many elections that BJP was like leading in the trends around 10 a.m. but things changed. That's why they are just a little bit cautious right now. But of course, happiness can be seen on the faces of the BJP leaders and the workers at the party office. They are cheering up, they are celebrating right now. But of course, we are waiting for the laddus and patakas, because that will be that indication will be given by the top leadership that yes, we can go for a full-fledged celebration. So right now we are in the BJP office, state office in Rajasthan. We are waiting for some big faces to come and talk to us, get the initial reaction after this leading position in the initial trends of the counting. Over to you.
लड्डू भी हैं, पटाखे भी हैं जयपुर में. Let me go across to निधि. निधि is in भोपाल. निधि, यहाँ तो बाढ़ आ गई भारतीय जनता पार्टी की. मतलब 140 सीट है, ये तो फ्लड है.
लीडिंग.
हाँ, जो लीड्स हैं, ये तो बहुत ज्यादा हो गया.
बिल्कुल उम्मीद से परे कार्तिकेय, और ये एक ऐसा ट्रेंड है जो इस वक्त बिल्कुल उम्मीद से परे, और जैसा कि बीजेपी पहले दिन से कह रही थी कार्तिकेय कि किस तरह से वो जीतने वाली है और कोई एंटी इनकम्बेंसी फैक्टर नहीं है. मेरी आवाज इको हो रही है, तो मैं इस वक्त सीएम शिवराज सिंह चौहान के घर के बाहर से इस वक्त लाइव हूं, और कुछ देर पहले ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया अंदर पहुंचे हैं और वो मिलने पहुंचे हैं शिवराज सिंह चौहान से. शिवराज सिंह चौहान अपनी सीट से बुधनी से आगे चल रहे हैं, और ये एक तरह से क्लीन स्वीप करते हुए बीजेपी दिखाई दे रही है. ये बहुत अंतर है, बहुत बड़ा अंतर है जो ट्रेंड्स में दिखाई दे रहा है, जो रुझानों में दिखाई दे रहा है. और ये जो वोट शेयर 2018 में बीजेपी का था 42% कार्तिकेय, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. ये देखना होगा कि क्या ये 2023 में भी यही वोट शेयर रिपीट होता है. हालांकि कांग्रेस ने भी बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म किया था, इस बार कांग्रेस भी बहुत आश्वस्त दिख रही है अब तक, लेकिन अब देखना होगा क्योंकि 2 घंटे हो चुके हैं काउंटिंग को, होने जा रहे हैं. 8 बजे से सुबह काउंटिंग शुरू हुई थी, और 2 घंटे बाद अगर ट्रेंड्स में ये फ्लड देखने को मिल रहा है और एक तरह से बीजेपी का ये सुनामी देखने को मिल रही है, तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि अगर जब ओवरऑल टैली सामने आएगी तो बीजेपी के कम होंगे, क्योंकि ये 10-15% तक कम हो पाएंगे. तो कुल मिलाकर जो अब तक रुझान सामने आए हैं, 140 से ज्यादा सीटें मिल रही हैं. 230 विधानसभा सीटें हैं, मध्य प्रदेश की असेंबली सीट्स हैं, और 116 का मेजॉरिटी का आंकड़ा है, वो मैजिकल आंकड़ा जिसे पार कर पाएगी बीजेपी, ये उम्मीद है. लेकिन कांग्रेस भी उम्मीद छोड़ नहीं रही. कमलनाथ ये कह चुके हैं कि वो 11 बजे के बाद ही कुछ बोल पाएंगे रुझानों पर, ऐसा. लेकिन आइए मैं आपको एक बार तस्वीरें दिखा देती हूँ. देखिए हलचल बढ़ गई है, और कुछ देर में शिवराज सिंह चौहान भी जाएंगे बीजेपी ऑफिस, और ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया भी यहीं से निकलकर जाएंगे. और आपको मैं एक और चीज बताऊं.
निधि आपको तो पता, निधि एक मिनट, आपको एक चीज पता होगी, ये कमलनाथ ट्रेल कर रहे हैं. ये हो क्या रहा है? कमलनाथ ट्रेल कर रहे हैं.
किंग ऑफ छिंदवाड़ा.
बिल्कुल, मैं आपसे ये कहना चाहती हूँ, कमलनाथ और दिग्विजय सिंह को लेकर ये रणदीप सुरजेवाला ने कहा था ये जय वीरू की जोड़ी है और ये विन होगी इस बार. रणदीप सुरजेवाला ने मेहनत की, जैसे कर्नाटक में मेहनत की थी वैसे यहाँ पर मेहनत की, लेकिन देखना होगा, अभी फाइनल टैली का इंतजार करना होगा. जो शुरुआती आंकड़े हैं, रुझान हैं, वो बेशक ट्रेंड कर रहे हो कमलनाथ, लेकिन ये देखना होगा कि क्या कांग्रेस के लिए इस बार के चुनाव है. और कुछ लोग आ रहे हैं लगातार सीएम ऑफिस में, उनसे बातचीत करने की कोशिश करते हैं, क्योंकि देखिए हलचल बढ़ गई है. जैसे ही जो आंकड़े सामने आ रहे हैं, हलचल बढ़ गई.
कौन आ गया निधि?
आई गेस
तो अंदर है.
कौन आया निधि? रवि, मेरी आवाज सुनाई दे रही है? रवि?
यस यस।
रवि, आपके यहाँ सचिन पायलट हार रहे हैं, वहां कमलनाथ हार रहे हैं, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इन 2 राज्यों में बहुमत मिल ही गया है, मतलब 115 और वहां 140 से हो क्या रहा है?
देखिए, ये मुझे लगता है कि अशोक गहलोत इस वक्त ज़्यादा चिंतित होंगे, क्योंकि वो बड़े कॉन्फिडेंट थे, और ये जो बड़े चेहरे हैं इनका पीछे चलना मतलब निश्चित तौर पे सरप्राइजिंग है, और न सिर्फ सरप्राइजिंग है बल्कि स्टेट लीडरशिप के लिए शॉकिंग है। बहरहाल 100 के ऊपर पहुंच जाना ही इनिशियल ट्रेंड में बीजेपी के लिए सबसे स्ट्रॉन्ग इंडिकेशन है कि चुनाव में क्या लोगों का मूड था। मुझे लगता है कि जो पॉलिसीज़ की बात की गई थी, जो पॉपुलर स्कीम्स थी गहलोत सरकार की, उस पर उनको बड़ा विश्वास था, लेकिन वोटर्स को लगता है कि अगर इन ट्रेंड्स को अभी माने, हम इन ट्रेंड्स का इशारा समझने की कोशिश करें, क्योंकि ये न तो फाइनल रिजल्ट है और ना ही ये आखिरी ट्रेंड है, इनिशियल ट्रेंड्स है 10 बजे के सुबह के, तो उसको देखने की कोशिश करें, तो मुझे लगता है कि जितनी उम्मीद थी उन स्कीम्स के एक वोटिंग टर्नआउट में कन्वर्ट होने की, वो उम्मीद पूरी होती नजर नहीं आ रही। इसीलिए बड़े चेहरों पर भी मुझे लगता है कि इस वक्त एक प्रश्न चिन्ह लग गया। आपने जैसा बताया, भी हम देख भी रहे हैं कि सचिन पायलट की बात करें या खुद जो बड़े चेहरे हैं, अब सबसे बड़ा सवाल यही है कि यहां पर बीजेपी जो है इस लीड को है कितनी देर तक बरकरार रखती है, कितना गैप ये बढ़ा पाती है, क्योंकि 11, 12 और 1 बजते बजते ये जो लीड है वो लॉक होने की कंडीशन में आएगी। तो क्या ये जो गैप है ये आने वाले समय में बढ़ेगा? अगर ये जो लीड है ये और ज्यादा बढ़ता है तो अपने आप में ये वही बात होगी कि जब भी देखिए राजस्थान के चुनाव में एक बड़ा जी,
मैं आपसे सिर्फ ये कहूंगा कि एनालिसिस तो बहुत बढ़िया है, लेकिन जब आप जयपुर में हैं, वहां की फेमस चाय, प्याज की कचौड़ी खाइएगा, और वहां एक मीठी कचौड़ी भी मिलती है। जब आप वापस आए रिपोर्टिंग खत्म करके, प्लीज रावत की, प्लीज गेट इट बैक फॉर मी, सुधा जी, ब्रिजेश, श्री, वो मीठी वाली कचौड़ी 2-2 और 2-2 प्याज की कचौड़ियां, और चाय भी बहुत अच्छी होती है। लोग कहते हैं नींद आती है, कुछ उसकी खास कैरेक्टर होती है, बट यू एंजॉय दैट। कभी यू वांटेड टू गेट इट?
Yeah, absolutely. Just to tell the viewers, small little updates from all these states, जिनके results अभी आने वाले हैं. Kamalnath, we were just telling the viewers that in the trends that we're picking up at the moment, Kamalnath was trailing, which is again does tend to make the eyebrows go up a little. Not just Kamalnath, Sachin Pilot as well, but just to show the viewers a little bit of a picture over here. Madhya Pradesh में Kamalnath is in a huddle with his loyalists. It says here Madhya Pradesh Congress President Kamalnath and other leaders of the party gather at the state party office in Bhopal, which is why maybe Kamalnath is saying that let's wait it out till 11 or 12 and then we'll come back at it. Meanwhile, we were talking about firecrackers and fire bursting. These are visuals that are coming from right outside Revant Reddy's office, and Revant Reddy's party chief Revant Reddy's residence in Hyderabad. As per the latest official EC trends, Congress is leading on 10 seats, BRS on 6 and BJP on 1 in the state. पटाखे फूटना शुरू हो चुके हैं, पटाखे चल रहे हैं इस समय तेलंगाना में. Nidhi was just telling us that Jyotiraditya Scindia, he's made his way to Shivraj Singh Chauhan's residence. वहाँ पर ज़्यादा बाहर शोर शराबा नहीं हो, to be honest. I was looking at the visuals. Maybe थोड़ी देर में ऐसा होना शुरू हो जाए. Taking a look at what the union minister over there had to say.
Obviously, because he said, inside chief minister's residence, there are two gates to it. There's first one gate, and then there's the second gate. The Janta gets to stand between these two gates. So obviously, it will take some time for people to assemble there. Anyone who has gone to...
I also think that they don't want to repeat their Bihar fiasco, where they want to firm up on the lead, be more sure of the victory, and then break into celebration rather than celebrating as the Congress did at the early morning. And now Congress has repeated.
Exactly. Just one more little thing. Jyotiraditya ka bayan, his statement, he says, we knew that as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned, given the public welfare schemes of our double engine government, the Ladli Behna schemes, I'm confident that their blessings will be with the BJP and we will form the government with absolute majority. Digvijay Singh over here on this particular feed itself says 130 plus seats for Congress in Madhya Pradesh.
Okay, let's play out the bite of Jyotiraditya Scindia, then I'll go to Nidhi.
जहाँ तक मध्य प्रदेश की बात है, हमारी डबल इंजन की सरकार प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में, मध्य प्रदेश में शिवराज सिंह जी के नेतृत्व में जो जन कल्याण की योजनाएं हैं, जो गरीब उत्थान की योजना है, सेवा और सुशासन की जो हमारी सरकार है, जनता का पूर्ण आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ रहेगा। कल कई कहानियां मैंने सुनी कि लड्डू कोई एकत्रित कर रहे थे, कोई शाबाशी की बैनर्स पोस्टर्स लगवा रहे थे, और मैंने सदैव कहा था कि नतीजे का इंतज़ार करो। तो मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि जनता का आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ रहेगा, और समूचे मध्य प्रदेश की जनता को मैं नमन करता हूं। और अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं, अंतिम नतीजे तक हम लोग इंतज़ार करें, पर मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बहुमत नहीं लेकिन पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ बनेगी।
ओल्ड पेंशन भी नहीं चला सर, लाडली बहना का कमाल कहेंगे।
अब मैंने आपको सदैव कहा मैं ज्योतिष नहीं हूँ, तो मैंने कहा है बहुमत नहीं, संपूर्ण बहुमत के साथ सरकार।
क्या कारण मानते हैं जनता का इतना समर्थन मिला है, क्या वजह है?
मैंने यही कहा कि हमारी डबल इंजन की सरकार, प्रधानमंत्री जी का नेतृत्व, प्रदेश में हमारी जन कल्याणकारी योजनाएं, इन सभी के आधार पर हमारा जनता के साथ एक व्यक्तिगत और हृदय का संबंध, सुशासन की सरकार, यही कारण है। मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है कि
दिग्विजय सिंह 2 दिन से आपका अटैक कर रहे हैं। कल भी उन्होंने कहा कि हमारे पास इंडिया जैसे नहीं है, हमारी कांग्रेस नहीं टूटेगी, हॉस्टिंग नहीं होगी।
उनके हर एक बद्दुआ का मैं स्वागत करता हूं, और दिग्विजय सिंह जी को मैं अपने तरफ से, अपने दिल की गहराइयों से मैं उनको शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूं।
Okay. Across all these statements that have been put across, जो हमने अभी सुनी भी, where he says उनकी हर एक बद्दुआ का मैं स्वागत करता हूँ. Everybody is commenting next CM phase, next CM phase.
Okay, next CM phase. निधि, is it correct? Is that the buzz? कि कोई और हो सकता है? मामा जी might come out and congratulate the other guy.
जी. नहीं, कोई और नहीं हो सकता है कार्तिकेय, कोई और नहीं हो सकता है। यहाँ पे जो आ रहा है वो ये कह रहा है कि आंधी नहीं, ये तूफान है, शिवराज सिंह चौहान है। और उनकी एक स्कीम जो थी वो थी लाडली बहना योजना। ये स्कीम जो है वो उनकी हिट साबित हुई। महिलाएं और जो बड़ी तादाद में महिलाओं ने निकल कर उनके लिए वोट किया। ये तमाम जो मतदान केंद्र पर महिलाएं आई थी उनसे भी जब हमने बात की तो वो भी यही कह रहे थे। तो एक तरह की लोकप्रियता इतनी है शिवराज सिंह चौहान की, 4 बार के चीफ मिनिस्टर रहे और अब 5वीं बार उन कंटेंडिंग हैं चीफ मिनिस्टर। कुछ देर में मैं आपको अपडेट कर दूं कार्तिकेय, शिवराज सिंह चौहान निकलने वाले हैं और हमें खबर ये मिल रही है कि बीजेपी ऑफिस जाएंगे वो, जो जैसी जानकारी हमें मिल रही है। अब इंतजार करना होगा उनका। सीएम ऑफिस के बाहर ही हम हैं। ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया भी आए। बेशक ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया पर बहुत कड़े प्रहार किए, बहुत ज्यादा आरोप लगाए गए दिग्विजय सिंह के जरिए, लेकिन उन्होंने किसी बात का जवाब नहीं दिया। और ये एक स्ट्रैटेजी बीजेपी की बहुत अच्छी रही जो एंटी इनकम्बेंसी के साथ फाइट कर पाई। 18 साल से 18 ईयर्स से बीजेपी की गवर्नमेंट है और ये एक स्ट्रैटेजी वो काम कर पाई कि एंटी इनकम्बेंसी हावी नहीं हो पाई और बीजेपी ने उसके अलावा मेहनत की। कांग्रेस, एक बात मैं और बता दूं, लाडली बहना योजना जो जिस स्कीम की बात हो रही है, जो चर्चा भोपाल में मध्य प्रदेश में हो रही है, उस स्कीम के तहत कांग्रेस भी सामने आई कि नहीं, हम आपको इसके तहत 1,30,00,000 लोगों तक इसका फायदा पहुंचेगा, हम इसके तहत 1,500 रुपए महीना देंगे। बीजेपी ने कहा हम 1250 देंगे, तो कांग्रेस ने कहा हम 1,500 देंगे, लेकिन वो कारगर नहीं ऐसा लग रहा हो पाया और कांग्रेस के खाते में नहीं जा पाया। इसीलिए शायद बीजेपी, आप देख रहे हैं, एक बड़ा, अगर रुझानों के हिसाब से देखें तो एक बड़ा बहुमत हासिल करते हुए, एक बड़ी मेजॉरिटी हासिल करते हुए, सबका सफाया करते हुए दिख रही है। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। 18 साल बाद भी लोगों के दिलों पर अब भी बीजेपी ही मध्य प्रदेश में राज करती हुई दिख रही है कार्तिकेय। तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है ये समझना कि बीजेपी, आखिर लोग क्यों बीजेपी को पसंद कर रहे हैं, ऐसा क्या है बीजेपी के अंदर जो रुझानों से लेकर, शुरुआती रुझानों से लेकर अब तक ऐसा लग रहा है बीजेपी भी आएगी। और इसीलिए हलचल तेज है कि बीजेपी में जश्न मनाना भी शुरू हो रहा है धीरे धीरे। कांग्रेस जरूर निश्चिंत थी इस बात को लेकर कि इस बार की सरकार आ रही है।
निधि,
जैसा
मैं इसी बात पे यहाँ अलविदा बोलूंगा आपको, क्योंकि कल हम जो बात कर रहे थे ना, एडिट मीटिंग हम शायद सैटरडे को बैठे थे श्री when we sat Sunday. We spoke about women voters. Shalini, can you just put the graphic of women voters here? Because when the exit poll came out, we discussed that suddenly there's a surge of women voters in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh.
That's right.
And the whole discussion was where will this vote go? Now, if you look at the convincing margin which Bharatiya Janata Party has got in Madhya Pradesh, and sort of a sweet margin they have in Rajasthan, you have women as a category emerging strong. Sudha, can you tell me, after independence, caste was a category, region was a category, urban rural was a category, class was a category, hill and plain was a category, scheduled tribe, scheduled caste was a category, but gender as a category, like in Anglo-Saxon democracies, was not here. Do you think that women as a category has emerged?
Of course, I mean, although it was
and why? Can you tell me?
It has, what used to happen was that the women used to vote what the men were saying, and that was one argument which was also there in 33% reservation to be given to women, that it's not the women who are actually going to be making any decisions, it's going to be their husbands stroke father-in-law stroke sons who are going to make that decision for them. I can only quote particularly in Tamil Nadu, where there are panchayat heads, but they cannot possibly hoist the national flag on Republic Day or 15th of August because of their caste, and they get their caste from their husbands. Earlier they got their caste from the father. So it was just that they were an ancillary, they were a subsidiary of the male gender. But right now what has happened is that, much like what happened in television and particularly in entertainment, that the woman has the remote in her hand, and therefore she has the buying power. She decides where she should put money for which soda, which brand of soda, and that's how it worked. And that's exactly what has worked, I think, here. It's literacy, it's awareness, it's the thing to go ahead, and it is, decisiveness. And also political parties have been very, look at it, look at all the welfare, I hate to call it reveries, I've kept saying welfare policies. In Tamil Nadu, they started, cradle, Jayalalitha started the cradle thing. Then she started giving gold for the talis, which is the Mangal Sutra. In Madhya Pradesh right now, Ladli Behna 1200 rupees, Congress ne bola, hum aapko 1500 rupees denge. But will you be sold? They look at the overall picture and then they will see to it. In Telangana, the win is Graha Lakshmi, Graha Jyoti. What pretty much an Anna Bhagya scheme, Anna and Bhagya. The thing is that it's very smartly distributed there. People used to, Indian democracies, there's still articles being written in the Western media about how they can be bought with, 1 cotton sari and 2 kgs of rice. Well, we are a country which requires subsidies as always, but the point is that also there is a very, very careful consideration that who do you vote for. Rajasthan is a very, very good example. Ashok Bagdia, our colleague, was saying the other day, there was a time when women will not come out to vote. That was the culture. But now, over the, let's say, a decade ago, they've started coming out. It's a paradigm shift. In Bihar it happened, in Uttar Pradesh it happened, and it's now showing its effect in the rest of the country.
Just to add to what Sudha is saying, and to your point, Kartikeya, even in a community like, let's say, the Muslim community, there are signs that the women are voting independently of their, male members in the family, which is a sign that overall women in India are coming into their own politically as decision makers, as people who have their own mind in terms of what is the issue, what is the party that they want to, go with. So, which is a very, very, I think, important shift that's happening from a electorate point of view.
I would be very interested also to look in this contest at Telangana, because, AIMIM, Mr. Owaisi has a lot of influence in the 7 or 8 seats in the Twin Cities. But what we said that he was winning in 4 and the rest we did not know. The point is, Mr. Owaisi does not have impact in entire Telangana, because his politics is also in a way ghettoization of doing particular things which the Muslim women are now saying, no, we want to wear the hijab, but we want to study.
Okay. I am also joined by Aishwarya Mahadev, spokesperson of the Congress party. Aishwarya, mixed bag. BJP has consolidated in Madhya Pradesh. It has consolidated in Rajasthan. Congress seems to be, having locked in a tough battle in Chhattisgarh. It's the sweet victories only coming from Telangana, where you have kissed the halfway mark. Aishwarya.
Good morning. I would like to reserve judgment in saying that until 12:31, I think the picture is not as clear. But I would just like to say that in the 5 states, we ran one of the most spirited campaigns. We were nowhere in Telangana. We started later, even later than the Karnataka campaign, in fact. And the way that we've rallied has been absolutely phenomenal. In all the other states, in order to even overcome anti-incumbency in states where we were in power and to overcome the electioneering juggernaut of what you've seen with the BJP, because if you look at narratives, it was not a development narrative whatsoever anywhere. It was divisive, sort of polarizing, narratives all across. And I think that the Congress has fought a very, very spirited battle, and we're still waiting. We're still very hopeful. I think the results are going to be far better than what you see right now.
Aishwarya, the way Congress campaigned in Telangana was very, very different from the way Congress functioned in Madhya Pradesh, the way Congress functioned in Rajasthan. Do you think that the feuds post 2019 has cost Congress Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, but that was not visible in Telangana? It was a united campaign. You guys were speaking in one voice. You had a strategy in place. Things were turning around. And I think it's similar to what was happening in Chhattisgarh. The results are close, but the Congress fought in one voice. Things reconciled, but that could never take place in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan.
It's very funny because when everybody spoke about the Telangana campaign, a lot of people did speak about internal dissent. But let's be very honest. One, the politics of the South is completely different from the politics of anything north of the Vindhyas, as you would say. And the second is, I think, all across. Even if you talk about Rajasthan, if you see the manner in which Mr. Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot and, what they perceive to be camps came together to work towards the end, I think that was a very, hard fought and also united battle. And in Madhya Pradesh, I think everybody rallied around the leadership that was there, whether it was the yatras in the 5 regions, whether it was the way that you unitedly took on the Chauhan government. I think all across. See, it is a very common phenomena that you see internal sort of democracy or dissidence, as people would say. By that logic, I can talk to you about Vasundhara Raje, I can talk to you about Raman Singh, I can even talk to you about the entirety of what was happening in Madhya Pradesh, where against Chauhan, you're propping up 3 other people to potentially take his place. So I think all parties had their strategy, but in every single state, I think the Congress ran what was a completely development-based narrative or guarantee narrative, and that was the agenda for us. At the end of it, I have to concede that the electorate votes the way the electorate wants. What were the issues that mattered is something we'll see at the end of today. But in all the states, I think we have run a very clean, cohesive, united campaign. And I think all of the Congress is extremely proud of the way that we ran our campaign, whether it was Revant and Bhattiji in Telangana, whether it was Gehlotji and Sachinji in Rajasthan, whether it was an entire galaxy.
What's my assessment, Aishwarya? You want to know my assessment?
Absolutely, let me know.
Aishwarya, my assessment is Telangana Karnataka के पास था, इसलिए अच्छा हो गया. मध्य प्रदेश और राजस्थान में तेलंगाना से बहुत दूरी थी, तो बात नहीं बनी. और अगर ये दोनों कर्नाटक के पास होते तो बात बन जाती. I'm also joined by Mr. Ravela Sridhar Reddy, spokesperson of BRS. Sir, your comments on the trends which are in, I not expected, I suppose. Mr. Reddy.
Yeah, I am there. Now, if you look at the numbers here, it is 51 BRS is shown. In 60 places, Congress is leading. When the tally started, it was around 2021, and Congress was somewhere. Now, I think we are on the 4th or 5th round. By 10th and 11th round, the numbers will be more clear, and BRS will surge ahead, definitely without any doubt. Congress party's initial hype will be restricted to the initial hype only. That is what we have been saying from the day one. In certain pockets, maybe in the rural pockets, Congress fake campaign or promises might have given some impact, but the truth prevails. There is no doubt about it. The kind of development which was done in the past 9.5 years and the welfare which reached every house in the Telangana state definitely will give us the edge. I am confident. Now we are just on the 4th or 5th round. as we move forward, I am sure the tally on the Congress block will come down, and the numbers in BRS block will automatically will go up. And it will be end of the day BRS government that will be there in Telangana state. There is no doubt to me, and you should not also have any doubt, because we are confident. We were on the ground. We are not like, we are not just, spoke things out of air. We worked hard for the development of Telangana in the past 10 years with unstinted commitment and unwavering commitment. So there is no doubt at all for me. And it takes another 3-4 rounds. Things will be clear.
Okay. Now, my colleague Sudha has a question for you.
Reddy Garu, I want to ask you that yes, elections come and go. They were saying that, KCR Garu, if he had won, then it would have been a hat trick and for the first time in South India. But my question to you is something which is very vital. Do you think the Muslims of Telangana, around 12 to 13%, some say 14, I don't want to spar on the statistics, but do you think they have moved away from the BRS, AI, MIM truck, as it were? Because it's a very crucial message, because around 40 constituencies will be impacted if they have moved. Reddy Garu.
I don't think so, because, for that matter, for entire Muslim minorities fraternity and entire minorities fraternity, our government has delivered the best compared to the past. That's what I can tell you. Right from the budget allocations to the practical implementations. There were governments in the past, they used to show moon and sky to the Muslim minorities and other minorities. But when it comes to the reality, it was not there. And BRS government has not never seen them as a, voting block or useful only for the voting and all that. We have implemented many schemes. Our government was committed to, ensure that these sections, the education part and the facilities of education, the facilities of health to these sections were pretty good compared to the past. And the kind of money invested in the infrastructure also, to uplift these sections was comparatively the best in the country. I am not only comparing with the numbers of the past. So I am sure they know what is KCR end of the day, because this is the state where we, after the formation of separate state of Telangana, and if you compare with the Congress, tenure, now in the past 9.5 years, there were no, fight between Muslims and Hindus and all. There were no curfews. There was no religious-based fight and all that, communal fight and all that. But if you look at the Congress Zamana, there were communal fights. Even to change a chief minister, they used to instigate the old city and you used to get a lot of curfew and all that.
I'm sorry to
they have
interject
clearly
you.
Seen the difference in their lives.
Mr. Reddy, I'm sorry to interject. Of course, there were no riots, and that is, you're absolutely right. But the point is, why the movement? Because KCR did what he could. There was Shadi Mubarak, there was Kalyana Lakshmi, there were a lot of bhavans which were, given to the minorities. Somewhere, I think they have aped what happened in Karnataka. And for that, I would like to go to Aishwarya, and then I will leave it to my colleague Sri to ask more questions. Aishwarya, if I can please have you on the screen. Aishwarya, hi. Aishwarya, I want to ask you that in Karnataka, what had happened is that the minorities were kind of nervous that, JDU, which was the bastion for them to go to, like Vakaligas, they always had this fear that what if they shake hands with the BJP? In that case, our futures are eclipsed in more ways than one, which happened. HDK went and shook hands with Yadurappa. So do you think something similar has also happened in Telangana? Because this Congress had also printed a coin, I remember, in Telangana, saying this is the coin and they are two sides of the same coin. That paranoia that, what if BRS and BJP shake hands post-elections?
Can you unmute yourself, Aishwarya?
Sorry,
can you please
hear
unmute
me?
yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes, now we can. Go ahead.
Ma'am, I think one of the phenomena that is happening across the country is that for smaller regional parties that have holds in certain places, they inevitably tend to lean towards the BJP either because of the central government influence, either because of the agencies, or either basically because of security for themselves, whether it was Bihar, though it has changed now. And in Karnataka, you saw this happening, and for the minorities and also most backward communities and OBCs, there's a massive sense of insecurity that exists. And I think that the Congress has been extremely vocal and very unequivocally stating that we will stand by you no matter what. Because even if you look at AIMIM, right, in the whole, like the heartland of where they come from, they haven't fielded a candidate. You're seeing the way that there is this tacit understanding between regional parties, and then the people are looking at it and they're understanding what the reality is. And if I may just counter my colleague from the BRS, sir talks about wonderful infrastructure. Telangana is still one of the states with the fewest number of toilets for school education. Telangana is one of the last 5 in terms of performance grading and also educational infrastructure. Telangana's welfare schemes have been an absolute scam and a sham, right? Where you basically in the last election, Raita Bandhu, you released money on the day of polling and then you basically rode on that wave. But this time the Congress has been extremely, vocal in pointing out that it is not just doles on the day of polling. It is not just money in your account right on that day. It is about prioritized welfare for 5 years. And I think the fact that we were able to show the mirror to the party and to show the people the reality in the ground on Telangana is what has led to this absolute tsunami. And I will hold that word till the end of the day, because it is a tsunami indeed. From being written off to coming back like this, I think it is because the people are sick and tired of the regional satrap politics that is ruining the state, whether it is infrastructure, whether it is corruption, whether it is education, whether it is welfare, whether it is women, whether it is minority politics. The BRS has capitalized on what will give them votes, but not what will ensure welfare. And that is the
about
price.
regional leaders ruining it. I mean, look at Karnataka. You can't get more regional than Siddaramaiah and DKs. Anyway, that's another conversation.
Yes.
Sri, your question to Reddy Garu.
Yes, Reddy Garu, if you can hear me, this is Sridharan from News9.
Yes, Sridharan.
If you look at the numbers that are now coming out, Reddy Garu, the way I look at it is either BRS misread the sentiment of the voters, or you resign to the fact that even if we put up a fight, we are not going to make much difference. Hence, how do you explain that there is no significant course correction that was made by BRS, despite everyone getting a feel that there is a significant anti-incumbency which the state is experiencing? So why did we not see a significant course correction from the party, Reddy Garu?
See, Sridharanji, one thing I can tell you, after 10 years of the governance, definitely any government would have to face, little or more anti-incumbents. But actually, that is not the case in Telangana in full length, because yes, we have implemented many welfare schemes, and the state has seen the, unprecedented development, compared to the past, and every section was benefited in the governance of Sri KCR. But yes, to a certain extent, the government as well the party, as a ruling party, to a certain extent, I can tell you, I can confess with you, we failed in rather communicating the numbers to the people. We failed in communicating the actual development that was done and actual welfare that was, extended to every section of Telangana people. That I think in the second term, we become a bit complacent in communication rather than the activity. The activity never gone down. The numbers never gone down. The certificates or the testimonies given by the central government, where is run by BJP, is a evidence, to our performance in every sector, right from the rural development or, mother mortality rate or, whatever you call them, infant mortality rate or irrigation or drinking water.
Sir, I just need to stop you. Breaking news has come. Sorry, I just need to stop you. Then we'll go to Mr. Bhanu Chandar, and Gautam is also waiting. This is the breaking news. Please put this on. This is the breaking news. The Chief Minister is trailing. from one of the seat. I think
Kamareddy.
From Kamareddy, Gajwel is his original bastion.
So why did he fight from Kamareddy?
He wanted to fight from 2 seats. I mean, NTR also did it before him.
It's interesting to note, Revant Reddy is fighting from Kamareddy, it seems.
Oh,
yes.
That's an interesting point. So Revant Reddy is winning that seat.
Yeah, he's leading in that.
We do not know. We'll have to wait. But then,
he's leading.
Okay, before we go to Gautam, before we go to Bhanu, can you quickly take us through the election commission data? That's the most important because there is a difference between the data EC feeds. So let's take a look.
Right. Attention to the screens for just a couple of minutes right here. Chhattisgarh at the moment, Bharatiya Janata Party with 27 leading /1. Congress at 24, HMR at 1 and CPI at 1. This is how Chhattisgarh is panning out at the moment. If you shift your focus to Madhya Pradesh, BJP at 126. The Congress at just 50, half century for the Congress.
Focus on that
at the moment.
Madhya Pradesh?
Right here.
Oh boy.
There you have it. BJP at 126, INC at half century, GGP at 3, IND, other independents at 1. Moving on to Rajasthan, again the Bharatiya Janata Party making their inching closer to that century figure. 97 seats at the moment, 75 for the Congress, independents about 9, BSP at 3 as well. Moving on to Telangana. Now Telangana, these are Election Commission of India figures. The Congress at 46, BRS at 26 and the BJP at just 4. And before we move on, looking at Chhattisgarh, another important aspect, BJP 27, Congress 24, HMR 1, CPI 1. But if you scroll down just a little bit, you understand the vote share and take a look at this. The BJP currently at a 43.21% vote share in Chhattisgarh. I mean, 30-40 minutes back, everybody was talking about how Chhattisgarh is going to be a
Can you increase it? Can you increase it? There's a very important.
There you have it.
43.25 for Indian National Congress and 43.21 for BJP.
Neck and neck, yes, very much, and that's very interesting. But the vote share, Kabir, when you were talking about the vote share, has it increased from the last time over, particularly for the BJP?
That is something that we will.
That is very interesting. That we have to look at. Even in Telangana, I would be interested.
Correct.
Yes. 4 सीटें आई हैं, पहले 2 आई थी, 1 आई थी. तो सवाल ये कि वोट शेयर उनका इंक्रीज हुआ है और कांग्रेस का कम हुआ है कि नहीं. There is the story. I think that's where the story is for me.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think you wanted to take a question to Bhanu.
Yes, I want to. Bhanu Chandar, hi. Super Sunday.
How are you?
I'm good.
Yes.
How are you doing? Good to hear from you.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah. So we've been doing a lot of stories on Telangana. So this Congress thing, you see, but I would like to first, what we are putting out on the screen right now, if we can pan, this is Kamareddy. KCR Garu is trailing in Kamareddy. Your comment on this first, I mean, Gajwel and Kamareddy, he took the risk. Rather, I would say he followed what NTR Garu also did it. I want your first comments as to why do you think, is it because of the Revant Reddy factor? Obviously, flavor of the season is Revant Reddy. But is there something else, anti-incumbency being right at the top as a reason? Bhanu.
One big picture statement, Sudha, before I get into it. One is like we have 2 governments that ran on welfare, one in Madhya Pradesh and one in Telangana. In Madhya Pradesh, you have a runaway victory for the incumbent, and in Telangana, you have a runaway defeat for the incumbent. So I think Indian democracy will confound analysts and statisticians and every observer. As far as Telangana is concerned, I think both Congress and BJP, as you know, were fighting on welfare. So I think people have decided based on parivarvad, corruption, and misgovernance, and so on. I think those emotive issues have taken precedence over the promises, and that's what we see in Kamareddy as well. We knew that when Revant was fighting Kamareddy against KCR and in Gajwel, Etala was fighting against KCR. We knew that both the parties, since there was massive anti-incumbency. So that was a given. But this seems to be like a big win for the Congress. One other quick observation about Telangana is that AMM is not leading in 7, which they usually do.
Yeah.
And also BJP is the exit polls showed around 12, 13. They are nowhere near that. So I think it is Congress is like taking up a lot of these votes, I guess.
Bhanu, I want to ask you before I go to Gautam Mukherjee is that, apart from anti-incumbency, there was also this charge, and starting from COVID, you see perceptions build over time. They do not change in a day. That KCR and his family have become totally incommunicado, as it were, with the people, with the bureaucrats, with the ministers, with the MLAs. It started with how they were always in Pragati Bhavan. They never met anybody. It was almost like a monarchy, which was, in function in Telangana. Do you think that has really hurt him? Really hurt KCR?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what I think. We sometimes, when we analyze, we look at only the promises, the welfare measures, the emotional campaigns, and so on. But beyond that, there is this factor of whether you can trust this person to deliver. And I think that's where KCR has failed. He has been inaccessible. He has a huge allegations of corruptions against him. So I think people have looked at it. Similarly, Parivarvad, there is this arrogance that comes through that you just mentioned. All forms, like various aspects of anti-incumbency. I think like people have punished KCR for that.
Okay, let me go across to Bhaskar.
So just to add to Sudha's point, I think what the electorate is also telling, if you look at the different behavior in Telangana, both the places you had welfare politics play out. I think one important message which is coming from the voters is that welfare politics is something we definitely need, but we want the government, the chief minister, the key minister to be accessible to us.
Absolutely.
I wanted to also, yes, a very good point I wanted, but you were going to Bhaskar.
Yes, I wanted the big picture from Bhaskar. It's 2 into 2, I think it will be 2-2-1 because ZPM is going to sweep Mizoram as per the exit polls. Is there a larger national picture or these are localized elections? I think we must also talk about that. Are these regional elections? Or is it telling us something about Lok Sabha also? Gautam.
Well, definitely, if this was a sweep in favor of Congress, there would be big questions raised about the Lok Sabha election. That is not the case. Retaining Madhya Pradesh is a tremendous exercise. Getting Rajasthan in all probability is also very commendable, and Rajasthan could see some progress. I am, in fact, in Rajasthan, and it is interesting to see this election. The other thing is BJP going to fit by in Chhattisgarh? At the same time, the remarkable performance of Congress in Telangana raises the question: why doesn't BJP have any? Is it because of their silly attempt to impose Hindi, or is it because their language and their manners and molds are unintelligible in the south? And by and large, Karnataka works more because of Yadurappa in his heyday. But Telangana is pathetic to quote. When you see the rallies, a lot of people to come to see Modi. But is that just a curiosity factor? It is disappointing in the south for BJP, that's for sure, and a commendable possible victory for Congress, and a change of the water in Telangana that has probably, lived its purpose.
You think editorial, Sudha here. Hi Gautam, good you are in Rajasthan today to catch all the action. I want to ask you, because before the they must all be writing editorials right now, but do you think it's become very clear that the South is something which has spoken in a voice that it's not going to, BJP will have to work extremely tough in the South if it has to for 2024. So almost, if I can stick my neck out to say that it's not a BJP region at all, and whereas the North still has a lot of hope. So there is a clear divide in the sense of political ideologies, not in any other way. Gautam.
It certainly looks like that in assembly elections, though Karnataka has been won in the past and I believe will be won again in the future. What will happen in the Lok Sabha elections, however, is I think the South is also going to vote BJP because they do not have a credible situation in the INDIA, and
none of the southern leaders, let's take Stalin, is interested in going to the center. He's very happy in his own state, and there are no southern leaders that are willing to lead the charge towards the center. So as a consequence, definitely Modi as the sort of credible candidate for the whole country, and I think to that extent they'll be fine for the general elections, but it is totally a failure when it comes to assembly elections in the south. They might, like I said, get Karnataka back, but this is a very disappointing sort of indicator in Telangana, where they seem to have completely missed the point, whatever it is.
Okay. Fair enough. Good point. You stay with me. We have a ground report from Raipur, and after that we have got some bites of the people who are making history or who will be making history in next 3 hours.
4 राज्यों में चुनावी मतगणना शुरू हो चुकी है। छत्तीसगढ़ में इस वक्त कांग्रेस के कंट्रोल रूम में हम मौजूद हैं और इस कंट्रोल रूम में, वार रूम में क्या स्थिति आप देखिए। कांग्रेस के तमाम जो पदाधिकारी हैं वो इस वार रूम में बैठे हुए हैं और हर एक चीज पर, हर एक सीट पर बाकायदा लेखा जोखा किया जा रहा है कि कहां पर कौन सी सीट पर किस तरह से वहां पर काउंटिंग हो रही है, कहां पर कांग्रेस कैंडिडेट जो हैं आगे चल रहे हैं, कहां पीछे चल रहे हैं। आप देखिए दोनों तरफ की तस्वीर, ये वार रूम है, बाकायदा सेटअप किया गया था और यहां पर वार रूम के इंचार्ज भी हैं दीपक मिश्रा, रवि घोष, सलाम रिजवी साहब बैठे हुए हैं यहां पर। और तस्वीरें देखिए किस तरह से कांग्रेस के नेता पदाधिकारी यहां पर हर एक चीज पर, हर एक अपडेट पर नजर गड़ाए बैठे हैं। दूसरी तरफ की भी तस्वीर आपको दिखाते हैं। आप देखिए यहां पर TV9 भारतवर्ष के जरिए उन तमाम चीजों को ऑनलाइन, चूंकि सारी चीजें चल रही, सारे अपडेट्स दिए जा रहे हैं, तो TV9 भारतवर्ष पर यहां पर हर खबर पर नजर रखी जा रही है। कांग्रेस के वार रूम में यहां पर रवि घोष में हैं जो कि इस वार रूम के इंचार्ज हैं, उनसे बात करेंगे और जानने की कोशिश करेंगे किस तरह से छत्तीसगढ़ में कांग्रेस बेहतर प्रदर्शन कर रही है, बीजेपी से आगे चल रही है। रवि जी, किस तरह से यहां पर जो एक उम्मीद थी कांग्रेस की, वो यहां पर अभी शुरुआती रुझानों में दिख रहा है कि कांग्रेस लीड कर रही है?
कांग्रेस का सरकार 101% बन रही है।
क्या वजह लग रहा है? जो चुनावी वादे किए गए थे, चाहे किसानों की कर्ज माफी या फिर महिलाओं को 15,000 देने का मामला।
देखिए पिछले सरकार हमारी थी, हमने जो पिछले बार जो घोषणा की हमने पूरा किया। उसका जो करंट है पूरे छत्तीसगढ़ के गांव-गांव में, इसलिए हम जीत गए और भरोसा है। पिछले बार जो बोले वो किए, इस बार 15,000 बोले तो बिल्कुल करेंगे।
लेकिन दीपक जी, ये कहा जा रहा है कि जो बीजेपी ने 12,000 देने का ऐलान किया था, उसके बाद आप लोगों ने 15,000 देने का ऐलान किया, ये काउंटर था कांग्रेस का और उसका फायदा भी मिलता दिख रहा है।
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का घोषणा पत्र जुमले के अलावा कुछ नहीं है। उन्होंने एक जुमला दिया और हमने वादा किया और हमने जो वादा किया वो हम निभाएंगे। और छत्तीसगढ़ प्रदेश की जनता ये जानती है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी की सरकार ने जो जो वादे किए हैं उसको पूरे किए हैं। तो छत्तीसगढ़ प्रदेश की जनता को पता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी का घोषणा पत्र जुमला होता है और हमारा क्या हो वादा संकल्प होता है।
बिल्कुल संकल्प होता है। यहाँ पर सलाम रिजवी साहब हैं, वापसी दिख रही कांग्रेस की। शुरुआती रुझानों में जो ट्रेंड है वो नतीजों में तब्दील होगा।
बिल्कुल, सारी 5 जगह चुनाव में से 4 जगह तो हम यह कह सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर कांग्रेस की सरकार बनेगी और छत्तीसगढ़ में तो बन ही रही है।
लेकिन यहाँ पर जो कंट्रोल रूम है, किस तरह का काम चल रहा है, क्या कैसे सारी चीजों पे नजर रख रहे हैं आप?
ये पूरे 90 विधानसभा में हमारे कार्यकर्ता जहाँ जहाँ काउंटिंग हो रही है वहाँ पर कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ता अंदर भी है बाहर भी है। अगर कोई गड़बड़ी की कहीं पर वहाँ कहीं शिकायत होती है तो उसकी तुरंत सूचना यहाँ दी जाती है। उसके अलावा रिजल्ट हम कहाँ पर हमारे कार्यकर्ता ने मेहनत का फल मिल रहा है, वो सारी सब चीज़ों की जानकारियाँ कंट्रोल रूम में आती है। मिनट टू मिनट की जानकारी हमारे को पूरे 90 विधानसभा से आ रही है। हमारे कार्यकर्ता ये सब विधानसभा वाइज लगे हुए हैं और ये पूरी जानकारी लेके फिर हम लोग वरिष्ठ नेताओं तक।
बिल्कुल, रवि जी आपसे जानना चाहेंगे कंट्रोल रूम में किस तरह का काम चल रहा है, कैसे 90 सीटों पर पूरी नजर बना के रखें?
हमारे जो वरिष्ठ विधानसभा वाइज जो वरिष्ठ तीन हमारे सीनियर, कई युवा कांग्रेस के, कभी NSCY महिला कांग्रेस के सभी जवाबदार लोग हैं, उनसे हमारा निरंतर संपर्क हो रहा है।
सबके संपर्क में बने हुए दीपक जी आप लोग 90 सीटों पर?
पूरी 90 विधानसभा सीटों में हमारे कंट्रोल रूम से प्रत्याशियों और प्रत्याशियों के द्वारा दिए गए जो नाम हैं, जो हमको जानकारी पल पल की दे रहे हैं, उनके साथ हम संपर्क में हैं और लगातार संपर्क में हैं।
अभी तक कहीं कोई शिकायत, कोई गड़बड़ी?
अभी तक ऐसी शिकायत और गड़बड़ी की बात नहीं आई है, लेकिन अगर आती भी है तो उसके लिए भी हम लोग तैयार हैं।
बिल्कुल, यहाँ पर इस वॉर रूम के जरिए कांग्रेस हर एक सीट पर नजर गड़ाकर बैठी है, जहां पर भी चुनावी मतगणना चल रही है। फिलहाल इस कंट्रोल रूम की तस्वीर देखिए, कोई यहाँ पर जो है आप देखिए किस तरह से पेपर पर सारी चीजें नोट डाउन कर रहा है, कोई लैपटॉप लेकर बैठा है, कोई आईपैड लेकर बैठा हुआ है और हर एक सीट पर बाकायदा लेखा जोखा चल रहा है, किस तरह से मतगणना चल रही है, कौन सी सीट पर कांग्रेस उम्मीदवार किस नंबर पर है। फिलहाल छत्तीसगढ़ में कांग्रेस बेहतर प्रदर्शन करते हुए अभी तक शुरुआती रुझानों में नजर आ रही है। जो एक शुरुआत से बात कही जा रही थी कहीं ना कहीं भूपेश बघेल सरकार की वापसी हो सकती है क्या, कुछ उसी तरह का ट्रेंड भी होता दिखाई दे रहा है।
The trends what we see today morning, it doesn't looks like it's a result with just a wave sort of. It's totally a positive vibrations in Telangana. The 6 guarantees Sonia ji has promised for the people of Telangana. People of Telangana have taken it very seriously and they started voting for Sonia ji. And Sonia ji in the past promised Telangana and delivered in 2013. Today she came back in Telangana before elections and promised 6 guarantees. This result is the only reason what we can see that the 6 guarantees have reached home to home. See, you all know the KCR style of functioning, and in the past 2014 and 18, the pouching is his main agenda. So we have taken some measurements, but after seeing the result today, after seeing the poll, the early trends and everything, we don't see that anything is needed. Such activity is not needed, because at least we will have 80 plus seats. And now I think BRS leaders will come into they may have a press meet in the afternoon, because main seats are also in danger. So Revanji is also leading in Kodangal and Kamareddy, where KCR is also losing. I don't think they will do any such, because they thought that Congress will not reach up to 60. The BRS was thinking Congress will be at least 50 plus or 55 below. So they want to do such activities. But now I think everybody would have changed mind. There is no such thing. Everything is cool. We are very much happy today. And our MLAs are also not such now that where they will get provoked or they will be influenced.
ये काउंटिंग का काउंटडाउन है जो कि शुरू हो चुका है। राज्यवर्धन सिंह राठौड़ जो कि जोटवाड़ा से प्रत्याशी हैं, आगे चल रहे हैं सर, और जो खुशी है चेहरे पर नजर आ रही है।
हम तो शुरू से ही कॉन्फिडेंट थे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो नीतियां हैं और जो काम करने का तरीका है, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का विश्वास जो जन जन में है, वो उसी पर ये वोटिंग हुई है और पूरी तरह से पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार हमारे यहाँ बनेगी। प्रचंड जीत के साथ हमारी सरकार राजस्थान में बनेगी।
एग्जिट पोल से थोड़ी सी टेंशन हुई?
बिल्कुल भी नहीं। और एग्जिट पोल से थोड़ा सा 2 दिन का मसाला टीवी चैनल्स को मिला। बाकी हमें पता है कि हमारा काम धरातल पे क्या है और जनता का विश्वास कितना है।
लेकिन आपके सामने आशु सिंह सुरपुरा हैं, कड़ी टक्कर भी दे रहे हैं।
किसने कहा? किसने कहा?
सर कांग्रेस भी दावा कर रही है कि हम जो है सरकार बना रहे हैं।
चलिए कुछ घंटे के लिए और दावा करने दीजिए, लेकिन इनके जितने भी झूठे वादे रहे हैं, वो जिस तरह से उनके झूठे वादे और उनकी कुशासन जो रहा है, उसी तरह से उनका जो ये घमंड है वो भी ढहेगा थोड़ी देर में।
लेकिन तैयारियां बाड़ेबंदी की भी शुरू हो चुकी हैं।
कांग्रेस की पुरानी आदत है कि बार बार 5 सितारा होटल में घुस जाते हैं और फिर कई घेरे लग जाते हैं। हमें तो इस बात का कोई भय नहीं है। जो जनता के बीच में रहते हैं और जो जन विश्वास के साथ काम करते हैं, उन्हें किस बात का है।
तो एक आंकड़ा बता दीजिए कितने सीटों से जो है बीजेपी आ रही है अब?
देखिए, आंकड़ा बताना मेरे लिए मुश्किल होगा, क्योंकि मैंने ये आकलन नहीं करा, मेरी जिम्मेदारी नहीं थी। अगर होती तो मैं ज़रूर देता आपको, लेकिन इतना मैं बता सकता हूं कि राजस्थान में प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ हमारी सीटें आ रही हैं और हम सरकार बना रहे हैं।
तो ये थे राज्यवर्धन सिंह राठौड़, जिन्होंने साफ कह दिया है कि भाजपा की सरकार प्रचंड बहुमत से आ रही है और हम सरकार बना रहे हैं। ये उन्होंने कह दिया है कि हम सरकार बना रहे हैं।
चारों स्टेट में इस बार कांग्रेस सरकार आ रही है। मध्य प्रदेश के बाद तो मध्य प्रदेश का जनता ने किस तरीके से नकार दिया है, वो बेरोजगारी का मुद्दा हो, महंगाई का मुद्दा हो, और सबसे ज्यादा जो करप्शन था 50%, जो महाकाल मंदिर का जो मूर्ति से लेके और जो पेपर लीक का हो, हर चीज में किस तरीके से वो पिछले 18 साल में इन लोग ने जो उस स्टेट का युवा के साथ विश्वासघात करने का और सभी वर्ग सभी समाज के साथ विश्वासघात करने का काम किया, और जनता और कार्यकर्ता ने चुनाव लड़ा है। वह 100% कांग्रेस सरकार आ रहा है। राजस्थान में जो ओपीएस स्कीम हो, चिरंजीवी स्कीम हो, जो कांग्रेस सरकार ने जब वो बात बोली वो करके इम्प्लीमेंट करके दिखाने का काम किया, और इस बार दोबारा सरकार आएगा, वही चिरंजीवी स्कीम 50 लाख का होगा। और छत्तीसगढ़ में भी कांग्रेस ने जो किस तरीके से वहाँ किसानों के साथ, मीन्स वहाँ आदिवासी के साथ उन लोगों के लिए हित के जो काम किया है, वहाँ भी कांग्रेस सरकार आ रही है। केसीआर बाय बाय तेलंगाना में। देखिए कर्नाटक में भी इन लोग ने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ा। इनका सारे मंत्रिमंडल, नरेंद्र मोदी, अमित शाह, दिल्ली पूरा खाली कर दिया था। 3 महीने बेंगलुरु में रहा। क्या हुआ उसका नतीजा? 136। मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये लोग कितने भी कोशिश करें, जनता को समझ में आ गया इनका ड्रामा, इनका सारे जो जुमला, और जो अभी चुनाव आते ही इन लोग ने गारंटी स्कीम के बारे में इसको याद आ गया, तो इनका डबल इंजन सरकार था, वहाँ कहीं नहीं दिया। जब कर्नाटक में स्कीम स्टार्ट हुआ तब ये सारे स्टेट में उसको लेके बहुत इतना प्रचार, फॉर्म भरना क्या है, उसको मोदी जी का बैनर लगाना कहाँ छोड़ा, मीन्स इस तरीके का वो भी चुनाव तक ही ड्रामा है। तो कभी ये लोग ने जनता का हित में कोई काम नहीं किया, करेगा भी नहीं है, ओनली पूंजीपति के हित में इन लोगों का काम है।
देखिए कि जो रुझान आ रहे हैं उससे तस्वीर साफ है कि राज्य चुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बल्ले बल्ले होने वाली है, और ढोल और जो कार्यकर्ता का जोश है वो शोर मचाने वाला है। तो मोदी जी की जो विकास और विश्वास की राजनीति है वो कांग्रेस पार्टी को एक बार फिर से राजनीतिक वनवास में भेजने वाली है। आज इन राज्य चुनाव का जो स्कोर है भारतीय जनता पार्टी का 3-0 होने वाला है। मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़ और राजस्थान जो भाजपा का कार्यकर्ता है उनकी मेहनत रंग लाएगी, और भाजपा का जो विजय रथ है वो इन 3 राज्यों में जरूर आएगा। देखिए तेलंगाना का जो पहले ही भाजपा का एक वास्तविकता में एक रियलिस्टिक आंकलन था कि भाजपा का तेलंगाना में लक्ष्य है कि अपना वोट शेयर बढ़ाना, सीटें बढ़ाना। नतीजे भाजपा की अपेक्षाओं के अनुसार नहीं आ रहे, पर भाजपा मेहनत करती रहेगी और तेलंगाना में इस बार नहीं तो अगली बार भाजपा का परचम जरूर लहराएगा। भारतीय जनता पार्टी और कांग्रेस में 2 बड़े अंतर हैं। भाजपा को हारी बाजी जीतना आता है, कांग्रेस को जीती बाजी हारना आता है। तो अब चिंता ये हो रही है, कांग्रेस ने जो लड्डुओं का ऑर्डर दिया था उन लड्डुओं का 11-12 बजे के बाद क्या होगा, इसकी चिंता हो रही है।
Predict, but we are very confident that BRS party will cross the magic figure and we will get a clear mandate from the people, and we will be comfortably forming the government on our own. First of all, the Congress was very upbeat of coming back to power with over 60 seats. But looking at the present position, the insecurity of Congress party and Mr. D.K. Shivakumar making these sort of baseless allegations clearly is an indication that Congress will not be even emerging as a single largest party. There is no need for Honorable CM KCR Garu or anybody in the BRS party to poach Congress MLAs. We are very confident of forming the government on our own with a thumping majority.
I think what is happening is that it's still fluid. A lot of data is fluctuating. We'll go to Kabir for the Election Commission of India data. Jilani, you wanted to make a point?
See, Karthikeya, what I see in these election results, if these trends hold as results finally, there are 3 takeaways from these overall results as far as Lok Sabha election is concerned. You see BJP, south of India's Karnataka losing, Telangana losing. We don't see BJP presence in south of India. Second factor is the Muslim factor, not just in Telangana, not just in Karnataka. Muslims have kind of decided to vote for the Congress. I met Salman Khurshid 3 days before Telangana elections. It was the day when Ahmed Patel's anniversary was. He had just returned from Gujarat and he was going to Telangana. We had a conversation. He said that Muslims after 2014, after 2019 and after 2022 assembly elections in UP have decided across the country to vote for the Congress party because they don't want to vote for these regional parties and kind of help BJP come to power. And the third factor that I see for the Congress party particularly, look at MP. There was infighting in MP. I think Congress, if not, let Kamal Nath and Digvijay let go. Look at Rajasthan, there was infighting. But look at Telangana. Telangana is an example of a new leader from the TDP.
Okay.
I think this is a takeaway for the election.
Ashok, okay. Ashok, your quick comment on the data, and then Shri to you. Your quick comment, quick take.
Let me give my take on Rajasthan. As far as Rajasthan is concerned, the numbers are more or less kind of stabilizing, and it looks to me like that BJP will be around 115 to 120. Congress figures would stabilize around 60, 65 and 15 for the others. So even in a hour's time, it looks like that the BJP will clearly emerge as a winner as far as Rajasthan is concerned. Another very interesting thing which is happening in Rajasthan is that although the Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot is winning his seat from Sardar Shahar, his close confidant Shanti Dhariwal, is the closest confidant of Ashok Gehlot, is trailing from North Kota. Then we have Sachin Pilot. Sachin Pilot is actually surging ahead of his closest rival in talk. The other interesting thing that is emerging is CP Joshi, who is contesting from Nathdwara, is trailing to the BJP candidate there. Now, what really has changed the game for the BJP, maybe we'll be able to present a clear picture.
There's a breaking news coming in, then I'll go to Shri, and this is the breaking news that has come in. The breaking news is the BJP races ahead in 3 of the 4 states. That's the breaking news. BJP, Congress looks to set to rest Telangana. That's we are breaking. Can you put this full frame, please? Can you get a closer? Can we have a closer look at the graphic? BJP races ahead in 3 of the 4 states. Congress looks to rest Telangana. Congress trails vote count in Chhattisgarh. And BJP races ahead in 3 of the 4 states. Shri.
So this is indeed quite surprising, especially Chhattisgarh. Not expected. I mean, we were expecting.
You were not expecting?
No, we were not expecting BJP to be racing ahead in Chhattisgarh.
Bit of a disappointment.
It was neck and neck. But you know, these initial numbers seem to suggest that something's gone wrong with Congress's. Although it might still be a little early to call that. Say that. But
you know, Shri, this brings me to a premise. When we are talking about these 4 states, in these 4 states, 3 I call the Hindutva states. Telangana is not a Hindutva state. If you look at the earlier results, the Congress party had done well when it had cannibalized the regional party, because regional parties are generally, 80% of them, they were formed not opposed to the Congress party, 80% of them came out of the Congress party. Only those who were opposed to the Congress party in 50s and 60s could not manage to either create stable government or create a majority for themselves. One. Secondly, in Karnataka election, the Hindutva vote did not slide. It remained static. So, Sri, my question to you is the longer fight of the Congress party in context of India, and Mallikarjun Kharge has now called a meeting of India, is it primarily with regional parties to first resurrect itself as a potent national force before it takes on Hindutva? Because I think the vote banks are mutually exclusive. Hindutva vote is not going to the Congress party, and Congress, wherever it has done well, it has eaten into regional parties because that vote bank had come out of them.
So speaking specifically of South Karthikeya, it's very clear from, and also going by my experience, that the Hindutva does not resonate as much with voters in South than it does in North. Because I don't think the electorate is divided along religious lines so much in South as it is in North. So that card only pays so much dividend. So I think the voters in South are more focused on development, on welfare politics. What is it for me as a voter? Is my life going to be better? So those are the issues, and not so much about hijab and azan and all those issues.
South also behaved very differently. Emergency did not affect South India. Indira Gandhi came back with 197 seats. Jaiprakash Narayan ki Sampurna Kranti Vindhya par nahi kar pai. It fell flat. Mrs. Gandhi could resurrect herself from South. Sonia also tried the same. When Congress was out of favor, her entire campaign started from South India. Are we talking of the great Vindhya divide?
Looks like, Karthikeya, because I think the voters in South on an average are also more literate. They're more independent minded. up. So they are also able to look at state politics very differently from the national politics.
Now, Kabir, can you take us to the EC data?
What state are we looking at? I know Chhattisgarh is.
I think start with Chhattisgarh. Start with Chhattisgarh.
All right. So the numbers on our screens right now, they say 50 to the Bharatiya Janata Party, about 38 to the Congress Party. Let's take a look at how the Election Commission has put out these numbers. 36. I'm just going to zoom in just a little bit for the benefit of all the viewers. BJP currently at 36. The Congress, even as he was speaking, I was waiting for my chance to come in and butt in. Though that particular number has gone up. It was at 31. It is now at 33. So 36 to 33. Like, Shri was saying, still a little early to call these numbers out. But then again, it does, make one look again at the numbers, because Chhattisgarh is one of those places that you wouldn't have thought the BJP is going to be racing ahead. That's the situation right now in Chhattisgarh. Very quickly taking a look at how Madhya Pradesh has updated the numbers. 148 for the Bharatiya Janata Party over here. 148 for the Bharatiya Janata Party. 60 for the Congress Party. And then you have several other numbers, not necessarily of that importance. 1 seat each at the moment. In Rajasthan, again, एक number से वापस a single run has been taken. It was 97 the last time we checked these numbers, and now it's currently at 98. The Congress at 79. So this number again has gone up. Last time around we were dealing in the mid 60s. This number has now gone up. So again, goes on to say, still early. We don't really know what's going to happen. In Telangana, beg your pardon, Congress at 53. The BRS at 30, and then you've got CPI at 1 and BJP at 6. Not much of a problem in Telangana, like we said, but Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, I'm sticking to my word.
Can you take us through now the graphic map, state by state? You start from Rajasthan and tell us what's happening. You start from Rajasthan.
Okay, before Kabir joins us with the maps, there's one clear trend which seems to be emerging from at least the results that are coming in for Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan, is that the BJP has successfully polarized or communalized the narrative. Because in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, the Congress narrative was development and welfare schemes. Then comes in the Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, and the central leadership who swoop down on these states, and the narrative changes. In fact, Prime Minister Modi brought up the Udaipur tailor killing incident in his speech. Then he spoke about women's safety. Then he also spoke about issues about how Hindus are being targeted. The same narrative was peddled in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh also. At that point in time, it looked that the people or the voters might not bite the bait, but the results are clearly showing that the voters have bitten the bait, and clearly they more or less seem to have voted along those lines. The second thing which has emerged is the women voters. Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, we have seen high number of women voter turnout. They have voted, and I said in the beginning that the fate of who comes to power will hinge on where the women voters go.
Is Gautam there with me? Is Gautam there with me? When we talk about politics, you have women of left, you have, women in liberal politics. There's something called women of right. In the sense, these are women, not very, their faces plastered all over the campaign of when it comes to right parties, but they play a very important organizational role. They organize women. It's not that, right is minus women. So when we talk about women of right, and when we talk about this vote, what does it tell us at the grassroots level?
It is working very well in the north. It is not working in the south. It isn't, as you rightly pointed out, there are women who are for the BJP. Why isn't it working there is something that needs to be gone in very deeply. I think it is partially because of lack of leadership in the south, lack of credible leadership, tall stature leadership. I do not see it as necessarily a split between the north and the south of the areas, mainly because while Hindutva may not be something that the South relishes, it is a deeply Hindu area. In fact, the best temples, the most conservative attitude in terms of Hinduism and its rituals are practiced in the South. So it isn't as if it's all been swept away by Christianity and communism or even indeed Islam. So there is some mother lode that the BJP needs to tap into. This one size fits all is not working. As far as welfareism goes, guarantees have worked in Himachal, have worked in Karnataka, have again worked in Telangana. It is a little sad that people don't realize that these things are not enough to take this forward. If you're going to spend all your money on welfareism and that too plain giving it away, not any kind of development welfareism, then all other development stops. This is evident in all the Congress states and indeed when Congress was there at the center. And this is something that has to dawn on the people of the South. If you're going to kick out BRS because of corruption and satrapism, what have you chosen to bring in instead? You brought in a supremely corrupt party to replace what you call regional corruption. It doesn't really make sense.
Please hold your thought for a minute. Please hold your thought for a minute. Kabir, can you take us to News9 Live, our sister concern?
For all those viewers out there that are trying to wonder what is this application that I'm actually working on, just kudos to the digital team here at TV9 because you can log on to News9 Live over here on our page. And you can scroll down and you can choose out what state is it that you want to talk about. These are the numbers that we're putting out on our website at the moment. Of course, leads and trends at this point in time. Nobody has won a seat particularly. Leading and trailing is essentially the words that we're going by right now. If you're looking at Madhya Pradesh, the BJP at 144 and Congress at 83. If you look at Rajasthan next, it's got 116 seats. The Congress has 67. If you're looking at Chhattisgarh, click on Chhattisgarh over here. And similarly for Telangana as well, which right now Congress has a clear victory. You scroll down, you can get a map of exactly what's happening as well. And then vote share vis-a-vis 2013, 2018, whatever data it is that you'd want to talk about as well. This is all live on the News9 Live application. That you can check out. News9 Live has put out this particular map. It's a sort of like a mini application for everybody out there. And you know what, Karthik, it's also important to note here that it's not functioning as fast as it was in the morning, which again goes on to show that a lot of people are on their application as we speak, and they're trying to make all sorts of permutations and combinations. I was busy myself late last night कि map में ये color कैसे भरेंगे, exactly what is going to be the color of 2023. Okay. Now, I think very well put. So the bottom line is that if you look at our screen, it's 115 for Bharatiya Janata Party and 69 for Congress in Rajasthan. I think
the numbers are more or less stabilized.
More or less they have stabilized. In Madhya Pradesh, BJP has come down slightly, but it's still above the majority mark because majority mark in Madhya Pradesh is 115 and BJP is 139. So it requires a dip, but the Congress is at 91. But the biggest upset has been Chhattisgarh 47-41. This is like completely beyond comprehension. Mr. Sebastian, are you there with me?
Yeah, sure. Yes.
ये हुआ क्या? जाए तो जाए कहाँ? मुझे याद है एक कांग्रेस पार्टी के प्रवक्ता थे, जब बड़े परेशान हो गए तो उन्होंने एक कविता लिखी जिसमें देवानंद का गाना था ना कि जाए तो जाए कहाँ, उससे उन्हें इंस्पायर होके, तो क्या दोबारा गाना पड़ेगा?
सेकंड लाइन ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, समझेगा कौन यहाँ?
बहुत बढ़िया, जाए तो जाए कहाँ, समझेगा कौन यहाँ, तो क्या दोबारा वो गाना पड़ेगा?
Irshad. Hello, can I say something?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, earlier there was a mention about this Hindutva dominating the scene. I think it's Hindutva plus nationalism. Young voters get confused with Hindutva and nationalism, and many of them I have come across talk about nationalism. Modi, there's 370, then like teaching a lesson to so and so countries, domination in South Asia. Now these sort of things, they are not very clear about Hindutva and nationalism. Of course, predominant tone was of Hindutva. That is how they could beat Congress even after so many promises and so many like development schemes here. Interestingly, Muslim candidates in Rajasthan, in Jaipur, they are ahead of their BJP rivals. But in Pokhran, Mahant of Pratappuri is leading a sitting minister, Saleh Mohammad. And also in Tijara, MP is leading with Balaknath. But interestingly, a lot of BJP leaders, amidst this kind of winning trend or leading trend, are lagging behind, like Rajendra Rathore in Taranagar, and then former president of BJP, Dr. Satish Punia in Amir. They are lagging behind. Like in the case of Congress, it is Shanti Dariwal, and of course, even in Jotwada, BJP candidate, even though sometime back it was shown that he was leading, but the local TV is showing that Congress candidate is leading in Jotwada. So this is a situation, mixed situation, even though of course the trend is seemingly clear.
Sunny, one thing, you just said this whole narrative of Hindutva seems to have trumped the narrative, Congress narrative of welfare schemes. Now, I just want to know that there was another thing that we have been speaking about, is the rift between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot. And we also pointed out to the fact that it will be very important that how East Rajasthan votes. Can you please tell us how Eastern Rajasthan has voted, which is predominantly a Gujjar and Meena belt?
Yeah, East Rajasthan, of course, as feared by most of the congressmen, have been voted like they did last time in the elections. So, of course, the Congress losses would be more from Eastern Rajasthan, the districts of say Dholpur, Bharatpur, Karoli, Savai Madhopur, Dosa, and parts of Alwar also. So, of course, even Sachin Pilot was lagging behind in initial rounds, but of course he won't lose. Is kind of is otherwise comfortable. But then it's kind of Meena versus Gujar also a little bit somewhere in some areas. Of course, Kirorilal Meena is leading in Savai Madhopur, but not by a big margin, small margin, but most likely he may win also. This Gujar factor has been a major component in the current elections, which Congress should have to answer before the 2024 elections. It's between like
one more quick question, Sunny. That just before the election, the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Mr. Ashok Gehlot, gave a gift to the state government employees, and he reverted to the old pension scheme, hoping that the state government employees will vote for the Congress. Because in the past, it was the government employees, which way the government employees voted determined the outcome of the elections in the state. So has Mr. Gehlot got his calculations wrong?
No, of course he was popular with the government employee voters, but that did not work. Like after the first in the first tenure, there was a long, drawn out employee strike, and the government suppressed the strike. After that, they reacted, and that was in the polling stations. Not only the votes, but also working as polling agents and other facilitators in the election. They were like kind of against Congress. This time, I don't think they did that kind of thing, but this kind of announcements are not. Or they have been delivered as such. Seemingly
Mr. Sebastian, there's a bit of a breaking news coming in. There's a breaking news coming in. These are our SWOT analysis. So the SWOT analysis is that Congress loses bargaining power in India. Sri, Sudha, Jilani, Brijesh, if you think I'm wrong, please tell me. They are losing sort of a say in India. So am I right to say that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yes.
Yes. Secondly, Muslim vote shift in Telangana
has very clear.
Is very clear.
Towards Congress.
And Congress loses tribal, because if you look at the map, in tribal areas, specifically in Rajasthan, they have lost
Rajasthan and
almost
Chhattisgarh
both.
both.
MP has a very strong 21% almost.
Tribal population.
So
tribal population.
So the Muslim vote has shifted in Telangana. Congress has lost bargaining chip in India, and most importantly, tribals. Now, one thing which I would really a lot of people say that, BJP, there are some stereotypes. For example, people will say BJP to shehron ki party hai. But the fact that if you look at the elections of 2014 and 2019, Bharatiya Janata Party holds dominance. They won actually 75% of the scheduled tribe and 75% of the scheduled caste seats in Lok Sabha. I mean to say, the sort of work which the RSS frontal organization have done has benefited Bharatiya Janata Party. But if Congress has a lesser say, it means, are we looking at a sort of a if, and that's a big if, it means that BJP slides united from sort of a conglomeration where Congress just didn't matter. That's number two. And number three, doesn't it tell one story that the Western and Northern India are firmly poised with, anchored within that Hindutva politics, Western and Northern India?
Yeah, and also I think the trust factor. I think that they trust the BJP, they trust Modi's leadership. It's about a known evil. I mean, for lack of any other phrase right now, it's the known evil that, he's the man who delivered since 2014. I will remain with him. They are not looking at the Tina factor, which is there is no alternative factor. Whereas the South, BJP's narrative was not Hindutva at all. That's another conversation, but it's true. The North is hinged. I will not really, reduce it to just Hindutva politics. It's Narendra Modi. Narendra Modi also means welfare policies. Narendra Modi also means putting India on the map. I mean, you bring certain business journalists right here. Sri is one of the experts. They will tell you how it has gone from strength to strength.
Absolutely.
So you can't deny that. It's not just
MP.
Hindutva.
Look at MP.
Sirf Hindutva bolkar usko sorry Ghulam. Sirf usko wo nahi hai. Boli, aap boli.
Look at MP. We have had same government for 20 years barring those 15 months, and now MP going to BJP means 25 years unbreakable government for. So it is like Gujarat, where BJP has been ruling for
trust.
This is what Sudha ma'am is talking about. It's a trust that BJP is developing, especially in the heartland states.
Another thing.
Sabka saath, sabka vishwas.
Okay.
विश्वास है या नहीं वो अभी देखेंगे. लेकिन another very important point which was made by Sunny a few moments back was that what has really happened, what BJP has been able to do is to make the term Hindutva synonymous with nationalism. Okay, now these two terms are basically different. They mean different, but what BJP has been able to do is merge the two terms, and Hindutva is synonymous with nationalism, and nationalism has become synonymous with Hindutva.
But this is not the first time that has happened.
Of course, it's not for the first time.
Sri
But
Indira Gandhi was the first politician to have successfully marshaled that feeling. Mere khoon ka khatra khatra, that famous dialogue.
In Orissa.
In Orissa. Or the fact that, every act of her was about preserving the national unity.
That's true.
I would say that they have taken a leaf out of Indira Gandhi's politics.
You have a huge number of youngsters this time around as well.
Correct.
And once the line gets blurred, where you're talking about nationalism and you're talking about what is Hindutva, you have a lot of youngsters out there, and I mean, I think BJP
that's the
hit
point Sunny was making. Yeah. But to your point, Kartikeya, if Congress, which is one of probably the most important constituent of the India factor, if that stands weakened today, except in a place like Telangana, then what does it mean for 2024 elections? That there is no significant challenger for BJP at a national level.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, Sudha.
Yeah, they are meeting, of course, to strategize. I mean, my colleagues just told me that for the 2024, they are all going to meet. They have to really find that little nerve which they press and it works. But I think it's going to be a long overhaul. And also there is a difference. We've all discussed about patriotism and nationalism. It's just a narrative and it's working for the BJP.
Yeah. But this election is also showing, if you look at these details, it also tells me it's curtained for Kamal Nath. Yeah, it's curtained for Kamal Nath. I don't know what decision will be taken in Rajasthan, whether they'll accommodate Ashok Gehlot or not, whether they'll accommodate, because if they do, then I would say there is no shift. and if they don't, and if they allow someone else, there will be a shift in the Congress. Secondly, Bhupesh Baghel might get a second chance, but then how will they reconcile T.S. Singh Dev, because he represents a different politics in Chhattisgarh, sort of a different, I would say different politics, different caste and class alignment. That is very different from Bhupesh Baghel. But more than that, I would say that this tells a story whereby Congress will find it very, very difficult to create a front against Bharatiya Janata Party, even if they would have wrested Chhattisgarh, even if they would have, after this Telangana, it would have been 2-2.
But without the Hindi heartlands.
But without Hindi, absolutely. Yeah. Yes, you wanted to come in? Yeah. Without Hindi heartland, it's like no go.
Yeah.
I mean, so you are absent. You get 0 out of 25 seats in Rajasthan in 2019. If this is what they do in Chhattisgarh, this is like, I would say, you were busy. I think you were on leave, Brijesh, and I told you, we had this off the record conversation when Amit Shah was there on the Diwali Milan, and he said it. One journalist asked कि छत्तीसगढ़ में क्या हो रहा है, वहाँ तो बहुत अच्छा कर रही कांग्रेस, he said मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ हम जीत रहे हैं, and everyone was like ठीक है, okay, let's have the good dosa, and but he was right.
But Karthikeya, I wouldn't lend much credence to that, because for the simple reason that because in Delhi also when we spoke to Amit Shah, he said that we are winning a bumper majority. They lost in a big bumper way. So, but the fact of the matter is, yes, what these results tell you, A, is that the Congress and the pollsters were completely off the mark. They had no idea what was going on the ground. B, I think the Congress, which was banking on these 3 elections to drive a very hard and a bigger bargain within the India coalition, I think now they will be treated equal alongside with a Samajwadi Party or say a JDU. Exactly. All that high moral horse of Rahul Gandhi being the doer or the face of this coalition or alliance, it has all gone now. Okay. I mean, if these figures hold on for next another half an hour, there is no chance for Congress to play a big brother in the India coalition.
Okay, we have two guests: Deshdeep Saxena, author and senior journalist, and Karuna Gopal, spokesperson, BJP Telangana. Mr. Gopal, what went wrong in Telangana?
Can you hear me?
Gopal, I'm sorry, Mrs. Gopal, what went wrong?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. What went wrong? In what way?
People thought that the Bharatiya Janata Party is going to do pretty well. It will be, a sort of a pretty powerful force. Congress was not even given a chance a month ago. So suddenly, someone which was seen as a contender is not a contender.
Well, I think we've had several discussions on this, when there was leadership change, and even recently, whenever there was a debate, there's this discussion. So judging by how the leadership of BJP plans, we are not going to really speculate about the leadership change or the kind of numbers that we are seeing now. There is a bigger strategy. We have the national goals in mind. And most importantly, if you have seen, we are going to increase the vote share. If you see the last time, it was barely 6% for the assembly elections. But when it came to the Lok Sabha, it was 20%. Now we're very happy it's going to be much more than that. Let's wait till the end. We are hopeful that we are going to increase it much more than the 14% that you're seeing today and right now. When it comes to Lok Sabha, of course, we will really be doing extremely well. And as you know, BJP is very strategic. Just see what we have done in the northern part of the country. Chhattisgarh is something that everyone was speculating whether we are going to get anywhere close to winning at all. But you see what's happening there. Madhya Pradesh, they said, it's going to be a tough fight, but it is not. Rajasthan, of course, was very much in our kitty. But notwithstanding the discussions, etc., what's happening in Telangana? BRS, of course, is suffering from, let's say, non-performance, anti-incumbency. Non-performance, according to me, is 100% the truth, judging by what we are seeing in Madhya Pradesh. So, you can keep coming back, provided you perform well. But BRS has suffered a setback because it has not performed. The second thing is,
can you hear me? I don't think she can hear me.
Congress is it's a perception game. I'm very fascinated, quite interested as an analyst to understand.
Karuna, can you hear me?
People are voting for Congress if Congress goes.
Pertinent
really
points that you're putting across there, Mrs. Gopal. My colleague Sudha has a question for you. Sudha, please do go on.
Karuna, can you hear me? This is Sudha here. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. I just want to ask you one thing in retrospect. After all, your party is known to do the cosmetic surgery as it moves along. The moving of Bandi Sanjay and bringing in Kishan Reddy, particularly when Bandi Sanjay, the reasons I'm not going to go into, but did give a fillip to your party. It was being spoken about a couple of, almost a year ago, the Congress was nowhere on this scenario. Any comments on the movement of Bandi Sanjay? Of course, Itala Rajender coming in and the entire internecine war which started in Telangana BJP, Karuna Gopal.
Yes, I think, we've had these discussions also earlier. Just like any typical party, we also went through our ups and downs. We chose our leadership, and then, of course, there were turncoats who come and, of course, try to disrupt the party. And to a large extent, we try to, balance it out with our own acumen. But Bandi Sanjay has delivered in the sense he has mobilized a lot of people. But our party thought at one time maybe it's good to have, more a sober approach to party. And perhaps, again, as I said, we can't really question nor can we do anything now. But if you have seen what has been happening, everybody is asking this question in such a way that Bandi Sanjay perhaps will be remembered as a guy who mobilized the party, infused enthusiasm into the cadre, someone who is capable of resurrecting again. So my take is that we are not going to really analyze much, but we are moving ahead in the sense we are increasing our vote share. That is good enough for us. But perhaps there's a lesson coming in the sense that people who come from other parties come with their own agendas. And our party will have to introspect and see their value. Today, if someone came from either TRS or Congress, what have they brought to the table? Have they won? Have they done much to us? These are questions that we might ask ourselves. And BJP being a very let's say a mature, long-standing national party, will certainly introspect and take necessary course correction. That is what we are hoping.
After a question from me, Sridharan here from News9. How much is BJP really worried about the Muslim vote, basically aggregating around the Congress party on two fronts? One, the future of state election, and also with regard to 2024. How much is that a worry for BJP? That votes are going towards Congress now, the Muslim votes?
See, Muslim votes, especially in Telangana, matter a lot because especially in Hyderabad, we have a large Muslim population. But if you really analyze whatever my party does to the Muslims in terms of their benefits, etc., just to give an example, we after Modi ji took over, the number of Muslims in the government increased almost 100%, like from 5% to 10%. And we have given numerous scholarships. Skilling was done to the tune of 2 million Muslims were trained. Everything is done properly, but somehow the Muslim vote, to a large extent, stands to disappoint BJP. But at the same time,
it's all the Congress party that is going to gain from these Muslim votes. Mrs. Gopal, my apologies for cutting you short there. Apologies to Shri as well. Nidhi, our colleague, joins us from Bhopal, outside the BJP headquarters. Nidhi, क्या कुछ बता सकती हैं वहां पर इस समय क्या माहौल है? आपसे लास्ट टाइम जब बात की थी और अभी में क्या कुछ बदल चुका है वहां पर?
You don't need to ask anybody.
Well, it seems like we'll have to ask that question even louder this time around because of the music that you can see on the screens over there. Nidhi, if you can hear us, please बताइए क्या कुछ देख सकती है आपने आसपास in terms of developments, कौन सी key seats में, कौन से key battles में क्या नया आपको update मिल रहा है?
बिल्कुल, देखिए इस वक्त मैं सेलिब्रेशंस की तस्वीर आपको दिखा रही हूँ। मैं बीजेपी ऑफिस में हूँ और रुझानों में, ट्रेंड्स में बीजेपी अभी आगे है और अभी से ही जो जश्न है वो शुरू हो चुका है। कुछ देर पहले मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान का ट्वीट भी सामने आया था जिसमें उन्होंने जनता जनार्दन को धन्यवाद कहा था। उन्होंने कहा था कि जो जनता होती है वही सर्वोपरि है, यानी जनता की वजह से ही वो जीते हैं। ये मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान ने ट्वीट किया था और मेरे पीछे आप तस्वीरें देख सकते हैं। बीजेपी ऑफिस में जश्न शुरू हो चुका है, सेलिब्रेशन शुरू हो चुका है। एक बड़ी मेजॉरिटी की तरफ आगे बढ़ते हुए बीजेपी इस वक्त दिखाई दे रही है। बीजेपी के झंडे इस वक्त दिखाई दे रहे हैं बड़ी मेजॉरिटी की तरफ, लेकिन अभी पूरी तरह से रिजल्ट्स नहीं आए हैं। ट्रेंड्स में बीजेपी बहुमत के साथ, बड़े बहुमत के साथ सरकार बनाती हुई दिखेगी, लेकिन अभी ये ट्रेंड्स हैं, पूरी तरह रिजल्ट्स आने का इंतजार करना होगा। लोगों में बहुत ज्यादा उत्साह है।
निधि, कमलनाथ जिस सीट से लड़ रहे हैं उस सीट के बारे में कुछ बताइए। कमलनाथ ट्रेल कर रहे थे, फिर वापस लीड करने लगे, अभी कुछ खबर आ रही है कि वापस शायद ट्रेल करने लगे हैं।
मैं आपको बताती हूँ, देखिए 7 सांसदों को बीजेपी ने लगाया था, जिसमें केंद्रीय मंत्री भी शामिल थे, प्रहलाद पटेल, फग्गन सिंह कुलस्ते और इसके अलावा नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर और कैलाश विजयवर्गीय, तमाम बड़े दिग्गज नेता जो कि मध्य प्रदेश के चुनाव में इन्वॉल्व थे। तो सबसे बड़ी बात ये है कि बीजेपी के लिए ट्रिक काम कर गई कि जो केंद्रीय मंत्री हैं या फिर जो केंद्र में जो सियासत करते हैं वो अगर राज्यों में आते हैं या विधानसभा में आते हैं और फिर पूरी ताकत से चुनाव लड़ते हैं तो उनके लिए वो फायदेमंद स्थिति होती है और ऐसा ही कुछ हुआ। मैं जहाँ पर हूँ भोपाल में, वहाँ 7 विधानसभा की सीटें आती है, 7 में से 4 बीजेपी के पास थी 2018 में और 3 कांग्रेस के पास थे, लेकिन अभी यहाँ से 7 सीटों पर बीजेपी जीतती हुई दिख रही है और भोपाल से जो आरिफ मसूद हैं वो जीते आगे बढ़ते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। मैं आपको एक बार फिर से सेलिब्रेशंस के शॉट्स दिखाऊंगी जो इस वक्त विजुअल सामने आ रहे हैं सेलिब्रेशंस के। यहाँ पर अश्विनी वैष्णव कुछ देर पहले आ चुके हैं यहाँ पर और साथ ही बाकी नेता भी पहुँच रहे हैं। जो लोकल नेता है वो पहुँच रहे हैं यहाँ पर। आप देख रहे हैं नाच जाकर जश्न मनाया जा रहा है इस वक्त जो तस्वीरें हैं वो बहुत ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है।
Across from Bhopal, निधि आप भी नगाड़ों का लुत्फ उठाइए। We'll cut across to you very soon. Now, what we're also learning at this point in time is that it seems to be like a simple, smooth sail for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Madhya Pradesh, another Hindi heartland. Amitabh Dubey, spokesperson for the Congress Party, is with us on the broadcast also. Amitabh ji, take a look at Chhattisgarh, take a look at Madhya Pradesh. What's happened for the Congress this time around? People were confident early in the morning before the strong rooms were opened that Bhupesh Baghel is going to retain the state of Chhattisgarh. Doesn't seem so right now if the numbers are being looked at.
So it's, let's wait a little while and see how the numbers settle. In Chhattisgarh, as you know, historically has been a close contest between the two parties, the exception being our big sweep in 2018. So let's wait and see. The numbers are fluctuating a little bit. We did expect it to be a closer contest than the previous time. So it's not a complete shock, but so I would suggest we wait and see how that pans out. Madhya Pradesh, of course.
How long more? Because I mean, I'm sure the numbers are pretty much stabilized.
Unexpected.
In one aspect as well, as to about the number of rounds of counting that has taken place. I think only 3 rounds of counting has taken place. In a couple of districts it may be 4, but the counting is still in the 3rd or the 4th range, round at max. So this is why he's saying that we have to wait for a while, go into 7th, 8th or 9th round of voting before you say for sure that
मुझे एक चीज लगती है before we go to the big picture, कई लोगों को लग रहा होगा कि मतदाता पत्थर के सनम है किसी एक पार्टी को, because fact of the matter is that they must have worked very hard when it comes to Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, but the dividends only came in Telangana and Mizoram. When we'll discuss Mizoram, it will be another national phenomenon, but that's for tomorrow. I'm joined by our senior editor cluster, Rakesh Khar. Rakesh, if we look at this big picture, one, Muslims have shifted to Congress in Telangana. Second, Congress has lost in tribal areas. Third, it loses its bargaining chip in India bloc, that formation. My question is Hindutva politics undefeatable when it comes to North India?
You know, I've been hearing a lot of our panelists who've thrown light on this particular debate.
Because this is in context of Karnataka. Congress won Karnataka, BJP did hard Hindutva there.
No, I think development and Hindutva, which at times is synonymous with what we call nationalism, as you were articulating, Brijesh was talking about it. I think it's a deadly combination. And in northern India, obviously, Hindutva is a bigger factor than it is in the south. But definitely, Hindutva alone is not what has decided the fate of BJP Absolutely. In these three states. It is obviously development that's playing simultaneously as a key pillar that tilts the balance. In the macro sense, I've just come in, so I just wanted to draw on a lighter note. When I woke up in the morning, I thought that how is the day going to pan out? So there were 4 Hindi words that came to my mind, which I want to put out here. So it was puja, pandal, paryatan, or pakhand. Luckily, Paryatan or Pakhand say we have divorced for the day today. It's a clear verdict in all the 4 states as of now. So there is no need for political tourism and there is no need for any horse trading. Jai Parajay will continue to happen in each election. That's the spirit of democracy. The other big takeaway, Karthike, for me is that women increasingly are going to decide who is going to be the Chief Minister and ultimately the Prime Minister. I think it's the biggest day of celebration for Indian democracy that women are going to be the key deciders.
Can you just put that graphic, which we played out in morning, the women graphic?
In fact,
can you put that graphic?
It was a great call to begin the broadcast with that particular graphic.
And before we
women-led empowerment as
absolutely. And before we move on to that graphic, I think beauty lies in the eyes of beholder. Are we misreading Hindutva? Because there are multiple ways in which it has come to be defined. There's a subaltern Hindutva in which the less dominant OBCs have become a part of it. Then there is a welfare Hindutva in which Hindutva as a cultural consciousness exists, but it does not discriminate when it comes to the policies of the government, which means that you'll get the chula, you'll get everything. Or Hindutva has become synonymous, as discussed slightly earlier before you came, as cultural nationalism, which has become equal to or a mirror image of perseverance, national security, and a good self-image of the country.
I think you laid the canvas very largely and very rightly so. So in that sense, I think, from the voters' perspective, Hindutva evokes very strong emotions, polarizing emotions in the well-to-do, well-read circuits. And there is a view that, it is polarizing. But when it comes to the voter, right from 2013 onwards, 14 election, 2019 election, 2017 UP election, 2022 UP elections, we have seen that the voter has a very, very definite view of what it looks like to him or her. So whether you call it cultural nationalism, whether you call it nationalism synonymous with Hindutva, you call it Hindu Renaissance, or you see it as a mix of development-led narrative and agenda for the country. Yeah. You like it or not, that is the definition a voter looks at it. Okay. He is not too literate to get into this very, very nuanced debate. He is looking at it from a very clear, straight prism. Okay. That it is development-led identity politics for me. If you look at caste, it was supposed to be a big factor. Now there is Hindu consolidation vote in the Aryan states. That's how the numbers look like right now. Like Muslims have voted for Congress, which has given it an edge in Telangana. But to my mind, again, that will play negative to Congress in 2024 because BJP will now clearly call and identify Congress as a Muslim majority party in terms of the vote share for Congress. So, people at the grassroots level have their own view, which may not be very educated and nuanced, but they have a view which is a decider, as we have seen in these three.
Wanted to comment?
And I want to add to what Rakesh is saying. I think I totally agree with Rakesh. While in the northern Hindi belt, there is Hindutva is definitely a factor, but as they say in Hindi, bhuke pet bhajan na hoye gopala. Okay, so if you just feed them the Hindutva staple, it's not going to work. They need their welfare, schemes also to be done. Development has to be a factor. Okay, so it is a balance, but I would Rakesh said, they may not be very literate, but the fact that they're very sophisticated, they understand what is in their interest. Absolutely. I don't think anyone can doubt the fact that voters don't know what's in their interest.
So it's it's an educated decision. They might not be educated in terms of the literary and traditional sense.
And
exactly.
BJP has touched double digit in Telangana.
BJP has touched double digit in Telangana. Sudha, why?
Which is huge, because last time, that's what you and I were speaking about when we took a break, that it was 2018, I think, Kabir, if I'm not wrong, they were 3 or 4. Then they have increased it, which means the story lies in the vote share also. I mean, apart from the vote seats that they have garnered, what is the vote share that they have got? So that is a story there in Telangana, amongst other
because
things.
In 2018, the BJP had just the one seat in
Yeah.
Telangana.
Kabir, can you just take us through the 2018 and the current map of Telangana, how it has shifted?
This is what Telangana looked like in 2018. Back in 2018, the Bharatiya Janata Party had just the one seat. Can you even see the saffron color on this map right now? No. You probably can't. I'm going to zoom out very slowly. I don't want it to be jarring for all the viewers. 2023. This is what the map looks like right now. The pink has been overtaken by all the blue, but you have a little bit of a saffron. Swad anusar. It's been put on the map over here.
That's right.
Swad anusar.
No, but imagine AIMIM.
You missed it. So
AIMIM, which is supposed to be the dominant party and all, is reduced to 3. And I think it is something which is also very...
Which is also a story, because they were always in the twin cities, the 7 or 8 they always got. They really did not have to shake a leg, because it was since 1967 when Owaisi's father came, and started fighting that election. That became pretty much their bastion. They never had to do anything except make some very shrill and strident speeches, but that was for the benefit. In Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, they are still being criticized, but the point is, this will now become the headline for AIMI. अभी तक क्या होता था कि बिहार में उन्होंने क्या किया वगैरह, अब ये है कि क्या हुआ, and it's obviously the exploding of the myth that the AIMIM only has power in the twin cities. They have no standing when you talk about Adilabad, Nizamabad, Asifabad. They have no standing there. There, the Muslims are thinking otherwise. What has worked is that the Congress will protect us, because ultimately the BRS may shake hands with the BJP and we shall be left in a lurch.
At the moment, right now, AIMIM has 0.34% vote share. Just 0.34% vote share. This is party-wise vote share for Telangana at the moment. We are showcasing
Wait a minute. BJP has a vote share in Telangana which is at 13.80. Congress has a vote share which is 40.62, and whereas 38.01. So difference between Congress and BRS is 2.6%, and 13.80 is not a bad start for Bharatiya Janata Party. We still have Amit Dubey, spokesperson Congress, Madam Gopal, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party. Our panelists will be fielding questions to you. But Amit, to you, one consensus within the newsroom is that women voters will increasingly decide the fate of the elections. Women voters have been harnessed by various chief ministers. They have become a category now. Gender was not an important category in India. Like, for example, gender is a category in American elections. Abortion becomes an issue. But then from cycles in Bihar, or for example, Amma's canteen in South India, or the way especially the rural sanitation mission started by Prime Minister Modi, or Ujjwala scheme, they have targeted and created gender as a very powerful category. Something which has to do with a woman per se, not her class, not her caste, not her positioning, but woman per se, which relates to her dignity, security and mobility. Dignity, security and mobility. So in that case, if you lose states like Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, how will you first negotiate the India, and then how will you negotiate India outside India? Amit?
So,
please.
Amitabh. Hi. So the point is that in Karnataka and Telangana, I think the point is fair that women are an important voting bloc. And for instance, the largest scheme may have helped the BJP. But in Karnataka earlier, in Telangana this time, even in Rajasthan, and we're talking about the results as if they are huge, decisive results. In Rajasthan, you look at the vote share, it's quite close. In Chhattisgarh, let's see how it pans out, but the vote shares will be close. Only in MP perhaps there's a big gap. So clearly different states have and different campaigns and different parties, including ours, have reached out to women, in some cases successfully. So I think that's a fair point. You were talking about Telangana a short while ago. Just about that, I also want to point out that you talk about vote shares. Congress got 28% the last time, so we've jumped up by 12%, and we've pushed the BJP back. You remember that only a year or two ago, everyone assumed that the BJP was a presumptive challenger to the BRS, but we've come up from behind, defeated them as well as the BRS. So it's in some ways it's a double triumph for us in Telangana. As for the India Alliance, of course, we have a meeting coming up shortly, and we'll see what decisions are made. But of course, that we were clear that was an alliance for the Lok Sabha. And so, the state results are not directly relevant to it, except perhaps in the states that we just saw. And of course, the Congress is an important player in these states among the India parties. So that will remain a factor. Of course, I don't want to prejudge where the negotiations will go and what turns out. But I think we shouldn't try and come up with very sweeping conclusions. Each state has its own dynamic. In one state, the BJP has a big sweep. In another state, we have a big sweep. And in two states, it's a close contest at the moment in terms of vote share.
Okay. So, in terms of vote share, but it also tells us that women voter, women candidate, women star campaign, stops for women, women winnability. We took these 5 talking points for one simple reason. Yeah, women are important. Yes, they are making a difference. Their representation have gone up in states like Telangana, but their representation in legislature has not gone up. This political say might have gone up, but the representation has not gone up, Neerja ji.
And I think that's a good spot to introduce Neerja, senior journalist and author, and 2 women here. Brilliant. And I think, and I think we have always something not only more to say, but something really definitive to say. Neerja, over to you. Okay, take it away.
I was thinking, coming here, actually this has been a women-driven election. If you look at it, the success in Madhya Pradesh, the runaway success that seems likely.
Yes, we have everything here.
Absolutely there. Yes, yes, yes.
And there's a detailing also. I'll take you there.
Yeah, later.
So, Ladli Behna Yojana, this 12,000 rupees a year scheme in Chhattisgarh rolled out, at Diwali time, which 50 lakh forms were published, and the message went that they will get 12,000 rupees a year.
Okay.
So that also has helped, I think. But even Congress, which is fighting back but may not make it in Rajasthan, women have played a very big role. So I think this is a factor political parties will have to take note of in the national elections. But your point, absolutely correct. Representation, that is not improved.
And second thing, Neerja ji, if you look at the results, people think that if you lose a state, it's end of the day. But if you lose a state nicely, you still end up with Rajya Sabha. So if you look at the Congress, it's it can still send 3 members to Rajya Sabha, at least 2 with this tally from Rajasthan. It means that it's not a washout like 2013 with 21 seats in Rajasthan. It means they have at least, if not increased, but basically retained the space they have. Respectable defeat.
Yes, that's right. And of course, you're right, it will make a difference in the Rajya Sabha.
Because numbers are going down?
Where they will exercise a check on the ruling party.
My whole point is, if you look at Telangana and in the context of women, we did a couple of stories on how the women voters have increased in Telangana. They've taken over males. And that is one indication. What does that mean is belt shops. Belt shops in Telangana are illegal liquor shops. And they were a big menace for all these women, because the men, the salary day, usual thing, would go buy all the booze, liquor, drink it away, and the women would be standing there. The NGOs tried their best, social activists, everybody. There was an allegation that the BRS was actually hand in glove with the belt shops. It's a very unique name. The Congress in its manifesto announced that they shall abolish belt shops. So the point is also that what it is, women are not just looking at shops, women are intelligently looking at shops. Whether it really works for them, belt shops, there is nothing in it for the women. But then It is to rein in the men so that the family sustain in Telangana. And that is one of the most important and informed decisions taken by women.
Anurag also joins me from Bengaluru. Anurag, am I audible?
Yeah, am I audible?
Nisha ji made a point. This is the first women-led election.
Driven election.
Driven election. Is
Well,
it correct?
are you talking about the Telangana context?
No, in general, if you look at the results in Chhattisgarh, if you look at the way tribal belt has voted in Rajasthan, it's a women-driven election.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Rajasthan, I would fairly agree. I mean, as an analyst across India, fairly, of course, the importance given to the women issues have really increased. I think after having the final number, we'll be able to understand what kind of an influence or dominating role women voters have really put out. But if you see at the manifestos and the fight for the election, the campaign, I think Rajasthan stands out in terms of giving importance to women issues because BJP was successful enough in making it one of the election agendas in the point that women's safety is a very important topic. And women, in fact, if you do the surveys, I was seeing a lot of news here and there. Even the college girls and college students, they were feeling concerned about the women's safety, and there was kind of a BJP was successful enough in peddling that as a very good narrative, and I think people have given by and large good acceptance. Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, of course, we need to check with the data because the tribal belt, my observation in the Chhattisgarh tribal belt, particularly Dantewada and other places, the women turnout has not been very encouraging many times. So you need to see first what is the turnout and where they have voted. I think it's for us to wait and look at the data. But Telangana, I would fairly agree. Yes, Telangana, the belt shop issues. I mean, it's not something that BRS government has encouraged, but it has been a traditional issue in Andhra Pradesh. The belt shop concept and how socially deep rooted these belt shops are has been a political or electoral issue from the days that I've been following Andhra politics 30-40 years. So I think I would fairly agree that yes, it's an issue, and for the women particularly, it's kind of a nuisance in the family having the belt shop. It is quite, but I don't think that has resulted into an election issue, particularly in Telangana. Telangana has voted against the dispensation. It is a clear sign of anti-incumbency, and this anti-incumbency, let me be very fair to you, has been there even after 2018. If you see all the by-polls, BJP was successful enough. They swept GHMC like never before. So all these things that it is not BJP's performance as such after 2018, but BJP would successfully put in as an alternative and as a face of the anti-government vote. But what happened before the election 6-7 months back, that things started changing and going away because of the poor decision-making, poor inputs, not arresting Kavita, Bandi Sanjay's removal, a lot of other things. And Congress came in successfully here as a face of the anti-government vote. And then when people realized that, okay, Congress can be a hope, can form a government, can win, I think the rest of the people just rallied and it just became a tsunami. So when it's the wave of the tsunami, you really cannot, say that there's one particular trend and one section that voted like this. So
Anurag, Sudha here. Hi. Good to
hi.
have you on. Good to have you on the show, Anurag. You see, the thing is that if you look at 2014 and 2018, KCR and BRS, TRS aka BRS, worked on the statehood of Telangana and he took away all the credit. This time around, that really did not work because the Congress also, if you remember, the last message from Sonia Gandhi was Telangana ke formation mein, So, do you think that was a big factor? Because what I'm trying to get to is that the BRS really did not have major issues on which it could pat its back and said, we did it for you. The Congress equally kind of put in its best feet, not foot, feet forward to take that away from the jaws of the BRS. Welfare policies.
Yeah,
Go on.
I think
Sorry.
One thing that I would like to tell you is coming from this Telugu states. One thing that I would like to tell you is Telangana always believed in the fact that Congress was instrumental in giving Telangana. And let's not forget, even this campaign, it all kick-started Congress showing the video of KCR on the floor of the assembly right after the state was formed, and he sweared in as a chief minister. As a chief minister on the floor of the house, he made a clear statement that have no doubts, but it is Sonia Gandhi who has given Telangana to us. So this video is on record for everyone to check. So the only reason why BRS or TRS back in days was successful enough is they had a very good combination of winning candidates, and the Congress was struggling with this lobbyings, the internal infighting, the camps, the groups. After passing away of YSR, the groups became more aggressive, and Congress could not manage the campaign in 2014. But then when BJP won 2014, they made themselves so strong. They absolutely decimated the Congress because more than half, in fact, barely 5-6 people were left in the Congress in the assembly, and everyone else switched their sides into the BRS. So BRS kind of tried to make the situation that there is no other party and there's no opposition for them, and that's where the whole problem started. If you see the decision making of BRS in the last 5 years, it's been like a raja. I am really disappointed with this culture, Sudha. In both the Telugu states, I see this culture. The chief ministers not honoring the secretariat. Now, KCR never goes to a secretariat. He says, I'm going to be sitting in Pragati Bhavan. You all have to come here and meet me. The cabinet meetings happen at his home. The bureaucrats sit at his home. So what nonsense it is. And the same is happening in all Telugu states. So they have, when you feel like a king, you say, okay, I'm going to be transferring to Bharat Rashtra Samiti. You really don't have a great narrative to call it as a BRS. And then you kind of run everywhere else but not focus on Telangana. I think so. People do see it. People do look at the arrogance. People want. Now, take an example from Shivraj Singh Chauhan. I was just talking to an analyst. You people have to learn from that kind of a leadership. 15 years, Sudha, and there is no anti-incumbency on him. There is no fatigue on the leader because he's grounded, he's simple, he speaks emotion, he's connected with people. And why can't we or the other chief ministers like Mr. KCR, who was so privileged to get such a good majority and so much of love and affection from the people of Telangana, could not do justice to the
Anurag, I had asked this even during COVID. I did a story and you were my guest, where he was all the time sitting in Pragati Bhavan and everyone, his bureaucrats, ministers, MLAs, all had to go to KCR Garu. KCR Garu will not move from his bastion. I think we have another with someone.
Yes, there are two things here. One, with this sort of a victory in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, in Chhattisgarh, are we first going to see new faces in Bharatiya Janata Party? That's one. And secondly, people expected Congress to at least retain Chhattisgarh. Why this turnaround has happened, 49-39?
I think Chhattisgarh, let's wait for another hour. It's very close, and 3-4 rounds have been counted from what we are told. But the other two states is a very clear picture. Madhya Pradesh is a runaway success. And remember, Madhya Pradesh is the oldest laboratory of the RSS and the BJP. It predates Gujarat. The importance of Madhya Pradesh retaining for 4 terms and not have fatigue set in. That's the heart of India. What does it mean for the politics of the BJP? It's a very important thing happening. Rajasthan, of course, they alternate governments, and Rajasthan is not such a washout for the Congress.
Correct, it's not a washout.
70 or around there, which is what people expected. There was a lot of, apart from anti-incumbency, of course, there was Gehlot fighting back with his welfareism, but there was also polarization in the state. After that Kanhaiya's death, particularly, that Taylor Kanhaiya's death. And I think many people had felt that day itself, the election is over.
Really?
I heard people then. But Rajasthan is different from Madhya Pradesh. I think we have to study Madhya Pradesh, and Ladli Behna Yojana is only one element of it.
Yeah, exactly, because this is what I have been saying. This is what I said on the exit day poll also, that yes, Ladli Behna scheme is a success, but if you say that this is the only reason you would be telling a story like 20% of the story, because if you remember, this state was held by 2 people, Amit Shah and Bhupendra Yadav. Second thing is that 3-4 months back, they had very clearly put all the cabinet ministers to their ground. I know it for a fact that
did it work?
Of course it did. Of course it did. I mean, 140 is a clear indicator that it worked. And the fact is that, that he also read riot acts to those massive factionalism which was there, especially that Chambal Sambhag entire, when Narendra Singh Tomar was at loggerheads with Jyotiraditya Scindia. Then he also made sure that Prahlad Patel was pumped in, Kailash Vijayvargiya was pumped in. I think, if the party read all the top Madhya Pradesh leader a riot act that if we perish, basically you all will perish. If we win, then we all are like, in a happy family boat, and then we will continue with business as usual. And I think majority of those cabinet ministers understood that, and this is the reason why you are seeing that result. Ladli Behna added to it, because, had it been this powerful a scheme, I'm not saying that it's not a powerful scheme, just trying to analyze, is that, then what would have happened is that Shivraj Singh Chauhan would have been at the forefront of the campaign. He was not at the forefront of the campaign.
No, another thing is to put the entire credit on one scheme.
Exactly.
In any state. Nircha, you travelled extensively in all these states, especially Chhattisgarh. You said let's hold on. What makes you think that, and what is your own internal assessment?
Of the Chhattisgarh numbers?
Right. Yeah, because those
I'm
are very, very
interesting. Surprised. Of course, they were saying their own internal assessment before the loan waiver was 50 to 55 seats. Actually, 52 to 55 seats. Even today, while talking to them in Raipur, they still think we will touch 55. But if they don't touch, suppose they are at 48, hypothetically, and the BJP crosses 40, the BJP is not going to sit back. They will go on the rampage. वो जोड़ तोड़ करके आज नहीं तो कल they will form the government. So it's not a very safe thing unless they are at that 55 figure. But why have they lost out? One again is this women's scheme that they are talking about, 12,000 a year to women, which BJP very effectively marketed. And Bhupesh Baghel countered it with 15,000 a year for women, all women. But he just announced it, they were not able to market it. But then that is not the only reason. I think somewhere the corruption charges, you know, this last aggressive bit by the Prime Minister,
might have stuck.
Mahadev app scam, I think may have done some damage. After all, it's a matter of few seats. It's not as if
There's also one thing, Karthikeya, in Chhattisgarh also, you know, there's also this thing, the opposition allege, and especially within the Congress party also people allege, that, you know, he's kind of being surrounded by bureaucrats, run by bureaucrats. There were several cases of excesses, massive infighting going on with PS Dev.
You know, there's another side of the story, you know, it's like statistics. If you look at the total, 308 for Bharatiya Janata Party and 263 for Congress. अगर ऐसे देखो तो फर्क बड़ा नहीं, 263 seat and 308. But if you divide them, 3 major states have gone away. 3 major states have gone away. If you look at this, it's 308 and 263. ठीक है, मतलब if you look in context of Rajya Sabha, they'll have their numbers. It'll help them there. But if you look in context of Rajasthan, they have lost 100 was the mid mark. They have already lost Madhya Pradesh. 115 is the mid mark. And even you're saying that we need to wait for Chhattisgarh, but the difference is
the difference is up touch too much.
51-37. You know, I think it merits something has gone wrong. We do wait, and she has outlined the reasons. You know, I would like to understand from both Nirja and Sudha, you know, this women factor. You pointed out the, you know, reservation. I mean, you pointed about the legislative part, you know, membership on the floor of the house, which is very, very important.
I was actually before you came, I was talking about the women of right. You know, when we talk about left politics, you know, you have women prominently there, but people don't talk about women of right. You have women prominently placed at the grassroots level. They play a crucial role in organizing. They might not be, you know, that suave category, but they have a strong organizational footprint.
No, even on that,
and they're pretty much intermeshed with RSS machinery.
Yeah, you know, we must point out that in 2014, for the first time was like Nirmala Sitharaman became a cabinet minister. There were 4 women as cabinet minister.
Okay, before we go to Nija ji, that's the big Nija ji. This is the big picture. 51-37-2. This is the big picture. This will change, but I'm putting it in the big picture. 51-37-2. 51 BJP, 37 Congress, 2 others. Can we change this? Quickly, can we change this? This is the big picture of Chhattisgarh. Then Madhya Pradesh 139-89-2. This is the big picture of Madhya Pradesh. Rajasthan 109-71-19. This is the big picture of Rajasthan.
It's ticking all right so far.
And then Telangana. Vishal, do we have Telangana? Do I have Telangana? Okay, we don't have Telangana. Back to you, Rakesh.
So, you know, those two, when you make that kind of, even if it's tokenism, as, you know, opposition would say, Nirmala Sitharaman came from nowhere, became the defense minister of this country, a very nuanced and a very complex subject to handle. But that empowerment at the topmost level hadn't happened before in the union cabinet. As she rightly pointed, she is now part of the CCS, CCEA. So these are two very, very empowering, you know, perspectives when you run the government. In that sense, coming from outside, doesn't have a mass base, but you put them on the top, on the pedestal, does send a very, very positive signal. So I think we should look at both from Nirja and Sudha in terms of what is the takeover of this women factor for 2024 elections?
Absolutely.
How will it pan out in 2024?
You know, women have been a constituency of Narendra Modi. And given the additional plus of welfare measures, which this Revdi culture, I think the BJP, whatever they may say, whatever be the rhetoric, they are going to play that card also as much as the other side is going to play. So given that, they stand a good chance of taking women voters. Depends. I mean, it will not work state by state.
But Rakesh, there's also one thing that if you look at the fact that, as I was discussing this issue in the morning, right from the day one, the government has been going gung-ho and big on the Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. There have been a lot of emphasis to schemes related to women, like the Shauchalaya thing where they said that, it's a crying shame that women have to go out or men have to go out. And it's related to honor of women. So the focus of the government has been, from 2014 onwards, majorly on women. It has succeeded a lot, and I think today's election is a very clear-cut indicator of how 2024 or what the emphasis of BJP in 2024 is going to be.
Well, I think that this was not that. Of course, it got proven in this election, but it was work in progress. And I think the women at the grassroots level were also getting mobilized tremendously. There was a time when rallies would be done only for general rallies. But now, if you, for instance, an example is Sonia Gandhi's last message, where she says in Telangana, she says, "मेरी माताओं और बहनों को मैं कहना चाहती हूँ कि आप आइए और हमको वोट कीजिए." She did not say भाई और बहनों. She said mataon or behno. So I think there is a kind of customized, messages for the women, and I think that's going to be one of the top stories. It's not going to be also ran, but how the men ran with them.
No, it's the other way around.
Yeah, yes, absolutely, Rakesh.
No, I think we must also, Karthik, celebrate the role of Election Commission in manifesting the real evolution in terms of the women voter. So they have played a very stellar role in all these decades. Bringing more and more women to the voting booth, and finally they deciding where to go, right, left, center.
I think I think now there is a responsibility of the political parties not to tarnish this election with this brush of the EVMs don't work. I have got great, I have a great problem with this. If something works for you, it's okay. If something doesn't work, then the EVMs go wrong, because ultimately you question something which makes India a very unique democracy in post-colonial nations. If you look at Bangladesh, if you look at Nepal, if you look at Pakistan, if you look at failed states like Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, what's happening in Myanmar, even places like hard democracies like Singapore, we are a country, barring 1975-77, we have held every election properly, and that's the beating heart of our nation. Our ability to hold elections and transfer power peacefully. Even Americans were not able to do that when Trump lost the election. There were riots on 6th of January in the Capitol, and and the American democracy is still reeling under it. So when people say that there is a problem, I mean, just they need to respect one thing, that we have been able to keep this democracy, at least one part of democracy, which is electoral democracy, properly there.
Absolutely.
Sukumar Sen, 1952.
All those who have contributed to make this happen.
Yes,
we need to celebrate them today.
Yes.
Absolutely. Now, I will before we move on, let me take you through some data. Here. This is the Election Commission data. Now, in the Election Commission data, BJP is 48, Indian National Congress is 40, GJP is 1, and CPI is 1. We'll be playing out that data to you, and the big picture is here, 109, 71, 19. So before I move, get new guests for you. There are a couple of bites that have come from all parts of India, from Chhattisgarh, from Telangana, from Rajasthan, from Madhya Pradesh. Let me play them out for you.
सबसे बड़ी रीजन यह है कि गांधी फैमिली का तेलंगाना में लोग बहुत प्यार करते हैं उनसे. There is a special place for the Gandhi family in the hearts of Telangana people. We made a mistake in 2014 and 18 elections. This time we corrected ourselves and we are on the road to victory. Second is the incompetence, the arrogance and the corruption of the BRS government on one side, and our collective effort on the second side. It's led us to this victory. So तो इस विषय पे मैं कुछ बोलना may not be appropriate now. We will wait for the CLP meeting and after that the AICC to take a decision.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी एमपी के मन में है और मोदी जी के मन में भी एमपी है. उनके प्रति असीम श्रद्धा और अगाध विश्वास है। उन्होंने जो यहाँ सभाएं की, जनता से अपील की, वो जनता के दिल को छू गई और उसी के कारण ये परिणाम जो अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं, ये प्रमुख कारण है। डबल इंजन की सरकार, दिल्ली में प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में केंद्र सरकार ने जो काम किया उसको यहाँ ठीक से हमने इम्प्लीमेंट किया और जो यहाँ योजनाएं बनी, लाडली लक्ष्मी से लेकर लाडली बहना तक का एक अद्भुत सफर जो मध्य प्रदेश ने तय किया, गरीबों के लिए, किसानों के लिए, भांजे भांजियों के लिए जो काम हुए वो भी जनता के दिल को छू गए और एक परिवार मध्य प्रदेश बन गया। अमित शाह जी की अचूक रणनीति, उनका जिस ढंग से यहाँ साथ मिला और हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्रीमान जेपी नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन, हमारे संगठन के नेतृत्व में कार्यकर्ताओं ने अनथक परिश्रम किया। प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, संगठन महामंत्री, उनके साथ टीम जुटी रही और जैसा भूपेंद्र यादव जी ने, शिव प्रकाश जी ने, अश्विनी वैष्णव जी ने जो मार्गदर्शन किया, उससे चुनाव के अभियान को सही गति और दिशा मिली। और इसलिए मैंने पहले भी कहा था, हम बिल्कुल कंफर्टेबल मेजॉरिटी, शानदार मेजॉरिटी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आएगी, क्योंकि जनता का प्रेम हर कहीं दिखाई देता था।
मध्य प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी आगे है, राजस्थान में, और तीनों जगह स्पष्ट बहुमत के साथ सरकार बनेगी। और निश्चित रूप से आज के तारीख में बड़ी बड़ी बात करने वाले, ठीक है, नतीजा क्या निकलेगा, पर भूपेश जी का नतीजा दिख रहा है कि 2 राउंड में पीछे चल रहे हैं। इसका मतलब ये है कि जनता ने उनके सारे मंत्रियों को नकारा है, पूरी सरकार को रिजेक्ट किया है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पूरा का पूरा आशीर्वाद और समर्थन दिया है।
सर, शुरुआत
मैंने पहले भी इसका जवाब दिया था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी मोदी जी के नाम से, मोदी जी के काम से, 9 साढ़े 9 साल की उपलब्धि को लेकर जिस प्रकार केंद्रीय नेतृत्व ने मेहनत किया, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने समय दिया, गृह मंत्री जी ने समय दिया, राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी ने जो समय हमको दिया, और जनता को मोदी जी की गारंटी, जनता ने उस पर भरोसा किया, भूपेश की बातों पर भरोसा नहीं किया। ये प्रथम चरण के रुझान में स्पष्ट दिख रहा है और ये निश्चित रूप से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए और राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व का आशीर्वाद मिला और हम जीत की ओर बढ़ेंगे। अंडर करंट दिख रहा था और इतना बड़ा अंडर करंट होगा इसका एहसास सामान्यतः लोगों को नहीं हो पा रहा था, मगर मैं इस बात को लगातार रिपीट कर रहा था। मेरी बात को लोग भरोसा कितना करते हैं मैं नहीं जानता, मगर मैं मीडिया के माध्यम से रोज बोल रहा था, एक ही बात को रिपीट पर रिपीट कर रहा था कि जबरदस्त अंडर करंट है और भूपेश को छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता रिजेक्ट कर चुकी है, उसके चेहरे को हराना चाहती है।
देश के जन जन के मन में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति जो विश्वास है, वो विश्वास आज के चुनावों में परिलक्षित होता है। आप सब जानते हैं एमपी के मन में मोदी है, मोदी के मन में एमपी है। जिस तरह से प्रदेश में सरकार चली, 18 वर्षों में अच्छा काम हुआ, जितना अच्छा काम माननीय शिवराज जी ने किया, जितना अच्छा काम डबल इंजन की सरकार ने किया, जितना अच्छा काम संगठन ने किया, उसका आशीर्वाद आज मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने दिया।
मोदी मोदी मोदी, आ गई भाजपा, छा गई भाजपा। इस आधी आबादी ने अन्याय के खिलाफ में अपना वोट देकर राजस्थान में भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर विश्वास, मोदी जी की नीति, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का वाक, सबका साथ सबका विकास, सबकी तैयारी कर रही है। मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगी। शक्ति को, जिन्होंने दम खम लगा के सरकार को लाया है, इस महिला विरोधी कांग्रेस सरकार को उखाड़ फेंका है, ये मात्र शक्ति का योगदान है और मैं संपूर्ण महिला मोर्चा को और राजस्थान की प्रत्येक महिला का धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करती हूं।
की मोदी जी बीजेपी सरकार आएगी, जयपुर के अधिक से अधिक विधानसभाओं में मोदी जी हमारी बीजेपी की सरकार प्रचंड बहुमत से जीत रही है। जो कांग्रेस सरकार ने पीछे से युवाओं को, महिलाओं को सताया, परेशान किया, नीट की परीक्षा को आउट किया, बार बार पेपर लीक हुए, उससे परेशान होके जनता ने आज बीजेपी को प्रचंड बहुमत से जिताने का सोच लिया था और हम भी यही उम्मीद लगाए बैठे थे। आज वो सफल हुआ है। जय हिंद, जय भारत, बोलो बीजेपी।
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस चुनाव में प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ जीतेगी। मैं पहले दिन से आप सबसे कह रहा था, अभी तो और इंतज़ार करिए। ये तय मानिए कि जादूगर का जादू ख़त्म हो गया है, तिलिस्म टूट गया है और राजस्थान की जनता ने हकीकत पर वोट किया और छत्तीसगढ़ में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकार बनाएगी। आप देखते रहिए। देखिए, राजस्थान की जनता ने ये चुनाव मुखर होकर के कांग्रेस पार्टी को सत्ता से निकाल करके फेंकने के लिए लड़ा था। तमाम तरह के प्रलोभन दिए गए, झांसे दिए गए, लेकिन राजस्थान की जनता स्वाभिमानी जनता है और उन्होंने ये मानस बना लिया था, तय कर लिया था कि महिलाओं का सम्मान की रक्षा न करने पाने वाली इस भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार को हम किसी भी तरह से बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे। तमाम दावे खोखले साबित हुए, तमाम वादे खोखले साबित हुए और ये आधारविहीन वादों वाली सरकार को जनता ने नकार दिया।
अभी लगभग जो है 2.5 घंटे हुए हैं। कई जगह जो है 2 या 3 राउंड हुए हैं, कई जगह 4 राउंड हुए और 4 राज्यों में चुनाव है। तो तकरीबन देखा जाता है कि 20 राउंड जो है होना होता है, 20-22 राउंड हर जगह उस हिसाब से होता है। लेकिन अभी जो स्थिति जो सामने है, 2 राज्यों में देखा जा रहा है, जो रुझान आ रहे हैं कि भाजपा जो है राजस्थान मध्य प्रदेश में बढ़त है और तेलंगाना में जो है वहाँ नज़र आ रहा है कि कांग्रेस की सरकार आ रही है और छत्तीसगढ़ में जो है काफ़ी नेक टू नेक है, ऊपर नीचे हो रहा है। तो अभी कहना जो है काफ़ी मेरे ख्याल से बहुत ही जल्दबाजी होगा कुछ इस पे कहना। हमको लगता है कि एक बार जब तक 1 बजे तक जो है पिक्चर जो है और थोड़ा साफ़ हो जाएगा, क्लैरिटी हो जाएगी, क्योंकि कई ऐसे सीटें होती हैं जहाँ 50 वोट 10 वोट का भी अंतर होता है, 100 वोटों का भी अंतर होता है, तो उसमें आगे चीज़ें बदलती रहती हैं। आप लोग तो सब लोग देखे होंगे 2020 के चुनाव में 4 बजे तक तो हम लोग लगभग जीत गए, उसके बाद तो काउंटिंग ही रोक दिया गया था यहाँ। लेकिन फिर रात के 12 बजे काउंटिंग शुरू की गई तो कई जगह जो है हम लोग जो है 12 वोट से, 50 वोट से, 200 वोट से हारे। तो ये मामला जो है कभी भी अभी कहना, अभी केवल 2.5-3 घंटे ही हुए, 8 बजे से काउंटिंग शुरू थी, तो मेरे ख्याल से भी जो है आंकड़ों में हो सकता है अभी फेरबदल नज़र आए। लेकिन हम लोग उम्मीद यही करते हैं कि कांग्रेस की जीत होनी चाहिए।
That's right. Mandate 2023 semi-finals for 2024 is what we're calling it here on News9 Live. Hello and welcome to all those who've tuned into this broadcast here on News9. I am Krishna Kumar and we continue with our minute by minute, second by second, moment by moment coverage of these all important state elections. And what a day it has been so far. We're very, very close to calling it. Ladies and gentlemen, as it's called, calling the election, which we will over the course of the next half an hour or so, because that's how things are looking like. A clean sweep for the BJP, 3-1 for the BJP. That's what it's looking like at this point in time. Very, very decisive results coming in. But Congress having its Hyderabadi biryani, so to speak, and notching up an important win in the scheme of things. But then again, if you take a look at that scoreboard, it is 3-1 at this point in time. We will have to wait for Mizoram on Monday. But for now, let's take this across to our reporters on the ground, getting us the latest. We have 2 of them joining in. One from Hyderabad, Shruti Sharma from Hyderabad, and we have Ravi Mishra joining us live from Jaipur. Shruti, I'm going to come to you first. The odd one in the lot today's counting day, which is Hyderabad. Talk to us. What are you picking up from the ground?
So like we can all see and we all have observed that Congress is leading right now, leaving BRS behind. And we see a lot of enthusiasm in public already after seeing that 2 seats they've won over by Congress, and the party and the celebrations have already started, and they have already believed that Congress is going to lead.
All right, let's take this across to Ravi Mishra, who joins us live from Jaipur. Ravi ji, bataiye, how is it looking like celebratory mood in Jaipur?
Yeah, of course, celebration is everywhere, and I just want to show you those pictures of celebration just outside of the office of BJP. You can see that how this DJ is spreading celebration noise everywhere, and people are dancing, chanting Jai Shri Ram, and Modi, Modi. I have talked to some BJP workers, leaders. They are giving all the credit to Narendra Modi. And they are saying that Narendra Modi is the only factor they have. We are gaining a decisive victory here in Rajasthan. It's very surprising for Congress that they never expected such kind of defeat by BJP in these trends. Let me clear once for the viewers that these are the trends, and in trends it's almost a double. Let's talk to the people. आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
हम बहुत खुश हैं और मोदी जी को लाएंगे और लाए हैं। और
इस बढ़त का
भगवा फहराएंगे, भगवा। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो चुनाव है वो संगठन महामंत्री जी का संगठन महामंत्री ने
very difficult to hear you because of the sound of DJ celebration music. So it's not that easy for me, but I just want to show you the vibration of Jaipur at this point of time, that how the BJP workers are excited after this lead in this election. Over to you.
Oh, Ravi Mishra there with that ground report. Fantastic, Ravi, getting us all the action, the sounds, and the sights we have in the studio. We have Mr. Rakesh Khar, Mr. Brajesh Pandey, Nija Chaudhary. We have Kartikeya Sharma as well. We have the entire pack, ladies and gentlemen, and it's celebrations everywhere. The good news is that the Congress is celebrating because it's a very important state that they have managed to wrest from the hands of the people who founded the state. Incredible victory there for Congress Party. And the BJP belying exit polls expectations themselves of a 2:2 ideally, but a 3:1. Rakesh, I'm going to begin with you. Simple question. We're calling this semi-finals for 2024. The results are almost in, isn't it, for 2024?
Absolutely, Krishna. I think BJP would be extremely delighted in further consolidating its hold on the Hindi heartland, and Chhattisgarh is absolutely a shocker for Congress.
And all exit polls as well.
But we must also find out that, and do point out very clearly and loudly that, BJP is exited completely from the south. So it has reason to worry as well. In this entire excitement about consolidating northern India, which is welcome for BJP, Congress is gained in Telangana from nowhere into into leadership role, and BJP's near exit from south. Though we do understand that the vote percentage for BJP in Telangana has improved, but what matters is the seat share.
Absolutely. Brajesh, the number game, we know how these things work. Numbers wise, BJP should feel extremely safe about 2024 at this stage.
Well, to be honest, Krishna, 2024 was never in doubt. There were not many who were saying that.
I said extremely safe. From safe to extremely safe is what the semi-finals has done.
Yeah, but what has happened is that, it's like you have taken care of the big picture. Now they have also taken care of the micros as well. Now they have wrested back the state controls also, which is extremely important if you look at the center-state unison and how the double engine ki sarkar, which they want to press home about. Winning Chhattisgarh is a big news for the BJP and a very worrying sign for the Congress party. A, because it's diminishing footprints in the North India, which is very, very crucial if he wants to get into the center. And furthermore, diminishing authority within the India alliance, which will be extremely worrying for the Congress party.
Kartikeya Sharma is itching to come in on this one, but Kartikeya, I'm going to ask you to hold on for a second. We'll just quickly get in Neja as well. Talk to us. How many elections, how many state elections have you seen? How many of these elections happening simultaneously have you seen? How many exit polls have you seen? I want your thoughts at this stage.
In my column in the Indian Express, they put a strap at the bottom. Has covered 10 Lok Sabha elections.
Brilliant.
So how many exit polls, how many state elections one will have to tot up. But
it's great
you know
to
what I
have
was...
you with us, because these insights actually make a difference in
Right.
terms of the election verdict.
So tell us who've seen much lesser Lok Sabha elections and much lesser state elections.
No, I thought Chhattisgarh, my own view was Chhattisgarh, Baghel will come back. And therefore, what has gone wrong? It's a very interesting thing. I would still say, let's wait another hour. But the way it is going, it seems, the gap is increasing. But I was saying to Rakesh a little while ago, what will this mean? The opposition, Congress and the opposition ruling the southern states of India and the eastern states, Odisha and West Bengal. Northeast will be a divide. And the BJP in heartland India, and of course West we don't know how Maharashtra will go, but given the fight that's on in the Bafar family, and given that in Baramati Ajit Pawar is wiped out, his the other side, his uncle's people and Supriya's forces, Maharashtra also has become a question mark. So West and heartland one way, South and East one way. But given my point is, given in 2026 the delimitation exercise that will come, and southern states will lose their Lok Sabha seats, and the northern states, Hindi heartland states, will gain them. And already there is a lot of tension building up. Now what will it do to our polity? As it is, there's so much contention. Are we headed for a much more contentious politics a year, 2, 3 down the road? Is that good? Something will have to be done about
more
that.
than that, I have been sticking my neck out on this, and my assessment is that the reason why they have done pretty badly in all these 3 states is they have not been able to reconcile powerful factions. The ability of the Congress party, if you look at Congress party since Jawaharlal Nehru, you had factions. What was Mahatma Gandhi doing? He was like an organizing secretary of the Congress party, organizing factions. Jawaharlal Nehru, Subhash Chandra Bose, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Rajaji, these were factions. Now the inability of the Gandhis to organize factions in Congress is a problem, because Congress, unlike Bharatiya Janata Party, is a party which operates at a faction level. You take out the faction, the workers goes away. This is what has happened with Jyotiraditya Scindia. And on this note, I would like to join Mohan Kumar Mangalam, spokesperson of the Congress party. Sir, your thoughts on the results that have come out, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Telangana.
Let me start with saying that I'm in Telangana right now, and even though your results show that we are comfortably forming government, I wouldn't call it yet, because I know for a fact that we're only 7 or 8 rounds into a total of 32 rounds, and most of the leads are in 4 digits, but not high 4 digits everywhere. So this thing can turn at any point. For Chhattisgarh alone, I'm looking at the results, and almost, I think 10 seats are in 3-digit leads for the BJP. So I wouldn't call this election anywhere near complete.
Okay, Telangana is okay, but what happened in Chhattisgarh? What happened in Madhya Pradesh? What has happened in Rajasthan?
I just said in Chhattisgarh, I'm looking at the actual results right now, the actual leads, and there are at least about 10 seats that are leading by only 3 digits, not even 4 digits, not even low thousands. So let's just hold on for a minute before we call this election and say that these are the final results and there's a big north-south divide happening in this country. I would prefer that not to be the case.
Okay.
But I've not seen a single southern state election where Jai Shri Ram is shouted outside the party headquarters when they win an election. So there might implicitly be a north-south divide here, but I'm not commenting on that right now. As far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned, Madhya Pradesh is, if these trends hold, a pretty large loss for us, and we definitely need to introspect as to where we went wrong. Both Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, we let a single face lead the election. In Madhya Pradesh, it was Mr. Kamal Nath. In Rajasthan, of course, it was the incumbent chief minister. I will say that Rajasthan, of course, for the last 30 years has had this tradition of picking either BJP or Congress and not letting the incumbent government repeat. In that case, if I compare this performance to 2013, where we won only about 20 or 24 seats, I would say Mr. Gehlot has improved massively. We are close to 80 seats here.
Okay. We are also joined by Mr. Bura Nasaiya Gaud. Before I go to him, Kabir, can you take us through the tweet of Smriti Irani? I think she has given a tagline for this election.
No, it is not Smriti Irani. I think it's a poster that has been put out by the Bharatiya Janata Party's IT cell, which is why it's also featured on Amit Malviya's tweet feed as well. But before that, कुछ और तस्वीरें भी आपको दिखा दूं, उनसे रूबरू करा दूं. For all the viewers, this is Ashwini Vaishnav in the headquarters in Bhopal, BJP office. Hugs galore over there already. Taking a look at some other developments as well. If I could just go up on here. Take a look at this. CM camp office in Hyderabad wears a deserted look as BRS trails in the state election. This is K. Chandrasekhar Rao's office. I mean, the camp over there. Just a couple of police officers over there. और ये भी पता नहीं क्यों जा रही है महिला उधर camp के अंदर इस समय. Because it completely deserted. That's the idea. That's the look out there.
That's the best test. I remember in 2008 I had gone to Bhopal and Suresh Pachauri was the PCC chief and he called me for a cup of tea at his residence. He said, "तुम्हें क्या लग रहा है?" And I had gone to BJP office and Congress office. I said, "There is a problem." He said, "Why?" I said, "There is no one at Congress office. Everyone is at BJP office. So I don't think your party is winning."
And take a look at this.
But on a lighter note, in KCR's case, Kabir, the action always was at the home, not at the office. Even when he was the Labour Minister.
Oh yes, absolutely.
What Amit Malviya has put out, he said these trends on Twitter, on X, formerly known as Twitter, beg your pardon, these trends sum up the elections. The three trends are election results, Modi ki guarantee, Rahul Gandhi panauti hai.
It seems that the panauti remark has been taken seriously by the BJP.
Yeah, it's trending at number 3.
That was a hit back time.
Trending at number 3, and this is the poster that Smriti Irani has in fact also put out. This orange color poster over here. I'll just zoom in so that everybody can see. देश में एक ही गारंटी चलती है, मोदी की गारंटी. एक आदमी एक नाम सब पे भारी. These are the captions, taglines, be it Piyush Goyal, be it Smriti Irani, be it Ashwini Vaishnav or Amit Malviya, the IT cell head himself. These are the posters that are being put across. जश्न मनाना भी शुरू कर दिया है.
Because the Hindi word panauti South में कुछ impact नहीं हुआ उसके वजह से.
No, I mean in Telangana.
Just like the spokesperson over there, not commenting on the North-South divide over here. But then again,
that's Krishna's domain.
Just so that I could give the viewers of how the maps are certainly looking like right now. 2023 maps, ladies and gentlemen. This is how Telangana looks like right now. Pink completely washed out with the blue. Let's shift our focus to Madhya Pradesh. This is how Madhya Pradesh is looking like right now. A lot more saffron than how we began early in the morning. And the numbers corroborate that picture as well. In Rajasthan,
that looks like the Indian team cricket team's jersey for the World Cup. Lot more saffron than originally envisioned.
All right then. This is how Rajasthan looks like right now. We were, harping on how the Congress spokesperson on the show early on in the morning were talking about how do you look at this big chunk Jaisalmer, it's been retained by the Gehlot government. But the one reaction bite that comes to my mind is that Modi ji in Rajasthan saying, Gehlot ji, aapko vote nahi milna ji. That's what's coming to my mind. And lastly, in Chhattisgarh, the super over. Now that cricket analogies and references
they swept not Chhattisgarh.
Take a look at that. Not just that.
That's the debate we had in morning.
No, at the bottom is
the tribal area as well.
Yeah,
and that's the debate we had in morning. What will happen in Bastar?
Yeah.
This exactly is the tribal area. This entire area went to polls in the first phase. Security was ramped up. They spoke about how tribal welfare is something that Bhupesh Baghel has focused on for the longest time. Will the tribals favor Congress? Well, it doesn't seem so, and this is the picture at the moment right now.
Krishna, what do you think? What's happening?
Incredible. I mean, you guys have been analyzing it threadbare since morning. The clear reason why you figured out there's a North-South divide within Chhattisgarh. And clearly BJP has managed to bridge that divide when it comes to capturing North Chhattisgarh and South Chhattisgarh, the tribal belt. We've been reading about headlines from the Home Minister Amit Shah talking about we're nearing the end of Maoism in the country. It will be wiped out. It's a very clear mandate from the BJP. That messaging clearly has worked as well in Chhattisgarh. That's good to know in that sense, isn't it, Rakeshji?
Yeah, I think we must go back to this North-South issue because it's extremely important. Couple of points. One is this Modi ki guarantee. The way they coin their slogans, it's so simple and it really sticks because the whole play of Congress campaign was guarantee. And they have a throwback in 2004, 2009 about guarantee, minimum guarantee, bringing in that comfort zone for the citizen. Right. So they did a play on that and call it Modi ki guarantee. And then you don't need to go into any detail.
Okay. Wait, so you're talking about the Congress party.
I'll just stop you, Krishna, for a second. Interesting thing is if you look at Telangana,
right.
BJP is at 11. Oh, yeah. BJP is at 11.
That's double digits.
That's double digits. So how does the number look like, Brijesh, between BRS, BJP and AIMM?
BJP is the third party.
How does the number look like between three of them together? I mean, if we talk about the B team, we had this B team.
It's not a sweep.
No.
The three of them together, what is the number?
No, very less, 55. Still 55.
They need 60.
They need 60. They need more than 60. Congress has a clear majority.
No, as of now, I'm saying.
Yeah, as of now, Congress is a clear majority.
Even
if it is 59, they'll make it 60.
No, it is not 59. That is the problem.
It says BRS has 38, BJP has 10, AIMIM has 4, and the CPI has 1. So that's
how much? What is the total of non-Congress? One sec. What is the total of the non-Congress?
15 plus 38.
That's
53.
What? That's 53, and Congress is at 65.
Okay.
Okay. Now that Telangana is being discussed so much, we actually have Mr. Bura Narasaya Gaud, senior leader of the BJP, joining us live from Telangana. Mr. Gaud, thank you so much for being with us. Tell us, at this stage, you are leading in exactly 11 seats at the moment.
Yes, if you look at the last election, we are almost 1,000% performance in terms of the seats, because last assembly we had only 1 seat. Now we are almost 11, but most of the seats which are losing also, it is by the 1,500, 2,000, and it basically because of the typical Telangana election which was created by the assembly, where the voters are induced with the 500 notes, that is 15,100 to 2,000. Every voter has been dispersed by the TRS, and also with the Karnataka money by the Congress, and also bottle of the liquor. And otherwise we would have, at least we would have won by the 20-25 seats, and there would have been hung. And because BJP in general believes not giving money to the voters, probably next big thing in Telangana will be BJP. And though Congress appears to be winning the election, they are very anxious. I'm telling the truth. They are very anxious. They are not happy. They are anxious inside because how long the government is going to last. That is a question mark in the entire electorate of the Telangana, entire the political circles. How long the Congress government is going to last is the question mark.
Sir, but if Congress is anxious, then how is Congress anxious? Are you going to side with BRS and AIMM?
No, we are.
How is Congress anxious?
We are not going to side with either BRS or any other party. This is going to be a stepping stone to. You are telling that there is a BJP Mukt Dakshin Bharat. We are going to be Telangana is the south of the north and north of the south, and the center point of the India.
But I get all of this. I get all of this. I wanted to ask you a specific question.
Point is actually
and second question which I would want to ask you is, going by the fact that you have entered double digit, don't you think that you would have stuck with Bandi Sanjay, things would have been different? Because till now no explanation has been given as to why Bandi Sanjay was removed and G. Kishan Reddy was brought in.
See, basically, if you look at the postmortem that is going to be done within the party circle, not I am going to discuss on the platform. See, whatever it is, we are winning. We are, as I told you in the first thing, we have won almost 10 seats more than what we won the last time. Last time we won, and our vote percentage also last time 7%. We are likely to reach 15 to 20%, and definitely it is a win. See, in the BJP, as you know, it is an organization-driven party, not only dependence on the one single person. That you must understand, and definitely BJP is going to take the Telangana state in the next election, in the MP election.
Fair enough.
And let me tell you a very clear fact. I am not boasting about the BJP. If you ask any voter in the Telangana, they will say 100% any party. 100% we are going to vote for BJP and Modi ji in parliament. And because of the local inducements, various other conditions, this time people got divided between three parties, but in parliament election, probably we are going to win 15 out of 17 MP seats.
Okay, 15 out of 17. Okay, semi-finals mandate, 15 out of 17. He's keeping a scorecard.
He has taken our slogan very seriously.
Yes, he's really taking it. Okay, we will hold on. Talk about the center of the country. Strangely, Hyderabad, Telangana is not the center of the country. It's a place called Madhya Pradesh, named after the fact that it's the Madhyam of the country. We have a reporter live joining us from the ground, Nidhi Vasandani, joining us live from Bhopal. Nidhi ji, बताइए माहौल कैसी है भोपाल में अभी?
माहौल बहुत अच्छा है और यहाँ पर ना आंधी ना तूफान, सिर्फ शिवराज सिंह चौहान इस तरह के नारे लग रहे हैं। देखिए, मोदी के मन में एमपी है तो एमपी के मन में कौन है, ये सबसे जानना चाहिए। तो जीत का श्रेय किसको जाता है? तमाम कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पर हैं, जीत का जश्न मनाया जा रहा है। और मैं आपसे
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के
एक मिनट, जीत का फैक्टर सबसे बड़ा मध्य प्रदेश के चुनाव में क्या रहा?
मोदी जी की गारंटी, हमारे किसान युवा लोग रहे और जो गारंटी, जो विकास कार्य हुए थे 5 साल, उसको कामों को वोट दी जनता ने, कर्म को आगे बढ़ाया है जनता ने, और मेहनत करके जो परिणाम मिले वो कार्यकर्ताओं का है।
तो काम को जिताया है।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी गांव, गरीब, किसान, मजदूर और सबकी पार्टी है। इन्हें सभी वर्गों को साधा है और सभी का कार्य किया है। जिस प्रकार से जो कांग्रेस ने बीमारू जो मध्य प्रदेश बनाया था, उसको वापस से स्वर्णिम मध्य प्रदेश बनाने का काम
शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी ने जो
मतलब सीधी सी बात है 18 साल की एंटी इनकम्बेंसी का कोई फैक्टर नहीं था, कोई दबाव नहीं, कोई किसी भी तरह से देखने को नहीं मिला। महिलाओं ने बढ़ चढ़कर वोट किया, शिवराज सिंह चौहान ने भी कहा। तो महिलाओं से ही जानते हैं कि इस बार क्या जीत का फैक्टर। अब
लाडली बहना योजना इस कदर काम कर गई कि कमलनाथ को चारों खाने चित्त होना पड़ा और शिवराज जी को आगे आना पड़ा। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार में मोदी जी का इतना महत्व रहा कि उनके द्वारा, हालांकि लाडली बहनिया योजना केंद्र से ही।
तो क्या अगले मुख्यमंत्री भी भैया बन रहे हैं शिवराज सिंह चौहान?
केंद्र ही बता पाएगा कि सीएम साहब कौन बनेंगे, या केंद्र की जवाबदारी है।
लेकिन भैया, इन चुनावों में आपके भैया शिवराज सिंह चौहान को बहुत पसंद किया।
हम सभी बहनें चाहती हैं कि हमारे शिवराज सिंह चौहान भाई साहब फिर से सीएम बने। बिल्कुल चाहते हैं
जी। शिवराज सिंह चौहान अभी
मैडम, शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी का कोई तोड़ नहीं है।
शिवराज जी भैया बनेंगे, क्योंकि अभी और आगे चुनाव आ रहे हैं और वो बहुत अच्छे हैं, बहुत बढ़िया हैं और 24 घंटे 7 दिन काम करने वाले हैं।
देखिए किसी भी प्रदेश की जनता एक ऐसा जिम्मेदार व्यक्ति चाहती है जो सारे वर्ग का ध्यान रखे, और शिवराज सिंह जी एक ऐसे व्यक्ति हैं जो निम्न स्तर के से लेकर ऊपर तक हमारे बच्चों के लिए, बुजुर्गों के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए, हर व्यक्ति के लिए।
एमपी के मन में शिवराज सिंह चौहान।
हाँ जी, बिल्कुल
मन में वही। थोड़े ये अलग दिख रही हैं, चश्मा वगैरह पहन के आई हैं आप।
आंधी नहीं तूफान है, युवाओं की शान है।
तो ये देखिए, ये उत्साह है, ये जोश है जो देखने को मिल रहा है। एक सेकंड। अच्छा ठीक है, सभी की बात रखी जाएगी, सबकी बात सुन ली जाएगी। आप क्या कहें?
जय जवान। All right, Nidhi ji, they are getting us the ground celebrations from Bhopal. Fabulous victory for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh. We are going to shift our focus. We've been inside Madhya Pradesh. We're going to take you out of Madhya Pradesh. I'm sure you got the feels of Madhya Pradesh with our ground report from Nidhi Vasandani from our network. We're going to take you all the way across to the south, from the center, south down to Hyderabad and Telangana, where we have our reporter Shruti Sharma joining us, and we also have Mr. Hari Khosla, political analyst, joining us live from Hyderabad. Both of them, thank you so much for joining us. Shruti, quickly tell us the numbers still holding good for the Congress party in Telangana. 64 is what they're leading in at the moment.
Right, like we have all seen that, Congress is leading right now in Hyderabad, and we have also seen that they have won already 3 seats in, apart from the other seats. And we have also seen that celebrations have launched already by Congress, वो लोग सोच चुके हैं कि हम बस अब जीत चुके हैं क्योंकि उनके सीट्स उनके हाथ में है अभी। एंड जैसे कि मैंने बोला कि बीआरएस इस बार बहुत पीछे हट चुकी है। एंड इन तेलंगाना बीइंग द हिस्ट्री, एनी सीएम हैव नॉट गवर्न फॉर अ हैट्रिक, नेवर, कोई भी सीएम ने एक हैट्रिक हिट नहीं करी है और वो ही देखने को मिल रहा है क्योंकि 10 सालों की गवर्नेंस है बीआरएस की और अब कांग्रेस पावर में आ रही है धीरे धीरे। जैसे हम वोट्स देख रहे हैं और सीट्स देख रहे हैं, उसके अकॉर्डिंग देखा जाए तो जिस तरीके से कांग्रेस ने अपना जमाव अपने जनता पे बनाए रखा है और जैसे कर्नाटका ने तेलंगाना में आके अपने कैंपेन में हेल्प किया है तेलंगाना को, दिख रहा है उसका इन्फ्लुएंस बहुत हुआ है हमारी जनता पे। एंड अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट वी हैव सीन द इन्फ्लुएंस थ्रू द वोट्स एंड आई गेस दैट इज द रीजन फॉर कांग्रेस बीइंग वे टू हेड देन बीआरएस।
All right, Shruti Sharma there with a ground report from Hyderabad. Hari, tell us, of course, the numbers or the history. No hat trick has happened. All that is there, but clearly big win for the Congress party in a state like Telangana with the kind of revenues, the kind of money that they get access to if they get that state franchise.
Very well micromanagement under the guidance of our national president and Amit Shah ji. This has worked out well, and people have rejected overall Congress party in the almost in the majority of the states. Congress party has always been giving the bogus promises.
You and the panel and your viewers is that out of the 64 seats that Congress is leading, about 9 of them, the leads are under 1,000.
Okay.
So there would be a little bit of confusion there. That's why I think the Congress is a little anxious whether they would have a solid leads to have that magic mark crossed. So that's point number one. And I heard Mr. Bura Narsaya speak before, and also the panelist about BJP. One thing I would say, observing Telangana politics closely, is that the number what you're seeing for BJP on the board is a celebratory numbers. So I would like to remind where they were in 2018 elections. They only won one seat. Post that, and they bounced back and won 4 parliament seats in Telangana out of 17. Now they are at 9 seats, which is coming from the heart of Telangana, which we call the north part of Telangana. Half of them are from north and settle Hyderabad, and there are, I think, there are 2 or 3 that are leading. So this is a celebratory insight for BJP, in addition to the 3 wins that they are getting today, and they should celebrate 9. And I'll also remind you about the Congress politics in Telangana is that the last 2 terms, some of the MLAs that were won on the Congress ticket have switched their loyalties and joined BRS. So I think if I hear the rumors right, if Congress is barely winning the majority, and many of the people are thinking or rather fearing that there may be a poaching activity can happen, and I would like to point to the earlier panelist comment on that. Look at the non-Congress numbers. Are they any closer to the magic mark? So 65 is not a great number. If I were to comment, I would say the only 70 plus seats should be considered sure shot win for Congress. Anything less than that, I am telling you, anything can happen. Anything can happen after this. But this is a good result for BJP and definitely a great result for Congress.
Point taken, Hari. Stay with us. We have Mr. Mohan Kumar Mangalam, spokesperson of the Congress party, now joining us live on the broadcast. Mr. Mohan Kumar Mangalam, thank you for being with us here on News9 Live on Mandate 2023. The simple question is, Hari here, we have a political analyst telling us that 65 is not exactly a great number in Telangana. 70 plus is what would be considered as a good number in Telangana. So this means nothing, and there's still so much chances of horse trading is what is being spoken of as well.
I'm sure that when we hit 70 plus, he'll say 80 plus is the only acceptable number to him in Telangana. You can't entertain all these notions. Secondly, the BRS, the AMM and the BJP have been in a tacit understanding, and we've been saying that even before the polling started for this election in Telangana. So I don't think either the BRS or the AIMIM wants the kiss of death in South India, which is partnering with the BJP. We just saw another major BJP is, in fact, I think in Parliament, second biggest alliance partner in ADMK actually walk out of their alliance in Tamil Nadu because it became apparent to them that the BJP in South India, all of South India now after this Telangana thing as well, partnering with them is the kiss of death. So I don't think anyone's going to form a partnership with BJP. They're lucky to get the seats they did. Obviously, I imagine some of those seats have come in a good understanding with BRS to let them continue to have a toehold in the state. But once the Congress comes to power, I'm sure in the next election, they won't even get these single-digit seats that they have gotten. As far as horse trading is concerned, you'll see the majority we come up with at the end of the day in Telangana. There won't be any reason for it at all. I also want to respond to the earlier spokesperson of the BJP from Telangana who had the tenacity, the temerity to say that the reason why Congress and BRS have won what they won in Telangana is because we've used money and liquor as incentives. And he hopes with that kind of logic that he will actually end up losing the Lok Sabha polls here. I think all of southern India and northern India have now, there's a clear divide now. If these results hold, by the way, I still maintain that when I look at the difference of votes in Chhattisgarh after this 8 or 10 rounds, it's too small to call it in the favor of BJP or Congress, in favor of either party. So if this holds, you basically have a saffron-free South India, which is voting for nationalism, which is voting for welfare, and you have North India, which is the only part where BJP's Hindutva politics seem to still have an impact.
You know, Mr. Kumar Mangalam, can any political party think that it will survive Indian politics without North India? You know, I have read this article. I will not. I think it was Wire. It was Wire. I think 6 or 7 years ago, it was in context of South India versus North India. But how can a party, whose prime ministers came from districts like Phulpur, Rai Bareli, can even imagine and take solace that they can survive without North India? This is that is one. Secondly, one thing which we are going to debate, Krishna, is why AIMIM, which had been able to hurt Congress in Bihar, which had been able to hurt Congress in Maharashtra, was non-functional in Telangana. But before that, let me play out some bites for our viewers. A lot of reactions have come in.
मैं मध्य प्रदेश के एक जनता जनार्दन सभी को मैं नमन करता हूं, मैं प्रणाम करता हूं, धन्यवाद अर्पित करना चाहता हूं कि पूर्ण विश्वास उन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर जताया। भाजपा की डबल इंजन की सरकार, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व, गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी और राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा जी का मार्गदर्शन और मध्य प्रदेश में भाजपा का एक कार्यकर्ता शिवराज सिंह जी का नेतृत्व, जनहितैषी जो नीतियां उन्होंने क्रियान्वयन की हैं, उसी का फल है कि आज मध्य प्रदेश का एक जन जनार्दन असीम बहुमत के साथ, मैंने भी जो सोचा था उससे कई गुना ज़्यादा आज भाजपा के पक्ष में आया है।
पूरे भारत में आज मोदी जी की गारंटी पर पूरे भारत को भरोसा है, पूरे भारत के हर भारतीय के मन में आज विश्वास है कि मोदी जी इस राष्ट्र को एक विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने का जो यज्ञ कर रहे हैं, उस यज्ञ में सब के सब जुड़ना चाहते हैं और सब के सब सहयोग देना चाहते हैं। आज के चुनाव के परिणाम इसको एकदम स्पष्ट तौर पे दिखाते हैं। राजस्थान में भी बहुत अच्छी जीत होगी। अशोक गहलोत जी के करप्शन और लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की जो समस्याएं थी, उसके ऊपर जनता ने एकदम स्पष्ट वर्डिक्ट दिया है। 24 चुनाव में बहुत प्रचंड जीत होगी।
They have decided that there should be a change, and change for a progress, change for a development, change for a gratitude. This is what I could say. I thank the voters of Telangana for having shown the confidence on us. We will restore the confidence. I am telling you, he is the PCC president, he is the team leader. Our party will take a call on a collective leadership. The election was fought on a collective leadership. This is the party will take a call. I am nothing to here to discuss on those issues. Our duty is to work as a common worker. We have done our job. Rest the leaders are there. Whatever our leaders tell, we will follow by that.
People have voted for the Bharatiya Janata Party's positive commitment and Prime Minister Modi's leadership and very well micromanagement under the guidance of our national president and Amit Shah. This has worked out well, and people have rejected overall Congress party in the almost in the majority of the states. Congress party has always been giving the bogus promises. People have seen it in Karnataka, people have seen it in Himachal Pradesh. So literally they have failed. That's why they have rejected, people have rejected the Congress party. I am very happy, especially as the in charge of Rajasthan. We have won and we will cross 124 at least.
And this will impact on 24 elections also?
It will be better impact, and we will, last time we had less number of seats as far as assembly is concerned, but we had huge mandate in Lok Sabha in all these states, and that will repeat, and we will have a better result than 19 in all these states.
Thank you so much, sir.
मुझे लगता है ये कांग्रेस की हार नहीं है, ये वामपंथ की हार है। कुछ दिनों से कांग्रेस में कुछ ऐसे नेता घुस आए थे और घुस आए हैं और उनका बड़ा प्रभुत्व है। कांग्रेस के सभी फैसलों में उनकी बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है और वो कुछ नेता कांग्रेस को महात्मा गांधी के रास्ते से हटाकर वामपंथ के रास्ते पे ले जाना चाहते हैं और ले जा रहे हैं। तो कांग्रेस पार्टी महात्मा गांधी के रास्ते पे चलकर यहाँ तक आई है। महात्मा गांधी जी की सभा की शुरुआत रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम से होती थी। आज उस कांग्रेस को सनातन के विरोधी पार्टी के रूप में जाना जाने लगा है। ये दुर्भाग्य है। कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अगर ऐसे नेताओं को नहीं निकाला तो कांग्रेस पार्टी की हालत बहुत जल्दी AIMIM जैसी हो जाएगी। कांग्रेस पार्टी के नेतृत्व को इस पर गंभीरता से विचार करना चाहिए और कांग्रेस को महात्मा गांधी, पंडित नेहरू, इंदिरा गांधी, राजीव गांधी की कांग्रेस रहने दिया जाए। कांग्रेस को महात्मा गांधी के रास्ते से हटा के मार्क्स के रास्ते पे ले जाने वाले जो नेता हैं, इनको बाहर का रास्ता दिखाना चाहिए।
अगर बात करें तेलंगाना में कांग्रेस जीत गई है, उन्हें छत्तीसगढ़ में
देखो, निश्चित रूप से मैं पहले तो राजस्थान की जनता को बधाई देना चाहता हूं, उनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। सांगानेर की जनता को भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि ये जो कांग्रेस का भ्रष्टाचार, तुष्टीकरण, महिला अपराध, युवाओं के साथ धोखा, पेपर लीक, इन सारे विषयों को लेकर के कांग्रेस को उखाड़ फेंकने का जनता ने जो मन बनाया, वो ऐसा मन बनाया कि इस कांग्रेस को उखाड़ फेंकने का काम किया। मैं सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने माननीय देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के कि जो वो कहते हैं वो करते हैं, सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास को लेकर के जनता ने उनको पूरी तरह से आगे आकर के बीजेपी को जिताया है। मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं।
इन तेलंगाना कांग्रेस इज फॉर्मिंग द गवर्नमेंट and we are at a comfortable position now. We are probably winning more than 70 seats. So this was clearly, the message was clearly written on the wall. Like this time Congress is going to come back to power.
Sir, so there are no indifference in the party?
Of course not. You see, Congress is united, and with the collective efforts, Congress has come back to power in Telangana. Yeah, that is true. Chhattisgarh we still can't say. Because still counting is going on, but Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan is definitely a setback to Congress.
If it is the effect on Lok Sabha,
I don't think so, because you see, Lok Sabha always the issues are different, and assembly elections always the issues are entirely different. So I don't think it will have any bearing on the future Lok Sabha elections.
Right, and we have now Kabir Naqvi joining us with the latest on what's buzzing about the elections on social media. Kabir, talk to us. What's your tweet deck telling you out there?
Well, the tweet deck is filling up by the second. 4 seconds ago, check this out. Madhya Pradesh, a staffer at the CM house, she's called Radha Bhai. She's gotten emotional as she gives a flower to Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan कि आप वापस जीत गए हैं. Meanwhile, right below it, you can see State Congress President Kamal Nath is leading by a margin. वो trail lead वाला उसे हटा दीजिए. He is leading by a margin of 15,600 votes. You keep going down. We just heard Prahlad Joshi just a short while ago. Taking a look at what incumbent Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan himself is leading by a margin of 51,000 votes. Has already garnered about 70,000 plus votes. This is what we're picking up. Even various news agencies quoting like the Election Commission have put out that it's a 3-1 sort of an affair. They're still not, nobody's called out the election openly, but they're saying it's a 3-1 result. Essentially, a double engine government, reaction coming across from Maharashtra. Eknath Shinde is also lauded the double engine Sarkar, which has worked very well for Maharashtra, is what he also says in the statement. You keep going down, important over here, incumbent Deputy Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, which is T.S. Singh Deo, he's trailing in Ambikapur, albeit by a small margin of 1,600 votes. But 1,600 votes can also, tip the scales. It is the fourth round of voting, can tip the scales.
Assembly, it counts.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. 100%. We just heard Jyotiraditya Singh, he's again lauded the Prime Minister for the Modi magic that he's done. Mr. Scindia. Jyotiraditya Scindia. And we were speaking about how the Morena, the Chambal belt is going to be absolutely crucial for Madhya Pradesh this time around. The Congress party has made it a point that it's going to be ego war. Narendra Singh Tomar also a strong bastion for him in that particular area.
The best line was that, they're saying Jai Viru ki jodi turned out to be, that remark by Kamal Nath turned out to be the best remark. कि जाके दिग्विजय सिंह के कपड़े फाड़ो, वो अलग बात है कि सबके कपड़े फट गए मध्य प्रदेश कांग्रेस में.
मोटरसाइकिल के वो तो 3 चक्के वाली थी, एक इधर
2 चक्के गायब हो गए,
2 इधर चले गए, 2 इधर चले गए, एक इधर चला गया.
Hyderabad, D.K. Shiv Kumar.
Yes,
what about those who were taken from Delhi, the ministers and MPs?
Barring Faggan Singh Kulaste, all are leading, ma'am.
All are leading, I see.
They all have won almost.
Well, there you go. D.K. Shiv Kumar, the troubleshooter for the Congress party, he's been in Hyderabad, Telangana since Saturday, making sure, because if you want to get a resort booked, well, he's your man. And he was there to make sure that the horse trading doesn't happen. Meanwhile, Revant Reddy, why nobody's at Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao's camp is because even the Telangana DGP himself, Anjani Kumar and other officials, they've met with Revant Reddy and the bouquet has been passed on. So, I don't know, usually it comes across with the governor. You go and meet the governor if you're confident about forming the government, but the DGP has come and met Revant Reddy over there. That's the latest that we're picking up at the moment.
That's what we call policing the state.
Policing the state.
But there's one thing, there's one thing I would like everyone to to bring this to everyone's attention. If you look at these, figures, and I think in some time now we will call the elections. We'll call off the elections. If you look at Rajasthan, it's 113, and Congress is down to 68 from 90, 80, 70. If you look at the figures which are coming from Madhya Pradesh, it's 161 to Bharatiya Janata Party and 66 to Congress. It was hovering around 90 2 hours ago. Chhattisgarh, BJP is 56, Congress 33. The difference, Krishna, has gone up. If you look at Telangana, Congress is at 69, it's consolidating its lead, and BRS is 36. So, it means, one, the parties that are winning are consolidating their win. They're increasing their number. And those at the receiving end, they are losing the number.
It's bumper victory all over.
It's a bumper victory. Then secondly, as she said, Nijaji, it's a women-driven election. That's number 2. Women as a constituency stays. Number 3, we have not accounted for Mizoram, which might account for rise of a new regional party in Northeast tomorrow. And I think it's going to be at the cost of the Congress, because whenever there's a regional party, it's not at the cost of BJP, it's the cost of the Congress. Fourth and foremost, it's welfare versus welfare. Krishna, why don't you join me here? Come. It's welfare versus welfare. Fifth, how SOPs have worked. Sixth, and the foremost, what happens to the satrap politics, Krishna? What happened to the satraps? Do these results consolidate the satraps, replace the satraps, or the new satraps come in?
Right. Is it about satraps anymore? Because you're looking at a situation where BJP is moving towards a position where it doesn't have to care about certain regional franchises.
Correct.
Because of its overall tally being intact. You have the entire Hindi heartland, plus Madhya Pradesh, plus Chhattisgarh. What have you got to worry about 2024? Maybe we're looking at this the wrong way. And if we're looking at a possible delimitation in the future, then it just bolsters BJP's case. If this is semi-finals for 2024, I think this is like putting 2024 further in BJP's bag and possibly looking towards a situation where more and more polarization happens between North and South. So looking at 2026, the delimitation exercise becoming another panacea for what's going to happen in 2029. My point is that, are we looking at numbers the right stage right now in terms of looking at regional satrap factors per se? These existed when Congress was the main party in the country. BJP is consolidating itself as that centrally held party with enough and more regional franchises in the north of the country.
Correct. And if you look at individual versus institutions, we made this. Revanth Reddy led the Congress charge in Telangana.
Right.
He was the only guy who was in charge of the Telangana Congress there. Kamal Nath led the battle in Madhya Pradesh, but Digvijay Singh was sulking. And BJP did not project any face in this election because they wanted to do away with incumbency. And people understood it. Mama ko piche kar liya gaya thoda. Aur BJP ko aage kar diya gaya. And Congress projected Gehlot and Baghel as the CM faces, and Sachin Pilot continued to sulk. There were two write-ups I read that Sachin Pilot had to be goaded by a party to take a helicopter and campaign in certain areas. This, we have to piece this big picture, because ultimately it tells us that BJP created a fight back in all these three states, and their ability to create a fight back really distinguishes them. Neeja ji, tell me.
Even Telangana was a fight back, incidentally, from 1 to double digit now.
Telangana, I wouldn't say that, because as I said earlier also, 8-9 months when I went there, the fight was clearly between BJP and TRS. Congress was nowhere in the picture. That is an advantage they let go of. But it is absolutely true. It is a phenomenal election machinery. They've mastered the science and art of it. Nowhere in the world does such a machinery exist. And we know from Amit Shah, the RSS route hue the in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, many BJPs. So these late night meetings that he held, 3150, with motivating them, asking them to come out. So they obviously did. So rectifying the fault lines, the BJP is good at. And organizationally, Congress is not a match at all. You may have a sentiment going, and they can win as in Telangana.
Okay, let me ask you one thing. No one could foresee that in 2009 when Congress came to power. It imploded in 2014. Literally. In retrospect, why?
It imploded in 2014 because it didn't know what was happening to it. Scams, ill health of Sonia Gandhi, ill health of Dr. Manmohan Singh, nobody was in charge, everybody running their ministries like fiefdoms. Pranab Mukherjee gunning for Chidambaram for Pranab Mukherjee. If you remember that
and
period.
Rahul Gandhi gunning for Congress party.
Rahul Gandhi saying, I'm not. No, he was saying, I'm not taking over. I'm not taking over. So it was free for all. So that was the kind of scenario, and you had on the positive side, Narendra Modi on the horizon, just picking up, and was seen as the alternative. So, and the Congress didn't know what had hit it. For 4 years, the Congress hasn't known what has hit it. It's now, this election, you are seeing a certain revival, even though they may not win these states, the 3 heartland states. But there is a, it's not like a 20, which was the case earlier in Rajasthan. It is going to be around 70. So, thoda bahut respectful hoga. Lekin, are they a match for the BJP in the heartland? No, not really.
But I differ from her in a sense that, I agree that in Congress, Rajasthan, it's slightly respectable loss. But look at Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. It's drubbing down. It's much worse than what it was in 2018. Look at the 66 seats for the Congress party and 58 seats for the BJP in Chhattisgarh. Congress reduced to 31. And I'm saying that like in 2018, 19, 2014 thing which you were talking about, Karthike, there were several issues with which the Congress party allowed to run. This fight against corruption, India against corruption by Anna Hazare. All of it was they arresting Anna Hazare. And the fact is that, the Delhi police lathi charging young boys and girls who had gone there to, present their frustration against the horrifying gang rape. And they allowed a police wala to literally mar the electoral chances, which was the Delhi Commissioner of Police, Neeraj Kumar, at that point of time, without doing anything about it. I mean, there was a sign of complete chaos in the Congress.
Do you agree with that, Rakesh?
Yeah, I think, that's going back in the past, we know what it led to. It led to Narendra Modi's, rise and rise. But today, even I would imagine that Congress has relatively done better. There is some sense of energy in the party. But I don't think there's going to be any introspection on the Hindi heartland actual failure. Because nobody is going to talk about it. Who is going to flag it? Nobody is there to flag. Everybody will be happy congratulating Telangana. Right. There is not, unlike Congress, BJP will go back to the drawing board and pick up the lessons and say this is where we could have done better. So it's an election machinery, as Nirja rightly pointed, 24/7, whether there's an election or not. But I think the other key question, individual versus institution, I think we need to take the debate further. Satraps. India, to my mind, needs very strong chief ministers, irrespective of whichever party they are. The Team India sentiment is not just a political slogan, and those who only make it a political slogan are not doing a great service to India. India will rise through the federal play, whether it's from the south or from the north. In that sense, Karthik is going to be very, very keen to watch out what happens to Raman Singh, what happens to Shivraj Singh Chauhan. These two states, and what happens to Rajasthan. Will Vasundhara come back? So that's a big decision that BJP leadership has to take.
But it's a great comeback story for Bharatiya Janata Party, able to retain.
But only half the task
Madhya
is done
Pradesh,
because
Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan.
there'll be huge pressure from both the constituencies. Because Mr. Modi, he guarantee has won them elections with the state leaders, the three names I mentioned. But then who is going to be in that seat? You saw some visuals from Bhopal, where there was a huge pitch for Shivraj Singh Chauhan to come back. He has a huge connect with the end voter in that sense. That is not an easy call to take. And I would imagine, my own view, I don't know what Nirja and Brijesh will say, or you would like to, I think they should invest in these three leaders ahead of 2024 elections, rather than, so to say, experimenting, innovating at this stage. I don't know what Nirja...
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. The chances are that, that BJP top brass has been trying for a very long time now to replace Shivraj Singh Chauhan for reason unknown to many. Because even in 2018, the difference was not that much, as they would have not given, Shivraj Singh Chauhan a shot at forming government. And post that also, in this run-up to the election, Shivraj Singh Chauhan was continuously marginalized. The case of Raman Singh was a 3-term chief minister. It was inexplicable why he was completely marginalized. I mean, if you 6 months back or 8 months back, Nirja ji has travelled there. If you talk about Raman Singh, people would be like, completely puzzled. I mean, where is Raman Singh? He's a 3-term chief minister. Imagine.
Nirja, what's your take? I mean, do you think they'll sustain with these three names?
It's not going to be such an easy decision.
Absolutely, that's what
because the Lok Sabha elections are around the corner. And suppose you bring in new CMs who are novices, new at the game. True. And obviously the High Command will want to build up new leadership. That is their goal. But when will they do this? And to remove Shivraj Chauhan when he's clocked such numbers after 4 terms, how will that go down in Madhya Pradesh?
Absolutely.
They'll have to consider all these things.
Right. And that will also be a stage where we will take a short breather. We will continue with our coverage. We have Karthik, we have Kabir Naqvi now joining us with the latest numbers. We'll take a look at the latest leading figures. Then we'll take a short breather. Kabir, all yours.
Yeah. Cutting across to Chhattisgarh, what Nirja was also talking about, 53 seats for the Bharatiya Janata Party, just the 35 for the Congress. These numbers may change, like it's displayed right on the top. Election Commission is displaying the information as being filled in the system by the returning officer from the respective counting centers. So the most corroborated of numbers at this point in time from the Election Commission on your screens. BJP with 53, 35 for the Congress in Chhattisgarh. Let's cut across to the next state. Madhya Pradesh seems like a clean sweep for the Bharatiya Janata Party. If these numbers are anything to go by, 162 at this point in time, 65 for the Congress, BSP bagging 2 seats, the rest of the seats with other smaller parties and independents. Shifting our focus to Rajasthan next. In Rajasthan, again, the Bharatiya Janata Party has crossed the magic figure of 100 this time around. 112 seats for the Bharatiya Janata Party as being put out by the Election Commission. 72 for the Congress. Like Nirja put out again, that it's not a 20 or a 30. This time it's not a complete washout. But Rakesh, jaisa aapne kaha ki this is not going to be one of those instances where the Congress is going to go back to the drawing board once again. We were hearing out...
I'm happy to be proved wrong.
The spokesperson for the Bharatiya Janata Party
the results would have been quite different.
In Telangana How often do you hear a Bharatiya Janata Party spokesperson saying that, we're going to go back to the, drawing board, we're going to chalk out our strategies, what went wrong for us. And the minute they heard that, they might not be making the government in Telangana, the first reaction from the BJP spokesperson was that we're going to chalk things out, we're going to understand what's really happening at that front. BSP, another 2 seats, RLTP and independents.
Give us the vote share also for each state.
Absolutely. In terms of Rajasthan's vote share, we have it right here. We have Congress at 39.18% vote share. You've got the Bharatiya Janata Party at 41.93% vote share. The 2 main big parties.
That's right.
This is others, and we've got 9 seats going to independents over here as well. Again, the independent and the other factor, how...
This is Rajasthan.
This is Rajasthan. Madhya Pradesh, what is the vote share?
Madhya Pradesh, let's quickly cut across to Madhya Pradesh. In Madhya Pradesh, the vote share with the BJP 162, Congress 65. The vote share currently stands at 48.77% for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
And Congress?
And for the Congress party, it is 40.24%. I'll just
enlarge that's a little bit. Huge difference.
40 for the 40.24,
massive.
48.77 for the Bharatiya Janata Party at this point in time. Should we even look at Telangana?
No, right we should. See, because seat count and vote share.
Yeah. So Telangana, quickly the seats: BRS 42, Congress with 63, BJP at 9. It was 11 earlier on. Now that it's again come back to the single-digit mark, but then again, 1 seat in 2018 to 9 right now. Interesting to see what the vote share is going to be like. So AIMIM, its vote share earlier was pretty much 0. It's now gone up to 1.15%. BRS at 38.06%. For the Bharatiya Janata Party, it is pretty much 14%. 14% vote share. In 2018, that was
13.89.
Pretty much a 7% vote share for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Almost double the vote share.
Almost double the vote share. And for the Congress Party, it's almost 40% vote share in the state of Telangana at this point in time. This is how the numbers...
Lejay, have you seen this kind of a vote share difference in, say, in Madhya Pradesh between 48.4 and about 40 for the next best?
Because they are very close normally.
That's what I thought.
1 or 2% is
very... I mean, 43, 41.
That's right. That's right.
I mean,
this is a
last
huge...
time they won 115, though a chunk was taken away by Jyotiraditya Scindia and all. But look at this. This time, like half of what they won last time. So there's a massive depletion of Congress as far as the state of Madhya Pradesh is concerned.
So Jyotiraditya Scindia has hurt them badly.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And they did not have an answer for that either.
And they had a jibe for him, which he has responded by, the votes that he's got for the party.
उन्होंने सुबह कहा भी था कि इनकी सारी बद्दुआओं का मैं स्वागत करता हूँ और उनको मैं अपनी शुभकामनाएं दिलो तमन्ना से देता हूँ. All the comments below that said next CM face, looks buffed up, Jyotiraditya Scindia, what great work you were.
I mean, he would have an aspiration, Nirjay. Don't you think?
Of course, absolutely.
Because being a civil aviation minister, is okay, is good, but it's not a must.
His aspiration.
He did take that first step on that ladder, but that ladder must be leading on to somewhere, at least in his own head. On our website, News9 Live, people, you can get onto this website. We put out a proper small mini application. It has the map, it has everything that you need to know about these elections, how we're assessing them, what are the numbers, how they're coming in. You got maps, voter turnout, seat share, everything up there for you. If you take a look at Madhya Pradesh, they've crossed the majority. If you take a look at Rajasthan, the halfway mark is done. Chhattisgarh, halfway mark is done yet again. So 3:1. Only Telangana is where Congress has made its successful inroad over there. Well, not an inroad, rather they've wrested control back from the people, the party that actually bifurcated the state of Andhra Pradesh into Telangana. They've wrested control back.
The interesting thing also was, like, as Karthikeya was mentioning, sir, that he was on some assignment and he came, and when he was asked by the news channel that go there, there's a press conference that P. Chidambaram announced. This time P. Chidambaram apologized for that. There was an apology issued by P. Chidambaram before the start, like a statement which was released by Sonia Gandhi asking for votes. There was an apology from P. Chidambaram. And for Congress, I think, the southern surge remains. Only it changed from BJP to Congress, where they won both Karnataka as well as Telangana.
No, that's a matter of worry, as I keep saying, for BJP. Because, the entire ideological framework for Mr. Modi is that it's a pan-India party. And without a pan-India framework, the entire promise and premise doesn't stand on its very, very profound legs. And the exit from Karnataka would be a huge setback. And now Telangana, obviously they didn't, mean to seriously come back and, have power there. But this vote share about 14% should make them happy. I think they'll constantly start working on the Lok Sabha elections.
I think they may tie up with the BJP for the Lok Sabha
So
election.
you mean to say that B team charge will get into A team?
Actually, might get formalized. It makes sense for the Lok Sabha election.
Because I think, I mean, if you look at the figure also, sir, I mean, there's a BJP is a double-digit figure, and going by the way the momentum which was built by Bandi Sanjay and all, most inexplicable thing of the entire Telangana election for me would be, why did they all of a sudden, after backing Bandi Sanjay to hilt, with both Prime Minister and Amit Shah saying that he's our man in Telangana, why did they abandon him all of a sudden? Has something which has still not been properly explained by anybody, and making G. Kishan Reddy, it seemed that somehow the momentum was lost, because
from
going
their
by the
perspective,
figures,
Brijesh, from the party's perspective, they would say they haven't done badly. So
I agree, but this could have been done much better.
Yeah, that's
because he's the guy. Everybody knows that he's the guy who turned the situation around completely for the.
So maybe they go back to the team spirit in Telangana and try and concentrate on
But if the Congress was smart, even though they fought the BRS, they would reach out to the BRS.
Yeah, I think they moved too far ahead in the in the campaign, which BJP also really
they all did.
But they, as in politics, there are no permanent friends and foes. You can
the big picture right on the top, the top mast of your screens. If all the viewers can also pay a look at it. When we started the show early in the morning, the Congress was leading by a huge margin. Now the BJP has the gulf has certainly widened. It's about 340 to some 260, 240 seats. The big picture over there that you can see, 232 to 340. That's how large.
That's
the gap
why you
has
never
been.
guess elections in the first 2.5.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. A great lesson learned. But now, 6th December, Mallikarjun Kharge has called that INDIA block meeting. What do you think is going to be one of the first few things that are going to happen in that meeting? I know Nitish Kumar is happy. He's looking at these results. I know Nitish Kumar is also happy.
Kabir, we all know who's going to be happy, who's not going to be happy with these numbers at this stage. We're very close to calling the elections. But for now, before we do that, we have to listen to all the political reactions that are coming in. We've been talking about them. Let's listen to what the political reactions have been for the day.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी को फिर से प्रचंड बहुमत मिलने जा रहा है। मध्य प्रदेश के मन में मोदी जी हैं और मोदी जी के मन में मध्य प्रदेश है। जनता उन पर अगाध प्रेम और श्रद्धा रखती है। ये उनके नेतृत्व की विजय है। अमित भाई ने जो रणनीति बनाई, ये उसका परिणाम है। नड्डा जी का हमें मार्गदर्शन मिला। मैं केंद्र को प्रणाम करता हूं। फिर हमने पूरे चुनाव को पूरी ताकत से सामूहिक नेतृत्व में लड़ा। हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष वीडी शर्मा जी और संगठन के बाकी सारे कार्यकर्ता भी काम में लगे। और सबसे बड़ी एक बात और है कि डबल इंजन की सरकार, नरेंद्र मोदी जी का आशीर्वाद सदैव मध्य प्रदेश को मिला, तो केंद्र सरकार की योजनाओं का भी आदर्श क्रियान्वयन हमने मध्य प्रदेश में किया। और मध्य प्रदेश सरकार ने इतने वर्षों में, चाहे सड़क हो, बिजली हो, पानी हो, शिक्षा हो, स्वास्थ्य हो, सिंचाई हो, कोई भी क्षेत्र ऐसा नहीं छोड़ा जिसमें बेहतर काम ना किया हो। ये एक दिन में परिणाम नहीं आता, लगातार बेहतर काम करने के कारण परिणाम आता है। और महिला सशक्तिकरण के लिए लाडली बहना योजना एक कड़ी थी, अगली कड़ी लाडली लक्ष्मी, कन्या विवाह, रिजर्वेशन महिलाओं को, बहनों को, ऐसी श्रृंखला थी। उसकी एक अगली कड़ी थी लाडली बहना, और अब होगी लखपति बहना। तो उनका भरपूर आशीर्वाद मिला, लेकिन समाज के हर वर्ग का आशीर्वाद मिला। मैं तो सौभाग्यशाली मानता हूं कि जनता का स्नेह, प्रेम और विश्वास हम सबको भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिला।
लाडली बहना की आंधी चली है, आप मानते हैं कि
लाडली बहनाओं का जबरदस्त योगदान है, इसमें कोई दो मत नहीं।
सर, एग्जिट पोल जब आए थे तब दिग्विजय सिंह कह रहे थे कि जो चैनल चला रहे हैं उनके कपड़े फटेंगे, और जो परिणाम आ रहे हैं।
मैं आज कोई और टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता, परिणाम से सब स्पष्ट हो गया है।
देखो, निश्चित रूप से मैं पहले तो राजस्थान की जनता को बधाई देना चाहता हूँ, उनको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। सांगानेर की जनता को भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि ये जो कांग्रेस का भ्रष्टाचार, तुष्टीकरण, महिला अपराध, युवाओं के साथ धोखा, पेपर लीक, इन सारे विषयों को लेकर के कांग्रेस को उखाड़ फेंकने का जनता ने जो मन बनाया, वो ऐसा मन बनाया कि इस कांग्रेस को उखाड़ फेंकने का काम किया। मैं सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने माननीय देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के कि जो वो कहते हैं वो करते हैं, सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास को लेकर के जनता ने उनको पूरी तरह से आगे आकर के
उसके परिणाम स्वरूप जनता का ये अपार आशीर्वाद मिला है और इसके लिए मैं सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ, बधाई देता हूँ। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की यह जीत कार्यकर्ताओं की जीत है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी की लोकप्रियता की जीत है, केंद्र सरकार, राज्य सरकार के जन कल्याणकारी कार्यक्रमों की जीत है और शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी के नेतृत्व में जिस प्रकार से सरकार में रहकर लोगों के जीवन स्तर में बदलाव आया, ये उसकी जीत है। और हम लोग पहले से ही आशान्वित थे कि मध्य प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अप्रत्याशित जीत मिलेगी और जनता ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अपेक्षा के अनुरूप आशीर्वाद प्रदान किया और उसके कारण ही हम लोग स्पष्ट बहुमत की सरकार बनाने में सफलता की ओर अग्रसर हो रहे हैं। नहीं, सामान्य तौर पर ऐसा मान के चलना चाहिए कि कुल मिला के कृत्रिम रूप से कुछ लोगों ने झूठ की बैसाखी पर चढ़कर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ माहौल बनाने की कोशिश की थी। वो माहौल कुछ लोगों तक सीमित था, लेकिन जन कल्याणकारी नीतियाँ जिनका लाभ नीचे तक लोगों को मिला, जनता पर उसका असर नहीं था और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को और जनता के बीच में नीचे जाकर देखने वाले जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो तो ऐसा ही मानते थे कि ऐसी ही जीत मिलेगी। लेकिन सामान्य तौर पर वातावरण इस प्रकार का रहता है तो व्यक्ति संभल कर बोलता है, लेकिन जो जीत मिली है उसको मैं बहुत प्रसन्नता महसूस करता हूं और कार्यकर्ताओं को हृदय से धन्यवाद।
यदि आप मुझे संक्षेप में कहें एक ही वाक्य में, तो मैं ये कहूँगा कि मोदी जी की गारंटी की सफलता, उसकी प्रामाणिकता, उसकी विश्वसनीयता, मोदी जो करते हैं कर दिखाते हैं, और चाहे वो जनहित की योजनाएं थी, चाहे वो विकास कार्य थे। और मैं ये भी समझता हूँ कि एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान है मोदी जी के द्वारा जो इस चुनाव में एक बार फिर से प्रमाणित होकर के सामने आया है कि उनकी लोकप्रियता और उनकी विश्वसनीयता के चलते जिस प्रकार से विकास के कार्य हुए, जिस प्रकार से उन वर्गों की चिंता की गई जो शायद पिछली सरकारों में तिरस्कार के शिकार थे या जिन्हें उस तरह की तवज्जो ना मिल पाई जिसके वो हकदार थे, उसके परिणाम स्वरूप ये भी एक नई कार्य संस्कृति देखने को मिलती है कि जात पात धर्म सबसे ऊपर उठ करके लोगों ने मोदी जी पर विश्वास दिलवाया।
Right, Mandate 2023 coverage continues here on News 9 Live. I'm Krishna Kumar, and joining me in the studio at this hour are Ghulam Jilani, we have Mr. Rakesh Khar, Mr. Ash Sridharan, editor of News 9 International Global, and we have Neerja Chaudhary, the stalwart, continuing to stand by with us. But quickly, we have a couple of spokespersons, political party spokespersons joining us now on this broadcast. Let me take this across to Mr. Ikram Sandhu, spokesperson of the Congress, who's joining us, and also Shweta Shalini, spokesperson of the BJP, joining us live from Mumbai. Ikram Sandhu from Delhi. Shweta, I can see the smile on your face. It's been a fabulous day of counting day as far as BJP is concerned, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. You see the smile on my face and every Karyakarta's face because this is a victory of politics of performance. I think with this result, it's extremely clear that people of India are choosing politics of performance over politics of parivar and politics of corruption. It's extremely clear, including that in Telangana, that people want to do away with parties that talk only about corruption. Also, I think it is a big victory for the belief in Modi and the promise of Modi. So it is the victory of Modi guarantee. I think people have not only given their mandate in terms of BJP, but they have also given their mandate in favor of the promises that they rely on as far as the brand Narendra Modi is concerned. If you actually look at Telangana, I think we've been seeing a seesaw since morning, but I'm extremely sure that we are definitely forming the government in all the 3 states. As in Telangana is concerned, from 1 seat and 7% vote share to about 14-15% vote share that we are going to be settling to. I think it's a big leap. We have made inroads in, real bastions of AIMIM, and happily so, I can see most of our leaders leading. Bandi Sanjay is coming to power, and I also feel that the entire set of OBCs have rallied behind BJP. But the real victory and the real crown goes to the women of India, because it is the women of India, not only of Madhya Pradesh, who have called out these false promises, whether it is in Rajasthan, it is in Chhattisgarh, or in Telangana for the BRS government, where they kind of went ahead and cheated the Raitu Bandhus and the Dalit Bandhus. And the women have strongly voted for people who will give results, who will show results, and they have voted for BJP. So, of course, we are all smiles. We are all in the celebratory mood. But I think it's just the beginning. You will see the actual results in Lok Sabha. Sri Narendra Modi ji says that we have to be humble in victory. We have our head bowed down. We will work more to ensure that we'll come back and have the same kind of performance in the Lok Sabha.
Shweta, for no reason we're not calling this, we're calling this semi-final for 2024. Mandate 2023 is what we're calling it here on News9. Thank you so much for joining us live from Mumbai. We'll now take this across to Ikram Sandhu, spokesperson of the Congress Party, joining us live from New Delhi. Interesting points made by Shweta over there. Mahila Shakti aiding the BJP this time, and OBC Shakti as well. Your thoughts, sir?
Good afternoon to all. We can take these elections into 2 phases, south of the Vindhyas and north of the Vindhyas. And I'll be very candid on that south of the Vindhyas, the momentum is with us. We did it in Karnataka. Now that we have done it in Telangana, Andhra Pradesh is open for us. That's the next election that will happen with the Lok Sabha election. So south of the Vindhyas, Congress is doing very well, and that is really a feather in our cap for us. North of the Vindhyas, our work is cut out. No skirting around the issue. We have issues. In all the 3 states, we expected better results. So it is a disappointment, and I'll be the last person who will not agree to it that these results are a disappointment. In Rajasthan, of course, we can take solace in the fact that the last time when we lost election, because it's a yo-yo state, after every 5 years it goes the other way, we were down to something like 20-22 MLAs, and this time we will be anything between 70 to 80, what the current figures are telling us. And the vote share difference is also just 1% or 1.5% between us and the BJP. So that can be taken as a solace. But Chhattisgarh and MP, we have a lot of soul searching to do. Where did we go wrong? Because we expected better results. And sitting on your program here, we cannot, candy floss it in any other way. But these 2 states have been a disappointment for us. And we really have to put our act together, see where we went wrong, where the things didn't go right for us, because the national election is just 3 months away. By March, the first phase will be starting. Sitting in the first week of December, we just have 90 days, and we have to turn it around.
Right. Ikram, Sandhu, they're telling it as it is, isn't it? Shri and Rakesh, I want both of you gentlemen to come in on this. We were talking about, BJP, the moment they're losing in Telangana, you'll hear a BJP spokesperson say, we'll take it to back to the drawing board, work on it and see what we got wrong in Telangana. Looks like, it is about time. The results are staring in the face as they build up to 24 for Congress Party. Clear disappointment. You cannot look away from what's happened in Chhattisgarh, specifically speaking, isn't it, Shri?
So, first of all, on Telangana, I don't think anyone really expected BJP to emerge as the largest party. It's a party that won 1 seat, previously.
It's done 10 times better.
What I find interesting about, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and the Hindi heartland in general is this. Rajasthan, everyone said it's going to be neck and neck. Well, it's not neck and neck. In Chhattisgarh, we said it's going to be Congress which wins the scene. Well, it doesn't look like that. And the important thing, Krishna, to my mind is that in none of these states, BJP actually went with a strong chief ministerial projection, saying that, if we win, this is the man. So they ran the party, the campaign on the strength of BJP's own agenda and the fact that we are India's dominant party, and of course, the brand Modi. So I think that has worked for BJP, definitely in the Hindi heartland. Telangana, they have gained I don't think they were ever expected to, like, become as the largest
doubled
party.
their vote share.
Absolutely not. But even this is a huge credit to BJP. If they increase their tally, I think it's a big gain for them.
Absolutely.
We should not underestimate, and I'm not ready to say that, this divide between North and South, that BJP will not be able to establish itself in South. Well, it's definitely going to be tougher. But I don't think it's something that BJP is not going to work on. Certainly, it's going to work on, and I think this is an evidence that with effort they can gain more and more seats going ahead.
It's Rakesh, it's all about the way you look at it, right? One is that it's a clear message to the Congress: you can't run the way you do it. You cannot lose MP and Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan in the same, and then expect to have anything to show in 2024 elections to even put up a decent fight. But at the same time, look at the way the BJP has gone from 1 seat in Telangana to nearly 10 seats in Telangana. This is the kind of growth that goes unnoticed, isn't it, Rakesh ji?
No, well, I think we are talking about it. It's important to note that this is a significant movement forward for BJP in Telangana. But, South remains a key challenge for Modi.
Definitely.
Let's not underestimate the challenge ahead of 2024 elections. It was never in sight in terms of the same visibility that it had in North or West or Northeast. That, for BJP, South remains a big challenge. There are early gains in Telangana, so they should be happy with that. She talked about, BJP going to 3 Hindi heartland states actually without a big face, so to say, declaring a big name. That's been their strategy right through. The individual merges into the institution, and that institution is Mr. Modi. So, there's no confusion there. And Modi ki guarantee, that particular placard is now making waves on social media. That is the messaging for 2024 also. All guarantees will get diminished or dwarfed by Modi ki guarantee, which is not articulated in terms of its nomenclature. Except the nomenclature, there is no detailing, but that's the faith voter has in. But, coming to your key question, the North-South challenge from a citizen perspective will be a matter of debate, if not conflict.
Let's hope it's debate and discussion and not conflict and
Especially
polarization.
in the context of delimitation coming up so soon.
Right, specifically speaking on the delimitation, we've been harping on that topic because it's all about putting everything into perspective. It's not one set of elections, one results. We have a ton of things happening. We have a big election coming up in a matter of months. Ghulam and Neeraj, just hold on for a second. We have a couple of ground reports coming in. We have A. Sai Shekhar from Telangana joining us live from the TV9 network. We also have Avdesh Kumar Malik joining us live from Chhattisgarh as well. Avdesh, I'm going to begin with you. What a shocker has it been as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned, Chhattisgarh numbers and results are concerned?
As far as the shocker is concerned, we want to say that the BJP central team has capable and they have made smarter moves and they directly connect to the workers on the ground. Up to the last time we have seen there is conflict between the middle order leaders, so the BJP made a special plan for them and they started connecting with them. Even yesterday I was talking with one of the spokesperson and some workers and they told me we have worked in the field. In the last elections, what we have seen, the workers on the ground not interestingly reached to the polling centers and finally there is a dip in the BJP votes. Right now, and again there is a perception war. There is a Baghel versus Modi guarantee versus Baghel schemes. So finally these things counted and finally it is again I'm just coming to the anatomy of this all. It is the Sahu this time because in Chhattisgarh, if we are talking about the OBC votes, the Sahu votes has a major chunk in deciding especially a voting pattern especially in the paddy belt areas or Maidani areas, but we talk except Bastar and Sarguja. So finally, what happened? This we have seen. The things has just gone, and finally the BJP has made a smarter that Mahatari Jatan Yojana. They in the beginning when they have launched the schemes. And they started just after that announcement, their workers reached to the households. And finally, you see this time the female voters turned out since more than what we have seen in the earlier phase. So finally, these things have made somewhere cascading effects on that. Earlier, again, there are some myths about the loan waiver. if you think about the Chhattisgarh politics, where the paddy and farmers play dominant roles, in last the loan waiver, when the Mughal government has given loan waiver, only something is about the it is something 15 or something lakhs farmers directly get benefited in the large sums, and among this we found that more than 82% who has got highly benefited, they are the 85%, the big farmers. Finally, in Chhattisgarh, they are around 35 lakh farmers. And when you see that the even loan waiver is not going directly to those people, those basically the Simant Kisan we used to say, which have the smaller land holdings. And finally, what happens? They are
Right, Avdesh, stay with us. We also have a Sai Shekhar joining us live from Telangana. So Sai Shekhar, talk to us. Telangana, still even now, do you think it's still early to call it? Because we've seen Congress now down to 61. They were up as much as 66 to 69. Is there still a twist in the tail left in Telangana?
I think so. 61. I think so, because 61 is just 2 seats above the halfway mark, and TRS has won 45 seats, and supposing the number of the Congress dwindles down by 5, the tables are turned again in favor of KCR, and BJP might take a call either to extend support to him and may let some of its members cross over to the BRS, and then the MIM is anyway there. So they may try to make up those numbers, but then it is too far-fetched in that sense, and KCR has not conceded his defeat as yet, but then there is no official word from the BRS, and we have to see.
Okay, no official word from the BRS. They haven't given it. Gulam, it's interesting, isn't it? BRS is yet to give up.
Yeah, obviously, if you look at the numbers, as you know, they are appearing on our screen, it's just 61 for the Congress as of now, which is just 1 or 2 more than the magic number, which is 59 or 60, right? Yeah. So, and you look at the BRS, 44 seats. You never, as you say in the cricket, it's not over until the last ball is bowled. So, if you look at Congress numbers, there are at least 5-6 seats, if I remember correctly, where the margin is less than 1,200 votes. If those seats go in BRS kitty, so they may come up to 50, but again, BJP with 9 seats, which is a huge number compared to what they had got. And you remember, human memory is very short. You remember Greater Hyderabad municipal elections. We had people like Amit Shah and JP Nadda campaigning for a civic body polls. That is how serious the BJP takes the elections. I remember, I can take example of MP. I remember Shivraj Singh Chauhan saying in one of the rallies कि आप लोग मुझे बहुत याद करोगे. He kind of conceded. He kind of had hint that he might be losing. But look at what BJP did. Look at how BJP parachuted its top leaders, none other than Narendra Singh Tomar, the minister in Union Cabinet. He was made to contest election in. You cannot think that happening in Congress, as far as I know them. And also the factor that, just around the Navratri, there was BJP people were saying that Modi and Amit Shah is not campaigning, they were fasting. But as Navratri was over, just after the Dasera and Diwali, in that period you saw all the top BJP going, all pulled up all their socks and they were all campaigning there, and we saw the turnaround in MP. And here is the chief minister in MP. It's not like Gujarat where BJP is winning, but chief ministers are not significant. But here is a state, here is a chief minister who has defied 18 and a half years of anti-incumbency. I think it's a story in itself. Shivraj Singh Chauhan is a story in itself, and BJP's election machinery is a story in itself.
Right. So BJP's election, just to add to what Gulam was saying, he said the game isn't over till the last ball is played. In fact, in politics, often the game starts after the last ball has been laid. So I think that's going to be the case in Telangana.
I agree,
because my friend's enemy is my enemy. So
right, we're talking about, fair enough, lots to talk about Telangana. And Shri, you're going to be around. We're going to be clearly, we're not calling Telangana for now. There's a lot of time before. It's a 2020 match in Telangana, but we're not going to be early in calling it Telangana. But we talk about the rest of the Dirja. We wanted to talk to you about it. Rakesh ji was talking about it as well. These chief minister faces that have emerged, these big faces that have worked against all kinds of anti-incumbency, from the shortest anti-incumbency to the longest anti-incumbency possible, isn't it? These are important signs for the BJP getting into 2024.
Yes, as far as Vasundhara Raje Scindia, they have won despite her. Suppose it was a hung assembly,
Yeah.
then she would have come into the picture with the independents that have been filled it. So also would Gehlot have moved in. That's a different story there. It's a clear majority. So she's not had a pivotal role, nor has Raman Singh. It's been the party that's revived. Shivraj Singh Chauhan has had a pivotal role, and the party sort of sidelined him to begin with and brought him back towards the end, because they realized the value of having him and the Yojana for the women. Now, will they keep Shivraj Chauhan as CM for a while till the Lok Sabha elections are over, not wanting to risk any rocking of the boat? Or will they go in for, because what does it tell you? It tells you that Narendra Modi's name still sells. None of them were projected as CM candidates, as you were saying. And yet the party wins all 3 states.
Yeah,
so
Krishna,
what is the bottom line then?
Yeah, so
Narendra Modi's name sells.
Modi.
Therefore, in a national election, do we rely on 1, 2, 3 or not?
Absolutely.
We can do without
Correct.
them. And the party is pretty well risk averse.
No, I agree with Neerja. So, except for maybe Mr. Chauhan, I don't think any of the other 2 leaders, whether in Rajasthan or Chhattisgarh, is going to be critical from a 2024 point of view for the Lok Sabha seats. I think that is a decision which BJP may decide, okay, let's go with him. Because 2024 is important.
Just to add on, if you look at 2018 assembly elections, which Congress won, still Rajasthan was the place where Lok Sabha seats went to BJP. If you look at the past also, it's not always necessary that if BJP would have lost, still they would have done better in Lok Sabha elections.
In fact, somebody is alluding to that in Telangana. Like Telangana might have voted this way for the state elections, but come central elections, there's a good chance that Telangana might flip over.
KCR has 9 seats, some are with Congress also, but you never know what happens in Lok Sabha elections, because we see that assembly and Lok Sabha elections people vote differently.
Okay.
See, it's important to also put Shivraj Singh in context, since I had met him in 2013 when the Madhya Pradesh election. It was just ahead of 2014 elections, and the entire talk was about Modi is there, but are there any parallels to him? That time it was not a clear like Modi ki guarantee hai. There were other leaders, So I asked him, are you a candidate for the top slot? So he just smiled and walked past me, and there is an aspiration that could be called genuine. I remember also asking Digvijay Singh when he was the chief minister, when he came down to Delhi, he says, Rakesh यार वो 2 बार बन गया बोर हो जाते हैं फिर एक काम करते. So I think each individual, especially when
burnout, chief ministership burnout.
Burnout for the context of the bigger role.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. It's all about.
It raises very important question. As for the Congress, the seat distribution within India will become easier. Congress having lost these states. Suppose they had won 3 states. Then we were talking yesterday, they will start to give statements. Now Shiv Sena will get only this, NCP will get only this, we will get the largest share, demand 15 seats in UP, there will be much more
tussle on number of seats.
And therefore the seat adjustments may become easier for the alliance.
But there could be another context, Neerja. It could be a bigger challenge because this is a battle of equals. They're all like small, fringe players.
That's true. So, what is coming across is that Congress is reviving. It's not a story of 2014. But it's doing it very slowly and incrementally, not enough to give a challenge to the other side.
I have my doubts on how much Congress is
therefore,
reviving.
Is 2024 a done deal? That's a central question that gets raised.
Right.
In fact, drawing from the results, Krishna, actually there is a reason for Nitish to worry, Mahagandbandhan to worry, because if the Hindi heartland is getting consolidated and the caste is no longer a factor, and if there is a sweep in the Hindi heartland ranging from, Uttar Pradesh to Maharashtra,
though they cannot win 2024 because of South.
So then, it's a one-way traffic, and, regional satraps, if Nitish is seen in the same bucket that we were talking about, Shivraj Singh Chauhan or Raman Singh has reason to worry.
I really think there are 2 buckets now. Regional satraps in the south and regional satraps in the north are 2 different things right now, because regional satraps in the south are able to hold on to their regions. Satraps in the north, like you're pointing out, great point there. Mr. Nitish Kumar has a lot to worry about being a regional satrap in the north, where the north is getting consolidated.
But for the moment he'll be happy. He'll go back to Congress saying, "Yaar, मैं तो तब से meeting मांग रहा था." अब चुनाव में व्यस्त हो गया. अब चुनाव में आपने किया क्या?
I think he'll be happy right now.
And in fact, conversation between Nija and Shri reminded me about the fact that there is recovery that we're talking about. Seems like they talk about global economy's recovery. You know, like some economists believe that, oh my God, this green shoots, it's happening, we're recovering. And some economists like, what recovery are you talking about? Look at the inflation levels, look at what's going on in the world, you know, joblessness and etc. etc. So Congress's recovery is like the global economy's recovery. The debate is out there whether it's actually happening or not. But for now, let me take this across to A. Sai Shekhar, senior journalist, joining us live from Telangana. Sai Shekhar, I think we spoke to you about 20 minutes ago. It's every single time we're speaking to you, it's becoming that much more difficult to call Telangana, isn't it? 63 now for the Congress party.
Yeah,
63.
It's dynamic and it is changing. Earlier it was 61 and now it is 63. And BRS has fallen down to 42. So, whatever it is the resurgence of the Congress, and Revant Reddy actually is, apparently has propelled the momentum for the Congress, and BRS has, as it looks to me, even though I don't write off a possibility of the change in the numbers towards the end because of the slender margins in the last seats that are being counted. I say there are about 4 to 5 reasons for the BRS to lose. Can I say that?
Do you have the rounds detailed?
Hello?
Sai sir, hi, Jilani this side. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hi, sir, my question is, see, we don't know how many rounds, we'll come to know how many rounds have happened. So if, you know, as Shri sir was rightly saying, we don't, you know, the match starts only after the last vote is counted. You know, I don't know how many votes have been counted for now. You know, it looks like 63 for Congress and BRS 42. In any situation, do you see KCR stitching up an alliance with BJP to come to power?
No, if BRS by any chance touches 50, there are 2 possibilities. Maybe one, he stitches an alliance with the BJP, or the BJP on its own volition might come forth to, you know, extend a support. One. And second thing is, you know, a large number of BJP MLAs might cross over to the BRS.
Okay.
Oh, that's interesting.
Okay. We're going to take this across to somebody from the
This is
BJP
just
then.
a very
Shweta
remote
Shalini, spokesperson of the BJP, joining us. On that note, what is there is talk now of what's going to happen in Telangana? What will happen with the BJP in Telangana? Tell us. You've gone from 1 seat to 9, possibly 10 or 11. We don't know by time counting ends. What are the alliance possibilities there, Shweta?
Okay, there are 3 things that I have been listening to this conversation. There are 3 things that I want to say, especially with respect to Telangana. One, see, it's not over until it's over. I think Rahul Gandhi ji called Shri Narendra Modi Panoti, and he has proved that he is a big Panoti for Congress. So you can be in for a big surprise in Telangana as well, and Congress will be in for a big surprise in Telangana as well. Having said that, let me be very clear. See, in 2024, we are going to go down to the people with basic agendas like UCC. We have been talking about triple talaq. You think the BRS and the Congress is going to come with us on these issues? And if they do come with us, we are okay to forge an alliance because we are not moving anywhere. Our mandate is very clear. Our Modi guarantee is very, very clear. We are going to go ahead and forge the way for one nation, one election. We are going to forge the way for a saffron surge. We are going to force our way for UCC. And if BRS comes along, or if Congress comes along, or if Rahul Gandhi comes along, he is more than welcome. But if he chooses not to, then of course we are not moving anywhere. And I just hope that that answers your question as far as Telangana
I hope so. Let me check with Ikram Sandhu.
Let me check with Ikram Sandhu,
spokesperson of the Congress party. Ikram, I'm sure you've been listening to what Shweta Shalini has been saying. I want your response to that.
Well, how do I respond to all this? You know, she's talking about the P comment about the Prime Minister. I think so she should even remember the kind of thing the Prime Minister has said about his opponents. And in front of that, you know, the P comment looks like you're treating somebody with kid gloves. So let's leave it at that, you know. If you're winning today in 3 seats, at least have some grace at that. Even if today we want to indulge in gutter level politics, then I really don't think so. You are a sore loser, or you're a sore winner, I'll say. You know, now coming to Telangana, you know, it's absolutely, the votes are still being counted. We are at 64, 65. Our internal assessment always was around 70. We never, 70 is the figure we are aiming for. And that is pretty much what we are getting. So I don't think so. Something like that will come about right now, that there will be a great surprise as far as Telangana is concerned. But one thing I can tell you, BRS will be the JDS. What JDS has done is that after rooting Karnataka, they have gone into the BJP camp. Similarly, mark my words, in the next 2 months, BRS will be in the BJP camp. So, you have what, 36, 37 partners in NDA? So this will be the 38th partner who will be joining the NDA. Because again, the same spiel will be given, for our own, we have to survive, and we will, Congress is going to cannibalize us in Telangana. So mark my word, before the 2024 election, BRS it was the B team, and now it will become one of the fielders for the BJP in the NDA. That is as far as Telangana is concerned.
How do you respond to that, the B team?
So I want to ask Ashish. Ashish, speaking of internal numbers, what were your internal numbers for Chhattisgarh and the other two states, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan? Ikram.
Telling you, I'm very candid about it. We were expecting a majority in Chhattisgarh. MP we knew will be tight, but the numbers are really low, and we are making no bones about it. If you have lost an election, you cannot stand on bravado and say, no, the counting is still happening, something will change. We definitely expected more than these in both these states, and it is a setback as far as Chhattisgarh and MP is concerned. In my very first comment, I said that. As far as Rajasthan is concerned, you should understand, in 2018, on the last election, we were around a percentage point ahead of BJP, 0.9 if I'm not mistaken. And this time we are about a percentage and a half behind them. Now, one silver lining that we have is that both the times when BJP has come to power in 2014 and 2019, it was a wave election that they had in the north and the west. And there were reasons for the wave. In 2014, it was after the Anna Hazare movement. 2019, it was the Balakot incident. Right now, if there is not a wave election, and these results play out the way it is in the Lok Sabha, that means in Rajasthan, rather than a 25-0 what the BJP did, if there is even a 50-50 split, and the way they have gone down in the south, and the way they will lose in Maharashtra and on Bihar, for nothing else, just alliance that has been stitched by us in Maharashtra and in Bihar, I believe so. 2024 is not a done deal, as everybody is saying. It is open season, and something like an India shining moment will happen in 2024 the way it happened in 2004.
Okay. Ikram Sandhu there of the Congress Party, making it very clear. We're continuing with Mandate 2023, ladies and gentlemen. For all those watching this broadcast live since morning, we're continuing with our coverage of all these state election results. 4 of them out today, 1 of them out tomorrow. 3-1 for the BJP is where things stand. I really want to ask you this, Rakesh ji. There's so much talk of a B team. Ikram Sandhu there making it very clear, saying that mark my words, come 2024 elections, BRS will be that B team to the BJP.
Well, I mean, it could pan out like that. I wouldn't rule out the possibility, but I'm not so definitive about it, because if you look at the way BJP campaigned against BRS publicly at the highest level, it's not about some junior leader talking about BRS in that tone. The tone was explicit and it was very profound, and I think the language used, and vice versa also. So getting into bed so straight away just after this acrimony, maybe a little.
And also the Prime Minister said at a rally, like, one of the reasons why KCR is abusing me is because he wanted to be part of the alliance. Yeah.
Okay. But there have been overtures between the two earlier. So, in politics there are no permanent friends and foes. So in that sense, I think that can't be ruled out, but maybe take some time.
Because let's face it, the whole point of us doing this is not just analyzing today's numbers, but it's all about what it means for the 2024 elections and what is going to be the future going forward.
And the Congress spokesman, when he said that, I take him for that. So there is no way visible in terms of these 3 state assembly elections in the Hindi heartland. Even then, BJP has got to the such numbers. Is a matter of consideration for everyone.
Absolutely.
And Hindi heartland states, one after the other, UP again, such large numbers for BJP. The key question is, what is the strategy Congress has? And one would like to know there should be a strategy, because we need a strong opposition for Hindi heartland. You can't get a prime minister, unlikely, if you don't have those large numbers coming from the Hindi heartland states and reaching up to west, where there is again a strong hold for BJP.
Strategy or no strategy?
But from all the there is already an understanding many people believe, between BRS and BJP. And that's why the BJP did not push ahead with its advantage, say, a year ago, which it could have done, was to, okay, leave the state to BRS and we will, the regional party will help us in the national election. Now, if that is the case, the present situation actually helps the BJP even more than if the BRS had come to power on its own.
That's right.
Because
you're right.
now, as you say, the possibility of may not be junior partner, but they may be equal in terms of seats that
basically
BJP fights for.
BJP was in tacit understanding with KCR, is being said, because they didn't want Congress to win Telangana and another south state going to Congress. So that was why there was a tacit understanding.
All right, fair enough. As we speak, we're talking about the Hindi heartland states and the kind of success that BJP has gotten. Let's listen in to those victors in those states, starting with Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan.
बार फिर से प्रचंड जीत मिली है सर, 5वीं बार, क्या प्रतिक्रिया सर? पहले आप।
मैं जनता को प्रणाम करता हूं। श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी भारत की जनता के हृदय के हार हैं, मध्य प्रदेश की जनता के मन में भी बसे हैं। उनकी गारंटी पर भरोसा, डबल इंजन की सरकार के काम।
एक और महत्वपूर्ण चीज सर, लाडली लक्ष्मी लाडली बहना योजना,
महिला सशक्तिकरण की एक कड़ी थी लाडली बहना योजना। लाडली बहनों ने भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया।
आपने 160 से ज्यादा सभाएं की सर, एक दिन में 10-10, 12-12 सभाएं करते थे आप।
वो तो मेरा कर्तव्य था।
छत्तीसगढ़ के कद्दावर नेता पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर रमन सिंह हमारे साथ में हैं। छत्तीसगढ़ में बीजेपी बहुमत का भी आंकड़ा पार कर रही है। जो रुझान सामने आ रहे हैं, जो कि आने वाले समय में उम्मीद की जा रही है कि नतीजों में भी परिवर्तित होंगे। आपने भी उम्मीद की थी कुछ इसी तरह की, क्योंकि छत्तीसगढ़ को लेकर 6 महीने पहले तक ये कहा जा रहा था कि बघेल सरकार रिपीट हो सकती, बीजेपी के लिए बहुत टफ फाइट होगा, लेकिन अब स्थिति पूरी बदली हुई है, ठीक उसी तरह जैसे 2018 में बदली थी।
स्पष्ट था, और मैं तो पिछले लंबे समय से बोल रहा हूं कि ये सरकार जाने वाली है अपने भ्रष्टाचार पे। आतंक और भय जिस प्रकार छत्तीसगढ़ में छाया हुआ था, भ्रष्टाचार के मुद्दे और जो परिस्थितियां छत्तीसगढ़ में निर्मित भूपेश बघेल ने की, छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता ने उसको रिजेक्ट किया। चाहे पीएससी का घोटाला हो, शराब घोटाला हो, या फिर महादेव ऐप के मामले में घोटाले हो, या छत्तीसगढ़ को जो जन घोषणा पत्र में वादे किए थे वो अधूरे रह गए, उन अधूरे घोषणा पत्र को लेकर जनता के मन में आक्रोश था।
ऐसी कौन सी प्रमुख बातें रही जो बीजेपी के हक में गई? क्या जिस तरह से एक प्रेडिक्शन ये भी है कि सेकेंड फेज पर बीजेपी ने पूरी तरह से लीड किया, ये प्रेडिक्शन सही है या फिर दोनों फेज में बीजेपी ने लीड किया? जो रुझान आ रहे हैं उससे आपको जानकारी तो मिल रही होगी।
रुझान बीजेपी के पक्ष में और वोटों का परसेंटेज 4% बढ़ता हुआ दिख रहा है, और जो एग्जिट पोल भी दिखा रहा था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में रुझान है और कांग्रेस नीचे जा रही है। और यहाँ तक हमने 3 रोज पहले ही कहा था कि 55 सीट बीजेपी की आएगी और 35 में कांग्रेस से उठेगी।
मोदी की गारंटी काम आई या फिर राहुल की गारंटी पर विश्वास नहीं किया?
राहुल जहाँ जहाँ जाते हैं यही हाल होता है कांग्रेस का। मोदी जी की गारंटी पे छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता ने 100% भरोसा किया।
सीएम पद के चेहरे के तौर पर आपका भी नाम है, आप अच्छे एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में आपको अनुभव है। इसके अलावा आपके प्रदेश के कुछ और नेताओं के नाम चल रहे हैं, आप अपने आप को दावेदार मानते हैं?
नहीं, कोई दावेदार हमारे यहाँ नहीं है। हम तो विधायक दल की बैठक होगी, विधायक दल की बैठक में वहाँ दल का नेता चुना जाएगा, तो ये एक प्रक्रिया सामान्यता होती है और राष्ट्रीय पर्यवेक्षक की उपस्थिति में होगा। जिनको भी नेता बनाते हैं वो मुख्यमंत्री बन जाएगा।
कौन सी ऐसी चीज थी जो बीजेपी के हक में, अगर हम 3 प्रमुख बातें करें तो?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी में जो माननीय मोदी जी की गारंटी और डबल इंजन की सरकार और जो घोषणा पत्र हमने जारी किया।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। डॉक्टर रमन सिंह स्पष्ट तौर पे बता रहे हैं कि जिस तरह से पिछले 5 सालों में भूपेश बघेल की सरकार ने काम किया और पूर्व में किए गए वादों को पूरा नहीं किया, उसको लेकर कहीं ना कहीं लोगों में नाराजगी थी, और जिस तरह से एक उम्मीद जताई जा रही थी, बीजेपी के पक्ष में माहौल जाता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा था। जमीन पर भी कुछ उसी तरह की परिस्थिति इस वक्त बनी हुई है। फिलहाल अपने आप को सीएम पद के दावेदार पर रमन सिंह साहब अभी खुलकर नहीं बोल रहे हैं।
यदि आप मुझे संक्षेप में कहें एक ही वाक्य में, तो मैं ये कहूँगा कि मोदी जी की गारंटी की सफलता, उसकी प्रामाणिकता, उसकी विश्वसनीयता, मोदी जो करते हैं कर दिखाते हैं, और चाहे वो जनहित की योजनाएं थी, चाहे वो विकास कार्य थे, और मैं ये भी समझता हूँ कि एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान है मोदी जी के द्वारा, जो इस चुनाव में एक बार फिर से प्रमाणित होकर के सामने आया है, कि उनकी लोकप्रियता और उनकी विश्वसनीयता के चलते जिस प्रकार से विकास के कार्य हुए, जिस प्रकार से उन वर्गों की चिंता की गई जो शायद पिछली सरकारों में तिरस्कार के शिकार थे या जिन्हें उस तरह की तवज्जो ना मिल पाई जिसके वो हकदार थे, उसके परिणाम स्वरूप ये भी एक नई कार्य संस्कृति देखने को मिलती है कि जात पात धर्म सबसे ऊपर उठ करके लोगों ने मोदी जी पर विश्वास दिलवाया।
Right, and now we have some big news that's coming in, which is candidate Mr. Rajyavardhan Rathore has officially won from Jhotwara in Rajasthan. That's the latest coming in. It's a clear victory. It's been called, as far as that particular constituency is concerned, high-profile candidate Mr. Rajyavardhan Rathore. Now we have Kabir Naqvi on that note joining us with the latest as far as the leads and wins are concerned. Kabir, we know Telangana is, going back and forth, but tell us what the final tally looks like in the other three states, specifically Chhattisgarh.
Not just Telangana, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan also, some numbers going up and down, but not much of a difference for the Bharatiya Janata Party that's bagged the predominant share of the seats over there, if the leads are anything to go by right now. In Rajasthan, since we're talking about Rajyavardhan Rathore, he's won his seat. Let's take a look at what's happening in Rajasthan. In Rajasthan, the Bharatiya Janata Party is about 111 seats. This lead system, if that is something that we're taking a look at. But let's also take a look at what the Election Commission numbers are telling us. In Rajasthan, at the moment, the Bharatiya Janata Party has 113. Of course, Rajyavardhan Rathore has now won that particular seat. In terms of win margin, take a look at this little portion over here. It says Bharatiya Janata Party is leading in 112 seats. It has won the first seat, which is Rajyavardhan Rathore. He's going to be happy about bagging in the maiden seat.
The first winner from Rajasthan.
Absolutely. The Bharat Adivasi Party has also won one seat. It is again leading in 2 seats. So 2 seats that have been won. It's not the Congress Party, it's the BJP, and it is in fact the BHRT. Adivasi AIP, the acronym, little big one. Shifting our focus from Rajasthan. Actually, before we move on from Rajasthan, let's also quickly take a look at the vote share in Rajasthan. Has that increased? This is what the map currently looks like right now. Lot of saffron now. Early in the morning, there wasn't much saffron, wasn't much blue as well, but it started off with the little shades of blue coloring in the map of Rajasthan. Now, it's pretty much predominantly saffron. Even the Jaisalmer area that we were talking about, how it has been retained by the Gehlot government, the Congress party, that's not the truth anymore, goes to the Saffron party. Taking a look at the vote share right now, let me just quickly zoom in. There you have it. The INC, the Congress party with 39.13% vote share. You have Bharatiya Janata Party with 42.06% vote share. Any inference that you want to draw?
Congress spokesperson was saying just 1%, 3.5%.
So last time it was just 1% when Congress won. That's BJP was very close.
Right. Yeah.
I think less than 1% or around that.
He said the victory was less than 1%. So right now we're trailing by a percentage.
But that is not true. It's 3% as per Election Commission, and it will go.
As of now.
And it will widen, I believe.
At the moment, right now. All right, let's shift our focus. Let's quickly cut across to the other state that we have. Let's take a look at Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh right now, in terms of the Election Commission, and yet again telling all the viewers that are joining us right now, these are the numbers that have been filled in the system by the returning officers from their respective counting centers. BJP at 161, Congress at 66, BSP at 2, the Bharat Adivasi Party at 1 seat. Nobody's won a seat over here still. 161 in the lead for Bharatiya Janata Party, 66 for the Congress. Let's quickly take a look at the vote share, and before we do that, let's take a look at the map as well. The map of Madhya Pradesh. This is how it looks like right now. Lot of orange over there. The vote share, again an important aspect one has to look at. The BJP right now has a vote share of 48.80%. The Congress party has a vote share of 40.35%. AIMIM, not much importance over here, but 0.16%. BJP at 48.80 and Congress at 40.35.
Unprecedented to my mind. The Institute was saying that we haven't seen such huge gap, especially for an incumbent CM.
Right. What does this indicate? in the run-up to the 2024 polls, the vote share.
It doesn't indicate, I think it waves the Modi flag harder if it's possible.
Again after 3 terms of...
remember, after 4 terms.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Yes.
You know,
my question here is that I know 4 terms is a lot, but at the end of the 4th term, with the Modi plus Shah factor playing, in that sense, isn't being propped up largely because of that. Or making it much less about the 4th term, but about who are the people backing the man in the 4th term.
The tagline here is Modi ke man mein MP hai aur MP ke man mein Modi ji.
No, but then there is the Shivraj factor. Let's not undermine his contribution.
He's very popular.
Yeah, he's very popular.
His popularity cannot be dismissed.
Yeah, he cannot be dismissed, and especially he's a very down-to-earth politician. He have had his own share of controversies, but I think he surmounted them.
But his popularity is across sections. It's not
That's
just one particular
section. I mean, he's called Mama. In that sense, it's such a very sensitive,
very popular among women
BJP
also.
actually picked him. He has not failed to deliver in that.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
As a young leader, they picked him,
and even look at his bite, which we just played. The first sentence is people of Madhya Pradesh, and the second sentence is Prime Minister Modi.
2 things.
Very grounded.
Very grounded. Knows,
And the 2 letters also helping PM, MP, like that letter play also helping.
I remember terms like
PM 2.5.
Letter play, Kabir. What word play? MP, PM, literally letters here.
So Subha finally ho gayi for Mamu.
So that's right. So is it shaping, in this kind of a mandate and consistency in terms of beating the anti-incumbency factor? Is it shaping like Gujarat?
Yeah,
that's going to be an important.
It's becoming another Gujarat.
It's becoming another Gujarat.
People are already drawing parallels. Also panelists in the studio and outside as well.
The only difference is that
in fact, I may recall Neerja just said a while ago that Madhya Pradesh is the original Hindi heartland or RSS laboratory.
Okay, let's keep a tab on Telangana as well. Look at those numbers moving.
Do you want to look at Telangana? I thought let's speak about Chhattisgarh real quick. Let's take a look at Chhattisgarh real quick. 55 for the BJP, 32 for the Congress party. Numbers again little shifty over here. What were we looking at before that? We were looking at some 40 plus seats for the Congress party, and now it's bottled down to 32. BJP was even higher than 55. That number has also come down again. So let's not call out Chhattisgarh as of now. Quickly taking a look at a little glimpse at the map over here as well. What do you make of the map over here, Neerja?
I think as we discussed earlier, north, south, both.
Yeah, absolute domination of
gone for the BJP.
Yeah, absolute domination.
It's not one part of.
Go to vote share in this Chhattisgarh.
Chhattisgarh vote share at the moment looks something like this, ladies and gentlemen. BJP at 46.22% vote share. The Congress party at 41.94%.
This is significant. I think now it's very difficult to reverse the 5.5% growth in the vote share.
The other factor which we've not studied, maybe somebody has, what was Draupadi Murmu a factor with the tribals of Chhattisgarh?
Oh, very interesting.
Symbolically, perception level, did that matter to them?
Absolutely. That
so there is a wave of tribals voting in favor of BJP.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes. There is a background.
Yeah,
of course. A lot of work, RSS has done.
I mean, absolutely proof of the idea is there. You are invested in that.
Yeah, and that probably answers the question as to in South Chhattisgarh, which is the Naxal belt. We've seen BJP make gains this time around, and not just North Chhattisgarh. So clearly,
that's also on account of a better law and order situation, relatively.
Yes.
So that's strategic move of appointing Draupadi Murmu.
Yeah, that's right.
May have worked out for the party.
The other thing, of course, is that what is called the soft Hindu card of the BJP of the Congress by Kamal Nath or
as we
by
discussed
Bhupesh Baghel,
we have some important, interesting news coming in from Rajasthan. Just hold on for a second.
Okay, so not just Sachin Pilot, Ashok
Gehlot
and Sachin Pilot
notching up
both have won.
Yes.
Both have won. So we were earlier talking about how Ashok Gehlot is winning, Sachin Pilot might not be winning. That does go on to show, wait a minute, who's in control in Rajasthan for the Congress party?
But now there's no one. You need to see the margin, the win
margins.
Yeah, but then good. Margins for sure.
Some consolation.
I'll tell you an example. I was speaking to some voters in Tonk who are obviously Sachin Pilot supporters. One of them is a Congress leader also. He said, had the Congress party announced in the beginning that Gehlot will be 2.5 years chief minister and Pilot will be 2.5 chief minister, Congress might have swept Rajasthan. So there was a murmur within the Sachin Pilot camp. They said we wanted Congress to lose. I'll tell you why. They say if Congress wins today, Gehlot will win and Sachin Pilot will again remain irrelevant for next 5 years.
Or has to join BJP.
Or has to join BJP. But on the other side, if Congress loses, Sachin Pilot will be in opposition. He will do more work and he will prove himself more. So this
but at 70, it's anybody's guess whether Gehlot will give up. I doubt it very much.
Yeah, that's right.
Not a single camel in Rajasthan will be able to answer that question.
Even up to 50, he might have.
Can you go to the Twitter deck? Someone has sent me this tweet. I hope it's real, but it's interesting. Just look for Mumtaz Patel. Looks like it's Ahmed Patel's daughter.
I will look for Mumtaz Patel. Meanwhile, in the meantime, can we throw up the Telangana numbers over here so that we can quickly talk about the Telangana numbers? I'll take out that tweet for the viewers
Fair
as well.
enough. So it's good to keep a track of the scorecard in Telangana. 67 for the Congress party now, 39 for the BRS. BRS down below 40. 67. Isn't it,
I think it's for Congress. I think Congress has one state.
Yeah, I'm happy that there's no room for any, Paryatan.
Yeah, there's no room for any resort politics.
That's right.
Okay. All right.
So 41 for the BRS, 41 for the BRS, Congress at 63, BJP at 8. We were earlier looking at 11, then it went down to 9. Now it's come down to 8 for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Telangana. AIMIM
6
from 1 to 3 to now 4, now standing at 6. So that number for the AIMIM going up, Krishna.
Okay. We have also a live guest joining us live, a very special guest joining us live on this broadcast mandate 2023 here on News9 Live. We have Shazia Ilmi, spokesperson of the BJP, now joining us live from the BJP headquarters in Delhi in just a bit. We also have Sujata Paul, spokesperson of the Congress party, set to join us. We also have Abhilash Khandekar, senior journalist, joining us live from Madhya Pradesh. We also have Gautam Mukherjee joining us live from Delhi, and we also have Bhanuchandra Nagarajan joining us live from Delhi over the course of the next 1 hour or so. For now, let's take this across to Sujata Paul of the Congress party joining us live from Dehradun. Sujata, thank you so much for taking time out to be with us. Talk to us, tell us, for the Congress party, how is the Congress party viewing this? Because clearly what has happened in Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan makes you rethink every single thing before you get into the 2024 elections. But at the same time, heartening news coming in from Telangana.
Certainly, heartening news coming in from Telangana. But before that, we do need to look at what has happened in Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan, because at both the places, our government was delivering and we had great schemes, but we really do need to go back to the drawing board and try to figure out whether the candidates that we had put forth were effective or ineffective as far as people are concerned. Is it the projects and the programs that they rejected, which is clearly not so, because the BJP has proved it by trying to better what we were giving to the people, and with Mr. Modi actually telling people that the Ujjwala Labhartis would get the cylinder at 600 and then going to 450 because we were giving it at 400 at 500 rupees in Rajasthan, then coming to the paddy prices in Chhattisgarh, which they upped, and they said that we will give you a better price. If you remember that when we initially came in with this particular proposal, the BJP government at the center told us that if we were procuring crops at price higher than the MSP, then the FCI wouldn't buy it from us. But we continue to do it, and our schemes did touch people. But if you look at the Bastar region in Chhattisgarh, which was always our stronghold, we have lost quite a bit. So I think it could also be the fact that maybe the faces that were there, the faces that we gave to the people is something that they rejected. Because clearly there is a difference between us and the BJP here. If you look at Madhya Pradesh, they brought in a number of parliamentarians as well. And even though they had a very strong anti-incumbency, and of course, the Ladli Behna Yojana was brought in much later, but people were reeling under the pressure of high prices, the Anganwadi workers who were out there on the streets protesting everywhere, and the paper leak issue, etc., was plaguing them. So we will go back to the drawing board, and even if it's the Hindi heartland, we have nothing to lose, and in the sense that there's always time for us to go back and rework things, learn from what has happened.
That's good to hear that. In fact, they have been asking questions. Will Congress look at all of these things and be the kind of war machine the BJP is? That's because that's what the BJP does every single time they lose in a particular state. They go back to the drawing board, see what is wrong, fix it, and come back stronger. Even in Telangana, after being just one seat, now they're back to being 8, 9. It's a kind of improvement that they show. That's kind of improvement that Congress party would like in 2024 elections after these set of state elections, especially from Hindi heartland. We also have Abhilash Khandekar joining us live from Madhya Pradesh. We were talking about Madhya Pradesh. Abhilash, MP, there's so much talk about Shivraj Singh Chauhan, and also it's double factors working. One is the fact that the man is extremely popular, cuts across all kinds of caste and community boundaries, and at the same time he's been backed by the double engine from Sarkar from Delhi.
So I believe that while the BJP had decided to sideline him to some extent and Modi had taken over the campaign, it seems that ultimately it is Modi who is, who has prevailed in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, and they were already playing this jingle, Modi ke man mein Madhya Pradesh ke man mein Modi. So I think it is Modi's victory because Shivraj has definitely worked very hard, but BJP itself was not really interested in, and therefore they had put up Kailash Vijayvargiya, Narendra Singh Tomar, Phaggan Singh Kulaste, Prahlad Singh Patel and many others, very heavyweights, and most of them are winning, barring Phaggan Singh Kulaste, who is the Union Tribal Minister, who is the Union Minister of State for Tribal Affairs. So I think the victory in Madhya Pradesh is partly because of the organizational strength that the Bharatiya Janata Party has shown, and also the Modi's guarantees. And I think that the Congress, the BJP slogan of Congress Mukta Bharat is also returning to haunt the Rahul Gandhi's party.
Okay. Okay, stay with us, Nirja. Before we go any further, we have more guests joining us. I really need to understand the question of the CM face. In all these states that the BJP has won, because that's not a given at this stage, is it?
Look, when I went to Rajasthan, the name of Diya Kumari was doing the rounds, and her office was full of people. जैसे कहते हैं ना, तांता लगा हुआ था. And the buzz was that she was being groomed to take the place of Vasundhara Raje Scindia in the future. She is also royal, the daughter of Bhavani Singh, Maharaja Bhavani Singh of Jaipur. She was given a Jaipur seat this time. I don't know whether she's won. What is the score on her? She has won. So I somehow doubt that they will make a CM immediately. Okay. Maybe for the future. But Gajendra Singh Shekhawat's name many people took. They said that Om Birla's name was under consideration and the PM had ruled it out, that he was needed in Delhi. So this is, I'm telling you, the buzz. Now, Madhya Pradesh, Shivraj Chauhan, as I said earlier, how do you replace Shivraj Chauhan with that kind of a lead that you've got? And you have to take care of the Lok Sabha election. You put somebody who's new, inexperienced in place there, he or she will take time to consolidate. So also the case in Chhattisgarh. Suppose you bring Sao, who's also been groomed. He is again too new to manage things for the Lok Sabha election. Of course, people can surprise. And therefore, the question arises, will it seem sensible for the High Command to bring in the old stalwarts, at least to begin with, win their Lok Sabha, right, and then go for any changes. But whether they'll do that or they will straight go for new faces and hope Narendra Modi's chehra will do the trick, and this will not matter.
It's a very good question. We have a very special person joining us to answer that question. We have Shazia Ilmi, spokesperson of the BJP, joining us live on the broadcast. Shazia, lovely to have us here on Mandate 2023 here on News9 Live. I'm just going to ask you a simple question. BJP, right now the question is about picking the chief minister faces in the three big Hindi heartland states where they've just swept everything. What can you tell us about who will be the possible chief ministers in these three states?
So first things first, I must begin by saying that we're both elated and humbled by the spectacular victory of BJP, of Bharatiya Janata Party in the three big states. We are also extremely humbled and overjoyed by the faith people have entrusted in the leadership of our Prime Minister and all the policies that of welfareism that have actually been implemented, the delivery of which is for everybody to see in the last 9.5 years. I think this is about the credibility of a man who keeps his word. So I will not indulge in any idle speculation about who will be the CM or who won't be. In all the 3 states, as you know, there was no specific projections. And yet, absolutely with great respect for each other, everybody worked. I disagree with the previous speaker who felt and who knows that one particular person was being groomed or not groomed. I think everybody is groomed for a better role, for more work and for better service, day after day. So I don't agree with that at all, analysis. I would like to say first and foremost that the senior party members will get together. You've seen in Gujarat, you've seen in Uttarakhand, you've seen in Maharashtra that even if the chief minister changes, is done with absolute respect. We are not a party like Punjab who will throw out a senior captain Amrinder Singh without even informing him. So we know what to do, how to do it. It is absolutely the prerogative of the BJP to place whoever they want, and everybody works, for the party and for the country. And look at this mandate. It is a huge reaffirmation of people's belief in the Prime Minister, what he stands for, and how that translates, how his vision translates into betterment of others, particularly the poor. We have 13 crore less poor people in our country who have been lifted out of abject poverty. We have 80 crore people who are still getting food grains. All this without pilferages, without leakages. So it's just not about announcing schemes. It's also about implementing them. It is also about administrative efficiency.
We have Rakesh ji
it is
with a
also
question for you.
moving the whole leviathan of bureaucracy that nobody thought anybody could do anything about. So I would give that credit to our Prime Minister, besides many other things that he is always credited for, loved and praised for.
Hi Shazia, this is Rakesh Kar. How are you? Good to see you here. The woman factor, the woman factor is absolutely coming up as one key, decider in this election. And so, someone like you who is, the spokesperson for the party, how do you see this playing out in 2024 elections?
No, this is a huge factor. And when Prime Minister says that he believes in 4 castes, and he talks about the poor, he talks about the farmers, he talks about the youth, and he talks about the women, I think that's huge. And that's what you see. I mean, actually in Madhya Pradesh, you should see how women, how they react to Shivraj ji, how they come in flocks, they trust him. And the love he has for them and the way they call him Mama ji or Bhaiya, it is amazing, the kind of faith. You see in Rajasthan, I mean, I hate to say this, but I've seen it for myself. One is Nari Samman, but the quite opposite is Nari Apman. Not only they have leaders saying, "Ye to mardo ka pradesh hai," but the Chief Minister, former Chief Minister, I'm happy to say, Ashok Gehlot, says that 56% of the cases reported on rape are false. What can be worse than that? If you see the NCRB numbers, you realize that the increase of rapes and crimes against women has gone up the maximum in Rajasthan. So there is a problem also with law and order. Law and order is very basic. If you take care of law and order, a lot of things get done. This is there. And in Chhattisgarh also, people don't believe it, and you will analyze it later and you will agree with me that women voters have believed more in Modi ji. They know that this is one person who will deliver. He knows how to deliver, he will keep a promise. Which is why Modi guarantee has prevailed over all the khokla dawas and, the reveries and all the freebies that have been offered. All the sops, pre-election sops. So I think there is something to be said there.
Right, Shazia Ilmi of the BJP there joining us live. Shazia, just stay with us. We also have Mr. Bhanuchandar Nagarajan joining us, political analyst joining us live from Delhi. Mr. Nagarajan, simple question I have to ask you is that tell us what these state election results, the way they have turned out. We've seen the exit polls, the way the final tally has come out. What does it portend for 2024 in your perspective?
See, we always have this question of like what state elections mean for national elections, and usually we are disappointed at the end of the analysis. But there are a few things that we could actually say it matters only at the end of the day, because, for example, I would like to know how the reserved constituencies voted for, how the reserved constituencies voted either for Congress or BJP, because if you take the 5 states, including Mizoram, 1/3 of the constituencies going to polls are reserved constituencies. So we need to analyze that. But apart from that, there are pockets. For example, in Chhattisgarh, we want to know like how the South voted because they had ditched the BJP last time. Have they come back? Whether the BC push that the BJP had in Telangana worked. How did the tribals and other groups voted in Madhya Pradesh? How did the Gujars vote? So these are the things that we would like to know that would be relevant for 2024. But we have to wait for those results. Can I quickly comment on the CM question that was being discussed?
Please go ahead.
So things I would humbly disagree with Neerja Chaudhary, like she's a senior journalist. BJP is known for its audacious organizational rejects, whether in Karnataka, whether even in Andhra Pradesh, when in the middle of it backfired, but nevertheless they did it. We have seen it in Jharkhand, in Himachal Pradesh, in Haryana, in so many places. So I think BJP, in fact, like in Rajasthan, it's a tacit organization reject, right? Leadership reject. So I think they would go with Satish Punia, Narendra Tomar, Satish Punia for Rajasthan, Narendra Tomar for Madhya Pradesh, and Arun Saw for Chhattisgarh. The reason being, Punia is a Jat leader. There has not been a Jat CM, though this is the largest population in Rajasthan. Tomar, because he's a Rajput base, because you're not having a Rajput leader in Rajasthan, and Arun Saw, because the Saws are coming back to BJP. They are OBC base. So I think these would be my bets, but we have to wait and see.
All right, we have to wait and watch. We have to wait and watch for a lot of things, isn't it, Rakesh ji and Shri? We still don't have winners. We're discussing it at 2:30, between the time of 2 to 2:30. We have leads. We have one winner in Rajasthan, one winner technically, the final declared ones at least. But yes, the trends are overwhelming. Shri, did you expect this kind of a turnaround in Chhattisgarh for the BJP at the outset?
I'll be very honest, not at all. I think the only state where everyone said there's no anti-incumbency sentiment was supposed to be Chhattisgarh. But guess what? I mean, these numbers are totally different. It's contrary to any exit poll that came out, right? So this is very surprising, and it's credit to BJP if they have managed to, at the ground level, convey their story and get electorates to vote for them. I think it's credit to BJP then.
Yeah, the kind of the election machinery, that term keeps coming up, because nothing happens by chance. You win something, you've been working for it consistently and persistently over a period of time, isn't it? That's always the case, isn't it?
Honestly, you have to work towards a win. You know, nobody can go and say in today's competitive electoral system that I can just, walk over and say that I'm going to be victorious. Not even Mr. Modi wouldn't say that.
Exactly. Because, a man who's won everything so far.
No, but
maybe that is
Himachal,
what Congress is like, folly in Chhattisgarh.
Absolutely. I think, they just took it for granted that he's going to win. Of course, Chhattisgarh Chief Minister did, come up as someone who is invested in the idea of this Labharthi politics, and he had a connect, and we must grant it to Congress High Command that they let that state largely be driven by the incumbent Chief Minister.
Right.
So it was not, so to speak, remote driven. So that again was probably a confidence they had that he would romp home. But obviously we have all gone wrong on that.
Oh, we've all gone wrong on that. Abhilash Khandekar joins us, is continuing to be with us live. He's joining us live from MP. Abhilash, at this stage, whatever happens in Chhattisgarh is how much ever the BJP ends up with the final tally. It's 55 at this point in time. If they can even push it up even further, the shock level, the shock value only goes up further. But if there's any shocker that can come equal to it, it is that 4 terms of no anti-incumbency for Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan. And the kind of connect that MP and PM have had in the run-up to these state elections, incredible, isn't it, what is happening in Madhya Pradesh?
Indeed, I had traveled to the different parts of Madhya Pradesh, and we found that generally people, that is the BJP people, were talking only about one game changer scheme, that was Ladli Behna. But I think this 165 that is being shown on the screen has actually gone beyond the expectation of the BJP leaders themselves. And while Shivraj Singh was consistently saying that we have got, and the screen shows Jyotiraditya Scindia also, they both were saying that this is pro-incumbency and Madhya Pradesh will come back to power with big wins. But they also did not perhaps think of such a big lead, because Digvijay Singh and others were talking about consistently about 130, and there was a perception in Madhya Pradesh that voters will change, voters will vote for a change, because after 20 years of incumbency, or maybe minus 15 months. But everything, if we link Madhya Pradesh to Chhattisgarh and to the results of Rajasthan, we can see that Hindi belt has shown complete loyalty to BJP and to the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and that is seen in the figures also. And all the issues that were being talked about in Madhya Pradesh, about corruption, about lawlessness, and the BJP spokesperson was talking about atrocities on women in Rajasthan. But the fact remains that Madhya Pradesh is on the top of the chart in NCRB lists. So all these issues have been pushed under the carpet, and Madhya Pradesh shows that it is once upon a time it was a laboratory for the BJP, and it continues to stay with BJP for another 5 years.
Right, Abhilash Khandekar there getting us that perspective from Madhya Pradesh. We have Mr. Kartikeya Sharma back in the studio with us, joining me and Rakesh ji and Shri here in the studios. Kartikeya, again, you've been with these numbers, ball by ball coverage from morning, okay? Right now, as things stand, number of winners called out are like fraction of a fraction. One winner called out in a state, two winners called out in a state. But the trends this time have been so overwhelming that without calling it, it's being called these elections, aren't they?
I think that, I can say that there are a couple of big takeaways. If North India has become BJP Yukt Bharat, South India has become BJP Mukt Bharat. It's a women-driven election. Muslims have voted for, Congress party in Telangana. But the feuds have costed Congress party immensely in all these three states. There is no generation shift. Secondly, Hindutva as a mainstay remains now. You cannot wish away Hindutva as an entity. Then, if you look at the trends, it also tells us that the ability of BJP to fight back in the last 10 days remains immense. Another big takeaway is that Congress will have to negotiate India now. Before they negotiate India, India, INDIA will have to be negotiated. And more than that, Congress will have to decide what role should it play. Should it become Dadichi? Dadichi was a rishi whose bones were used by Indra to kill a demon. But I'm using demon, Dadichi and bones in a very agnostic way,
strategic
way and an epic agnostic way, in the sense I'm not saying that someone is a demon, but the fact is that should Congress sacrifice itself
to deal with their own demons,
to deal with Bharatiya Janata Party, or they should first fight with regional parties, cannibalize them and become some sort of a stable North Indian party. So this election has made Lok Sabha very, very easy for Narendra Modi. And there is something called Narendra Modi factor which has been enforced now. Right. The same thing came into question in Karnataka, has been reinforced, that there is something called Modi factor. And that was something linked with big prime ministers like Indira Gandhi. I would say Prime Minister Narendra Modi after this big is in league of Jawaharlal Nehru. There is no doubt about that. And when I say he's in the league of Jawaharlal Nehru, that's my point of view.
I have to hold Karthik a bit back. He's entitled to it.
The reason why I'm saying that he's in league of Jawaharlal Nehru won election despite losing a war. Very few prime ministers do that. Right. Congress party, it was not Manmohan Singh, but after that 26/11 attack, Congress still came back to power. But Nehru lost a portion of India, but people had trust in him. Narendra Modi, by doing that last minute campaigning, doing those changes, deploying the entire leadership from center, sending them, is something which people in Congress would do. Obviously, I can't compare it with Kamraj plan, but sending senior leaders. You have Ashok Gehlot who didn't become the president of the Congress party, cooked a spook, went to Shirdi and then disappeared. Aisa kabhi hota hai. So that is why I can say this, Modi is in the league of big prime minister. Agar kisi pradhanmantri ki फहरिस्त बनेगी तो उसमें जवाहरलाल नेहरू, नरेंद्र मोदी और इंदिरा गांधी साथ खड़े होंगे, कोई इसमें ऊपर नहीं है। मतलब नरेंद्र मोदी ने बराबरी कर ली है।
कार्तिकेय की बात पे ना मैं वर्ड प्ले पे में आ गया, तो वर्ड प्ले में there's an interesting strategic import and actually export because you know Congress shunned the word Bharat. Now Bharat has shunned Congress.
Fair enough, fair enough.
And you know the big takeaway now is that you know I think the freebie. I mean I have a nuanced view of development, freebies, welfareism and revenue. I'll just spend 30 seconds on explaining what it is. See, people say that all of them are one and the same thing. That's not the case. Welfareism as a concept, as an ideology is welcome. But at whose expense? You know, let's park it for now. Welfareism in today's age and time should also be equally an KRA of the corporate sector. The way it is in global economies, 75% of GDP in all global economies is driven by the corporate sector. So when I say, so in that sense, it is not an imperative that only the state, whether it is the state government or the central government, has to take the burden or do the heavy lifting always. And that's welfareism. Now development, the way Modi has coined it, has a far more profound and far more enduring impact. When we say development, in the current context, in the last 5 years, 4 years, maximum spending has been done by the government, and it is not alone on welfare policies. It is on actual ground, urban, rural infrastructure. Right. So that is where there is a massive enduring growth at the grassroots level. Right. When you employ hundreds and thousands of workers building a bridge or a highway, that money is going really to the grassroots level. So that is development to my mind. We obviously have a lot of ground to cover. When you say free electricity for everyone, whether he is entitled to it or not is revenue to my mind.
You know, like a free bus ticket also.
Free bus ticket. You know, so I'm saying when there is no qualifying criteria.
Ticket, does everyone need
but
subsidized
net this freebie thing is here to stay. Yeah. Sadly.
So there's good shops, there's bad shops.
Yeah. So Shri, what is the import? You know, I'm a little worried about the fiscal federal structure.
No, absolutely.
You know, who is going to foot that bill? Now there is no politician
who has answer is very clear. It's you and me, the electorate.
Absolutely, the middle class. The middle,
who
is paying the tax?
Bill eventually.
TDS at the salary cut.
Yes.
You have no control on it.
The government is going broke. Where's the money going to come from? It's going to come from the taxpayers.
But then
so you have to understand that.
That's us in the studio and all those watching us as well.
Absolutely.
Devil's advocate. Let me be the devil's advocate here.
Please do.
A lot of people will say that everyone pays tax. You have indirect taxes. So you have direct tax and you have got indirect tax. So everyone pays taxes.
We do both.
No, it's not a question of paying taxes. It's a question of paying more and more taxes.
More and more taxes, being taxed twice. What's called taxation as a curse. Yeah. It is applying largely to the Indian middle class.
Because the Indian middle class ends up paying nearly 55% of its income with direct and indirect tax put together.
All the respect for the farmer, but the rich farmers get away with it.
Yes.
And the corporate sector, unfortunately, this particular government, I'm sorry to say, gave them, the individual income tax is 41%.
That's the problem of a captive vote. Muslims were a captive vote for the Congress. What Muslims were for the Congress in 1970s and 80s. Middle classes for Bharatiya Janata Party.
No, I'm not too sure about whether BJP can take for granted the middle class as a vote in 2024.
The question is, now, after this handsome win, will the older satraps be replaced by Amit Shah, JP Nadda, Prime Minister Narendra Modi? That is the issue. Whether Vasundhara will come back, what will happen to Raman Singh, what will happen to Shivraj Singh Chauhan, who is giving tic-tacs.
Fair enough. Let's take this to Abhilash Khandekar then, who continues to be with us in the broadcast. Abhilash, the only question I can ask you at this stage is simple. Is Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan going to be the next Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh and eventually lead the Madhya Pradesh section of the campaigning for the 2024 Lok Sabha elections?
Absolutely. I don't think BJP central leadership will be taking this risk of removing him because he has also worked very hard. And for 2024, the Lok Sabha elections, I think his continuance in the state, because he knows the state inside out, or replacing him at this point of juncture would be a risky game for Modi ji. And we have 29 seats in Madhya Pradesh, and last time, barring Kamal Nath, all 28 seats were won in 2019. And BJP would once again like to win all 29 seats. And I think Shivraj is the right mascot for that.
Abhilash, stay with us. We have some great updates coming in from social media, and we also want to get a quick tab of what the Election Commission of India's numbers are at this stage. Kabir Naqvi joining us with the latest net front. Kabir, all over.
All right, quickly cutting across to first and foremost to Chhattisgarh, where it remains the same. Congress की एक सीट और कम हो गई according to, if these numbers are anything to go by. 33 थी, अब 32 हो गया. If we were sitting at 55, BJP is still sticking on that number. Going across to Madhya Pradesh. In Madhya Pradesh, Congress has gotten a seat back. It was 65, now it's sitting at 66. हालांकि ज़्यादा फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा. It's still at 162. Going now next to Rajasthan. Rajasthan, where we're also learning that Sachin Pilot, Gehlot both have predominantly won their seat. Congress has again backed.
This is not bad. 74 and 110.
Yeah. We were sitting at 69 the last time we checked these numbers. Bad. So 5 more seats.
Not exactly a rout in Rajasthan.
That's the point I was trying to make.
But in elections, like in any match, you know, ultimately, jo jeeta wo Sikandar.
There is no denying the fact that जीत और हार में अगर एक का भी फर्क हो जीत होती है. But India is a system where you have 2 houses. And the second house is...
No, that's a fair point.
It depends on the numbers you have in state.
I am a strong voter of strong opposition.
So if you are routed in state, you don't have numbers in Rajya Sabha.
Yeah, that's right.
So even if you are routed by, like, even if you have 80 seats, BJP has 105, it means that it's a 55-45 division of Rajya Sabha membership.
Absolutely.
I see it from this perspective.
No, and also from the confidence level of the morale boost for the grassroots worker.
You'll have numbers in Rajya Sabha. If you have no numbers in Rajya Sabha, then it will become like 1950s.
To be realist, to make that points that you guys are together making simple, imagine the sentiment of the Congress workers in MP at this stage, and compare that with the Congress workers in Rajasthan. The mood will be
that holds the mirror.
Very different, very different.
Win or lose, a better bowling economy means a fatter IPL contract.
Good.
Let's cut across to Telangana.
Yes.
Which is on the big board over here also, but let's take a look at the Election Commission numbers first. Again, I was just looking at these numbers. BRS got down to 39. It has again gotten back up to 40. Congress went up to 66. Wapas 64, 64 pe aa gayi. BJP 11, 9, 8 still there.
Slender majority. It is called slender majority.
But this one little photograph that has come on Twitter that Rakesh Sugar also talking about. Mumtaz Patel has put out this photograph.
Mumtaz Patel is daughter of Ahmed Patel.
Yes. We don't know whether it's a genuine, but anyway.
No, it's a genuine. I know this is the genuine account of Mumtaz
verified
Patel.
Live on air.
It's verified live on air.
The question was your collective inference on this photograph. I mean, but Baghel Saab, Gehlot Saab,
Karthikeyan will be the best to answer this.
ये उस ज़माने की जब 2018 में इनकी सरकार बन गई थी तब की है.
This is 2018 Rajasthan.
No, this is Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh.
Okay, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh.
And if I am not wrong, swearing in ceremonies were held on the same day. So all of them traveled together. One swearing in ceremony to another.
You know, another point I'm trying to make as I'm looking at this photograph is that
Jyoti went the Kamal.
Gentlemen, I have a point to make about that photograph. The account, Mumtaz Patel, might be a real account, but that photograph, do we see a deep fake happening? Because the faces on that photograph seem like they've been smashed on top of some other bodies. You know, I have a feeling that Rahul Gandhi's face over there, and some of the other faces over there. Did this ever happen?
That's probably Amit Walve, Ashwini Vaishnav ji will probably get to the bottom of that when it comes to deep fakes.
It's private collection.
No, it's from So we're not vouching the veracity of this all, but the line that she's mentioning, and that if it is her handle, Jane kahan gaye wo din, she's making a very ironic comment, a very telling comment on the party that is lost in the heartland.
That's true.
Correct.
Right. All right. Gentlemen, stay with us. We have Mr. Gautam Mukherjee also joining us live on the broadcast. Gautam Mukherjee, talk to us. The numbers, we can't call anything even now, specifically Telangana, but big results in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh for the BJP and Rajasthan for the BJP.
Yes, this is something that the BJP is going to be very happy about. Chhattisgarh has been a total bonus, probably not expected by the BJP, and to win quite decisively and add one more state to the tally is going to be very heartening for them. Telangana, they have definitely, I was with you in the morning, and at that time it looked like they were at 2 and 4, and the predictions were 12, 10. Now they're looking very close to the exit poll predictions, and that has an implication for the future, not for this particular election, but they've opened their book in Telangana and will be a credible opposition. And should there be any split in the Congress numbers, which is not unheard of, I think they'll be in the wings. Can they get on with BRS? It depends. BRS has been going out of its way, particularly the chief minister, to be rude to Narendra Modi, not receiving him and this and that. So it's doesn't look likely that BRS Congress, BRS BJP will get together. But there have been strange bedfellows before. The idea is to oust the Congress. Let us see, particularly after the 24 elections, when BJP is expected to win, I think they'll go in for a mop-up, and it will be much easier for them to do so. So Telangana is not lost. It is temporarily out of reach.
All right, Telangana is not lost, is the word coming in. Let me take this back to Kabir Naqvi. Kabir, what is the latest you're picking up from social media?
I was just looking at some latest reactions that are coming across. Sadhi Pragya Singh Thakur, of course, commending the Prime Minister's role in all of this. Again, important note here, right after that thumping mandate that came across from Karnataka, people had written those massive editorials that, down south, the Bharatiya Janata Party is relying too much on the Modi factor. And will it work? Will it not work? Has the Modi factor lost its magic? But clearly, I mean, we're seeing it here, aren't we? In Chhattisgarh, in Madhya Pradesh, and in Rajasthan as well. The Modi factor works. But even in the last 10 days, it does
those
work.
criticisms were right. Modi factor alone is not enough to give victory. Modi factor in Rajasthan or Modi factor in Chhattisgarh or Modi factor in Madhya Pradesh is married to certain things. For example, it was during the regime of Sundarlal Patwa, who became the first chief minister of Bharatiya Janata Party in Madhya Pradesh, the Panna Pramukh campaign was launched. Now, Panna Pramukh campaign was replicated in Gujarat even before the polarization. So, Madhya Pradesh is the first Hindutva lab of Bharatiya Janata Party. That's one. Secondly, if you look at Rajasthan, one, Hindutva polarization took place solidly, and secondly, the work of RSS and its affiliates at ground level with Adivasi Janjati is something which Congress should learn from. It is for this reason in 2014 and 2019, Kabir, that 75 to 80% of the scheduled tribe and scheduled caste seats were won by BJP, not Congress. ये कुछ myth होती है ना कि BJP तो अर्बन पार्टी है, BJP तो उन लोगों की पार्टी है, डोमिनेंट पेजेंट्री की, पर सीट कैसे जीत रहे हैं दलितों की, सीट कैसे जीत रहे हैं ट्राइबल्स की, क्योंकि जो संघ के एफिलिएट्स हैं, they are working at the ground level. I'll give you one example. What is the most important thing for a subcaste in our town? And that's where Modi plus plus happen. Hindutva plus mobile plus plus hota hai. What do? They renovate their temple. So you have a sacred grove Krishna, you have a pond which belongs to that caste. So what will these organizations do? They'll maintain the temple. They'll have some bigger gods there. They'll accommodate their gods there. So you'll have a murti of Bhagwan Ram, and then you'll have the murti of their own gods. So that that accommodation of sacred space. So that sort of a work Congress has not done. They have been doing. For example, in Uttar Pradesh, what was the campaign of Sohail Dev? Did you read Sohail Dev in history? No, you didn't read Sohail Dev in history. But Sohail Dev gets resurrected politically. You can accuse BJP of anything, but you can't say they're not smart. They're politically smart. So with Sohail Dev, they marshaled out a subcaste right under the nose of Akhilesh Yadav. We couldn't do a thing. So this is called smart social engineering. So the smart social engineering which Bharatiya Janata Party or Sangh has done, its marriage with Modi catapults them, Krishna. That's right.
Obviously, Karthik, a much better
understanding. There's a word called Purak.
A much better understanding of India, Bharat put together at the grassroots level. There has been a massive churn in the socio-economic landscape in this country. But someone who has kept pace with this in the last 10 years is this particular party. They don't rest in terms of what has been achieved. They keep digging and looking for heroes which may have been forgotten, as you rightly mentioned, from the cultural context, from the social context.
The top leaders of BJP, they come from the very grassroots.
Absolutely.
That is where the grounding is.
Let's take this across to Sujata
understanding
Paul.
of India than
Fair
most
point.
people.
We have Congress Party Sujata Paul still with us on the broadcast. Sujata, the question is that Rakesh, you put it rightly, Congress shunned the term Bharat. Now looks like Bharat is shunning Congress Party because they're increasingly, their lack of connect with the grassroots level is showing up in election after election.
In Hindi heartland.
Especially in the Hindi heartland.
I think that is what, the person who mentioned this should have said in the Hindi heartland. And nobody can shun Bharat if you're part of Bharat. And the south of India is also Bharat, and these are elections. Himachal Pradesh is also, Bharat. So I don't think that really holds any water. Of course, like I said, we've got to go back to the drawing board and figure out what has gone wrong. Because if the schemes were working, if the Prime Minister went to Rajasthan and said that we will continue with the schemes, even though people are saying that we are going to stop the schemes of the Rajasthan government, we are not going to do that. If he had to actually come to, he was playing on our pitch when he said that the price of cylinders would be brought down to 400 rupees. Why not in the rest of the country? People would ask that. Hang on, just let me finish, please. But what I said was that we really need to go and check out where we were not going, we were not connecting with people. And one place where I could see that was in the change of faces that the BJP brought in. You look at Madhya Pradesh, that is proof enough that they brought in even their MPs. People don't really care whether these are the same people who are going to contest elections in the Lok Sabha, and then they might lose these leaders as MLAs. They might resign even now. So for winning elections, the BJP's machinery, that election machinery, does whatever it takes for them. But really, for the normal people, it doesn't matter. But Bharat can never be shunned, and I don't think anybody should even say that. That's a pretty dangerous statement to make as far as I'm concerned.
There is a long and short of it in both Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh that the Satraps costed the Congress party a lot of seats. Sachin Pilot, Ashok Gehlot, T.S. Singhdev, Bhupesh Baghel, Digvijay Singh, Kamal Nath, I mean, say 6 tallest leaders in three states were on 1500 different pages. That was not the case in Telangana, so you have Telangana. That was not the case. You were able to reconcile D.K. Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah, so results are different. Here, they were not on talking terms.
No, if you talk about Revant Reddy or D.K. Shivkumar, of course they worked very hard. But then so did the leaders in the Hindi heartland, as far as the Congress party is concerned. But you cannot forget the kind of infighting that was happening in BJP. Look at Rajasthan. Look, where was BJP in Chhattisgarh? You tell me, when did you see Dr. Raman Singh in the last 5 years? Who is there as their face in Chhattisgarh?
But madam, that's the precise point. That's the precise point.
No, so that is
so
what I'm
much of
saying.
infighting, they were able to win. यही तो ताकत हो गई भारतीय जनता पार्टी की. नेता लड़ते रहे फिर भी जीत जाएं. यहाँ तो दिक्कत है, जैसे मध्य प्रदेश में होता था, लोग कहते हैं कि नेता ज्यादा है और कार्यकर्ता कम है.
It's a grudging acceptance of the Modi factor.
Let me please complete. Let me just complete. See, this is the problem. The thing is that as far as our leaders are concerned, this is made into a huge issue by the BJP, and which we don't do. So, should we be doing that? That is what I'm saying. We need to go back to the drawing board and see that are we supposed to also attack Satish Punia, Rajyavardhan Rathore, Diya Kumari, Vasundhara Raje Scindia, and Gajendra Singh Shekhawat. Ashwini Vaishnav's name is also coming up for chief ministership now. Look at the number of people who are being projected. Now the point is, we don't attack them on these things. But yes, when our leaders are opposing each other,
you need to attack them. You're a political party. It's not an NGO.
No,
you need to attack them.
No, I'm sorry.
Amit Shah attacks everyone. Anything which moves, he gets attacked. You need to do that. That's the beauty of it. Flawlessness of political operation. देखिए, जहां आपकी तारीफ करनी, ताली बजा बजा के स्टूडियो में तारीफ हुई है वो तेलंगाना, और जहां आपकी तारीफ करनी थी कर्नाटक में दिन भर ताली बजी थी. लेकिन what a disastrous performance this has been. It's unbelievable. Imagine Congress party losing 3 North Indian states in one go.
Right. We have Mr. Gopal Krishna Agarwal of the BJP also joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Gopal Krishna Agarwal, the question here is who is going to be the next chief minister in these 3 states that the BJP has swept? As far as MP is concerned, many chiming in the fact that there can't be anybody else apart from Shivraj Singh Chauhan, but talk to us about Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan.
The thing is that we should understand that the BJP has a very strong leadership at the center, and ultimately we have a parliamentary board which takes the final call. But I tell you one thing, that aspirations and the opinions of the people, party workers, MLAs, everything is taken into consideration. Decisive channel is very clear, but there is no arbitrary decision by the leadership of BJP. They take the opinion of everybody, they are connected to the ground, and that is implemented in a disciplined manner. That's very important. It is not that arbitrary, if X likes some Y person, he will make him the CM. It is because people of that state, MLAs of that state want him, that analysis is done, and then the MLAs choose, and then parliamentary board takes the final call. So the issue is we leave it to the parliamentary board or the elected MLAs, because if so many MLAs have been elected, so many people have been given support by the people of the states, their opinion has to be incorporated. And it doesn't matter, we are a committed, disciplined, ideological parties, X, Y, Z, everybody has different roles to play in the party. We change the roles, we do different activities. So there is no question like this, who will be. Definitely it's a point that everybody wants to know, but ultimately it will come by time alone. Nobody can at this point of time, juncture, tell who can be the chief minister of which state.
First of all,
but it is premature. The results have to come. The people's mandate, we are respecting the people's mandate. We respect their love, we respect their...
Okay. Kartikeya, first of all, congratulations that you handsomely won Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and Madhya Pradesh for that. But the question, sir, is that what is happening in South India? You lost Karnataka, Kerala mein baat nahi bani, Tamil Nadu is out of bound, and Telangana did not give you that result which you thought you would. How come, despite best of efforts, you have not been able to open accounts outside Karnataka? Because the first state was Karnataka, it has remained Karnataka, it has remained the last state since 2008, when Arun Jaitley ji was the organizing secretary of Karnataka for the first time when BJP came to power.
Mr. Gopal Krishna, it's for you.
You have asked a question to me?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Kya question? Can you repeat in brief?
My question was कि Bharatiya Janata Party, first of all, congratulations, you have done very well in all the 3 states. But what is happening in South? You have not been able to open your account except Karnataka.
No, it is not like that. We are moving ahead in Tamil Nadu. We have done very good in the Telangana state. We were definitely the organizational structure has been being implemented. We have been moving around to the rural areas and villages and constituencies. We are creating good effort on the south side also. Even Kerala, there is a good support from the cadre and the people. Though there are some issues with last mile connectivity, that support is not being converted into votes, but definitely we are moving ahead. Karnataka is our bastion. Then the Tamil Nadu, we are under Annamalai, is doing tremendously well. Telangana, we had no presence, but this time we are at least getting good support, and BRS, which was in power, has been voted out. Then Kerala also we are moving at. So south there is definitely a slight gap that we have to cover. We are moving ahead with more communication, more organizational structure, and we are moving ahead. It's a positive direction that we are moving.
All right, that was Gopal Krishna Agarwal of the BJP joining in with that perspective. Thank you so much for taking time out to be with us here on Mandate 2023 semi-finals for 2024. Coverage, day-long coverage of the big state election results will continue. But for now, we have to let go of a few special gentlemen who've been with us for the last couple of hours, more than a couple of hours. Mr. Sridharan, editor of News9 International. We have Mr. Rakesh Ji, editor of News9, TV9's English News Vertical, and Mr. Karthikeya Sharma, editor of News9 Live. All three of you, thank you so much for joining with us. And of course, Kabir Naqvi there, getting us the fast updates from social media and the Election Commission website. And with that, we've been doing this non-stop. We need to take a breather. But, we're not going to let you go. Nothing is going to take a breather here as far as our coverage is concerned, because our coverage is going to continue. We've been getting in a ton of the political reactions. Bear in mind, our reporters have been stationed across all these election-going states. They've been getting us ground reports, political reactions from everybody from the chief ministers to the karyakartas who've helped those chief ministers win these elections in these states. So we've been getting a ton of these political reactions, and we are going to make sure that you don't miss a single political reaction that has come our way. So we're going to be getting you everything from Mr. Shivraj Singh Chauhan, the greatest, one of the biggest chief ministers possible in terms of 4 terms, continuing to win this time as well. From him onwards to all across the board political reactions that we've got lined up for you. Continue listening into all of those, and we'll be back with the latest updates right after you listen to all those political reactions that we've got going for you. And we'll be back with the final tally as soon as possible. Take a look at this in the meanwhile.
फिर से प्रचंड जीत मिली है सर, 5वीं बार, क्या प्रतिक्रिया सर पहले आप?
मैं जनता को प्रणाम करता हूं। श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी भारत की जनता के हृदय के हार हैं, मध्य प्रदेश की जनता के मन में भी बसे हैं। उनकी गारंटी पर भरोसा, डबल इंजन की सरकार के काम।
एक और महत्वपूर्ण चीज सर, लाडली लक्ष्मी लाडली बहना योजना,
महिला सशक्तिकरण की एक कड़ी थी लाडली बहना योजना। लाडली बहनों ने भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया।
आपने 160 से ज्यादा सभाएं की सर, एक दिन में 10-10, 12-12 सभाएं करते थे आप।
वो तो मेरा कर्तव्य था।
छत्तीसगढ़ के कद्दावर नेता पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर रमन सिंह हमारे साथ में हैं। छत्तीसगढ़ में बीजेपी बहुमत का भी आंकड़ा पार कर रही है। जो रुझान सामने आ रहे हैं, जो कि आने वाले समय में उम्मीद की जा रही है कि नतीजों में भी परिवर्तित होंगे। आपने भी उम्मीद की थी कुछ इसी तरह की, क्योंकि छत्तीसगढ़ को लेकर 6 महीने पहले तक ये कहा जा रहा था कि बघेल सरकार रिपीट हो सकती, बीजेपी के लिए बहुत टफ फाइट होगा, लेकिन अब स्थिति पूरी बदली हुई है, ठीक उसी तरह जैसे 2018 में बदली थी।
स्पष्ट था, और मैं तो पिछले लंबे समय से बोल रहा हूं कि ये सरकार जाने वाली है अपने भ्रष्टाचार पे। आतंक और भय जिस प्रकार छत्तीसगढ़ में छाया हुआ था, भ्रष्टाचार के मुद्दे और जो परिस्थितियां छत्तीसगढ़ में निर्मित भूपेश बघेल ने की, छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता ने उसको रिजेक्ट किया। चाहे पीएससी का घोटाला हो, शराब घोटाला हो, या फिर महादेव ऐप के मामले में घोटाले हो, या छत्तीसगढ़ को जो जन घोषणा पत्र में वादे किए थे वो अधूरे रह गए, उन अधूरे घोषणा पत्र को लेकर जनता के मन में आक्रोश था।
ऐसी कौन सी प्रमुख बातें रही जो बीजेपी के हक में गई? क्या जिस तरह से प्रेडिक्शन ये भी है कि सेकेंड फेज पर बीजेपी ने पूरी तरह से लीड किया, ये प्रेडिक्शन सही है, या फिर दोनों फेज में बीजेपी ने लीड किया? जो रुझान आ रहे हैं उससे आपको जानकारी तो मिल रही होगी।
रुझान बीजेपी के पक्ष में, और वोटों का परसेंटेज 4% बढ़ता हुआ दिख रहा है। और जो एग्जिट पोल भी दिखा रहा था कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में रुझान है और कांग्रेस नीचे जा रही है। और यहाँ तक हमने 3 रोज पहले ही कहा था कि 55 सीट बीजेपी की आएगी और 35 में कांग्रेस सिमटेगी।
मोदी की गारंटी काम आई, या फिर राहुल की गारंटी पर विश्वास नहीं किया?
राहुल जहां जहां जाते हैं यही हाल होता है कांग्रेस का। मोदी जी की गारंटी पे छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता ने 100% भरोसा किया।
सीएम पद के चेहरे के तौर पर आपका भी नाम है, आप अच्छे एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में आपको अनुभव है। इसके अलावा आपके प्रदेश के कुछ और नेताओं के नाम चल रहे हैं, आप अपने आप को दावेदार मानते हैं?
नहीं, कोई दावेदार हमारे यहाँ नहीं है। हम तो विधायक दल की बैठक होगी, विधायक दल की बैठक में वहाँ दल का नेता चुना जाएगा, तो ये एक प्रक्रिया सामान्यता होती है और राष्ट्रीय पर्यवेक्षक की उपस्थिति में होगा। जिनको भी नेता बनाते हैं वो मुख्यमंत्री बन जाएगा।
कौन सी ऐसी चीज थी जो बीजेपी के हक में, अगर हम 3 प्रमुख बातें करें तो?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी में जो माननीय मोदी जी की गारंटी और डबल इंजन की सरकार और जो घोषणा पत्र हमने जारी किया।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। डॉक्टर रमन सिंह स्पष्ट तौर पे बता रहे हैं कि जिस तरह से पिछले 5 सालों में भूपेश बघेल की सरकार ने काम किया और पूर्व में किए गए वादों को पूरा नहीं किया, उसको लेकर कहीं ना कहीं लोगों में नाराजगी थी और जिस तरह से एक उम्मीद जताई जा रही थी, बीजेपी के पक्ष में माहौल जाता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा था। जमीन पर भी कुछ उसी तरह की परिस्थिति इस वक्त बनी हुई है। फिलहाल अपने आप को सीएम पद के दावेदार पर रमन सिंह साहब अभी खुलकर नहीं बोल रहे हैं। हमारे साथ में अरुण साहब है, छत्तीसगढ़ बीजेपी के अध्यक्ष। अब अगली रणनीति क्या होगी? सरकार तो बहुमत के साथ बनने जा रही है।
देखिए, निश्चित रूप से छत्तीसगढ़ में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी और मोदी को की गारंटी को पूरा करने का
बहुत सारे घोटालों की बात बीजेपी करती है, क्या उस पर कार्रवाई की जाएगी? जेल जाएंगे?
निश्चित रूप से छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता की गाढ़ी कमाई का पैसा लूटने वाला कितना भी बड़ा आदमी है उसे छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा, बख्शा नहीं जाएगा, कानूनी कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
किस किस पर कार्रवाई की जाएगी? सीएम को हमेशा एक फेस मानकर बीजेपी आरोप करती रही है।
जो भी होगा, कितना बड़ा आदमी हो, जनता के लूटने वालों को छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा।
बिल्कुल, यहाँ पर देखिए अरुण साफ तौर पर बता रहे थे कि जनता की गाढ़ी कमाई जिन लोगों ने लूटी है उन पर बीजेपी की सरकार बनने के बाद में कार्रवाई की जाएगी। फिलहाल तस्वीरें आपको बीजेपी दफ्तर के बाहर की दिखाते हैं। आप देखिए बड़ी संख्या में यहाँ पर बीजेपी के जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो यहाँ पर इकट्ठा होना शुरू हो गए हैं और यहाँ पर आप देखिए नारे भी लगाए जा रहे हैं और कार्यकर्ता जो है बड़ी संख्या में इकट्ठा होने के बाद में उनके अंदर का जो जोश है वो यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रहा है।
55. You can't go to 70. Where are you going to get those votes from? I'm just thinking that they all have to be standing out there. 55.
34 last time.
Last time, you know the circumstances. So circumstances all around Rajasthan tha. Otherwise we'd have won Rajasthan. Sarkar gayi na on that. That has changed.
Hit wicket.
So expectation is.
During my Jhalawar visit, I was just trying to find out a single poster of Congress candidate. Not able.
मैं आपने ये मेरे को कहा नहीं. I also didn't look. I must say. I'm trying to remember. नहीं. Okay, we'll start. Let's get over this, and then we can sit and chat for a little while. So सबसे पहले राजस्थान की ये जो शानदार जीत है, ये माननीय हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, जिनका मंत्र था ये सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, ये उसकी जीत है। उनकी दी हुई गारंटी की जीत है। ये जीत हमारे माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री होम मिनिस्टर अमित शाह जी की रणनीति की जीत है और ये जीत हमारे माननीय अध्यक्ष श्री नड्डा जी के कुशल नेतृत्व की जीत है। और फिर सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट ये भी है, ये जीत हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं की, जिनके अथक प्रयास परिश्रम की जीत है। उन्होंने दिन और रात हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के जो सपने को साकार करने की पूरी कोशिश करते हुए उस दिशा में मेहनत करके ये परिणाम दिलाने का काम किया है। और सबसे बड़ी बात तो यह है कि ये जीत हमारे जनता जनार्दन की है, जिसने कांग्रेस के कुराज को नकारते हुए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सुराज को अपनाने का काम किया है। और ये जीत 2024 में मोदी जी को फिर से देशवासियों की सेवा का अवसर देने की जीत, ये जीत है। सो दैट्स ऑल आई वांटेड टू से।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को, जो हमारे लीडर हैं, हमारे इंस्पिरेशन हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के एक एक कार्यकर्ता को, झोटवाड़ा की जनता को, राजस्थान की जनता को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं कि अवसर दिया मुझे विधायक बनकर अपने झोटवाड़ा की राजस्थान की सेवा करने का। और इस जीत का श्रेय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के अनटायरिंग, बिना थके जो काम करते हैं और जिस विश्वास के साथ उनकी योजनाएं घर घर पहुंचती हैं, उसी का आशीर्वाद है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ऐसा प्रचंड जीत मिल रही है।
राठौड़ साहब,
सांसद के रूप में आपका 2 बार का कार्यकाल रहा और अब विधायक के रूप में एक नया कार्यकाल शुरू हो रहा है, किस तरह देखते हैं आप इसको? क्योंकि सांसद का बड़ा क्षेत्र होता है, अब ये झोटवाड़ा भी हालांकि उसी का एक हिस्सा है, लेकिन भूमिका अलग रहेगी।
जी, बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि दायरा भले ही क्षेत्रफल छोटा हो, लेकिन जिस गहराई तक काम करना पड़ता है, जिस गहराई तक लोगों को जानना और उनकी समस्याओं का समाधान करना पड़ता है, उसमें एक संतुष्टि भी है और वो अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा काम है और बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की, मोदी सरकार की जो योजना का पैसा जो अलग अलग राज्यों में जाता है, उसको धरातल तक ईमानदारी से पहुंचाना, समय से पहुंचाना, ये जिम्मेदारी रहेगी। और इसीलिए इसे मैं अपना सौभाग्य मानता हूं कि अभी तक हम नीति बनाते थे और फंड्स भेजते थे वहाँ पे लोकसभा के अंदर, लेकिन अब विधायक बनकर उसको एग्जीक्यूट करने का एक अवसर मिलेगा।
राठौड़ साहब, बड़ी बात यह कि आप जीते भी है और राजस्थान में पूर्ण बहुमत की आपकी सरकार बनती दिख भी रही है। ऐसी स्थिति में अब जिम्मेदारी ज़्यादा बढ़ गई है आप लोगों की। क्या मान के चले, अब राठौड़ साहब जो अब तक सांसद की भूमिका में थे, पूर्व में केंद्रीय मंत्री की भूमिका में है, लेकिन अब राजस्थान में जब पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार बनेगी तो राज्यवर्धन सिंह राठौड़ जनता को किस भूमिका में नजर आएंगे विधायक के साथ?
देखिए, हर जिम्मेदारी अपने आप में एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी होती है, क्योंकि उस दायित्व को 100% पूरा करना अपने आप में एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी होती है, महत्वपूर्ण होता है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता होने के नाते, एक सैनिक होने के नाते, एक खिलाड़ी होने के नाते, जो मोर्चा मुझे दिया जाता है उस पर मैं 100% काम करता हूँ। आगे भी जैसे हमारी टीम के कप्तान प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी जैसी जैसी जिम्मेदारी देंगे, हमारी पार्टी जैसी जैसी जिम्मेदारी देगी, उसमें हर एक जिम्मेदारी, जैसे मैंने कहा, महत्वपूर्ण होती है। हम सब मिलकर जब काम करते हैं तभी काम पूरा हो पाता है। तो मेरा जो रोल रहेगा उसमें 100% मैं काम करूंगा, जो भी जिम्मेदारी मुझे मिलेगी।
राठौड़ साहब, अब चर्चा ये भी है, क्योंकि कल तक ये उत्सुकता थी परिणाम क्या आएंगे। परिणाम सबके सामने लगभग स्थिति साफ हो चुकी है, चेहरा साफ हो चुका है। अब उत्सुकता है कि मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा बीजेपी में।
ये उत्सुकता तो कई महीनों से चल रही थी। आपके बार बार मीडिया के प्रश्न यही होते थे और इस स्ट्रैटेजी के ऊपर प्रश्न चिन्ह भी उठाए जाते थे, लेकिन आपने देखा कि पार्टी की अपनी स्ट्रैटेजी होती है, हर राज्य में अपना एक तरीका होता है। और राजस्थान के अंदर कलेक्टिव लीडरशिप के साथ हमने ये चुनाव लड़ा और अब समय के हिसाब से पार्टी का पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड निर्णय करेगा, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की लीडरशिप में तय होगा। और फिर जैसे भी जिसको जिम्मेदारी मिलेगी, हम सब मिलकर राजस्थान के अंदर एक ऐसा समय लाने की कोशिश करेंगे कि पिछले 5 साल की भरपाई हो और राजस्थान सभी राज्यों, अग्रणी राज्य हैं, उनकी श्रेणी में आके खड़ा हो।
एक लास्ट सवाल आपकी विधानसभा के लिए, झोटवाड़ा में आपकी पहली प्राथमिकता अब क्या रहने वाली है?
झोटवाड़ा अपने आप में एक बड़ी यूनिक विधानसभा है, जिसमें ग्रामीण क्षेत्र भी है और शहरी क्षेत्र भी है। शहरी क्षेत्र ऐसा है जहां पर शहर जैसी सुविधाएं संपूर्ण नहीं हैं। सो मेरा ये दायित्व रहेगा कि अर्बन डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटीज़ के साथ, नगर निगम हो या जेडीए हो, उन सब के साथ मिलकर यहाँ पर झोटवाड़ा के अंदर सड़कों का निर्माण, पीने का पानी घर तक पहुँचाना, जो हाई टेंशन लाइन्स हैं उसकी समस्याओं का समाधान करना, उसके नीचे सड़कें बनवाना, इन सब का सीवेज लाइन्स तैयार करना, स्वास्थ्य के लिए एक सैटेलाइट हॉस्पिटल यहाँ पे खुलवाना, ये सारी मेरी प्राथमिकताएं रहेंगी।
देखिए, ये तीनों प्रदेश के चुनाव की गंभीरता को समझें आप। भाजपा 18 साल के सरकार के बावजूद मध्य प्रदेश में 2/3 से अधिक बहुमत जीत रही है। राजस्थान में सिर्फ ये रिवाज नहीं पलट रहा है, निर्णायक जीत हो रही, बड़ी जीत। कांग्रेस पार्टी 60% पर निपट गई। छत्तीसगढ़ में तो आप लोग कभी मानते ही नहीं थे, मैं तो वहाँ काम करता हूँ, पहले प्रभारी रहा हूँ। वहाँ के लोग सरल होते हैं, सहज होते हैं, और जिस तरह का राज भूपेश बघेल ने किया था तो हार नहीं था। तो ये समझिए कि अब देश इस तरह की पॉलिटिक्स से ऊपर विश्वास, विकास और मोदी जी के साथ चलना है। जो मोदी गारंटी है ना, लोग ये मानते हैं, जमीन पर दिखाई पड़ता है। अगर टीके लगे, मैंने पूछा टीके लगे, खबर मोबाइल पे आई। अगर बहनों के अकाउंट में पैसा गया तो गया, किसानों के अकाउंट में पैसा गया तो गया। सड़कें बनी हैं तो बनी हैं, पत्रकार भी देखते थे, भाई कमाल है, एमपी की सड़कें, छत्तीसगढ़ की सड़कें, नेशनल हाईवे। तो ये जो बदलाव है देश में, बड़ा बदलाव है। इसलिए, और जात पात की पॉलिटिक्स को भी एक बहुत बड़ा विराम लगा है। मोदी जी ने कहा, मेरे लिए किसान, युवा, बहनें, बेटियां और नौजवान और ये हमारे गरीब, ये जातियां हैं। तो जनता ने उन पर विश्वास किया। बाकी सब खाली बात करते हैं पिछड़ों की और बैठाते हैं अपने परिवार को सत्ता में, चाहे बिहार हो या उत्तर प्रदेश। नरेंद्र मोदी गरीब का बेटा ईमानदारी से काम करता है, ये बहुत बड़ा बदलाव है।
जी सर, अभी आपने बोला कि जात पात की पॉलिटिक्स को भी इन्होंने विराम दे दिया, तो जिस तरह से अपोजिशन की तरफ से सेंसस को लेकर आवाज उठ रही थी, क्या वो अब थम जाएगी?
ये आप उनसे पूछिए। देखिए, हम लोग गरीबों के उत्थान के पक्षधर हैं, पिछड़ों के उत्थान के भी पक्षधर हैं। सबसे बड़ी संख्या में पिछड़ों को मुख्यमंत्री भाजपा ने बनाया। एक हमारे द्रौपदी जी बहुत ही सम्मानित आदिवासी नेत्री राष्ट्रपति बनाया, एक दलित नेता को बनाया पहले हमारे उनको रामनाथ कोविंद को, मोदी जी खुद हैं। लेकिन वो समझते हैं कि ये लोग अपने परिवार की पॉलिटिक्स करते हैं, समाज की पॉलिटिक्स करते हैं, सबको साथ लेके, सबका साथ सबका विकास तो कहते हैं।
सर, एक आखिरी सवाल, तेलंगाना में हालांकि कांग्रेस जीत रही है, लेकिन अभी भी वो है ईवीएम का रोना पीट रहे हैं। राहुल गांधी के कुछ कांग्रेस ऑफिस में कुछ पोस्टर्स लगाए गए जिसमें बोला गया राहुल जनता के प्यारे हैं लेकिन ईवीएम से हारे हैं।
मेरा कहना बहुत सिंपल है, वहाँ बीजेपी को लगभग 10 सीट मिल रही है, पहले एक थी। लोकसभा में वहाँ भी जीतेंगे, निश्चिंत रहिए आप।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ये जो महाविजय है, इसके लिए मैं जनता जनार्दन का हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार प्रकट करता हूँ। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की यह जीत कार्यकर्ताओं के परिश्रम की जीत है, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के लोकप्रियता की जीत है, उनकी योजनाओं के समर्थन की जीत है। मध्य प्रदेश सरकार में शिवराज सिंह जी और उनकी योजनाएं, जैसे लाडली बहना ने एकदम चुनाव का चित्र ही बदल दिया, ये उसकी जीत है। मैं इस जीत पर कार्यकर्ताओं को बधाई देता हूं और जनता का हृदय से आभार प्रकट करता हूं। ये महाविजय मोदी के मन में एमपी और एमपी के मन में मोदी, एमपी के मन में लाडली बहना और लाडली बहना के मन में भाजपा, उसकी विजय।
ये जीत खास है, देश को मोदी जी पर विश्वास है। पूरे राज्यों ने ये दिखा दिया है कि गारंटी केवल एक चलती है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी की, जो दुनिया के सर्वाधिक लोकप्रिय नेता हैं। और इन चुनावों में भी ये स्पष्ट तौर पर उभरा है कि लोग डबल इंजन की सरकार चाहते हैं, मोदी जी के विकास और गरीब कल्याण में विश्वास रखते हैं। और कुल मिलाकर देखा जाए, कांग्रेस की गारंटियां फेल हो गई। जहां भ्रष्टाचार करो और भूपे करो, ये इस तरह चिपका है कि महादेव ऐप के बाद तो और चिपका है। वहीं पर राजस्थान की महिलाओं ने मन बना लिया था कि बहुत हुआ अत्याचार और भ्रष्टाचार, अब माफ करो कांग्रेस की सरकार। कुल मिलाकर भाजपा की डबल इंजन की सरकार पर वापस मोहर लगी है, मध्य प्रदेश ने करके दिखाया है। और जहां जहां कांग्रेस की राज्य सरकारें थी, वहां जनता ने पूरी तरह नकारा है। अब जो लोग विदेश यात्रा पर छुट्टी मनाने जाना चाहते थे, वो लंबी छुट्टी पर जा सकते हैं। देखिए, जितना कीचड़ विपक्ष ने उछाला, उतना ही मोदी जी निखर कर आए, उतना ही कमल खिला है। जिस जिस चुनाव में मोदी जी को नीचा दिखाने का प्रयास किया गया, मोदी जी पर व्यक्तिगत हमले हुए और लोगों ने स्थान कांग्रेस को दिखा दिया कि अगर जातिवाद की राजनीति करोगे तो एक ही उत्तर है, जो मोदी जी ने कहा, उनके लिए युवा, महिला, किसान और गरीब यही जातियां हैं। और ये स्पष्ट हो गया है कि देश विकास चाहता है, सुशासन चाहता है और फिर एक बार मोदी जी की डबल इंजन की सरकार चाहता है। तेलंगाना में हमारी एक सीट थी, वहाँ से बढ़कर कई गुना ज़्यादा हुई है। वातावरण जो राज्य में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने खड़ा किया, वो केसीआर के खिलाफ था, उनके भ्रष्टाचार परिवारवाद के खिलाफ था। उसके नतीजे सामने देखने को मिले। भाजपा का वोट शेयर भी लगभग दुगने से ज़्यादा हुआ है, सीटें हमारी कई गुना ज़्यादा बढ़ रही हैं। ये अपने आप में एक अच्छे संकेत हैं, लेकिन निश्चित तौर पर जितना हम चाहते थे शायद तेलंगाना में उतना अच्छा नहीं आया। लेकिन पूरे राज्यों की अगर आप रिपोर्ट देखोगे तो सब तरफ भाजपा दिखती है और श्रेय श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी को जाता है, जिन्होंने अपना कीमती समय और जिन पर जनता को विश्वास है, इसीलिए जीत खास है।
हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी हमारे जो नेतागण हैं, हमारे जेपी नड्डा जी, हमारे अमित शाह जी और हमारे सभी केंद्रीय मंत्रीगण, हमारे जितने भी प्रदेश के हमारे प्रदेश अध्यक्ष जी, हमारे सभी प्रदेश के नेतागण और फिर हमारे जो कार्यकर्ता हैं जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत की, क्योंकि मैं नई थी क्षेत्र में, लेकिन मुझे कुछ ज़्यादा नहीं करना पड़ा। मुझे एक एक घर तक ले जाने का जो काम किया है हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने, तो मैं पूरा मेरी जीत का श्रेय उनको भी देना चाहूँगी। और पूरी तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी बहुत अच्छी तरह से चुनाव लड़ी है और परिणाम भी बहुत अच्छा आया है। और जैसा कि हमने देखा कि गहलोत सरकार पे पूरी तरह से जनता का विश्वास पूरी तरह से उठ गया है और जिस तरह से केंद्र सरकार की योजना जनता तक पहुंची है, डिलीवरी हुई है, दूसरी ओर डिलीवरी नहीं हुई है, बहुत सारी बड़ी बातें हुई हैं। तो बिल्कुल इन सबका मुझे लगता है कलेक्टिव ये जो कमाल था, मैजिक था, और मोदी जी का जो मैजिक था, मुझे लग रहा है सबसे ज़्यादा तो वही काम आया है। और जिस तरह से मध्य प्रदेश में और छत्तीसगढ़ में भी और राजस्थान में हम लोग बहुत बड़ी बहुमत से सरकार बना रहे हैं, ये उसी का मुझे लगता है कि रिजल्ट है कि जिस तरह से हम लोग सब पूरी जनता पूरी देश की मोदी जी पर विश्वास करती है और मेहनत की। मुझे लगता है सबसे ज़्यादा मेहनत जो हमारा कार्यकर्ता नीचे से लेके ऊपर तक एक कार्यकर्ता के रूप में हम सब ने एक साथ कलेक्टिवली काम किया है, उसका ही नतीजा है।
84 की जनता को खूब खूब धन्यवाद, आभार व्यक्त करना चाह रहा हूँ। ये मेरे अकेले की जीत नहीं है, 84 के समस्त कार्यकर्ताओं की जीत है, 84 के आम जनता की जीत है। और मुझे खुशी इस बात की है कि पिछली बार भी 84 के जनता ने एक इतिहास रचा था 2018 में कि 200 विधायक में से सबसे कम उम्र का विधायक 84 की जनता ने मुझे जिता के भेजा था। और इस बार भी 84 की जनता ने राजस्थान के अंदर इतिहास रचा है। लगभग 65,000 के आसपास की लीड से हम लोग जीत रहे हैं और इसके लिए मैं 84 की जनता को खूब खूब धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा। ये लोकतंत्र की जीत है, जनता की आम भावना की जीत है।
पूरे देश के मन में मोदी है, मध्य प्रदेश के मन में मोदी है, राजस्थान के मन में मोदी है, छत्तीसगढ़ के मन में मोदी है, पूरे देश के मन में मोदी है। विकास है, महिलाओं का सम्मान है, न्याय है, राष्ट्र की रक्षा है और हिंदुत्व है। एग्जिट पोल में कहा गया जो सिनेरियो आ रहा था, क्या देखते हैं प्रधानमंत्री ने जो जनसभाएं की उसका नतीजा ये सामने आया है, लोगों का आशीर्वाद। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की योजनाएं और भाजपा सरकार में काम हुए हैं और वही बोलता है, काम बोलता है और भाजपा का जो काम हुआ है पूरे देश में वह बोला है और बोल रहा है। और कहीं ऐसा भी नहीं है कि थोड़ा सा लगी लपटी सरकार हो, पूर्ण बहुमत से सरकार। और कमलनाथ ने कई गंभीर आरोप लगाए थे, कहते हिंदुत्व का एजेंडा फैला रहे, और भी कई आरोप लगाए थे। क्या कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? हिंदुओं का देश है तो रहेगा ही, धर्म का देश है रहेगा ही, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है और भाजपा धर्म के साथ है। 24 चुनाव की राह भी साफ हो गई है, राम जी के साथ है।
नरेंद्र मोदी की गारंटी है विकास की। मोदी की गारंटी पर जनता ने जो भरोसा दिखाया है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता होने के नाते हम जनता के प्रति कृतज्ञता का भाव रखते हैं। बार बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने डंके की चोट पर कहा कि मोदी मैजिक रंग लाएगा। आज के परिणाम उसी का प्रतीक है। मैं इतना ही कहूंगी, जिस प्रकार की अभद्र टिप्पणियां गांधी खानदान ने विशेष नरेंद्र मोदी के ऊपर की, जिस प्रकार का कटाक्ष विपक्ष के नेताओं ने नरेंद्र मोदी पर किया, वो कटाक्ष विपक्ष को, गांधी खानदान को महंगा पड़ा है। जनता जानती है कि विकास के मुद्दों पर सिर्फ नरेंद्र मोदी का नेतृत्व, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ही खरी उतरी है और जनता ने उसी पर भरोसा कर पुनः मोदी मैजिक के माध्यम से आज ये परिणाम हमारे सामने प्रस्तुत किए हैं। मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूँगी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता प्रतिबद्ध हैं कि नरेंद्र भाई के नेतृत्व में, हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी के मार्गदर्शन में हम पार्टी को हर प्रदेश में सशक्त करेंगे। आज के परिणाम हम सबके लिए सुखद हैं, लेकिन साथ ही 2024 में जीत का संकेत है।
उस दिन मैंने कहा था 9 सीट इंदौर में जीतेंगे और 160 से ज़्यादा सीट हम मध्य प्रदेश में जीतेंगे। मेरा ऑन रिकॉर्ड है, बहुत सारे सोशल मीडिया में भी चल रहा है। मैंने 9 सीट इंदौर की जीतने को बोला था। मालवा में सर्वाधिक सीटें जीतेंगे हम। हमने मालवा में भी रिकॉर्ड तोड़ा है और वैसे तो सभी राज्यों में रिकॉर्ड तोड़ा है। छत्तीसगढ़ की इतनी ग्रेट विक्ट्री है जिसकी कल्पना हमको भी नहीं थी। और राजस्थान हम बहुत अच्छे वोटों से जीत रहे हैं। तो 3 राज्यों में सरकार बनाना ये बहुत साफ दिखाई देता है कि आने वाले लोकसभा में हम 400 से ज़्यादा सीट जीतेंगे।
आधार क्या मानते हैं? आधार क्या मानते हैं? क्लीन स्वीप करेंगे और वो तस्वीर में नजर आ रही है, आपने कहा था इंदौर क्लीन स्वीप को लेकर।
हमने कहा था कि सफाई में इंदौर 1 है, पर राजनीतिक सफाई में भी इंदौर 1 रहेगा।
आधार क्या मानते हैं आप इस चीज का?
मोदी जी के मन में मध्य प्रदेश और मध्य प्रदेश के मन में मोदी। देखिए, मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने महसूस किया है कि विकास अगर किया है तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने किया है। और मध्य प्रदेश में जिस प्रकार से विकास हुआ है, सड़क हो, बिजली हो, महिला सुरक्षा हो, गरीब कल्याण की योजना हो, और इसका पूरा श्रेय अगर किसी एक व्यक्ति को जाता है तो मोदी जी को जाता है, जिनके नेतृत्व में लोगों को विश्वास है। और मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान, छत्तीसगढ़ में जो बड़ी जीत हमको मिली है, उसका श्रेय मोदी जी का नेतृत्व, अमित शाह जी की रणनीति, नड्डा जी की संगठन क्षमता, इन तीनों को ही मैं देना चाहूँगा और तीनों को बधाई भी देता हूँ।
2013 का पुनरावृत्ति है, मालवा निमाड़ की जिम्मेदारी आपको मिली, आपकी सीट के साथ साथ लगातार आपने इन सीटों पर भी दौरा किया। 2013 में 54 सीटें जीती थी और इसकी पुनरावृत्ति हो रही है, एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी मिली थी, इस विक्ट्री को कैसे देख रहे हैं? और जी बताएं।
मैं 1 वर्ष से मालवा निमाड़ में काम कर रहा था और उद्देश्य यही था कि मालवा निमाड़ पिछली बार बहुत हमारे लिए नुकसानदायक था। इस बार हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वहाँ पर सीट जीतने का प्रयास करेंगे और हमने 1 साल से कोशिश की। नहीं, अब ये तो जनता का प्यार है, किसके प्रति कितना लुट जाए। रमेश जी 1 लाख के आसपास जीतेंगे, हमारी मालनी जी भी 1-8 लाख के आसपास जीतेंगी, माननीय शिवराज सिंह जी भी 1-1.5 लाख के आसपास जीतेंगे। तो ये जो प्यार है जनता का, ये एक बार में नहीं मिलता, लगातार हम सेवा कर रहे हैं। देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कोई भी कार्यकर्ता मुख्यमंत्री होगा जिसको दिल्ली के बैठे हुए हमारे हाईकमान तय करेंगे।
आचार्य प्रमोद कह रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस इसलिए हार गई है।
देखिए, मैं आपसे पूछता हूँ एक प्रश्न, कांग्रेस की दुर्गति नहीं, मैं आपसे दूसरा प्रश्न पूछता हूँ कि कांग्रेस को वोट क्यों दे? क्या उनके पास नेता है? क्या उनके पास नीति है? क्या उनकी नीयत अच्छी है? न नेता है, न नीति है, न कांग्रेस की नीयत अच्छी है। तो इसलिए जनता ने उनको अपना चेहरा दिखाया आईने में कि लोकसभा में जाने के पहले आईने में अपना चेहरा देखिए।
आचार्य प्रमोद कह रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस इसलिए हार गई है क्योंकि उन्होंने सनातन को बहुत गालियां दी है, ये वजह मान रहे हैं आप?
नहीं, बहुत सारे कारणों में ये कारण भी हो सकता है, बिल्कुल, मैं इससे इनकार नहीं करता हूँ।
छत्तीसगढ़ का जो रिजल्ट सामने आ रहा है उसके लिए क्या कहेंगे?
छत्तीसगढ़ की तो बहुत बड़ी विक्ट्री है और मैं इसके लिए हमारे रणनीतिकार अमित शाह जी को और नड्डा जी, जिन्होंने वहाँ की कमाल संभाल रखी थी, और मोदी जी का नेतृत्व, जबरदस्त नेतृत्व, उसके कारण ही हम जीते, ऐसा मेरा मानना है।
बीजेपी की बड़ी जीत के बाद कांग्रेस ने इंडिया गठबंधन की बैठक बुलाई है, 6 तारीख को दिल्ली में होने वाली है।
अब उनसे पूछिए कि उनके इंडिया गठबंधन में जाएगा कौन कौन। क्या नीतीश जाएंगे क्योंकि वो इंडिया गठबंधन से नाराज़ हैं? क्या लालू जी के बेटे अखिलेश जाएंगे? वो बहुत नाराज़ हैं। ममता जी बहुत नाराज है। अब पता नहीं कौन सा नया गठबंधन बनता है।
कांग्रेस मान रही थी और रिसोर्ट और हेलीकॉप्टर तक बुक करके रख लिए गए थे।
हाँ, मतलब इसका मतलब है उनका जमीनी अंदाज नहीं। कांग्रेस के नेता हेलीकॉप्टर में घूमते हैं, एसी कमरों में रहते हैं, जमीनी हकीकत का उनको एहसास नहीं था। और मैं आज से नहीं, आप मेरी जितनी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस मैंने ली है आप लोगों से चर्चा की, तब भी मैंने कहा 9 सीट हम इंदौर में जीतेंगे, 160 हम मध्य प्रदेश में जीतेंगे। आज से नहीं कह रहा हूँ मैं, एक महीने पहले से कह रहा हूँ, क्योंकि हम जमीन में जाते हैं, लोगों से मिलते हैं। मैं किसी रेस में नहीं हूँ, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का।
अव्वल तो मैं कांग्रेस जिसने तेलंगाना जीता है उनको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं बधाई देना चाहता हूँ तेलंगाना के चुनाव जीतने के लिए। लेकिन कांग्रेस को थोड़ा सा इंट्रोस्पेक्ट करना होगा कि जो हिंदी हार्टलैंड के सूबे थे, राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश और छत्तीसगढ़, यहाँ पे उनकी हार क्यों हुई है। और मुझे लगता है सबसे बड़ा कारण इस हार का है सनातन धर्म को गाली देना, और दूसरा जो ओबीसी सेंसस की बात करना था, खास करके मध्य प्रदेश और छत्तीसगढ़ में, जहाँ पर ये फैक्टर नहीं था। अगर आप मध्य प्रदेश देखें तो शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी एक ओबीसी मुख्यमंत्री थे, उनके पहले बाबूलाल गौर जी या उमा भारती जी वे ओबीसी समाज से आते थे। तो ये मुद्दों को वहाँ पर उठाना मुझे लगता गलती थी। और जो सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है जिसकी वजह से वे रिजेक्ट हुए, वो सनातन धर्म को गाली देना, उसका अपमान करना। तो कांग्रेस को इस चीज़ पर इंट्रोस्पेक्ट करना चाहिए। एक और चीज़ कांग्रेस को सोचनी चाहिए, जो राष्ट्रवाद का मुद्दा है, कांग्रेस ओरिजिनल हिंदू नेशनलिस्ट पार्टी थी, वो उस दर्जे को क्यों खोया है कांग्रेस पार्टी ने, इस पर उसको आत्मचिंतन करने की ज़रूरत है।
हमारे छत्तीसगढ़ में भी हम नेक टू नेक लड़ रहे हैं और मध्य प्रदेश में कह सकता हूं, पर निश्चित तौर से कांग्रेस पार्टी मजबूती के साथ लड़ी है। तेलंगाना आप देखेंगे जहां हम वहाँ बहुत कमजोर थे और तेलंगाना में मजबूती के साथ वहाँ सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं और छत्तीसगढ़ में भी सरकार हम बनाएंगे। वोट बंटवारे का जो खेल करते हैं ये लोग, उसका सीधा सीधा फ़ायदा लेना चाहते हैं और जो दल अन्य दल और लोग लड़े, अब उनको देख सकते हैं कि जो मैं पहले कह रहा था वो बात आज साबित हुई कि नहीं हुई है। अब देखिए, अब आगे सामने ईवीएम से पहले तो जो बैलेट पेपर गए थे वो पोस्टल बैलेट, उसके बॉक्स कई जगह खुले मिले, चाहे वो मध्य प्रदेश के 2-3 जिले की बात कर लीजिए, चाहे आप यहाँ राजस्थान में जहाँ की बैलेट बॉक्स को ही खोलकर और वो सारी चीज़ें हेरफेर की जा रही थी, उसमें काफ़ी विवाद हुआ। उसमें एक उज्जैन का मामला सामने आया था, एक मध्य प्रदेश में कहीं का मामला आया था जिसमें पहले ही बैलेट बॉक्स खोल दिए गए थे। तो निश्चित तौर से ये पूरी तरीके से भारतीय जनता पार्टी चुनाव अपने जीतने के लिए सारे हथकंडे अपनाती है।
देखिए, छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता ने मन बना लिया था इस कुशासन के खिलाफ में। व्याप्त भ्रष्टाचार, प्रदेश में आतंक का वातावरण, लाइन ऑर्डर 0, ऐसा कौन सी वस्तु थी जो स्मगलिंग यहां नहीं हो रही थी, और इसलिए जनता ने ये मन बना लिया और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने लगातार इन विषयों को उठाते रहे। और छत्तीसगढ़ जिस उद्देश्य से निर्माण किया गया था कि छोटा राज्य हो, समृद्धशाली राज्य हो, जनता को लगा कि 5 साल में सरकार ने कुछ नहीं किया, सिर्फ जनता के सामने पेपरबाजी या पत्र व्यवहार को छोड़ करके इस सिवा कहीं कुछ नहीं था। तो जनता का यह जो निर्णय है, यह इस बात का प्रतीक है कि छत्तीसगढ़ प्रगति की ओर जाए, विकास की ओर जाए, डेवलपमेंट की ओर जाए और गांव गरीब किसान की योजनाओं को, ये जन कल्याणकारी योजना, इसका लाभ जनता को मिले, उसी के प्रति ये जनता ने बीजेपी के प्रति अभिमत दिया। क्योंकि जो घोषणा कांग्रेस पार्टी ने की थी उसके ऊपर वो इम्प्लीमेंट कर नहीं पाए, और जिस प्रकार का इस प्रदेश के अंदर भ्रष्टाचार के नए नए आयाम, नए नए तरीके जो किए, ये जनता त्रस्त हो चुकी थी इस भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार से। और इसलिए जनता ने 2003 का, उस समय का जो कुशासन था जोगी सरकार का, और आज ये भूपेश सरकार का, दोनों का अंत इसलिए किया कि जनता इनसे त्रस्त हो चुकी थी।
जनता का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जनता जनार्दन है, उन्होंने ही मेरे पे कृपा की, आशीर्वाद रखा, और मेरे संगठन का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जिन्होंने मेरे पे विश्वास व्यक्त किया। देखिए, जनता के सामने कोई मजबूत नहीं होता, जनता सबसे मजबूत होती है। जनता जो जनादेश देती है उसको शिरोधार्य रखना चाहिए।
सनातन धर्म का अपमान करेंगे और सोचते हैं जनता उनको वोट करेगी कांग्रेस को, ये संभव नहीं है। आपके बड़े नेता खड़गे साहब अध्यक्ष हैं, उनके बेटे ने अपमानित किया। आपके अलायंस जो है दक्षिण भारत के, उन्होंने अपमानित किया। और जब आप आते हैं छत्तीसगढ़ मध्य प्रदेश में तो आप ढोंग नट जाते हैं हनुमान जी को लेके चलने का। यहाँ पे कहते हैं आप ननिहाल में आए हैं भगवान राम के, मगर सनातन धर्म का अपमान हो रहा है, उनको अपमानित किया जा रहा है आपके नेताओं द्वारा। आपके नेता वहां पे कोई शब्द नहीं बोलते, बघेल साहब नहीं बोलते, अपने कमलनाथ नहीं बोलते, और वहां पे अशोक गहलोत नहीं बोलते, और सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी तो है ही है, वो तो ढोंग तो रचाते ही रचाते हैं हिंदू धर्म का। तो जनता ने उनको नकारा है, और सनातन धर्म का जब आप अपमान करोगे तो श्राप जरूर लगेगा, और ये श्राप लगा है कांग्रेस को।
इस चुनाव में देश के कोई इम्पोर्टेंट राज्यों एक अलग तरह का जनता कंडीशन आएगा, ऐसा इंस्पिरेशन लोगों का था। कुछ लोग हमारे साथ भी ये भी कहते थे कि राजस्थान, वहाँ कांग्रेस को समर्थन नहीं मिलेगी, क्योंकि उसके साथ साथ उन्होंने वहाँ हुकूमत की। बाकी 2 राज्यों में थोड़ी संभावना है। ये जो असेसमेंट था, असेसमेंट के मुताबिक आज रिजल्ट आए हैं, ये फाइनल नहीं है, मुझे लगता है 6 बजे तक नक्शा क्लियर हो जाएगा, तब इसके बाद करनी ठीक होगी।
देश की जनता ने जो अपना मूड इस चुनाव के द्वारा व्यक्त किया है, विशेष रूप से राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश और छत्तीसगढ़, ये तीनों राज्यों में बहुत अच्छी सफलता मिली है और एक प्रकार से जनता ने मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारे सरकार ने जो नीतियां अपनाई थी उसका एक प्रकार से समर्थन देकर हमें सपोर्ट किया है। इस ऐतिहासिक विजय के लिए मैं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का और हमारे अध्यक्ष जगत प्रसाद नड्डा जी का और विशेष रूप से अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद देता हूं और मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़ और राजस्थान के सभी पार्टी के पदाधिकारी और कार्यकर्ताओं को भी उनका भी अभिनंदन करता हूं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं और मेरा विश्वास है कि विकास की यात्रा में इन 3 राज्यों में अब डबल इंजन की सरकार आएगी तो और तेजी से विकास होगा और जनता को इसके परिणाम देखने के लिए मिलेंगे। जो चुनाव लड़ता है वो दावा करता ही है, पर जनता ने दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी साफ कर दिया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को सफलता मिली है और मुझे लगता है जनता का ये सपोर्ट आगे देश के भविष्य के लिए और अच्छा उपयोगी होगा।
In 3 states, we are winning with 2/3 majority in Madhya Pradesh and clear majority in Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. I congratulate our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, Nadda ji and Amit Shah ji, and I thank the people and voters of all the 4 states. Even in Telangana, we have made a good ground. Number of percent of votes have increased. Number of seats have increased. So the future party in Telangana is BJP. To lead the nation, it is only Modi, where the nation is safe and the nation can progress, and the dreams of a common Indian can come through only through the leadership of Narendra Modi ji.
बहुत गहरे शौक है हमारे लिए और इसका जिम्मेदारी किसी न किसी को उठाना ही पड़ेगा और हमें इंट्रोस्पेक्ट भी करना पड़ेगा कि ऐसा हुआ क्यों, और तुरंत फिर हमें जमीन पे उतरना पड़ेगा, उतर के काम शुरू कर देना है। एक इलेक्शन है, ठीक है, 5 महीने में पार्लियामेंट भी है। कई बार लोग इधर लोकल में वोट अलग से देते हैं, केंद्र के अलग से देते हैं, तो हमारे पास समय नहीं है अब बैठ के हाथ मरोड़ने के लिए। लड़ेंगे, आगे बढ़ेंगे।
जवाबदेही तय होनी चाहिए, क्या वजह रही, क्या जवाबदेही?
ऑफ कोर्स हमें इंट्रोस्पेक्ट करना है, हमें समझना चाहिए। अगर समझना है तो फिर हमें जिम्मेदारी भी क्या है हमें देखना चाहिए। देयर इज नो डाउट।
और यहाँ सीधी लड़ाई थी, अगर बात करें मध्य प्रदेश की, छत्तीसगढ़ की, राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ में तो बीजेपी ने चेहरा भी नहीं उतारा था, उसके बावजूद कांग्रेस वहां पिछड़ गई। ये समझ में नहीं आ रही, मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रही, मगर जनता की ये निर्णय है, उनके सामने हम हाथ जोड़ देते हैं।
रायगढ़ क्षेत्र की जनता जनार्दन ने जितना बड़ा आशीर्वाद दिया है उसके लिए मैं नतमस्तक होकर उन्हें प्रणाम करता हूं और मैं जीवन भर कितना भी कुछ करूंगा रायगढ़ क्षेत्र की जनता का कर्ज नहीं चुका सकूंगा। उसके लिए मैं बहुत बहुत उन्हें धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं और कांग्रेस के कमीशन खोरी से, कांग्रेस के माफिया राज से इस क्षेत्र की जनता को और छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता को मुक्ति मिलेगी। ये कोई विषय नहीं है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी में इन सब सोच का कोई स्थान नहीं होता है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी में संगठन तय करता है कि इसको क्या करना है। मैं तो अभी बहुत जूनियर कार्यकर्ता हूँ। निश्चित रूप से हमने जितने भी वादे किए हैं बहुत ही महत्वाकांक्षी वादे हैं, जो 20-20 साल, 30-30 साल, 40-40 साल से शहर के मुद्दे हैं, उन सबको हमने पंजीबद्ध उसमें रिकॉर्ड में लिया है और उन सब के लिए हम लगातार संघर्ष करेंगे, लगातार प्रयास करेंगे और रायगढ़ को एक नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाने में कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे।
जी निश्चित रूप से छत्तीसगढ़ में 59,000 समथिंग वोटों का रिकॉर्ड था और रायगढ़ की जनता जनार्दन के आशीर्वाद से लगता है कि शायद वो रिकॉर्ड हम तोड़ पाएंगे। जनता जनार्दन का बहुत भरपूर आशीर्वाद मिला है और जो ऋण रायगढ़ की जनता ने आशीर्वाद देकर मेरे ऊपर रखा है, मैं अपना सब कुछ दे दूं तब भी उस ऋण से मैं वो ऋण नहीं हो सकता। निश्चित रूप से भूपेश बघेल और कांग्रेस के माफिया राज को छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता जनार्दन ने पूरी तरह से नकार दिया है। सरगुजा से लेकर बस्तर से लेकर पूरे छत्तीसगढ़ में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की लहर है और स्पष्ट जनादेश की सरकार, जैसा कि हम लोग पहले भी बोलते आ रहे थे, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आशीर्वाद जनता जनार्दन ने दिया है। इसके लिए जनता जनार्दन का नतमस्तक होकर मैं धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करता हूं।
अमित शाह जी ने कहा था कि बड़ा आदमी बनाऊंगा, सीएम का चेहरा रायगढ़ से होना।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी में ये सब बातें नहीं होती हैं ये बातें उचित नहीं। आप जैसे जिस एंगल से उसे मोड़ना चाहती हो उचित नहीं है। हमारे भारतीय जनता पार्टी में बड़े बड़े नेता हैं, रमन सिंह जी, मोहन अग्रवाल जी, अजय चंद्राकर जी, अरुण साव जी, धर्मलाल कौशिक जी जैसे बड़े बड़े नेता हैं। मैं तो बहुत जूनियर कार्यकर्ता हूँ। कांग्रेस माफिया राज चलाई, हर जगह भ्रष्टाचार की। छत्तीसगढ़ को उन्होंने ATM बना दिया गांधी परिवार का, और उसके बाद जनता को ठगने के लिए झूठ के पुलिंदे लगातार फेंकने की कोशिश किए। छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता जनार्दन उसे समझ गई और कांग्रेस को नकार दी। मैं बार बार कहते आया हूँ पूरे 5 सालों में कि ये माफियाओं की सरकार चल रही है और छत्तीसगढ़ को गांधी परिवार का ATM बना दिया गया है। छत्तीसगढ़ को ऐसे लूटने वाले लोगों को कभी भी जनता लोकतंत्र में माफ़ नहीं करती। जी निश्चित रूप से सरगना तो भूपेश बघेल ही जी थे इस पूरे माफिया राज के, इसलिए जनता जनार्दन ने उनको भी स्ट्रगल करना पड़ रहा है। पहले उन्होंने नारा दिया भूपेश है तो भरोसा है। कुछ ही महीनों बाद कांग्रेस के केंद्रीय नेतृत्व को समझ में आया कि भूपेश पर भरोसा करना ठीक नहीं। उन्होंने बीच में ही नारा बदल दिया कि भरोसे की सरकार, इस पर आ गए। तो जब कांग्रेस के ऊपर के नेताओं को ही भूपेश बघेल के माफिया राज का पता चल गया तो जनता को तो पता चलना ही था।
देखिए, हार जीत तो इलेक्शन में होती रहती है, और खासकर जब इलेक्शन का जो आपस में मुकाबला दो जमातों के बजाय एक तरफ से अपोजिशन है, दूसरी तरफ से पूरी सरकार की ताकत है, एजेंसीज हैं, पैसा है, इलेक्शन कमीशन ऑफ इंडिया है, तो ऐसे में इलेक्शन हारना जीतना ये चलता रहता है। और मुझे उम्मीद है कि जो रिजल्ट अभी आए हैं, ये जो अगले जो 2024 का जो इलेक्शन होगा उसमें बेहतर कारकर्दगी होगी।
पोलिंग का अभी जो ट्रेंड है वो बहुत अर्ली ट्रेंड है। मेरे ख्याल में जो असली ट्रेंड पता चलेगा वो 6-7 बजे के बाद, क्योंकि नॉर्मली इलेक्शंस 8-9 बजे 10 बजे से पहले ख़त्म नहीं होते हैं पूरा रिजल्ट, लेकिन 6-7 बजे तक रियल ट्रेंड लगेगा। लेकिन एक चीज़ मैंने जो महसूस की इस पूरे 20-25 दिनों में, जिसको मैंने बड़ी शिद्दत से महसूस किया कि बीजेपी से तो ये तवक्को ही थी कि वो कभी माइनॉरिटीज़ की बात नहीं करते हैं पब्लिक मीटिंग, लेकिन कांग्रेस जिसको 136-37 साल से 38 साल से चैंपियन माना जाता था माइनॉरिटीज़ का, तो इस वक्त पूरी बहस महदूद रही कांग्रेस लीडरों की, बीजेपी के लीडरों की, बैकवर्ड के कितने चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं। किसी ने बीजेपी से तो आका नहीं थी, कांग्रेस ने एक दफा भी किसी लीडर ने टॉप लीडर से नीचे कि माइनॉरिटीज़ की कितने चीफ मिनिस्टर या माइनॉरिटीज़ की क्या रिप्रेजेंटेशन है, वो सर्विस में कितने हैं, मिनिस्टर कितने हैं, MP कितने हैं, हाँ ये नहीं। तो इस इलेक्शन का ये ट्रेंड निकला कि माइनॉरिटीज़ किसी के खाते में, हालांकि उसके बावजूद भी कांग्रेस ने एक तरफा वोट दिया माइनॉरिटीज़ को, लेकिन बदकिस्मती है कि वो दूसरी पार्टियों की तरह से सेकुलर पार्टीज़ और कांग्रेस बिलखुसूस उनके एजेंडे से भी निकल गया।
घर घर मोदी कहते थे, अब मन मन में मोदी, ऐसा लोग कहते हैं। 3 राज्यों में मोदी जी का करिश्मा और गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी का प्लानिंग और कार्यकर्ताओं की मेहनत रंग लाई है, कामयाब हुए हैं। 3 राज्यों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी NDA की सरकार बन रही है। राहुल गांधी ने झूठे वादे किए, जाकर किसानों के साथ धोखा किया, किसानों का कर्ज माफ करेंगे ऐसा कहा राजस्थान में, लेकिन 5 साल तक कुछ नहीं किया। वहां लोगों ने उनको उनकी सबक सिखाई, और आज भी मोदी जी का करिश्मा बढ़ रहा है, कम नहीं हो रहा है। लोग जो कांग्रेस और जो इंडिया अलायंस कह रही है कि, और जो आरोप लगा रही है, वो आरोपों का उत्तर जनता ने मोदी जी को साथ देकर किया है।
9 साल का काम काफी अच्छा
9 साल का काम काफी अच्छा है, इसीलिए डेवलपमेंट के मुद्दे पर ही, महिलाओं का मुद्दा है, डेवलपमेंट का मुद्दा है, किसानों का मुद्दा है, सभी मुद्दों पर लोगों ने मोदी जी को साथ दिया है।
उम्मीद तो ये थी, आपके सारे पोल भी ये बता रहे थे कि कांग्रेस 2 में तो आएगी, छत्तीसगढ़ में और तेलंगाना में, और मध्य प्रदेश में भी सब लोग यही कह रहे थे कि नेक टू नेक है। हालात क्या होगा ये तो जनता ने जिसको वोट दिया या किस तरह से हुआ ये तो सबको मालूम है। मध्य प्रदेश में पूरी उम्मीद थी कांग्रेस के आने की, हम सबको, आप लोगों को भी थी, लेकिन मध्य प्रदेश में कहीं ना कहीं माइक्रो लेवल पे मैनेजमेंट कांग्रेस नहीं कर पाई जो बीजेपी ने कर लिया, चाहे वो इंडिपेंडेंट लोगों को सेट करना हो या और नेताओं को सेट करना हो, छोटे छोटे नेताओं को सेट करना हो। दूसरा, जिस तरह से जिन साहब को कमांड दी गई थी मध्य प्रदेश की, उनका अति आत्मविश्वास, ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस और घमंड, एरोगेंस लेके उनको डूब गया। अखिलेश जी देश के बहुत बड़े नेता हैं, इंटरनेशनली उनकी पहचान है। प्रेस में ये कह देना कि कौन अखिलेश, कहीं ना कहीं जनता बहुत माइक्रो लेवल के ऊपर हर चीज को वाच करती है। वो देख रही है कि भले से वो अखिलेश जी के वोटर ना हो, उनकी सिंपैथी फिर दूसरी तरफ हो जाती है कि ये आदमी जब इस तरह की बात कर रहे हैं तो ये उनका जो अति आत्मविश्वास था, ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस और एरोगेंस, इससे नुकसान कांग्रेस को हो गया। हमने मध्य प्रदेश में केवल 4 सीटें मांगी थी, रात के 2 बजे तक बात भी हो गई, तैयार भी हो गए। जब लिस्ट आउट हुई तो हमारे नामों का पता नहीं था। जब इस लेवल के ऊपर वायदा खिलाफी नहीं करनी चाहिए। 4 सीटों से क्या बनता बिगड़ता है? अल्टीमेटली तो हम उन्हीं सपोर्ट करते, हम कोई सरकार थोड़ी बना रहे हैं वहां पे। लेकिन इस तरह का रवैया, इस तरह का बिहेवियर जनता को पसंद नहीं आता है। दूसरी बात यह कि बीजेपी साम दाम दंड भेद सभी कुछ इस्तेमाल करती है, ईवीएम तक का इस्तेमाल होता है। कोई माने ना माने, जब तक ये ईवीएम रहेगी बीजेपी को कोई हटा नहीं सकता।
जनता, विशेष करके वंचित वर्ग, गरीब लोग प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पे अटूट विश्वास रखते हैं, ये उसकी प्रमाण है। मोदी गारंटी चल पड़ी है और विशेष करके उन लोगों को ये बड़ा करारी जवाब है जिन लोगों ने तमाम प्रकार की अपमान की शब्द, गाली गुलज की शब्द, सामंतवादी मनोवृत्ति में जितना भी नीचा किया जा सकता है, सारे शब्द प्रधानमंत्री जी के ऊपर लगाए। गरीबों ने, भारत की जनता ने उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब दिया। नरेंद्र मोदी की गारंटी देश में चल पड़ी है।
देखिए, मैं सांगानेर के सभी उन कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। सांगानेर की जनता को मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं और एक सांगानेर को अजय दुर्ग जो हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने, पूर्व और वर्तमान के कार्यकर्ताओं ने बनाया, उनको भी मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं और यहाँ की जनता को भी मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। उन्होंने एक विचार को लेकर के वोट दिया, उन्होंने जिस तरह से एक विश्वास को वोट दिया है कि कमल का विश्वास उन्होंने किया है। और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी में उन्होंने पूरी तरह से कि जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं, सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, उसे लेकर के जनता ने जो एक मोहर लगाई है, मैं सांगानेर की जनता को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं, उनका अभिवादन करना चाहता हूं और मैं उन सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को भी धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं जिन्होंने विचार को लेकर के, और एक कार्यकर्ता की जीत है ये, कार्यकर्ता की जीत और एक विचार की जीत है, मैं उन सभी को समर्पित करता हूं, उन सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं।
मैंने पहले भी 3 टिप्पणियां की थी। मैंने कहा था कि 2003-2023 में दोहराते हुए दिख रहा है और वो परिणाम के रूप में आज दिख रहा है। दूसरा, मैंने कहा था कि 5 राज्यों में हमारा जो पिछला परफॉर्मेंस है हम उससे ऊपर जाएंगे, वो भी सच साबित हो गया। तीसरी बात मैंने कही थी, ये मोदी नाम का मैजिक है, कार्य प्रणाली का जो परिवर्तन है और जो कार्य प्रणाली के 4 स्तंभ थे, गरीब कल्याण का संकल्प, महिला सशक्तिकरण और युवाओं के भविष्य की चिंता कि उनका जीवन हमसे बेहतर हो और किसान का सम्मान भी रहे और उसकी परिश्रम की कीमत भी उसको मिले। ये ऐसे 4 पैरामीटर थे जिनको ये ऊंचाइयां छूनी ही थी। मध्य प्रदेश जैसा राज्य जब देश में नंबर 1 पर होगा तब भारत माता नंबर 1 पर होगी। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये जो परिणाम है, इस बात के लिए मैं अब मध्य प्रदेश की जनता का आभारी हूँ, उनका अभिनंदन करता हूँ और कार्यकर्ताओं को बधाई देता हूँ। और इसलिए मैं, और ये एक बात यहाँ रुकने वाली नहीं है, अभी हमें बहुत ऊंचाइयों तक जाना है कि सबको अभी से फिर से काम पर लगने की जरूरत है। 2024 में हम फिर से ऐतिहासिक विजय जब हासिल करेंगे तब हम भारत माता को नंबर 1 पर पहुंचाने में सफल होंगे। मैंने पहले भी कहा था, सुबह भी मैंने आपसे कहा था, ये रुझान हमें सफलता देंगे और वो रुझान सामने परिणाम के तौर पर अब सामने आ गए। मुझे कोई संदेह नहीं था, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश और छत्तीसगढ़ के ट्रेंड में मैं अंतर नहीं देखता। अगर पिछली घटना हम छोड़ दें, अन्यथा एक सा ही ट्रेंड रहे। कांग्रेस का चेहरा बेनकाब हो गया है। आश्वासन की राजनीति, प्रलोभन की राजनीति और जो विकास का उनका जो मॉडल रहा है, उसमें विरासत को कोई स्थान नहीं था। आप सांस्कृतिक विचार और विरासत के बगैर किसी विकास की कल्पना करेंगे तो वह भारत का विकास नहीं होगा। आज दुनिया हमारे विकास के मॉडल को इसलिए स्वीकार कर रही है क्योंकि हमने विरासत को साथ में लिया है। आज दुनिया में अगर कोई चर्चा हो रही है तो सिर्फ हमारी डेवलपमेंट की चर्चा नहीं है, हमारे विचार की चर्चा है कि हम शांति चाहते हैं, हम सबको, दुनिया को परिवार मानते हैं और जरूरत पड़ती है तो खुद के हिस्से से काटकर दे भी देते हैं। तो ये हमने साबित करके बताया मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में। इसलिए विचार बड़ी चीज होती है। भौतिक संसाधन देने से कोई सुखी और शांत नहीं होता। सुखी और शांत तब होता है जब उसे विचार के आधार पर संतुष्टि है।
देखिए, अभी जो 5 राज्यों का चुनाव हुआ था, उस चुनाव में कांग्रेस पार्टी बहुत कुछ हल्ला गुल्ला मचाने के काम किए थे। राहुल गांधी नेतृत्व को बहुत बड़ा विजय मिलने वाला है। 4 राज्य में कांग्रेस पार्टी का जीत होगा, ऐसा कुछ बता रहे थे। लेकिन आज जो रिजल्ट आया है, रिजल्ट के हिसाब से जो अभी 4 राज्यों का जो रिजल्ट निकला है, 4 स्टेट में 3 स्टेट को भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्ण बहुमत से आगे आ चुका है और 1 राज्य में थोड़ा पीछे है। लेकिन तेलंगाना को ले तो लास्ट टाइम हम 1 से अभी 10 सीट तक आ गए भारतीय जनता पार्टी। वोट शेयर एंड एज वेल एज सीट शेयर भी बहुत बढ़ गया। और मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़ और राजस्थान जो 3 बड़ा स्टेट थे, स्टेट के चुनाव के बारे में भी तभी बोल रहे थे। जो कांग्रेस पार्टी आउट ऑफ 3 स्टेट, 2 स्टेट में उसका राज्य चलता, राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ में कांग्रेस पार्टी का राज्य था। आज जो रिजल्ट के हिसाब से पूरा दिख रहा है, माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व पूरा भारतवर्ष में बहुत अच्छा है और डेवलपमेंट के बारे में लोगों का जो सोच था वो आज और एक बार निकल के बाहर आ चुका है। कांग्रेस पार्टी को पूरा राजस्थान में हो या मध्य प्रदेश में हो या छत्तीसगढ़ में इनकार करके भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पूर्ण बहुमत मिला है। और राजस्थान में हमारा केंद्र सचिव कर्नाटक के माननीय प्रहलाद जोशी जी का नेतृत्व में भी उधर अच्छा काम करने के लिए एक वायदा चल रहा था और उसके हिसाब से और माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का नेतृत्व बहुत अच्छा होने के सफल के वजह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बहुत बड़ा विजय हासिल हुआ है। ये पूरा डेवलपमेंट के बारे में और जो कांग्रेस पार्टी घोषणा करती थी वो घोषणा आजकल निकल के फिर एक लोग और सोच रहे हैं, जो सेमीफाइनल मैच करके ऐसा लोग कुछ बता रहे थे, ये सेमीफाइनल मैच में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी बहुत बड़ा विजय हासिल किया है। आने वाला 24 का जो लोकसभा चुनाव है और एक बार सिद्ध हो गया है, अभी आने वाला चुनाव में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी स्पष्ट बहुमत से माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में विजय हासिल करेगी।
इस चुनाव में राहुल गांधी ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को पनौती का एक नाम से पुकारा, तो इसका जवाब मतदाताओं ने दिया है।
डेफिनेटली, जो देखिए नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो नेतृत्व है पूरा सिर्फ भारत नहीं पूरा विश्व भी मान रहा है। जब नरेंद्र मोदी भारत के लिए नहीं पूरा विश्व का नेता करके सुनने के बाद अगर ये लोग ऐसा अनाज खनाज बोलने का जो कांग्रेस पार्टी का है, अभी भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस बार किधर भी कुछ बोलने नहीं, लेकिन उसका ही लोग आज के रिजल्ट आने के बाद बोल रहे हैं नहीं हमारा पप्पू का काम अच्छा नहीं हुआ है, पप्पू का आने वाला दिन में कुछ भविष्य नहीं है करके ऐसा कांग्रेस लोग ही आज बताने के लिए चालू किया है। इसके लिए नरेंद्र मोदी को आप कुछ भी कहे तो भी लोगों के मन में, लोगों के दिल में अभी बस चुका है नरेंद्र मोदी जी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी। इसकी वजह से कुछ बोले तो भी असर पड़ने वाला नहीं है। आने वाला दिन में भारतीय जनता पार्टी बहुत बड़ा विजय हासिल करेंगे।
देखिए, ये बात तो स्पष्ट है, पिछले 9.5 साल पहले और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने देशवासियों को जो गारंटी दी थी विकास की, ये विकास संभव किया और हर जनता को आज इस विकास की कार्यक्रम से लाभ मिला है, सामाजिक सुरक्षा मिला है, उनके अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूत करने के लिए एक सुनहरा मौका मिला है। सब जनता को आज इज्जत से जीने का एक माहौल बनाया है। इसके लिए मोदी जी का ऊपर लोगों का भरोसा है और इसलिए आपने जो नतीजा का आज जो सभी उभर के आए हैं, ये हकीकत है, जनता ने आज परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को उन्होंने हमेशा साथ देने का निर्णय की है। इसलिए आज जो सफलता प्राप्त हुई है, इसके लिए मैं विशेष रूप से परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं, धन्यवाद देता हूं। और साथ साथ में हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा जी और हमारे केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी, उन दोनों को भी मैं विशेष रूप से धन्यवाद देता हूं, क्योंकि उन लोगों ने जो रणनीति अपनाया है, जो कदम उठाया है, और इसके लिए निश्चित रूप से सारे कार्यकर्ता विशेष रूप से उनको मनोबल मिले है इस चुनाव में, मतलब सही बड़े निष्ठापूर्वक काम करने का। और मैं जिस प्रदेश में ये जीत हासिल हुई है, सभी प्रदेश भारतीय जनता पार्टी समिति को भी मैं विशेष रूप से धन्यवाद देता हूं, प्रदेश अध्यक्ष, साथ साथ में सभी हमारी कार्यकर्तागण, क्योंकि सबकी आज मेहनत के वजह से ये सफलता संभव हुई है। और आज देश ने ये बात स्पष्ट कर दिया है, जनता ने ये बात स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि मोदी जी का साथ हमेशा देश का जनता है और रहेगा। छत्तीसगढ़ में हमारा विकास की जो भी कार्यक्रम सफल पूर्वक उसको लागू की गई है, तो इसलिए बीजेपी ने मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देश के हर प्रांतों को विशेष रूप से बढ़ावा दी है और विकास की रास्ते पर तेज से ले जाने का काम किया है।
अब मैं क्या कह सकता हूं, ये कांग्रेस को खुद देखना होगा ना। कांग्रेस के किसी लीडर ने अगर बयान दिया है तो उसमें मुझे टिप्पणी या कमेंट करने की क्या जरूरत है। उनका अपना राय है।
आज के रिजल्ट के बारे में क्या कहेंगे, जो भी रुझान आ रहे हैं इसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे, क्या स्थिति है?
बीजेपी को तो मुबारक कहना ही होगा, क्योंकि हम शायद ये उम्मीद नहीं कर रहे थे। हमें लग रहा था, जो हम सुन रहे थे, बाकी तो ग्राउंड पे क्या था वो तो दूसरी बात है, लेकिन दोस्तों से, साथियों से कम से कम हम ये सुन रहे थे कि छत्तीसगढ़ में तो कांग्रेस आराम से आगे है, मध्य प्रदेश में भी वो जीत जाएंगे।
मध्य प्रदेश के मन में मोदी हैं, राजस्थान के मन में मोदी हैं, छत्तीसगढ़ के मन में मोदी हैं, ये स्पष्ट हो गया है। पूरे देश के मन में मोदी हैं, यह भी स्पष्ट हो गया है। इसलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी को विकास के लिए वोट मिले हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मातृशक्ति के, महिलाओं के सम्मान के लिए वोट मिले हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को राष्ट्र रक्षा के लिए वोट मिले हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को संस्कृति के लिए वोट मिले हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को विकास और देश की समृद्धि के लिए वोट मिले हैं, और राष्ट्र रक्षा, धर्म रक्षा, इसके लिए वोट मिले हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी राष्ट्र कल्याण के लिए वोट मिले हैं, और ये विश्वास जो जनता ने दिया है, जनता को बहुत बहुत आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। सदैव वो विकास के साथ है, ये स्पष्ट है। ये तो निश्चित था, और ये विकास का मुद्दा है। यहाँ दावा कर रही थी कि उनकी सरकार बनेगी, वो तो फेल हो गए, क्योंकि परिवारवाद को कभी वोट नहीं मिला। परिवारवाद खत्म है, कांग्रेस खत्म है।
मध्य प्रदेश में बीजेपी ने रिकॉर्ड तोड़ जीत दर्ज की है। केंद्रीय मंत्री ज्योतिरादित्य सिंधिया जी हमारे साथ हैं। सर, एक बड़ा रोल आपका रहा, 80 से ज़्यादा सभाएं आपने पूरे मध्य प्रदेश में की। आपको अनुमान था कि इतनी सीटें मध्य प्रदेश में बीजेपी की आएगी?
सर्वप्रथम मैं मध्य प्रदेश की जनता को मैं नतमस्तक होकर प्रणाम करता हूँ। मैं उनको धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि 5वीं बार उन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अपना पूर्ण आशीर्वाद प्रदान किया। अगर इस जीत के पीछे श्रेय की हम बात करें तो पहला नेतृत्व हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का। प्रधानमंत्री जी जो कहते हैं कि मोदी के दिल में एमपी और एमपी के दिल में मोदी, और जो समय उन्होंने दिया, जो नीतियां उन्होंने दी, जो योजनाएं उन्होंने दी, उसी का फल है कि आज मध्य प्रदेश में दोबारा सरकार बनी है। हमारे गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी, हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जेपी नड्डा जी, जिन्होंने मार्गदर्शन हमें दिया, जिसके आधार पर ये नतीजा संभव हो पाया। और राज्य के स्तर पर पहले तो मैं अपने पार्टी के एक एक कार्यकर्ता को बधाई देना चाहता हूँ, शुभकामनाएं देना चाहता हूँ। जो जी जान की मेहनत उन्होंने की, हमारे प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री जिनकी जन कल्याणकारी योजनाओं के आधार पर ये संभव हो पाया, और हमारे पार्टी के अध्यक्ष वी.डी. शर्मा जी, जिन्होंने नेतृत्व के आधार पर हम सबको मार्गदर्शन दिया। और ये एक संयुक्त एफर्ट रहा सभी का, और मैं मानता हूं कि एक नया इतिहास और नया युग मध्य प्रदेश में विकास और प्रगति का 18 साल के बाद ये निरंतर सफर चलता रहेगा, विकास और प्रगति का, मध्य प्रदेश को विकास के चौखट पर पहुंचाने के लिए।
कांग्रेस ने जो प्रचार प्रसार किया खास तौर पर आपके खिलाफ, वो व्यक्तिगत हमले ज़्यादा किए, वो चाहे सेंट्रल हो या फिर मध्य प्रदेश में क्यों ना हो।
मैंने पिछले 3 साल से मैं आरोप, गाली, श्राप, हर तरीके की नीचे दिखाने की सोच मैं अपने मेरे परिवार पे भी मैं अपनी छाती पे लिया है। 2020 में जनता ने कांग्रेस को जवाब दे दिया, 3 साल मैंने कुछ नहीं कहा। 2023 में कांग्रेस के उन सभी नेताओं को आज ग्वालियर चंबल संभाग की जनता ने जवाब दे दिया है और मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने जवाब दे दिया है। और जो लोग मेरे कद की बात कर रहे थे और जो लोग मेरे परिवार का इतिहास और परंपरा की बात कर रहे थे, उनको अपना कद ग्वालियर चंबल संभाग की जनता ने दिखा दिया और उनको अपना कद मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने उनको दिखा दिया है।
और बीजेपी के लिए बहुत बड़ी जीत की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहा है। जो रुझानों में सामने आया है उसके बाद एक एक कर 140 से ऊपर अभी ट्रेंड दिखा रहा है और बीजेपी दफ्तर में जश्न शुरू हो चुका है। ढोल नगाड़ों के साथ जश्न मनाया जा रहा है। नरेंद्र सलूजा जी हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं, जो वाकई जो नंबर्स गेम होता है, कांग्रेस ने कहा था 130 के ऊपर जाएंगे, लेकिन ये तो बीजेपी ने सुनामी ला दी है।
देखिए, कांग्रेस का हवा का गुब्बारा था जो नकली था, ना नेता था, ना नीयत थी, ना विजन था। जनता वोट क्यों दे, ना उनके नेताओं के चेहरों में कोई विजन था। यदि बात करें तो सब बुजुर्ग हो चुके हैं, ओल्ड रिजेक्टेड हो चुके हैं, जनता नकार चुकी है। युवा लोगों को आगे नहीं जाने दे रहे। 15 महीने के कुशासन में जनता के साथ धोखा किया। ना प्रचार में उन्होंने कोई योगदान दिया, एक दूसरे से लड़ते रहे, कपड़े फाड़ते रहे, टिकट को लेके लड़ाइयाँ हमने देखी।
सबसे बेस्ट बीजेपी के लिए क्या फायदेमंद हुआ इन चुनावों में?
देखिए, मोदी जी का करिश्माई नेतृत्व, नड्डा जी और अमित शाह जी की रणनीति, शिवराज जी की जनहितैषी योजनाएं और वी डी शर्मा जी का कुशल संगठन क्षमता, यह सब मिलकर हमारी मध्य प्रदेश में सरकार बनने जा रही है।
क्योंकि सीएम प्रोजेक्ट भी नहीं किया था, सीएम फेस, उसके बावजूद भी बड़ा अंतर से
बावजूद भी शिवराज जी ने बहुत जबरदस्त मेहनत किया और हम्बलनेस और ह्यूमिलिटी के साथ। ये एक ऐसा नेता है जो बिल्कुल जमीन से जुड़ा हुआ है और बिल्कुल भी हवा में।
स्कीम है जिसकी बात लगातार हो रही है, वो है लाडली योजना स्कीम,
लाडली लक्ष्मी योजना, लाडली बहना योजना, और वाकई में जो है करोड़ों महिलाओं को जो है फायदा।
फिर मामा जीत गए।
निश्चित तौर पे 1 करोड़ 32 लाख बहनों के खाते में 1250 रुपए की 6 किस्तें डाली। जो कहा पूरा किया। कांग्रेस की तरह हमने नारी सम्मान झूठी योजना नहीं करी, क्योंकि कांग्रेस तो धोखा करती। कांग्रेस की गारंटी पे जनता को विश्वास नहीं। पहले भी कहा था सरकार आई तो बेरोजगारी भत्ता देंगे 4000 रुपये महीना, ढोल चलाने और बैंड बजाने की ट्रेनिंग दी, कुछ दिया नहीं। इसलिए जनता को उन पर विश्वास नहीं था, हमारे पे विश्वास था, क्योंकि जो कहा शिवराज जी जो कहते हैं उसको पूरा करते हैं। उन्होंने कहा था 1000 की राशि डालूंगा तो डाली, उन्होंने कहा बढ़ाकर 1250 करूंगा तो करी, यहाँ तक कि आचार संहिता में भी डाली।
जो मोदी जी और शिवराज जी का निरंतर देश प्रेम और जन सेवा, वो जो है वो झलकता है।
तो जो कहा वो करके दिखाया। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया और बहुत बहुत बधाई आप लोगों को। तो जो कहा वो करके दिखाया, ये एक सुर में बात सामने आ रही है। कुछ और लोग भी यहाँ पर हैं।
उत्साह काफी है कार्यकर्ताओं, क्या कह रहे हैं?
एक बार फिर और आप क्या कहेंगे?
जी मैं
जीत पर
जी बहुत बधाई हो सभी कार्यकर्ता को। हम जीते हैं 150+ सीटें से। मैं विशाल सिंह राजपूत, नरसुलगंज बुधनी विधान।
वो एक बात जो सबसे बड़ी रही जीत के लिए बीजेपी की, कौन सी बात?
वो है मोदी। धारा 370 जो हमारी आरमान शांति, राम मंदिर, इसके बाद गरीबों के लिए लाडली बहना मुख्यमंत्री आने, सब और 3 तलाक, सब मिलकर एक ढांचा बनता है बहुत अच्छा। जैसे परब्रह्म परमात्मा सबकी आत्माओं से मिलकर बनते हैं, ऐसे हमारी सरकार सतत में आत्माओं से मिलकर बनी है। वही बात है कि हमारे जो युवा हैं, हमारे जो जवान हैं, उन्होंने गर्जना करी, हुंकार भरी, भारत के सिंह बनकर दहाड़े। वहाँ पर पाकिस्तान में घुस के मारा, कई कारण है।
मुख्यमंत्री एक बार फिर से शिवराज बनेंगे?
मुख्यमंत्री जी हमारे मोदी जी तय करेंगे कौन बनेगा। यहाँ पर हर कार्यकर्ता मुख्यमंत्री है। जब चाय वाला प्रधानमंत्री बन सकता है तो मैं भी मुख्यमंत्री बन सकता हूँ।
बहुत बड़ी बात है। और यहाँ पर देखिए, एक बार फिर से मैं दिखाना चाहूंगी, जश्न की तस्वीरें हैं। ढोल नगाड़ों के साथ जश्न मनाया जा रहा है। कार्यकर्ता नाच गाकर इसका आनंद ले रहे हैं, स्वागत कर रहे हैं। उत्साह में इस वक्त कार्यकर्ता देखने को मिल रहे हैं। और आइए मैं एक बार माहौल में अंदर दिखाती हूँ कि किस तरह का माहौल अंदर है, क्योंकि लगातार लोगों में जोश है, उत्साह है, जुनून है बीजेपी की जीत पर। वो ऐसी क्या ऐसी क्या बात जो बीजेपी को जीत दिला?
माननीय में नरेंद्र मोदी जी की जीत है, ये हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह की जीत है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की एक कार्यकर्ता की जीत है। आज हमारी जो जश्न का माहौल है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यालय में, ये विशाल माहौल है, एक ऐतिहासिक जीत हुई है।
जीत का फैक्टर क्या है?
जीत का फैक्टर तो देखिए, कार्यकर्ताओं ने क्षेत्र में जाके काम किया है। वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक कार्यकर्ता रीढ़ की हड्डी होती है जो क्षेत्र में जाके काम
बूथ स्तर पर काम हुआ है।
स्तर पर काम किया।
बिल्कुल बहुत बड़ा काम हुआ और काम किया है तो जनता ने चुना है। जो काम करेगा फिर आएगा।
आप क्या कहेंगे? कहाँ से आए हैं? भोपाल से ही हैं?
भोपाल से ही हूँ मैं।
तो जो वादा किया था शिवराज सिंह चौहान ने, वो करके दिखाया।
वो जो वादा किया था वो जनता ने पूरा करके दिखाया और घर घर गए हैं और लोगों की समस्याओं को सुना है, उनका काम करे हैं और विकास करा है। उसी का परिणाम है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी विजय।
लाडली योजना बहुत हिट है।
लाडली योजना में भी बहुत काम करा है
और मामा को पसंद किया एक बार फिर से।
मामा को भांजों ने पसंद किया।
लाडली योजनाओं का जो
और महिलाओं ने भी इस बार फिर से पसंद किया है।
बहनों ने पूरा आशीर्वाद दिया है मामा जी।
भैया को पसंद किया है।
बिल्कुल किया है भैया को पसंद।
बड़ी बात है। आप लोग को बधाई। आप क्या कहेंगे, बताइए।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी में महिलाओं ने जिस तरह से लाडली बहनाओं ने वोट दिया है और उसके कारण हम 150 के ऊपर पहुंच रहे हैं, जिसमें लाडली बहनाओं का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। और हमारे जो अयोध्या में राम मंदिर का शिलान्यास हो रहा है, उसमें हमारी पूरी समाज का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी तीनों राज्यों में सरकार बनाने जा रही है। नरेंद्र मोदी जी भारत के प्रधानमंत्री हैं। जनता ने उनको पूरा आशीर्वाद दिया है।
तमाम कार्यकर्ता यहाँ पर मानते हैं कि जीत जो है प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को इसका श्रेय जाता है। उन्हीं के चेहरे पर ये चुनाव लड़ा गया और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी को इसका श्रेय जाता है। जीत का सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर,
जीत का फैक्टर कमल का फूल, कार्यकर्ताओं की
कमल का फूल, कार्यकर्ताओं की ताकत, कार्यकर्ताओं की हिम्मत और कार्यकर्ताओं की हिम्मत और हौसले पर मोदी जी और अमित शाह का भरोसा।
इस बार तो शिवराज सिंह चौहान को सीएम भी नहीं प्रोजेक्ट किया गया था, फिर भी इतना बड़ी जीत।
मैंने कहा ना, देखिए मोदी जी के नेतृत्व पर देश का भरोसा और उस पर कार्यकर्ताओं का अपनी जान लगा करके चुनाव को लड़ना। हर कार्यकर्ता शिवराज सिंह चौहान, हर कार्यकर्ता नरेंद्र मोदी, हर कार्यकर्ता अमित शाह है। अमित जी ने कहा था 150 मध्य प्रदेश में कार्य समिति की बैठक ग्वालियर में।
सबसे हिट क्या रहा इन चुनावों में? सबसे हिट बात
एमपी के मन में मोदी।
एमपी के मन में मोदी,
देश के मन में मोदी।
तो सीएम अब कौन बनेगा?
कमल का फूल।
ये आप डिप्लोमेटिक जवाब।
ना, हम कार्यकर्ताओं के लिए ये प्रश्न है ही नहीं। हमारी जीत जितनी बड़ी जीत इस बार मध्य प्रदेश में हुई है, ये प्रश्न नहीं है। जो भी मुख्यमंत्री होगा, आज हमारे मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह चौहान जी हैं। शिवराज सिंह जी का नेतृत्व, उसका कहीं ना कहीं ये कमाल है कि इन कार्यकर्ताओं को, विष्णुदत्त शर्मा जी का नेतृत्व कमाल है कि कार्यकर्ता पूरी ऊर्जा के साथ लगे पार्टी को।
वीडी शर्मा तो नहीं, नेक्स्ट
जो पार्टी
नेक्स्ट सीएम
कमल का फूल।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी भारत माता की आरती है। यहाँ का जन जन का कार्यकर्ता बूथ में जाकर मेहनत करता है, काम करता है, विकास कार्य की बात करता है, संस्कारों की बात करता है, महिलाओं का सम्मान करता है, व्यवहार में भी आगे है, विनम्रता में भी आगे है और विकास कार्य, जैसा कि मोदी जी ने कहा, सबका साथ सबका विकास। तो ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तो जीत है, लेकिन उसके साथ लाडली बहनाओं की भी जीत है, जिन्होंने एक विश्वास किया, महिलाओं ने, कन्याओं ने और जितने भी युवा हैं उनका बड़ा वोट बैंक हमको मिला है, किसानों का बड़ा वोट बैंक।
लाडली योजना में सीएम शिवराज सिंह चौहान ने कहा हम 1250 देंगे, तो कांग्रेस ने कहा हम 1500 देंगे, फिर भी कांग्रेस को नहीं चुना।
कांग्रेस से विश्वास उड़ गया है पूरे देशवासियों का। क्यों? क्योंकि एक बार मौका देती है जनता। पिछले बार कर्जा माफी की बात की थी उन्होंने स्वयं, वो की क्या? चावल का एक दाना देखा जाता है हंडी का, और कांग्रेस इसमें फेल हो चुकी है। कांग्रेस के कई प्रत्याशियों की जमानत जब्त हुई है, आप टीवी देखिए, 230 में से 155 में बीजेपी को स्पष्ट बहुमत मिल रहा है। बड़ी बड़ी बात करने वाली कांग्रेस, कमलनाथ बहुत बड़े उद्योगपति हैं, तो वोट क्यों नहीं खरीद लेते हैं? वोट नोट से खरीदने की कोशिश की गई। छिंदवाड़ा जिले में बहुत धमकाया गया कार्यकर्ताओं को, और मैं छिंदवाड़ा जिले से हूं, संदीप रघुवंशी किसान मोर्चे का प्रदेश कार्यकारिणी का सदस्य हूं। कमलनाथ हार रहे हैं वहां से चुनाव, पूरी 7 सीट।
बड़ी बात कह रहे हैं।
मेरा नाम गोपी सोलंकी है, मैं भोपाल जिले का भारतीय जनता।
जीत का फैक्टर क्या रहा? एक सेंटेंस में जीत का फैक्टर क्या रहा?
तीनों राज्यों में हमारी सरकार बनने जा रही है। छत्तीसगढ़, एमपी में पूर्ण बहुमत, स्पष्ट बहुमत, 230 में 155।
शिवराज सिंह चौहान या मोदी, कौन जीत का फैक्टर है?
पार्टी के दोनों ही है। हमारे शिवराज जी भाई साहब पार्टी के, मोदी जी भी। और 24 में अब की बार 400 पार।
बड़ी बड़ी बात। 24 में अब की बार 400 पार।
एमपी के मन में मोदी है और मोदी के मन में एमपी है। जो मोदी जी ने गारंटी ली, जो शिवराज जी ने लाडली बहना चलाई, सुबह 6 बजे से बहनों की जिस दिन कटार लग गई उसी दिन बीजेपी को स्पष्ट बहुमत की घोषणा हो गई।
कुछ और है यहाँ पर जिनसे बातचीत करते हैं। क्या कहेंगे आप, जीत का कौन सा फैक्टर रहा इस जीत में? प्रचंड बहुमत।
सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर तो रहा आप। कन्या पूजन से लेके और लाडली लक्ष्मी से लेकर लाडली बहना तक।
तो बहनों ने पसंद किया।
बहनों ने बिल्कुल पसंद किया अपने मामा को, अपने भाई को, और उसका पूरा परिणाम है। और मोदी जी की जो जन कल्याणकारी नीतियां हैं, उनका जो इंटरनेशनल उनका जो नेतृत्व है, उसका सबका प्रभाव जो है वो जनता पर पड़ा। और उसके कारण जो है मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़ और राजस्थान में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जीत जो है वो सुनिश्चित हुई है।
Hello and welcome. You're watching News 9 Live with me, Neha Khanna. This is our rolling coverage of the big election results. And what a day it has been for the BJP at the office. It is a saffron surge in the Hindi heartland. The BJP has got a resounding lead in Madhya Pradesh.